Like, subscribe and share, and don't forget to give hype. Chapter 1. East China Sea, some isolated island. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the system activation is successful. Is it finally activated? Lore couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. This day is the second day that he crossed into this pirate world. On the first day of crossing into this world, he came with possession of the system. However, the system is always active. Only now, the activation was successful. Ding! The system is a system for the popularization of abnormal containments. As long as abnormal shelters are popularized in this world, they will be rewarded. The containment drop-off is ready. Does the host want to drop it now? Okay. Lore said without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the launch was successful. As the sound of the system falls, at the same time, throughout the pirate world, countless phone bugs have changed. Whether it is a call bug, a signal receiving bug, or an eavesdropping phone bug, all of them are mandatory into projection phone bugs. On the projection of the telephone worm, the abnormal shelter, foundation, is reflected. Headquarters of the Navy, Marinfander. At this time, the warring states were holding meetings and discussions with many high-level officials. But the phone bug that originally projected the data. Suddenly, the screen of the abnormal asylum sign was projected. What's the situation? Did something go wrong with the projection phone bug? Sengoku looked at the screen projected by the projection phone bug suspiciously. It's so boring, Sengoku, I want to go back to sleep. Carp stretched. Shut up, Carp, you unorthodox bastard, this is an important meeting, you must listen to it before leaving. Sengoku scolded and grinned. But isn't the projection phone bug malfunctioning now? How long do you have to wait? Carp asked while eating senbei. Can't you wait a little longer? And Carp, I said several times, don't eat senbei at meetings. Sengoku cursed. It's terrible, Sengoku-san. Yellow Ape stall hand. But then again, aren't you curious what the anomalous containment on the projection screen could be? The pheasant reminded. Will abnormal containment be? I've never heard of an organization, but is it that the people of this organization invaded the projection phone worm of our navy? Tsuru guessed. Will abnormal containment be? Go and investigate for me right away, what kind of organization it is. Sengoku ordered towards the admiral in the conference room. Yes. The admiral left this sentence and quickly left to investigate. It is estimated that it is just a small organization. It should have used the power of the devil fruit to invade the projection phone worm of our naval headquarters. Carp stall hands don't care. What are they doing this for? Tsuru wondered. The Abnormal Asylum Society was an organization they had never heard of. But now, he used the power of the devil fruit. Invaded the projection phone worm of their naval headquarters. What is their purpose in doing this? Get the attention of their navy? Maybe it's fun. Carp said slowly. Tsuru. New world, some sea. On the Moby Dick. What's wrong with the projection phone worm? What will be the abnormal containment shown above, Daddy? How come I've never heard of such an organization? Marco scratched his head. I've never heard of it either. Whitebeard took a sip of wine and shook his head. Dad, the projection phone bug can't be turned off. Baista exclaimed. At the time they found that the projection phone worm was malfunctioning. Try turning off the projection phone worm. But it turned out that it could not be closed anyway. Even the projection phone bug itself became indestructible. Even with a blade that sharpens iron like mud. None of them can hurt the projection phone worm in the slightest. Forget it, there is no need to try to close it again. It is estimated that the so-called Abnormal Containment Association organization has done a good deed. It should be using the power of a certain demon fruit. Whitebeard said lightly. This abnormal containment meeting, engaged in these tricks and feat on our Whitebeard regiment ship, is it trying to declare war on our Whitebeard regiment? What arrogance! Jaws snorted coldly. You know, they are a group of white-bearded pirates. But the 4 emperors of the New World. Captain, but also the world's strongest man Whitebeard. This abnormal containment meeting. Dare to do it to them. The projection phone worm on the Whitebeard regiment ship moved. This is not a declaration of war, what is this? Goo la la la. Declaration of war? It's funny. Whitebeard said with interest. As Whitebeard's voice fell. I only listened to the screen that projected the abnormal containment meeting, and a deep voice came. Humans have been reproducing for 25,000 years now, and only the last 4,000 years are meaningful. The history of mankind is impossible to verify. This so-called abnormal containment society, dare to categorically say that the history of mankind is 25,000 years? It's ridiculous. Marco snorted coldly. I understand that this so-called abnormal asylum association is a mysterious organization. Baista nodded in agreement. In the history books of this world today, there is not a single article. It records the history of 25,000 years of human reproduction. Even about the history of 800 years ago, there is not much. An abnormal containment will. To say so categorically, human beings have multiplied for 25,000 years? What about the evidence? Statements without evidence. It's just a trick and a fake. So, what have we been doing for nearly 25,000 years? We hid in caves and sat around a small campfire. Fear of things we don't understand. Those explanations about how the sun rises, those monsters with human heads and birds, those living stones. So we call them gods and demons and pray to them for forgiveness and prayer for salvation. A monster with a human head and a bird's body? Is that probably just a strange creature, a living stone? That should be the devil fruit ability, who actually called these things God. For the devil? Gula. It's a laughing tooth. Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh. Pirate world is a strange world. All kinds of creatures, monsters, all exist. Even if there is something so-called, a monster with a human head and a bird's body. Whitebeard is not surprising either. Including, so are living stones. You know, the world they live in. But it has a devil fruit that transcends the power of miracles. It's perfectly normal to be able to give life to a stone. Whitebeard's impression of the abnormal containment meeting now. Only. Little kids' tricks. Cast a mist before somebody's eyes. Bored. Boring. Pretend to be a ghost. Chapter 2. After that, their number is decreasing, and our number is increasing. As we fear fewer and fewer things, we begin to see the world more rationally. However, the unexplained did not disappear, as if the universe deliberately wanted to appear absurd and unthinkable. Humanity can no longer live in fear. Nothing can protect us, we must protect ourselves. While others live in the sun, we must fight them in the shadows and prevent them from being exposed to the public eye. So that others can live in a sane, ordinary world. We control, we contain, we protect. We are an abnormal containment organization. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. They? What do they refer to? Carp scratched his head a little suspiciously. Listening to the meaning of this paragraph, it seems that this so-called abnormal containment organization has been fighting some strange things again. Tsuru raised his eyebrows slightly and guessed. It seems to mean we're protected. The yellow ape picked his nails and said with interest. Ha ha ha. Protect us? We're the Navy, shouldn't we protect everyone else? Do we need someone else to protect us? Carp laughed. Their navy is the absolute hegemon of this sea. Throughout the ages, it has always been their navy that maintains the balance of this sea. Protect countless countries, countless people. And now, the abnormal containment meeting actually said. The world, always under their protection? Isn't that What the hell is this abnormal containment organization? First of all, the competent people in the organization invaded the projection phone worm of our navy, and now they still talk at length about some strange things. What do they mean? Sengoku held his forehead, puzzled. Although in the eyes of the warring states, the abnormal containment will be organized. It's just a mysterious organization. But I didn't understand their intentions. Or let the warring states, a little faintly uneasy. Report to the Marshal of the warring states, near the headquarters of the Navy, there are no suspicious personnel. I don't know who used their abilities to invade the projection phone worm. Not only that, but we also got the amazing news that not only the phone bugs in the conference room have been invaded, but all the phone bugs in the entire Navy headquarters have been invaded. The Admiral reported. Have all the phone bugs in the entire Navy headquarters been invaded? Sengoku said with a slight startle. Telephone bugs that invaded the entire headquarters of the Navy. Moreover, no suspicious person has been found in Marin Fander. This made the warring states vaguely feel bad. Yes. And we have visited and investigated, there is no Navy, we have heard of abnormal reception organizations, and at the same time, we have also sent the Navy to conduct visits and investigations in the civilian sector, and there are also no clues. The Admiral continued to report. Damn, will abnormal containment be organized? I have to figure out what kind of organization you really are. Sengoku stared at the projection screen with a serious look in his eyes. In this vast sea, there are countless forces. But only the abnormal asylum meeting, he had never heard of. And at present, it has not been possible to investigate the slightest clue. This made the warring states more and more curious. What kind of organization is the Abnormal Containment Association? At the same time that the voice of the Sengoku fell on the screen, there was a sound again. Inventory of the top 20 abnormal containments. 20th place, Abnormal Containment 053 Abby. With the sound of the screen coming out, only to see on the screen, a cute-looking little girl appeared. Abby appeared on the screen, which quickly caused heated discussions around the world. Abnormal Containment Inventory? Is this little girl abnormal? Che, I thought it was something, after a long day, just a little girl. Wow, I think this little girl is so cute. Yes, this little girl, who looks cute and lovely, how can it be an abnormal containment? It looks normal. I don't understand what this video is trying to do with a little girl. Great shipping routes, certain seas. Straw Hat Pirates on board. This little girl, so cute, seems to pinch her face. Nami said. That's exactly what I mean, what a cute little girl. Robin agreed. Because the little girls are too cute, their motherhood is overflowing. Such a cute little girl, when she grows up, she must be a big beauty. A loving look appeared in Sanji's eyes. Hey, isn't it Yameji, don't you even let go of the little girl. Usopp complained. Hey, a few of you, don't look at her cute appearance, maybe she is a dangerous guy, after all, the video also said that she is one of the abnormal containments, Zoro reminded. Although he also did not understand what an abnormal containment was. But just listen to the name. He felt that this little girl was not a simple character. What do you say, Zoro? How can such a cute little girl be a dangerous guy? Chopper retorted. That's it, Green Algae Head, you can't speak, shut up. Yameji said with disdain. What? Are you stinky cooks trying to fight? Come on, who is afraid of whom? As soon as the words fell, the two fought. Wait, Luffy, look, the place where the little girl appears in the video seems to be the Chambord Islands, there are many traffickers in that place, if she is targeted, it will be dangerous. Nami suddenly pointed to the screen and shouted. I saw that at this time on the video. The little girl is standing in front of tree number 10 in the Chambord Islands. That place is full of human trafficking shops, illegal areas. Oops, hurry up and set sail for the Chambord Islands. Sanji shouted. Let's go, since this little girl has been seen by us, we can't let her get hurt. Luffy nodded. The words fell, everyone in the Straw Hats. So I plan to set sail for the Chambord Islands. That's when it was there. On the screen, there was a sound again. Abnormal containment 053. Project level, Euclid. Description, Abnormal containment 053 is a 3-year-old girl. She has basic conversational skills and is a little more mature in mental development than a typical child. Her personality is usually optimistic and rarely angry, and she only becomes restless when surrounded by many people. A 3-year-old girl? Sure enough, it's just a normal little girl, it's not an abnormal thing at all. Hurry up Luffy, we can't let her get hurt. Sanji shouted. They are a group of Straw Hats, albeit a group of pirates. However, never go to the main action of evil. Nowadays, seeing a 3-year-old little girl located in the Chambord Islands, and it may be harmed, their first thought must be to save her. Although this move, for them, as pirates, something is wrong. But they are such a gang that likes nosy pirates. However, as Sanji's voice fell on the screen, the sound continued. Anyone over the age of 3 who has visual contact, physical contact, or stays around her for more than 10 minutes will quickly become irrational. Will become paranoid and lose their minds with homicide, and carry out deadly attacks on the people around them, and at some point, these murderous feelings will all point to the abnormal containment 053. Those who try to kill the abnormal containment 053 will suffer a fatal heart attack or die immediately from a seizure if they cause any physical damage to it. Abnormal containment 053 will recover all the injuries in a moment, no matter how heavy the injuries are. Chapter 3. Straw Hat on the Ball. Wait. Make eye contact with her, make physical contact, and you will lose your mind and fall into chaos. Robin said in a cold sweat on his forehead. Moreover, any injuries she has received can be recovered in an instant. Nami was also a little surprised. Originally, they still thought, after rescuing Abby in the Chambord Islands, take care of it on board for a while. But now, the words coming from the screen undoubtedly dispelled this idea. I said a long time ago that this little girl is not a simple character. She should have eaten a strange devil fruit, Zoro reminded. So what should we do now, Luffy, and go to the Chambord Islands to rescue her? Usopp asked worriedly. At the beginning of the term, they saw a little girl who was only 3 years old. Human trafficking venues appearing in the Chambord Islands. Their first thought must have been to save her. But now, the screen actually says, with Abby, eye contact, physical contact, or spending 10 minutes by her side, you lose your mind. This made Usopp also realize that Abby could be a dangerous figure. Ate an amazing devil fruit. If you bring it on board, it can be a disaster. When Luffy heard this, he pondered briefly and scratched his head. Well, I always feel a little relieved, go to the Chambord Islands to take a look. Although judging by the description of the screen, Abby seems to be a very dangerous person. But Luffy looks at Abby's appearance. In any case, it is impossible to associate her with danger. Yes, I feel that the words of the screen may not be true, let's go and see it first, maybe she is sick, maybe I can heal her, Chopper agreed. And just like that, the men of the Straw Hat Regiment continued to set sail. Travel to the Chambord Islands. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. This little girl named Abby, it seems that she has eaten an incredible devil fruit, it will be dangerous if she stays in the Chambord Islands. Yellow Ape, you go and bring her back. Sengoku commanded. What the Warring States was worried about was not that the little girl was in danger. Because the screen has already explained. No matter what kind of injury she suffered, will be restored in an instant. He feared for the safety of the Chambord Islanders. After all, there are a lot of people in the Chambord Islands. There are even Draco. Once the little girl is involved with Draco, that's troublesome. There is another reason. That is, Sengoku guessed. This little girl must have something to do with the abnormal shelter society. So, maybe I can investigate something in the little girl. Well, Sengoku-san, can't this task be assigned to someone else? Yellow Ape's tall hand. Don't be lazy, go back quickly. Well, I see. The Yellow Ape got up helplessly. Then head off to the Chambord Islands. Chambord Islands. Under Tree 10. Abby was looking around blankly. At this moment, two men with scars on their faces walked over. Little girl, what are you doing here? What about your parents? One trafficker said with a bad smile. They're dead. Abby replied calmly. Her parents, it was under the influence of her abilities. Causes death. Dead? It's really pitiful, do you want to go with your uncles? The trafficker held out his hand. Abby didn't refuse. It's a good product, whether it's selling her organs or selling her to those perverted nobles, we can get a lot of money. The trafficker said excitedly. Ha ha ha. It's really good luck today, I met such a superb little girl when I went out, and she left with us so easily. Another trafficker laughed. That's it, two traffickers. Take Abby and walk towards the black market of human trafficking. When they came to the street, suddenly, they noticed. A Draco was walking towards this side under the escort of the man in black. It's Draco. Get on your knees. The traffickers were taken aback. Hurriedly came to the side and knelt down. However, Abby did not kneel. Instead, he looked straight at Draco. As if curious. Why is this person wearing a bubble helmet? And Draco, the bodyguard in black with him, also quickly noticed Abby. In the face of Ed Charlie Saint, you don't even kneel, what a big boldness. The man in black pulled out a gun and pointed it at Abby and said viciously. Don't be angry with Draco-sama, this little girl is my daughter, she didn't mean it, don't be angry, I'll let her kneel down now to apologize to you. Seeing this, the trafficker hurriedly said. Abby is only a 3-year-old girl. But the appearance is incomparably delicate. He was sure Abby would sell it for a good price. Therefore, naturally he didn't want Abby to die at the hands of the man in black. The words fell. The trafficker pinched Abby's head and tried to make her kneel. But Abby's power is surprisingly great. No matter what he did, there was no way to get Abby to kneel. This little girl, I want it. Draco suddenly pointed at Abby. Yes, Ed Charlie Saint. When several men in black heard this, they quickly surrounded Abby. You guys! What do you want to do? Seeing yourself surrounded by many people in black, Abby instantly became panicked. The man in black ignored Abby and grabbed Abby's hand. Just wanted to take her away. You dare to rob me of my things. At this moment, the trafficker who had been trying to get Abby to kneel, directly picked up a small knife and rushed towards the man in black. Poof! His blade pierced directly into the abdomen of the man in black. A stream of blood sprayed out. The men in black around were directly stunned. It seems that it was completely unexpected. There were people who dared to strike at them. You know, they are Draco's bodyguards. Attacking them is equivalent to provoking the authority of the Draco. Where did a small human trafficker get so much courage? Boom! The man in black quickly pulled out his pistol and directly killed the trafficker. Brother, you! What are you doing? The celebrity trafficker next to him was frightened. He didn't expect that his brother would be so brave. Dare to use a knife against the black-clad bodyguard of the Draco. Since it was his brother, he kept holding Abby's hand. Physical contact with it. So it became irrational. And he did not have any physical contact with Abby, plus he did not have long eye contact, and he did not spend more than 10 minutes by her side. Therefore, at present, he has not been affected. SHHH. After the black-clad bodyguard killed his brother, he was soon killed as well. Chapter 4. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. He's been affected, isn't he? Sengoku said in a deep voice. The two men were in the human trafficking business in the Chambord Islands. It is impossible not to know what will happen to the Draco who resisted it. But he still dared to attack Draco's black-clad bodyguard with a knife. The only explanation is because he had not been in physical contact with Abby for a short time. So, become irrational, paranoid, and murderous. What the screen said, really is not a lie. This little girl named Abby is a very dangerous character who eats a terrible devil fruit. The crane said with a solemn expression. In their world, devil fruit possesses very special and miraculous powers. So, the crane now take the power in Abby as the power of the devil fruit. What is the purpose of the abnormal containment society? Why did you put such a dangerous little girl in the Chambord Islands? Is it to cause panic here? The green pheasant was puzzled. Just have physical or eye contact with Abby. Or spend more than 10 minutes by their side. Will be affected and become irrational. It is conceivable that such a person has the ability to be dangerous. Once you get to a crowded place, let countless people, if they are affected, the entire Chambord Islands will definitely be in chaos. These damn bastards, are they doing this to provoke our navy? Akainu said angrily. In his opinion, Abby, it is the people who are abnormal in the reception society. Put it in the Chambord Islands. The aim was to cause riots on the territory of their navy. Such a move is undoubtedly provoking their navy. It's ridiculous, any unknown organization dares to provoke our navy. Sengoku snorted coldly. By the way, if nothing else, this Draco will die soon, because his bodyguard has physical contact with that little girl. Carp said suddenly. One of Draco's black-clad bodyguards had physical contact with Abby. I believe that it will not be long before this black-clad bodyguard will lose his mind. Then attack the people around you. At that time, Draco is likely to die because of this. Oops. Hurry up and inform the Navy of the Chambord Islands that you can't let this little girl continue to stay by Draco's side, otherwise it will be a big trouble. Warring State's pupils shrank and quickly ordered. Although he said that he was also very unhappy with Draco. But if Draco died, even if it has nothing to do with their navy, it will definitely be found guilty. Chambord Islands. After the Sengoku ordered to inform the navy of the Chambord Islands. Soon, a large number of navies. So he found it, Draco and Abby. Ed Charlie Sheng, the Marshal of the Warring States, said that this little girl is a very dangerous figure, she can't stay by your side, and she needs to let us bring it back to the Navy headquarters. The Lieutenant General said respectfully. Fuck off for me, this little girl is mine. How? Your Navy still wants to rob me of something? Draco snorted coldly. Of course you don't dare, but the Marshal of the Warring States has already said that no matter what, you must not let this dangerous little girl stay by your side. The Lieutenant General shook his head. Your Navy, just our lackeys, dare to teach me to do things? This little girl I plan to be enslaved, how can I give it to you? Get out of my way right away, or don't blame me for being unkind. Draco scolded. This. Hearing Draco's words, the Vice Admiral looked at the surrounding navy. The Sengoku has already given the order. In any case, be sure to take the little girl away from Draco. But now, Draco spoke like this. Put them in a dilemma. If they do not listen to the Warring States, they will be punished. But if you don't listen to Draco, even, their official positions will be lost. This made the Lieutenant General, for a while, not knowing how to choose. Seeing that the Navy blocking in front of him, Draco still wouldn't let go, he was immediately annoyed, and cursed, "You low-ranking people, don't you even listen to my words?" Ed Charles, the Lieutenant General wanted to say something. But Draco directly interrupted and shouted, "If you don't get out of the way, you will die here." As his voice fell, several black-clad bodyguards around instantly raised their guns in their hands. "Looked it." The Lieutenant General sighed helplessly and ordered, "Let's retreat first." "No way, Draco's identity is too special. Even if he is now on the orders of the Marshal of the Warring States." But he still couldn't take Abby away from Draco. As soon as the Vice Admiral gave the order, many navies planned to turn and leave. But at this moment, a gunshot suddenly sounded behind him. "Shhh, hh." The Lieutenant General who heard the voice turned his head sharply. "I saw a man in black who had been holding Abby's hand before." Suddenly, he pulled out a gun and shot a man in black next to him. Bang bang bang. He fired continuously. In a very short time, 4 men in black were quickly shot. At the scene, only 2 men in black remained, with Draco. Then, he aimed his gun at Draco. "You dead fat pig, give me death." The man in black, who had lost his mind, cursed angrily. You want to kill me? Do you know who I am, untouchable? I'm a Draco, and if I hurt even the slightest, I'll make you live worse than die." Draco scolded. "Shut up, you Draco are just a bunch of miscellaneous things." The man in black roared. When the words fell, the man in black who lost his mind wanted to pull the board machine. "Shoot Draco! Shhh. But at the critical moment, another man in black was alive. Pull the board machine in time to kill the man in black who lost his mind. "Bastard, you damn bastard, why didn't you shoot earlier? Do you know that I almost died just now?" Although Draco survived, he was angry. Because, just now, he was almost shot and killed. Why? The man in black would not have shot earlier. Kill the man in black who lost his mind in advance? Unexpectedly, let such a nobleman as him be afraid. It's a shame. "I'm sorry, Ed Charlie St." The man in black apologized. "Needless to say, when you return to the Holy Land of Mary Joa, you won't live." Draco snorted coldly. This scene instantly made countless people around the world unsettled. "Damn it, why didn't you die? Why don't you hurry up and pull the board machine, then Draco will die." "It's a pity, I thought I could see the scene of Draco's death." The sins committed by this group of hateful Draco are heinous, but unfortunately, no one can punish them. Now, I really want to see someone under the influence of this little girl kill that bastard of Draco. Draco is definitely the most hated object of countless people. Although he is not a pirate, what he does is better than that of a pirate. No one, don't want to see the death of Draco. However, it is a pity. The man in black who was affected and lost his mind. In the end, there was still no successful pulling machine. Kill Draco. Chapter 5. Great Shipping Routes, Certain Seas. Straw Hat on the Ball. The trafficker who wanted to kidnap Abby just now lost his mind because he had physical contact with her, and he attacked the man in black. And now, the man in black has also lost his mind because of physical contact with Abby. Could it be that the sound from the screen earlier is real? Koiba swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Just because of the brief physical contact with Abby. Let the man in black, who is loyal to the Draco, rebel. Loss of mind. I even wanted to kill it. Abby's danger is beyond Choba's imagination. Luffy, don't go to the Chambord Islands, getting involved with this monster will make our pirate group fall apart, Zoro said with a serious expression. At first, the screen has already prompted. Abby is a very dangerous figure. But they still don't believe it. But now, human traffickers and men in black in the Chambord Islands. They have all been affected by Abby's abilities. fell into madness and became murderous. At this time, they have to believe if they don't believe. Once they travel to the Chambord Islands. Words to let Abby on board. No one can guarantee it. Will he be affected by Abby's ability? And lose their minds and kill each other? Yes, she looks only 3 years old, but she's too dangerous, Luffy. Usopp wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, they are far away, the Chambord Islands are a long way away. Until now, it has not reached the Chambord Islands. If so, they didn't see the video on the projection phone bug. For the first time, in the Chambord Islands. Pick Abby on board. Consequence. Usopp couldn't imagine it. He couldn't imagine it. If Luffy, Zoro and others. Because of the influence of Abby's ability. And then kill each other. Such a scene. He felt his scalp tingle just thinking about it. I see. Luffy nodded. Although Luffy was simple-minded, he could see it. Abby, it's so dangerous. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Danger. It almost killed Draco, but it's okay. Seeing the scene in front of him, Warring States couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Once Draco is shot by the man in black, there is no doubt that he will definitely be questioned by the government. Because he has already ordered the Navy of the Chambord Islands. Take Abby away from Draco. In this situation, if Draco is still dead, he will never escape the relationship. It's a pity that you didn't let this fat pig die. Carp lamented. Carp, what are you bastards talking about? Sengoku scolded. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I shouldn't have said this here. Carp laughed nonchalantly. It's true, you bastards should also pay attention to the occasion when you speak. Do you know that the consequences are borne by me? Sengoku said with a headache. But then again, this little girl named Abby is really more dangerous than we imagine, Draco's bodyguard, although not a strong person, but not a simple master. But I was still influenced by Abby and lost my mind. Tsuru said in a deep voice. Draco's bodyguard in black. Each has strength at the rank of a lieutenant. It's not strong, but it's definitely not weak. What's more, this group of bodyguards has been brainwashed since childhood. Those who want to swear to protect the Draco are absolutely loyal to the Draco. Even at any moment, selflessly sacrifice his life for Draco. But even people with this kind of heart, because of physical contact with Abby, lost his mind. Even, he scolded Draco for being a fat pig and a chop, and wanted to kill it. Such people who can affect emotions are extremely dangerous. Damn, Barusalino that bastard, haven't you reached the Chambord Islands yet? Sengoku said with a headache. In his opinion, he was able to subdue Abby. There are only yellow apes. Because, Abby's ability, although very dangerous. However, in his opinion, it was the devil fruit ability in the end. And the yellow ape is a general. The strength of domineering is questioned by Mu Yang. In their world, as long as the domineering force is strong enough, you can resist the ability attacks of any ability. That is, in the opinion of the Warring States. Only the yellow ape cannot be affected by Abby's ability. Bring it back to the headquarters of the Navy for research investigations. Chambord Islands. I'm tired, go back now, don't live after you go back. Draco stared at the remaining man in black and said coldly. Yes, Ed Charlie Saint. Even if the man in black knew that going back now would be his own time of death. But still, he didn't have any intention of resisting. Because, since he was a child, he was indoctrinated with the idea of swearing allegiance to Draco. Meantime, he also knew that Draco let him die. He had to die. Bring this little girl back with you. Draco ordered. Yes. The man in black heard this and grabbed Abby's hand. I want to follow Draco back to the Holy Land of Mary Joa. Wait, Ed Charles, don't you understand yet? The reason why your subordinates attacked you just now is because of this little girl. She's too dangerous to let her stay with you. The Vice Admiral hurriedly stopped it. How many times do you want me to say it? You are just our lackeys, inferior people, even my playthings you want to rob? Draco roared angrily when he heard this. But when the Vice Admiral heard this, he looked embarrassed and wanted to say something. But at this moment, the man in black holding Abby's hand. Suddenly, he raised his gun and aimed it at Draco. Without the slightest hesitation, he pulled the board directly. SHHH. A bullet was fired, and the bullet went directly through Draco's chest. Ah! Draco was shot in the chest, and suddenly rolled all over the ground in pain. Dog! You Draco are a bunch of dogs, and you want me to die? You're the one who dies, idiot! The man in black roared with a hideous face. Bang bang bang! The words fell. No hesitation. The man in black continuously pulled the plate machine, several rounds. Like the scythe of death, it ruthlessly harvested the lives of Draco. Chapter 6. Suffered. Oops, Draco is dead. Seeing the scene in front of him, the Vice Admiral was directly stupid. Draco is a world nobleman. This high-ranking person is now dead in front of his eyes. The Vice Admiral understands that his official position is definitely gone. Draco's death. It also excites oppressed people around the world. Dead, finally dead, Draco he is dead. Great, this demon is finally dead, God has eyes. What an irony, as the world's highest nobleman, Draco did not die at the hands of pirates and evil people, but at the hands of the bodyguards who were most loyal to them. Ha ha ha. What a thrill! A beast like this is simply not enough to die 1,000 times. All over the world, there are countless people who are oppressed by the Draco. And now, seeing the tall Draco die tragically. In their hearts, don't mention how painful. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Death. He's dead? Draco is dead? Sengoku's pupils contracted violently. The identity of the Draco is too noble. Don't say death of a Draco. Even if Draco was attacked, their navy has sent generals to escort. And the consequences of dying a Draco are unimaginable. Sengoku can already be expected. Next, he will be reprimanded by the 5 old stars. Also, the world government will intervene to investigate abnormal asylum societies. It's a big game. The abnormal containment meeting, maybe they won't think of it, this little girl they put in the Chambord Islands will bring them disaster. The green pheasant said with a serious expression. Although it is said that Draco was killed by the man in black. But at the end of the day, it's because of Abby's presence. Distorted the mood of the man in black. The culprit is undoubtedly the Abnormal Containment Association. Right now. World government over there. Absolutely a person from the CP organization will be sent to investigate the Abnormal Reception Organization. Once any information about the Abnormal Containment Organization is investigated, they will send out the strong and deal a devastating blow to it. In the opinion of the pheasant, the Abnormal Containment meeting is going to die. Ha ha ha. Nice job. Carp laughed. Shut up, Carp, really. The sea that has been calm for so long is going to be broken by this so-called Abnormal Containment Organization. Sengoku said with an unusual headache. Draco's death was too great. He knew that this sea was going to be chaotic. Chambord Islands. And you demon will die too. After the man in black killed Draco, he turned his gun on Abby. SHHH. Without hesitation, he directly pulled the plate machine. A shot popped out and pierced Abby's forehead directly. Blood sprayed out in an instant. Abby's body also fell straight to the ground. Damn it! Vice Admiral, only at this moment reacted from the confusion. Immediately pounced and knocked the man in black to the ground. Subsequently, he instructed the naval soldiers behind him to handcuff him to hail a stone. At the same time, he ordered to find out if Abby was still alive. Hear his orders. A naval soldier came to Abby. Confirm that the other party has lost the breath of life. Lieutenant General Moss, this little girl's head was pierced by a bullet, she was not breathing, she didn't have any life, her heart stopped beating, and she was completely dead. Navy soldier said. Trouble, what a mess, not only Draco died, but this little girl also died. Looking at the man in black, Draco, Abby's corpse. Vice Admiral, at the moment, it can be said that it is numb to the extreme. He regrets it now. I regret taking this task from the warring states. Not only was it not completed, but it was also the way it is now. Lieutenant General Moss, what now? A Navy soldier asked. How do I know? Moss said with an incomparable headache. Ah! Right at this moment. The man in black who was handcuffed by the Feilu stone suddenly screamed. After that, there was no life. As long as it's someone trying to kill Abby. In a very short period of time, they will have a sudden heart attack or die of madness. Apparently, the man in black had a heart attack and died. At the same time that the man in black died. Originally, it was shot through the head. Abby, who was already dead, suddenly sat up. Lived? The Vice Admiral watched Abby stand up with a look of hell. Isn't it already dead? It's not that there is no breath anymore. Didn't the heartbeat stop? How is it alive again? What the hell is this? Is it really just a 3-year-old? Isn't it really a monster? Straw Hat Regiment. Alive? She actually lived? Nami said in a cold sweat. How is this possible? If you suffered such a shot in the head, you can't survive. Robin was equally incredulous. This guy. It's a monster. Sanji lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. Abby. Not only does it have the ability to plunge people into chaos and lose their minds. Again, no matter what kind of injury is received. Even if the head is penetrated. When the heart stops, it recovers in a very short time. This is not a monster, what is this? Ha ha ha. What an interesting ability, can't you die? Luffy laughed. No, it's not funny Luffy, this guy's ability, but it's extremely dangerous, as long as someone has any physical contact with her, or eye contact, or even just stays by her side for 10 minutes, they will lose their minds. Moreover, she seems to be immortal. Such a person, if not because of the reminder of the projection screen, let us know her ability. If she enters a country unguarded, and believes that country, she will perish without knowing it. Zoro looked extremely serious and solemn. Abby's ability is too dangerous in his opinion. Immortal and can make people lose their minds. As you can imagine, put Abby in one country. That country. In less than a week, it will be doomed. Put her in a group of pirates. In less than half a day, the whole regiment had to die. Even, Abby can be regarded as the Grim Reaper. As long as she appears where it will perish. Most importantly, she herself is immortal. Chapter 7. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Damn, this guy is too dangerous. Sengoku pupil shrunk. What kind of devil fruit is this guy eating? That's an exaggeration. The green pheasant couldn't help but gasp. The skull is penetrated and can survive. I don't know, I thought it was the fruit of the phantom beast immortal bird. But the problem is, Abby's heart also stopped beating and there was no pulse. This is even the fruit of an immortal bird. It's impossible to survive. Not to mention, Abby's ability can also affect the people around her. Wrapped around is such a big general as the green pheasant. All realized at the moment, Abby's ability. It's very catastrophic. Call the Navy in the Chambord Islands, handcuff her, supervise her, and wait for Baru Salino to arrive. Tsuru calmly instructed. Abby's abilities are simply too dangerous. She had to be handcuffed by a sea floor. I almost forgot, Halo Stone is the nemesis of the able, as long as she copies the Silu Stone, she can't help, and then use her ability to make people lose their minds. Sengoku suddenly realized. Without hesitation, the Sengoku quickly ordered. Let people call the navy of the Chambord Islands. Chambord Islands. The Vice Admiral hung up the phone worm, and then shouted, Silu Shi, quickly bring Halo Stone, quickly. Abby's ability is really weird. He has to hurry up and copy the sea stone for Abby. Soon. A naval soldier took out the handcuffs of Halo Stone. On Abby's small wrist, it was handcuffed. It's safe. Vice Admiral wiped the sweat on his forehead. Halo Stone is the nemesis of all abilities. Once handcuffed, no matter how weird your abilities are, they cannot be released. Are you going to hurt me? Abby asked a little embarrassed. How come? We are the Navy, we will protect you. The Vice Admiral laughed. Although the mouth says so. But he had actually pronounced Abby's death. Because. How to say it again? Draco is also because of her influence. Causes death. The world government will definitely not let Abby go. Can you not gather around me? I'm scared. Abby said uneasily. It can be seen that many naval soldiers surrounded her. Being surrounded by many people made her very uneasy. No, little girl. Vice Admiral shook his head. Now he only needs to watch over Abby. Just wait for the yellow ape to arrive and take her away. I'm scared. Abby repeated. You can't be afraid, just stay there. Vice Admiral rode. I'm scared. Don't be afraid, we will protect you. Can't you, stay away from me. Hear Abby's words. The Vice Admiral just came up with words of consolation. But for some reason, his emotions rioted by the way, and he said angrily. Hey, do you know what you just did? Because of your ability, which led to the death of a Draco, do you know that you are dead? You are dead, you will never be able to live, you will be executed by the conquered side, no. They will use the most cruel way to make you die. Hearing his words, Abby said in horror, Will I die? The Vice Admiral did not respond to his words. Instead, he set his eyes on the surrounding naval soldiers and said, You group of waste, do you know that if the Draco dies, my official position will also be gone, go and die. As soon as the words fell, the Vice Admiral pulled out his blade. Directly towards the naval soldiers. In the face of his attack, the naval soldiers also went crazy. Not only did not run away, but fought with it. But they are no match for Vice Admirals. Just a few moments. Hundreds of naval soldiers were all killed by Vice Admirals. After killing everyone, the Vice Admiral set his eyes on Abby and said angrily, Go and die, you bastard. The words fell. He swung his blade and directly cut off Abby's head. The moment he killed Abby, his pupils widened sharply, his mouth foamed, and his body spasmed. Lying on the ground, he kept convulsing, and soon he was completely breathless. He died of a seizure. And Abby, who was beheaded by him. Soon the head grew back and came back to life. This scene directly looks stupid to people all over the world. How is it possible? The Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters is also affected by her ability. Just kidding, isn't she capable? They are all handcuffed to Shanghai Lu Shi, why can they still activate their abilities? This guy is a complete demon, immortal. Ignore the curse of the sea. Can make people lose their minds and kill each other. Hey, is this an abnormal containment? Over-exaggeration. No one thought of it. Abby was handcuffed by Hai Lu Shi. But her abilities still influenced the Navy. Let them kill each other, and finally attack her. Leads to death from madness. Abby's level of danger really made the world aware at this moment. Wano country, Oni Island. Cluck. What an interesting guy, can he ignore the power of the Feilu stone? Kaido laughed. This guy? It's a real Grim Reaper. Ember said in a cold sweat. Abnormal Containment Association, what kind of organization is it? It actually released such a dangerous monster, she will cause chaos in the sea. Quinn said with a solemn expression. Don't look at Abby, she looks like a 3-year-old. But her existence will definitely cause the sea to storm. Because nowadays, the forces of the world must be very curious. Why? Abby is obviously a capable person, but ignores the curse of the sea. It was obviously handcuffed to the Feilu stone, but he still couldn't be killed. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. This monster, what the hell is going on? Sengoku broke out in a cold sweat. This guy is too dangerous, hasn't Barusalino reached the Chambord Islands yet? Such a monster, we must bring it back, if we let her in the sea, her harm to the sea is no less than the forces of the 4 emperors. Tsuru said solemnly. The 4 emperors, as the emperors of the New World. The degree of threat to the sea, needless to say. But Abby's harm is also great. Because she's like the Grim Reaper. No matter what country, village, what she has to do, can have an impact on the country, the village. Let them kill each other and finally destroy them. Damn the abnormal containment society, dare to release such a dangerous monster. Akainu said angrily. Chapter 8. Chambord Islands. On the street. Navy corpses were littered everywhere. Abby was handcuffed to her wrist at this time. He was looking around blankly. Tread. Right at this moment. Distance. Several vice-admirals arrived at the scene with a large number of navies. But no one dared to approach Abby. Even, no one dared to look Abby in the eye. Looking at the corpses everywhere, they were also deeply horrified. Boom. Right at this moment. There was a sudden noise in the sky. Everyone looked up. Saw. A huge ship appeared high in the sky. That ship, flying. A vice-admiral's pupils constricted violently. How is it possible? How can a ship fly? Everyone was taken aback. So far, they have never seen a flying ship. This is the first time I've seen you. You see, the sign on the ship, that's SCP. I remember that this was the sign of the abnormal containment meeting that appeared on the screen of the phone bug before. A lieutenant general shouted. Under the astonished gaze of many navies. Saw. High altitude on the ship. Slowly land on the ground. Then on board, a ladder appeared. Several agents, with the emblem of the unusual Asylum Society on their chests, descended from the ladder. Moreover, the appearance of these people. It's exactly the same. It's like a human clone. Come with us, 053. The leading one came to Abby's body and bowed his head. Abby nodded without resisting. Just like that, Abby followed behind them. Wait a minute. A vice-admiral shouted. Hearing his words, many agents stopped and turned their heads. Who the hell are you? Vice-admiral questioned. We are the Abnormal Containment Society, responsible for containing abnormal containment objects around the world and protecting you. After leaving this sentence, many agents left the place with Abby. Boom. There was a roar. The ship disappeared from the sight of many navies. Facing the departing Abby, he and the abnormal shelter will wait for others. Even at the scene, there were 4 vice-admirals. As well as hundreds of naval elites. But no one dared to stop it. New World, some sea. On the Moby Dick. So simple, did you take this Grim Reaper away? Marco couldn't help but gasp. Will abnormal containment be? What a not simple organization. Whitebeard took a sip of wine, and his expression was quite solemn. Even if he, as the Sea Emperor of the New World. A legend within a legend, the strongest man in the world. Well informed, experienced countless winds and waves. But today, he was really shocked by what he saw and heard in the Chambord Islands. Abby, this little girl who looks only 3 years old. It's like a bug that has befallen this world. Like the Grim Reaper. The level of danger made even Whitebeard's heart tremble. Because, he thought, if it is even a Feilu stone, it can't suppress Abby's ability. Is that possible? Even if it is domineering power, can't be restrained, Abby's ability to make people lose their minds? If that's the case, this sea, any force gets Abby. At the cost of losing some. Dress up Abby in disguise. Then send it to the world government. Let countless Draco kill each other. Or, send it to a certain 4 emperors' force. Let the Sea Emperor lose his mind and attack Abby himself. After that, it will lead to your own death. Such consequences. Just thinking about it, Whitebeard feels numb in his scalp. And now, Abby is such a dangerous person. He was taken away by the Abnormal Containment Society. If it is an abnormal containment meeting, if there is a different heart. Without a doubt, this sea. It will be chaotic to the extreme because of Abby's existence. Baista suddenly thought of something, and said in a frightened tone, Dad, I remember, the projection screen seems to have mentioned that this is the 20th abnormal containment, and after this, there should be 19. What? What they? Monsters like this, and 19? Jaws said with a pale face in fright. This sea is going to be chaotic. Whitebeard said with a serious expression. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Boom. Sengoku slammed the table and said angrily, Damn, the Navy of the Chambord Islands, what are you eating? You actually look at it like this so-called abnormal containment will take that little girl away. Because Abby's ability to influence. They lost hundreds of naval elites, a vice admiral. Even, a Draco died. In the end, they haven't managed to take Abby down. Sengoku can already expect it. He will definitely be scolded to death by the 5 old stars. This can't be blamed on them, Sengoku, we know too little about the Abnormal Containment Society, and their ability to contain a monster like Abby is enough to prove how difficult their force is. Tsuru shook his head slightly and said his opinion. The Abnormal Asylum Association is an organization that appeared out of thin air today. They know too little about this organization. So, don't act rashly. Tsuru thinks that it is correct. At this moment, outside the conference room, a naval admiral rushed in and shouted, Report to the Marshal of the Warring States, General Barusalino has arrived in the Chambord Islands. How, caught up with that ship? Sengoku asked. No, General Barusalino said that the ship was moving fast, he did not catch up, he lost it. What a joke! Barusalino, that bastard, eats shining fruit, and can't even catch up with a ship? Sengoku said angrily. Sparkling fruit, so to speak, is in this world one of the fastest moving devil fruits. The result? A ship can't catch up? Isn't this a joke? Barusalino, that bastard, is he lazy? Chi-Inu snorted coldly. Tell that bastard Barusalino that you can't catch up with that ship, your salary will be deducted for 3 months, and don't think about going back to headquarters. Sengoku commanded. He couldn't believe that he would not be able to catch up with a ship at the speed of a yellow ape. He was sure that the yellow ape was definitely lazy. Lazy, hey? Case. If you can't catch up, don't think about stepping into the headquarters of the Navy for half a step. Don't want a salary. Chapter 9. Meanwhile, East China Sea, some island. Ding, congratulations to the host, Abnormal Containment Abby containment is successful. Ding, congratulations to the host, get a spread value of 10 million. Ding, congratulations to the host, get the high level 3 color domineering. Ding, congratulations to the host, 2000 C-level agents and 1000 D-level personnel have been obtained. Hear the voice in your head. The corners of Lore's mouth couldn't help but smile. When the system activation is successful, Lore was rewarded with a base, plus 3000 C-level agents and 2000 D-class agents. Abby, the abnormal containment, was naturally sent out by him to shelter. Because, after successful admission, you will be rewarded. And now, the reward for successful containment. Sure enough, it didn't disappoint him. While Lore is rewarded. Projection on a light curtain refracted by a telephone worm. Once again, new fonts appeared. Inventory of the top 20 abnormal containments. 19th place, SCP-035 occupies the mask. New World, some see. On the Moby Dick. Daddy, coming, a new anomaly containment is coming. Jaws shouted. Sure enough, there are 20. The first one is so dangerous, and I don't know what the remaining 19 will look like. Marco said inwardly. Although they are the Whitebeard regiment, strong for the 4 emperors of the New World. But the ability of abnormal containment is really too weird. Strange, scary, dangerous. Can make their 4 royal groups feel threatened. Marco, gather your sons and let them stay safely in the place where they are guarding during this time. I always feel that the sea will be chaotic next. Whitebeard's gaze sank, and then ordered. No one knows what will happen next. Will it be more perverted than the other? He was keenly aware of the danger. Therefore, during this time, it must be stable. Do not go out and cause trouble. I see, Daddy. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Marco did not hesitate. Call quickly, all the captains of the Fan. And 42 subsidiary ships under the banner of the Whitebeard Regiment. Warn them. Do not go out during this time. Wano Country, Oni Island. Giggle. It's funny, are there 19 left? Kaido laughed. He is a man who fears that the world will not be chaotic. So, there were 19 more anomalous containments. It will descend on this sea. He was naturally excited. Because he knows. This so-called anomalous containment absolutely upset the balance of this sea. Occupy the mask? Just listening to the name, it seems to be just a mask, and such an abnormal containment does not seem to be dangerous. Jack said. Stupid Jack, you saw an abnormal containment Abby, just a 3-year-old child, just by looking at her appearance, do you think she is dangerous? Quinn cursed. Abby, outwardly just a 3-year-old. I'm afraid that anyone who sees this will not think that she is dangerous. But what? Her ability is exaggerated to the extreme. Immortality, ignoring the curse of the sea, can affect people's emotions and make them lose their minds. Don't underestimate this anomalous containment, although it may be just a mask, he is definitely quite dangerous. Ember agreed. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. New anomalous containment, is it coming? It should still be in the Chambord Islands. Kuzan, you go to the Chambord Islands and bring that mask back. Sengoku ordered. Due to the previous anomalous containment Abby, it appeared in the Chambord Islands. So, Sengoku thinks. This time, the abnormal containment will still appear here. Baru Salino, isn't that guy in the Chambord Islands? The pheasant scratched his head. At this moment, a naval admiral walked in, first saluted, and then reported, Report Marshal of the Warring States, according to the latest report of General Baru Salino, he has now chased that ship and reached the New World. But didn't get any leads. To the New World. The green pheasant was slightly stunned. Boy! Arriving in the New World so soon? Sure enough, just mention the deduction of wages. The speed of the yellow ape is the fastest in the entire pirate world. Damn, isn't that fast? To reach the New World in such a short time, how can you not even catch up with a boat? Could it be that the flying ship is faster than light? Sengoku scolded. At the same time that the voice of the Sengoku fell, the fonts on the projection screen also continue to emerge. Abnormal containment occupy the mask. Project level, Keter. Anomaly containment occupies a mask that looks like a comedy mask, but in some cases, the expression turns into tragedy. According to many experiments, the raw material of the mask is white porcelain. Great shipping routes, certain seas. Straw hat on board. I feel that if you just look at the description, this mask, it seems that it will only change the appearance, there is nothing dangerous. Usopp said. Is this just a mere mask? Chopper said. No, it's not that simple, the words of the projection screen are not finished. Zoro shook his head. The last time Abby was described, it was like that. First introduced, she is an abnormal containment. Then began to introduce her appearance. After that, it is time to introduce his abilities. Sure enough, as Zoro's voice fell on the screen, again came the sound, followed by the font. Occupy the mask will continuously secrete an unknown liquid that is corrosive to everything from the corners of the mouth and eyes, and the strength is much higher than that of sulfuric acid. It is extremely intelligent and demagogic, and anyone who looks directly at the person who occupies the mask will have an urge to put it on their face. At the same time, it has been established that SCP-035 possesses psychic stress, and whether it occupies the host or not, it can probe into the subconscious of anyone around it, to steal memories. Any object, humans wear it on their faces, will instantly lose their lives, and their bodies will gradually corrode. Chapter 10. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Will you die if you wear it? Sounds dangerous. Carp said while eating senbei. Nope. Not dangerous, this is not dangerous at all, in fact, compared to the previous abnormal containment, this is not dangerous, because it needs to be worn to cause death. Sengoku shook his head. Last anomalous containment Abby. As long as there is eye contact, physical contact, or staying by her side for more than 10 minutes, she will lose her mind and eventually die. Compared to Abby, occupy the mask. It doesn't seem to be very dangerous. The last abnormal containment level was Euclid, although I don't know what this level means, but it seems that Euclid's level is higher than Keter. Tsuru agreed. Abby's rank is Euclid. And the rank that occupies the mask is Keter. Judging by the description of both. Obviously Abby's danger level, on top of the mask. However, regardless of whether this anomalous containment is more dangerous than the previous one, our Navy must recycle it. As long as we get this mask, maybe we can find out what kind of organization the Anomalous Containment Association is. Chi Inu said with a serious expression. Presently, their Navy's intelligence gathering on the organization of the Abnormal Containment Society is 0. They don't have the slightest clue about this organization. It is not known how this organization is run. Meantime, I don't know what the purpose of this organization is. And if it is, if you can successfully get the occupancy mask, maybe can get a little clue. At present, that Kuzan is already in the Chambord Islands, and with him, this mask will definitely be obtained by our Navy. Sengoku nodded. The Yellow Ape has gone to the New World to investigate and track the ship that flew away. And the Green Pheasant, which has now been photographed in the Chambord Islands, waiting to occupy the mask, appeared. New World, some sea. Red Firth. A mask with intelligence will induce people to wear it, and once it is put on, it will die. Compared to the previous abnormal containment, this containment is not very powerful. Jesus preached. I thought that the higher the ranking abnormal containment, the more powerful, but it seems that this is not the case. Rakairu agreed. Although from the description, occupying the mask is indeed not as powerful as the previous abnormal containment Abby, but since he can be called an abnormal containment, his danger cannot be ignored. Beckman said with a serious look. I'm really curious, what kind of organization is this abnormal containment association? What kind of purpose do they have when they appear in this sea? Do they really want to protect us humans? Or maybe you want to upset the balance of this sea? The redhead's brows frowned slightly, and his expression was quite solemn. Abby's presence is enough to upset the balance of this sea. This time the occupancy mask, or not enough to have such power. Still, he couldn't figure it out. What do you want to do in this sea? What is the purpose of their existence, and what is it? Look, head, there's a picture on the screen. Locksta suddenly pointed to the screen. Hearing his words, everyone looked up at the screen. I saw the picture displayed on the screen. Not the Chambord Islands. It's some kind of island. Damn, it's really a headache to be chased and killed by the Navy all the time. Monka wrung out his soaked clothes and said with a gloomy expression. He was originally a captain in the Navy, after being defeated by Luffy. He should have been taken to prison. But he managed to escape from Carp. However, after escaping, he was. It's not good. Because, the Navy has been chasing him. The reason why he appeared on this island. Precisely because, jumping into the sea, escaped the pursuit of the Navy. How long will such a day last? Obviously not long ago I was a naval colonel who ruled the entire island. Monka sighed. Think back to who I used to be, what a scenery. Rule the entire island. Do whatever you want. No one dared to resist. No one dared to disobey his orders. But everything, it's because of Luffy. Luffy. That abominable Luffy. It was he who shattered my dreams with his own eyes. The more he thought about it, the more angry Monka became. Do you want revenge? At this moment, a voice suddenly entered Monka's ears. Who is it? Navy? Monka's pupils shrank, he turned his head sharply, and looked around warily. But after glancing around, he didn't find anyone there. Have you been too nervous lately? Did you hear you wrong? Monka scratched his head. Nope. You heard me right, I was talking to you. Hearing the voice come again, Monka couldn't help but look at him. Placed on the beach behind me. I saw that there was a mask on the ground. The expression presented by the mask is exactly tragedy. Masks? Is it the mask talking? Monka was taken aback. That's right, I'm talking to you, I feel it, feel your anger, you really want revenge, right, you want to take revenge on that Luffy who destroyed his good life, right? I can help you, put me on your face, I can help you kill Luffy. Occupy the mask temptation. It is now, though not hanging on Monka's face. But don't forget that it can invade anyone's subconscious. Just now, he invaded Monka's subconscious. Got it, some of his past. Knowing that he was full of killing intent for Luffy. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Luffy? He wants to kill Luffy? Carp sat up abruptly. Although, Luffy is a pirate. But don't forget, how about Luffy? It's all his grandson. Nowadays, hear about this anomalous containment. Said to help Monka kill Luffy. Carp is naturally not calm. Damn, I thought that this abnormal containment would appear in the Chambord Islands like the last time, but I didn't expect it to appear elsewhere. Troublesome. Sengoku said with some headache. If you occupy the mask, it appears in the Chambord Islands. With the strength of the pheasant. Taking it back is a breeze. But unexpectedly, it was not there. Instead, he appeared beside Monka. This also means it's especially difficult for them to get it back. Chapter 11. If I'm not mistaken, this island is Gryphon Island in the East China Sea, because the color of the beach sand grains is blue. This is because a merchant once accidentally sprinkled highly covering and contaminating pigments on the coast because of the merchant ship's rollover, resulting in the color of the sand grains being blue all year round, and the sand grains that subsequently fell on the coast were all stained blue. Tsuru analyzed. The pirate world is extremely extensive. There are all kinds of strange animals, as well as special items. It has such a pigment that is insoluble in water and highly contaminated. Not surprisingly. Gryphon Island in the East Sea? I'll go and bring that weird mask back. Carp volunteered. Okay, Carp, I know you're worried about your grandson dying at his hands, but the East China Sea is far from here, and you can't find him now. Sengoku said slowly. They are currently in the middle of the Great Route. If you want to reach the East China Sea, it will take at least a few days. At that time, occupying the mask may have long occupied Monka and left. So what to do? Carp said a little anxiously. Sengoku did not respond. Instead, he asked the admiral which navy was currently in the East China Sea. Finally get the result. Currently in the East China Sea. They are Ghost Spider, Burning Mountain, Squirrel, Doberman, and Storobery. These 5 people are all vice admirals of their naval headquarters. And not an average lieutenant general. He is a top lieutenant general. In the headquarters of the navy where the strong are like clouds. The strength and status of these 4 people. Only under the alternate generals Peach Rabbit, T Dolphin, and General. Launch the Demon Slaughter Order. Sengoku ordered. 2. Demon Slayer Order? The admiral was directly stunned. What is the Demon Slayer Order? It was made up of 5 vice admirals of the navy headquarters, carrying 10 naval warships. Thousands of naval elites. To an island. Instruction of the highest specification for delivering devastating blows. The issuance of the Demon Slaughter Order. Usually to deal with sea pirates. Or the destruction of the country. And now. Just to deal with the occupant mask. Directly give the Demon Slaughter Order? Isn't that a joke? If the Demon Slaughter Order is issued, that strange mask will also be shattered, and then there will be no way to investigate the abnormal containment association on it. Tsuru hesitated. No, this mask, it will definitely not be shattered. I have a hunch, Crane, this thing may be less threatening than the previous abnormal containment, but it is definitely not a simple thing. Sengoku said with a serious expression. I see. Tsuru didn't say much when he heard this. In this way, the warring states called 5 lieutenant generals in the East China Sea. Let them start the specifications of the Demon Slaughter Order. Travel to Gryphon Island in the East China Sea. New World, some sea. Red Firth. It's not good, this weird mask, I want to kill Luffy. Jesus said in a panic. Their relationship with Luffy is very good. And Redhead. In order to save Luffy. He lost an arm. Passed on his straw hat to Luffy as well. It's not worth worrying about, although this mask is indeed very weird, but what if he occupies the body of a branch colonel? Don't forget, now Luffy that guy is a pirate with a bounty of 300 million Baileys. Beckman lit a cigarette and said calmly. The strength of the branch colonel and the headquarters colonel is very different. Monka's strength is so weak. Even if it is 10 times stronger. It is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of the 300 million bounty criminals. Abnormal containment? Although it is dangerous, I am still at ease with Luffy's strength. The redhead said with a shallow smile. Luffy is someone he values. It only took a few months to appear. The bounty reached a staggering 300 million Baileys. This is enough to prove how strong Luffy's strength is now. Occupying a mask is dangerous. It is difficult to occupy, after occupying Monka's body. Will he have the strength to defeat Luffy? This, the redhead obviously did not believe. East Sea, Gryphon Island. You say, can you help me get revenge? Monka asked suspiciously. Yes, put me on your face and I will help you avenge. Occupy the mask replied. You shouldn't help me for no reason, what price do I have to pay? What would happen to me if I put you on my face? Monka asked. Although listening to Occupy the Mask, that quite tempting words. Monka was very impressed. Even, already impatient. I want to put it on my face. But he still maintained a trace of sanity. He wondered. If only he really put on a mask of occupancy. What price do you have to pay? You are a smart person, indeed, I will not help you for no reason, you only need to pay a year of life. Occupy the Mask Road. It is clear. If you say it yourself. Monka doesn't have to pay a price. The other party must not believe it. After all, there will be no good things in the world that drop the pie for nothing. A year lifespan? I refuse. Monka shook his head. Refuse. Occupy the Mask dumbfounded. Is a year a long life? Not long. It only costs 1 year of life. You can take revenge on those who have destroyed their good life. Is this a big price? It's not big. Could it be that it is possible to guess that the price paid is not a year? Will it die? This scene also immediately aroused heated discussions around the world. Did you actually refuse? Hey, this Monka is a bit difficult. If it were me, without knowing how to occupy the mask, I learned that I only needed to pay a year of life to take revenge on the enemy, I would definitely agree without hesitation, but this Monka actually refused. Although this guy looks 5 big and 3 thick and looks stupid, he is actually a smart person. Since Monka refuses, there is no way to occupy someone else's body by occupying a mask, because it is just a mask and does not move. It seems that this abnormal containment will not endanger the sea, you can rest assured. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Ha ha ha. Refused? This guy's concentration is quite good. Carp laughed. Let's be honest, even across the screen. Listen to the words of occupying the mask. He had an inexplicable urge to put it on his face. And Monka, as a close encounter occupies the mask. It is even more tempting to occupy the mask to avenge him. Stay strong and unmoved. This makes Carp have to admire Carp, you idiot still says. If you hadn't let Monka escape when you escorted him, otherwise we would have easily brought the mask back without anyone on the island. Sengoku scolded. Sorry, I was so sleepy. Carp scratched his head awkwardly. He was responsible for escorting Monka. But because it was too sleepy, he slashed and fled. It seems that sending out the devil-slaying order is superfluous. Tsuru said calmly. Now, Monka also refuses the temptation to occupy the mask. If nothing else, Monka will abandon his occupancy mask on the island. At this time, they sent 5 lieutenant generals. You can easily bring this mask back. Gryphon Island. Why refuse? Occupy Mask asked suspiciously. Half a year. What half a year? Take half a year's life and help me take revenge. Monka bargained. Monka was at the Shelltown naval base. It has always been the one who is superior and rules the entire island. It's used to being high. So, he hated when someone talked to him about terms or something. But the temptation to take revenge on him with the mask is too great. Therefore, he wanted to negotiate terms with it from the identity of the superior person. It takes only half a year of life. Occupy the mask numb. He would never have thought of it. Monka's reason for refusal. It turned out to be to negotiate terms with him with a lifespan of half a year. Okay. Half a year is half a year. Occupying the mask said in pain. Anyway, if you put me in my face, you will die. Why so much nonsense? Chapter 12. Hear the answer that occupies the mask. A smile appeared at the corner of Monka's mouth. He thought that he had taken advantage and sacrificed half a year's life. Without hesitation, he put the occupation mask on his face. In the next instant, Monka's life directly dissipated, and his consciousness directly returned to zero. This scene. It is also silly for people all over the world. Show me I thought Monka was a smart person, but I didn't expect it. Is this guy an idiot? Go and talk to Occupant Mask about terms? He estimated that before he died, he thought that he had taken advantage of it, but what he didn't expect was that after occupying the mask and putting it on his face, what he needed to sacrifice was not life, but life. Damn, I thought that this abnormal containment would not bring disaster to this sea, but I didn't expect that disaster would still befall this sea. No, it's not so scary, because Monka is only a colonel of the naval branch, his strength is not strong, so occupying the mask, even if it occupies his body, the strength will not be very strong. That's right, compared to the last abnormal containment, the threat of occupying the mask is obviously not great. Great shipping routes, certain seas. Straw Hat on board. Oops, Luffy, that weird mask occupies Monka's body, it's coming after you. Koiba shouted in horror. It's over, we're being targeted by abnormal containment. Usopp was equally afraid. You two are probably too useless, but it's just a weird mask, what is there to be afraid of? Sanji lit a cigarette and let out a puff of smoke. No matter what, Luffy is now also a pirate of 300 million Baileys. Looking at the whole world, he can also be regarded as a famous pirate. Could it be, are you afraid of a mask that occupies Monka's body? Hee hee. It seems to be funny, if you can, I really want to try this weird mask. Luffy said with a relaxed smile. If he does, I'll kill it. Zoro folded his arms over his chest and said calmly. Say. It is also said that this strange mask, although it is an abnormal containment, the strength of our pirate group is not weak, if it dares to come, we may not be its opponent. Nami suppressed the fear in her heart and agreed. Although occupying the mask, because it is the reason for the abnormal containment. Nami was a little scared, its harmfulness. But think about it. Their Straw Hat regiment is not weak. Luffy offered a bounty of 300 million Baileys. Zoro's current bounty has also reached 120 million Bailey. 2 bounty criminals on board with a bounty of more than 100 million. Is it really necessary to be afraid of a mask? East Sea, Gryphon Island. This body, in the end, is still too weak, I feel that it will be corroded before it is exhausted. Occupy the mask. Glancing at the body of Monka that he occupied, he said with some disappointment. The body occupied by it will decay at high speed in a short time. However, if the victim's physical strength is high, the rate of corruption will be slow. But alas! Monka's body is not strong. Therefore, there is no way to survive its corrosion for long. Wait, that Lieutenant General Carp has a very good body, he was slashed, there was nothing at all, and he was still sleeping. If I can occupy his body, it can allow me to maintain my human form for a long time. Occupy the mask, before occupying Monka's body. Although it is possible to dive into the subconscious of Monka. However, not all the information is known. And now, after successfully occupying Monka's body, all of Monka's experiences, past and memories are all known to it. And it. Also on top of memory. I saw Cap's terrifying physique. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Does this weird mask still want to occupy my body? Carp frowned slightly. Although this mask is very weird, it is completely delusional to want to occupy your body. Sengoku snorted coldly. Carp, but the hero of their naval headquarters. He has an extremely firm position. So. Sengoku believes that Carp does meet even if he does meet the occupant mask. And certainly not to be seduced by him. Ha ha ha. The old man also thinks so, the old man is not a fool, he already knows that if he wears it on his face, he will die, how can he choose to let it occupy the body? Carp laughed. The ability to occupy the mask has long been exposed by the screen. Now, except for a small group of people. Everyone else already knows. Occupy the mask, able to demagoguery. Wear it and die. In this case, who would choose to wear it on their face? Isn't this fool? Chapter 13. East Sea, Gryphon Island. On the sea. Suddenly, a shadow of black pressure appeared. Take a closer look. It was found that there were a total of 10 naval warships. It is heading towards the island. And stood on the 5 naval warships at the lead. They were 5 vice-admirals from the headquarters of the Navy. Ghost Spider, Mole, Doberman, Burning Mountain, Storoberi. The order of the Marshal of the Warring States has been given. Let's deliver a devastating blow to this island and recover that weird mask. The Ghost Spider crossed his hands in front of his chest. Fire! Burning Mountain shouted. As his voice fell, 10 naval warships, firing shells in unison. Countless shells covered the sky. The dense shells continued to fall like raindrops. The warship that launched the Demon Slaughter Order. All of them are top-level warships of the Navy headquarters. Possessed, stored with a large number of shells. And the power of the shells is also extremely devastating. This scene also directly made people all over the world stupid. Is the Navy crazy? Deal with the Occupy mask who occupies the body of Colonel Monka of the Naval Branch, and directly launch the Demon Slaughter Order? Hey, just kidding, this is really a Demon Slaughter Order. This is the highest standard directive that can destroy a country's navy. It's crazy, isn't the Navy a bit of a fuss? Maybe it's because they saw the threat of the previous abnormal containment, so they think that this abnormal containment is also particularly dangerous. But in the end, no matter how strong it is to occupy the mask, after all, he only occupies the body of a naval Colonel Monka, and under this blow that is enough to destroy the country, it will be bombarded into slag. It seems that this time the occupation of the mask, there is no way to endanger the sea. I am relieved. The demon-slaying order is exactly what makes countless people fear. Naval military operations. No one thought of it. Just to deal with occupying masks. To launch such a specification of the command. Straw hat on the ball. 2. Demon Slaughter Order? Usopp was taken aback. Unexpectedly, I actually launched the Devil Slaughter Order. Robin said with a look of panic. At that time, his country, O'Hara. It is destroyed under the Demon Slaughter Order. Therefore, she had a great psychological impression of the Demon Slaying Order. It seems that this occupying mask will be eliminated by the Navy, and we will not have to be hunted down by it. Nami couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's a pity, I still want to see the power of this mask. Luffy regretted. East Sea, Gryphon Island. The Demon Slayer ordered a half-hour shell bombardment of the island. Under this devastating blow that is enough to destroy a country. The whole of Gryphon Island. As far as the eye can see, there is not a single tree standing. Countless beasts, all died tragically. The ground is potholed and there is not a complete piece of ground. On the island, the black smoke filled with the smell of gunpowder cannot be eaten. Landing on the island, recycling the mask. The Ghost Spider shouted. It's been banging for half an hour. He expected that Monka's body had been blasted into powder. As his voice fell. 5 vice-admirals, plus 1,000 naval elites. Start landing on the island. At this moment, in the black smoke that covered the sky, a voice said, I said, you guys are too much, without saying a word, bombarded me for half an hour. As the sound falls, I saw Monka appear in everyone's sight. No. Occupy a mask to be exact. As you can see, he is covered in injuries. But it did not fall. Didn't. Not dead? The Ghost Spider's pupils shrank, a ghost look. How could it be? Doberman was equally taken aback. They're against the islands. It took half an hour of shell bombardment. Occupy the mask, this is not dead? Seeing that the occupancy mask did not fall, The whole world is stupid. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Just kidding, it's all alive. Sengoku's face changed drastically. It seems that this so-called occupying mask, after occupying other people's bodies, will make incredible enhancements to his body. The crane said with a solemn expression. Not to mention that with Monka's physique, he was bombarded by the demon slaughter order for half an hour and did not die. Even if it is to make the top vice admirals of the Navy. After being bombarded for half an hour, there is no slag left. Fortunately, it only occupies the body of a branch colonel. If it is allowed to occupy the body of a strong person, the consequences will be unimaginable. Sengoku gasped. At first, they thought of occupying the threat level of the mask. It's lower than Abi's. But now it seems its threat level is no less low. Abnormal containment, worthy of being abnormal containment. However, even if he doesn't die, he is already at the end of the strong crossbow, and he won't last long. Carp said calmly. He was bombarded by the demon slaughter order for half an hour and did not die. It really surprised them. But 5 vice admirals of the Navy, plus 1,000 naval elites. Can't you take it down? Chapter 14. East Sea, Gryphon Island. Go together, kill him, bring the mask back. From his brief shock, the ghost spider came back to his senses and shouted. As his voice fell, Doberman, Burning Cloud, Squirrel, Stolberg, and 4 other lieutenant generals follow behind him. Chi brushed towards the occupying mask. At the same time, thousands of elite soldiers of the Navy. At the same time, he also held his weapon and rushed towards the occupancy mask. Although this body can't support it for long, it's still easy to kill you. Looking at the vast army rushing towards him, occupying the mask, it appears unusually calm. I saw it manipulating Monka's body and holding a giant axe. Without retreating, he advanced towards the 5 lieutenant generals. Ugh! It held a giant axe and slashed down. Dang! The ghost spider in the front quickly drew a knife to resist. But in the next second, there was a terrifying strange force. Self-occupied mask body presented. That domineering power was like a giant mountain covering the ghost spider. Oh! A sound of metal rubbing came. I saw that the blade in the hand of the ghost spider was directly split out. What? See your own blade, fall off from your hand. The ghost spider's pupils contracted violently, and he was directly dumbfounded at the scene. You know, as a top vice admiral in the Navy headquarters. With good swordsmanship, he can also be regarded as a well-known sword master in the headquarters of the Navy. And now, his swordsmanship. It was actually broken by the mask of occupation with brute force. Ugh! While he was stunned, occupying the mask and holding the giant axe slashed down again. Poof! The body of the ghost spider was directly split in half. Countless blood sprayed out. The ghost spider's broken body fell straight to the ground. Blood stained the earth, organs scattered all over the ground. This scene directly let Doberman, Burning Cloud, Stolberg, Squirrel, including thousands of elite naval soldiers, in place. Death. He's dead? Looking at the corpse of the ghost spider that fell to the ground, Doberman swallowed in horror. As a vice admiral of the headquarters of the Navy, he knows best how strong the ghost spider is. But it is such a strong person. In front of the occupation, he didn't even survive a blow. It was directly split in half. Straw Hat Pirates. 2. It's so strong. Nami's face changed drastically. That's the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, who was directly killed in seconds. Usopp said with a look of disbelief. What kind of monster is this? Koiba said in horror. After being bombarded by the demon slaughter order for half an hour, even if it doesn't die, its body should have been overwhelmed for a long time, but even so, it still has such a powerful power. Robin broke out in a cold sweat. As a victim of O'Hara, she is better than anyone on board. Everyone understands how terrifying the demon-slaying order really is. But occupying the mask, he was bombarded by the demon slaughter order for half an hour. If you don't die, forget it. How can such incredible power erupt? This. Is it an abnormal containment? It's terrifying. Hey, it's good that this guy is not on the Great Route, otherwise if he is found by it, it will be a big trouble. Sanji's hand holding the cigarette was trembling slightly. In the beginning. See Monka make a deal with the occupancy mask. Say what? Possessing the mask can help Monka kill Luffy. They at that time. Still full of disdain. Think, occupy the mask. Even if it occupies Monka's body? Their Straw Hat Regiment has long been not the original Straw Hat Regiment. They have endured countless battles to the death. It has long been reborn. Do you still need to be afraid of one, the Monka who is occupied by the body? But now. See the terrifying power displayed by occupying the mask. Sanji was scared and felt fear. Now I couldn't help but start to rejoice. Fortunately, they are on the Great Route. It is far from occupying the mask. Fortunately, occupying the mask was stopped by the Navy. Otherwise, if you occupy the mask, you really find them. With his combat power of a top lieutenant general with one sword. Their whole Straw Hats regiment. Who can compete with it? No. Apparently no one can do such a thing. They Straw Hat Regiment, facing such monsters. Most likely, it will be destroyed by the regiment. East Sea, Gryphon Island. What's wrong with you, why are you stunned? Occupy Mask asked. This guy is a complete monster. How can we defeat him? Yes, do you want to escape? Occupy the mask, the power displayed. It's so scary, weird. He was bombarded for half an hour and did not die, and then he slashed the lieutenant general. Such strength. It has completely exceeded their imagination. Say not afraid, that's impossible. Run away? Are you kidding? But we are a righteous navy, we want to protect this sea, how can we escape? If we allow such a monster to descend on the sea, what a great disaster it will bring to this sea, don't you know? Together, he must be the end of the strong crossbow now, and he won't last long. Burning Cloud shouted. Hear his words. Numerous navies hesitated briefly. Then make up your mind. Rushed towards the occupancy mask again. Chapter 15. Really, I really occupy a troublesome body. Occupying the mask stall, the hand said calmly. In the face of the navy rushing again. It remains unafraid. Armed with a giant axe, he greeted everyone. It's like a god of war. Surrounded by thousands of navies. Kill 7 in and 7 out. Each time, the giant axe fell. All with it, the fall of countless navies. Ugh! Another slash, terrifying force. It seems to be able to run through heaven and earth. The carrier destroys the power of decay. Poof! He slashed out with an axe, and Vice Admiral Burning Mountain was split in half on the spot. Directly killed. Burning Mountain. Lieutenant General Burning Mountain. Another Vice Admiral died tragically. The atmosphere of the scene was depressed to the extreme. Countless navies, at the moment against occupying masks. Full of fear. I couldn't stop shaking. The navy of this world is really weak. Occupy the mask said indifferently. If it weren't for the Monka body it occupies. It's too weak. Let it not exert too much power. And if so, change to a slightly stronger body. Why did he struggle with this group of navies? Directly one move full seconds. Can't retreat, we are the navy that guards the justice of this world. If even we fall, who will protect the world? Doberman shouted. He is now, for occupying the mask. It's also terrifying. But he knows. Can't go back. Can't let such dangerous monsters get out of here. Once let it step into the sea, it will bring disaster to the sea. Let's go together. The squirrel shouted. As his voice fell, the crowd once again summoned up their courage. Towards occupying the mask, a new round of attacks was launched. But their offense doomed to be in vain. Because even if it only occupies the body of a branch kernel, occupy the strength of the mask, it's not at all comparable to them. Fight, but for a moment. You can see. Thousands of naval elites have been slaughtered by him. Not only that. Lieutenant General Stolberg, Lieutenant General Squirrel. These two top vice admirals of the naval headquarters also died under his knife. At the scene, only Doberman is still alive. Yes. The Demon Slayer order fleet launched by the Navy. After a one-sided slaughter that occupies the mask. Now only one lieutenant general is still alive. Bodies everywhere, blood has stained the sea red. As far as the eye can see, it is like hell on earth. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. This guy. Rao is a big nerve carp. Look at the scene in front of you. I couldn't help but tremble. They did not expect to occupy the strength of the mask. It turned out to be so powerful. The demon-slaying order, has it actually been destroyed? Destroyed by a man? Sengoku said in disbelief. Although ahead, seeing the occupation of masks. The ghost spider lieutenant general. The strength shocked him. But when he saw the entire Demon Slayer order fleet occupied by mask, unilaterally slaughtered to the point that only one lieutenant general remained. I still couldn't help it, and I was shocked again. Too strong. The strength of occupying the mask is too strong. Powerful. More than all of them could have imagined. I thought that sending out the demon-slaying order fleet was a bit of a fuss, but now it seems that we underestimated his strength. This guy is an abnormal containment. Tsuru gasped. At the beginning, when Sengoku said that he would launch a demon slaughter order. In her opinion, this is somewhat of a fuss. But because of the persistence of the warring states, she also agreed to send out the demon slaughter order. She had thought. The demon slayer ordered the fleet to move. As long as you don't face the general-level powerhouse, they will never be defeated. Want to take the next one? The occupancy mask that occupies Monka's body. Isn't it still a breeze? But I didn't expect it. It ended like this. Monsters like this, there are 18, left, Chi-Inu reminded with a solemn expression. Hearing his words, Sengoku was stunned at first. Then he sat down on the chair with an incomparable headache and said, "Damn, this sea is going to riot without restraint." How scary Abby was, they saw it. How strong the occupation is, they have now seen it. And after that, there are also 18 abnormal containments. Sengoku can already expect it. This sea is going to be a big mess. East Sea, Gryphon Island. Body, it won't last long. Occupy the mask muttered. Monka's body is too weak. After experiencing the baptism of artillery fire, and entangled with this group of strong people, plus when it itself possesses other people, it will constantly corrode its body. Now, Monka's body. It has been corroded and dilapidated. You monster! Doberman roared. Looking at the corpses everywhere, his heart was terrified and terrified. But when I think of it, my comrade in arms for many years, all died in front of their own eyes. Anger takes over or fear. I said, you seem to be full of hatred for pirates, right? Occupying the mask did not continue to shoot. Instead, he looked at Dogman and said calmly, Monka's body can no longer be used. He wanted to take possession of Doberman. That's why he didn't kill him. And just now, It invaded Doberman's subconscious. Knowing each other, it is a hawk of the navy. For pirates, it is deeply hated. I want to become a tough man like Akainu. Chapter 16. Idiot, if you want to kill me, just do it as soon as possible. Do you think I don't know? Once I have withstood your temptation and put you on my face, I will die directly. Dogman sneered. Ordered in the Sengoku. When the demon slaughter order was launched on this island, they have already been admonished. I know about occupying masks. So he is clear at the moment. Occupying the mask, it was staring at his body. Occupy the mask did not respond, but said to himself. Don't you want all the pirates in the world to be wiped out? But it's a pity that your navy can't do this kind of thing, because the power of pirates is too strong. Your navy can't take them, but I have a way, I can slaughter the pirates of the whole world. Shut up, I won't be tempted by you. Doberman roared. Are you sure you don't think about it? As you have seen, I only occupy a branch colonel, and I have the combat power to destroy your demon slaughter fleet. Let me occupy your body, I can help you destroy the pirates of the world and restore peace to this world. You also know very well that you are also dying, so why not make a little contribution to the sea before you die? Aren't you trying to destroy the pirates? Why don't you cherish the opportunity in front of you now? Occupying the mask said slowly. Hear the words of occupying the mask. Doberman, lost in thought. Indeed. Whether he agrees or not, occupy the conditions of the mask. He had to die. Well, why not before death? Let occupy the mask and occupy your own body. What about the pirates who came to wipe out this sea? Myself, I can be regarded as contributing to the sea. Seeing Doberman put on the jacket, he occupied the mask and continued to chase after the victory. Aren't you navy? Aren't you a righteous navy? Don't you want to protect the world? I can help you do it. Come on, put me on your face and I'll fulfill your dreams. Occupy the words of the mask. It's as if there's an inexplicable magic. Let Doberman be deeply touched. After hesitating for a moment, Doberman said, You promised me that you occupied my body and would deal with the pirates. Doberman. At this moment, it has been affected by the words of occupying the mask. Not taken into account. Occupying the mask is a lie. People who don't keep their promises. Of course. The words fell, and the occupying mask fell off Monka's face. Doberman stepped forward. Looking at the occupying mask, there was a brief hesitation. He then put it on his face. In the next instant, Doberman's consciousness directly dissipated. Finally occupied a good body. There is some excitement in the occupied area. Although Dogman's strength is not very strong. But at the very least, it's much better than Monka. This scene also made countless people around the world. The panic was to the extreme. It's over, he previously occupied a branch Colonel Monka, he has the combat power to destroy the Demon Slayer order alone, he now occupies the body of a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, how terrifying will his strength be? Run away, leave the East China Sea, or this monster will probably kill us all. Damn it, why didn't the Navy take it down? He actually allowed such a dangerous monster to descend on this sea. Damn Vice Admiral Doberman, doesn't he have brains? Why would you be seduced by the words that occupy the mask? No, it's that this mask is too weird, his words seem to have some kind of magic, even across the screen, I have an urge to wear it on my face. The horror of occupying the mask. Now almost everyone in the world has seen it. It has the power to seduce, induce, and manipulate people's hearts. And, the stronger the occupied flesh, the stronger it will be. Such an abnormal containment. Degree of danger. Extremely high. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. It's over, that bastard of Doberman was actually seduced by him. Sengoku said in a cold sweat. The front occupies the mask as if to say, Carp, your physical body suits his appetite, this guy. It's time to break into the headquarters of the Navy directly, come to you. Tsuru frowned and set his gaze on Carp. Front. Occupy the mask after occupying Monka's body. Just mentioned. Stared at Carp's body. At the beginning, they didn't put the occupancy mask in their eyes. Let's not talk about the strength of occupying the mask. It's how they know how the occupancy mask works. That is to occupy the mask. Want to occupy one's body. It is necessary to let the other party take the initiative to put the mask on the face. And Carp, as the hero of their naval headquarters. The position of justice is absolutely firm. So, even if it was to let Carp meet with the occupancy mask. And no one will think either. Carp will actively put the mask on his face. But now, they realized the ability to seduce language that occupies the mask. The power to manipulate people's hearts is extremely terrifying. If you really let the occupant mask find Carp, no one can guarantee it. Carp. In the end, will it be demagogic by the language that occupies the mask? And go and take the initiative to put it on. Chapter 17. Let me take a trip, Sengoku. The Red Dog volunteered. The occupancy mask that occupies Doberman's body. How strong is the current strength? No one can be sure. The most crucial point is people who are not strong-willed. Even if it can defeat the occupying mask, you will also be seduced by it. But the Red Dog is absolutely confident in his will. He firmly believes, I will definitely not be affected by the words that occupy the mask, and I will be seduced. Hear the words of the Red Dog. Sengoku fell into deep thought. He couldn't guarantee that an extremist like Akainu. In the end, will it be demagoguery from occupying the mask? Now he only understand one thing. That is the danger level of abnormal containment. It was far away, far beyond his imagination. Abby is of that kind. Monsters that cannot attack, cannot touch, cannot see, cannot kill, and can make people lose their minds. Occupying a mask belongs to that. The strength is boundless, and it is difficult to defeat. It may even be seduced by his language. Occupy the mask, just occupy the strength of Branch Colonel Monka. You can easily swipe the Demon Slaughter Order alone. He who occupied Doberman. Strength, already unfathomable. And if you let it occupy a strong general. Hiss. Come to think of it. The warring states broke out in a cold sweat. Don't dare to think at all. Now he seems to have fallen into a dead end. He is now. Don't even know. Who the hell should be sent to face the occupancy mask? What to do to safely solve the occupying mask? The warring states were silent for a long time, and then said with a serious expression, the threat of occupying the mask is no longer something that our Navy can deal with, and I need to report this matter to the world government. Judging by the current situation, want to defeat and take down the occupancy mask. It must be a strong person of the general level. Plus, his will is extremely strong. Such a person can win. And the world government, what it does best. That is, brainwashing. They cultivated not a few extremely loyal and powerful monsters. Perhaps, with the help of the power of these people. Wano country, Oni Island. What an exaggerated strength, is this an abnormal containment? Quinn broke out in a cold sweat. Although it's just a mask, its danger level is no weaker than the last abnormal containment Abby, and even more so. Ember agreed. Giggle. Mess up, there are abnormal containments, this boring sea, finally have a little fun. Kaido said excitedly. East Sea, Gryphon Island. Kaido, the strongest creature in the world? His physical body is very interesting. Occupy the mask and probe into Bearman's memory. Learned, the existence of Kaido the 100 Beasts. Originally, his goal was to take Carp. But according to Doberman's memory, in this world, the strongest physical body should be Kaido the 100 Beasts. Go find Kaido the 100 Beasts, is it in the New World? I hope that this body can sustain me until I arrive in the New World. Occupy the mask and muttered to himself. The flesh occupied by it is corrupting all the time. However, as long as you can find the 100 Beast Kaido, occupy the mask, there is absolute certainty. Can seduce Kaido and put himself on his face. Boom! At this moment, a roar came from above. Hearing the sound, he raised his head slightly in the mask. I saw a huge ship appear in the sky. The ship is printed with the logo of the Abnormal Asylum Association. Coming? But do you want to take me away with just such a few people? Maybe it's too delusional. Occupy Mask sneered. This scene also immediately aroused heated discussions around the world. Abnormal containment meeting. It's an abnormal containment meeting. The last abnormal containment abbey was taken in by them, can they succeed this time? It can't be successful, you have also seen earlier, even if that guy only occupies the body of Branch Colonel Monka, he can single brush the Navy's high-level military Operation Demon Slaughter Order, and now the body he occupies is a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. It's over, if even the abnormal containment meeting can't contain this strange mask, what should we do? This sea will be chaotic to the extreme because of it. I can only pin my hope on them, Abnormal Containment Association, must be taken in. Didn't you claim to protect us? Isn't it the Navy that protects us all this time? But it's a pity that the Navy seems to have no way to take him, and now the only hope is indeed only them. Wano Country, Oni Island. It must be successful, abnormal containment meeting. Quinn shouted. Originally, he was also watching the excitement, and he was not afraid of the big thing. After all, it is the people of the Navy who occupy the mask all the time, regardless of their 100 Beast group. But just now, occupying the mask, he stared at Kaido's body. This made him a little worried. Hopefully, the abnormal containment will be able to successfully contain it. Otherwise it's troublesome. It's impossible to succeed, the momentum that this guy exudes now even makes me feel a trace of danger, such a monster can't be contained. Kaido gulped a bottle of fine wine and said calmly. Even across screens, he could feel it too. Occupy the dangerous aura exuded by the body. That breath made him a little uneasy. Such a strong person. How could it be contained? But Boss Kaido, if it can't be contained, it will find us. Jack worried. Giggle. I'd love to try it out. Kaido laughed. East Sea, Gryphon Island. High-altitude spaceship, slowly landing. Then he landed in front of the person occupying the mask. There was no movement on board. Occupying the mask, he did not act rashly. Rumble. At this moment, an opening suddenly opened in the center of the ship. I saw a very short man wearing a black robe and covering his face walked out. Ugh! Without hesitation, occupy the mask and hold the blade. Directly hit a tyrant Jedi slash. Cut the short man in two. It's over, 035. At the moment when the mask is occupied, the knife is out. Agents of the Abnormal Asylum Society. It also appears in the site that occupies the mask. It's over? What kind of joke, do you think you can still take me in? Occupy the mask snorted coldly. Hearing its words, the agent did not respond. And occupying the mask, at this moment, he also noticed the abnormality. It set its eyes on the short man who was cut off by it. In the next second, its pupils contracted violently and roared. Damn it! Damn it! You bastards, actually brought 053 out? You guys made me kill 053? 053, exactly the last containment abbey. Her abilities are extremely special. Whoever caused her physical harm? All will absolutely die. Even occupying a mask is no exception. Chapter 18. With the sound of occupying the mask falls, I saw that she occupied the body of Dogman. Direct heart attack. The body directly loses its vitality, as well as vitality. And the occupying mask also fell off his face. Abnormal containment agents, wearing earplugs. He stepped forward and packed the occupancy mask with a box. Subsequently, steer a ship that can fly. Left the place. This scene directly stunned people all over the world. What's going on? How the occupancy mask came off Lieutenant General Doberman's face. Wait, 053, isn't that the name of the last anomalous containment? I remember her ability to physically damage her to death. I rely on, the abnormal containment will inevitably be too smart. I actually thought of using the last abnormal containment to deal with this abnormal containment. I thought that even the mysterious Abnormal Containment Association would have to pay a great price to contain the weird mask this time, but I didn't expect that they would easily contain the strange mask without losing a single soldier. Abby, Eternal God. Nope. The real power is the Abnormal Containment Society. They not only easily took Abby in, but also thought of using Abby to deal with occupying the mask. This organization is really terrible. Abnormal Containment Society, their purpose, control, containment, protection. We should really be protected by them now. After all, such a monster, even the Navy can't take it. I really want to know how to join the Abnormal Asylum Association, and I want to be one of them. Me too. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. How is it possible, such a monster was so easily contained by them? Sengoku said with a look of disbelief. In his opinion, he wants to deal with monsters like occupying masks. At the very least, the world government has to be on the side. Send out a strong man of the General Emperor level. And is a man of incomparably firm and loyal mind. But abnormal containment will. Less than 10 people were dispatched. It took less than half a minute. So I took it in. I always feel that this Abnormal Containment Association seems to know these monsters very well and know what to do to contain these monsters. Tsuru mused. They had never thought about it before. With earplugs, plug the ears. Don't listen to the words that occupy the mask. To resist his verbal temptation. Ha ha ha. But then again, I always feel that this Abnormal Containment Association is a good force like our Navy. After all, without them, just these two abnormal containment objects that appear so far are enough to give us a headache. Carp laughed. Whether it was the previous Abby, or maybe it's the occupancy mask this time. For their Navy. It's all incredibly tricky. But the abnormal containment was contained and managed. Do not let them cause trouble to the sea. Carp, you idiot, why are you talking for them? Haven't you ever thought about how we will deal with this abnormal containment meeting and use these monsters against us? Sengoku scolded. The monsters with abnormal containment are all unusual. Once these monsters are used as weapons of war, used to endanger the sea. And how should their Navy respond? The next abnormal containment that appears must be contained by our Navy, and cannot be in the hands of the Abnormal Containment Association. Chi-Inu said with a serious expression. Their Navy is not incapable of containing these anomalies. Why bother? Hand over to the Abnormal Containment Association to take in. After all, no one knows the purpose of the Abnormal Containment meeting, to contain so many monsters. What is it? Marshal of the Warring States, on the screen, a new font has appeared. The Admiral reminded. Hearing his words, everyone turned their gazes. Place on the screen refracted by the projection phone bug. Inventory of the top 20 abnormal containments. 18th place, Abnormal Containment Epidemic Doctor. Straw Hat Regiment. Epidemic Doctor? Could it be that the abnormal containment this time is a doctor? Usopp wondered. Doctor? Is it a doctor like me, who saves lives? Koiba said excitedly. Abnormal containment in front. All of them are extremely disaster-stricken monsters. This time. Is it a good doctor? How is this possible? Abnormal containment, how can it be a doctor who saves lives? He should be a very dangerous figure like the first two. Zoro shook his head. Just by listening to the name, you will indeed associate the epidemic doctor with a doctor. But recall that Abby's introduction is a little girl. The introduction to occupying a mask is just a mask. But later, with their ability exposed, they just knew how dangerous these two anomalous containments are. Therefore, this time the epidemic doctor is estimated to be the same. It's a monster with great disaster. No, Zoro, doctors all over the world are life-saving. I don't believe that a doctor with a medical name will be a dangerous person. Koiba said disapprovingly. In his opinion, a doctor is a very sacred position. So, he didn't believe it. The epidemic doctor is the same as the first two abnormal containments. It's dangerous. Chapter 19. The costumes, surgical kits, and surgical tools worn by the epidemic doctor and dressed by the Black Death doctor are all directly grown from the body. The human who touches it will die instantly, and after that, 049 will take out the medical tools and unknown potions and operate on the victim. It will transform corpses into vegetative dolls, like zombies, and these corpses will only wander aimlessly unless they are stimulated or commanded by 049. At the same time, he stubbornly believes that his treatment is very effective, and he believes that all humans except the abnormal asylum people in white robes suffer from the Great Plague. Straw hat on the ball. Whoever touches it dies instantly. Koiba was stunned. It thought that the epidemic doctor said no more. Also a doctor. At the very least, it has to be the belief of saving people. But what he didn't expect was anyone who comes into contact with an infected doctor, all will die. And, more importantly, it is the epidemic doctor thinks almost everyone in the world has the plague. Wouldn't that be said? Will he kill people all over the world? Touch is death, this guy is too dangerous. Sanji was taken aback. Abnormal containment, is one a simple monster, Zoro said. Don't let us encounter this monster, otherwise we won't know how to die. Nami said in shock. Abnormal containment will be random. Appear anywhere in this sea. Not excluded. They may encounter the possibility of an epidemic doctor. Now Nami, you can only pray. Don't let them encounter unusual containments. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Damn, another extremely dangerous abnormal containment. Sengoku scolded and grinned. If you touch it and you will die, then how should we take this guy in? Carp scratched his head. If you want to take down the epidemic doctor, you need to be unavoidable. Make contact with it. But the problem is that once you touch, you will die. In the end, it's just a capable person, as long as you have enough strong domineering, you can resist the fate of death. Chi Inu snorted coldly. Kaido once said, domineering is in this world. The most powerful is the power that can dominate the sea. As long as the domineering is strong enough. No matter how weird your devil fruit ability is, there is no solution. Can be successfully resisted. No, maybe it's not that simple Sakazuki, you forgot the first anomaly containment Abbey, that guy, but he was able to ignore the power of the Feilu stone. Tsuru shook his head slightly. The absolute nemesis of the able. It is the sea and the Feilu stone. But Feilu stone. But he couldn't suppress Abbey's power at all. This also made Tsuru realize. If the Feilu stone is not effective against abnormal containment, so will it be domineering or not is also ineffective. If even domineering can't resist his ability, this guy can't contain it, and the best way should be to shoot and kill him from a distance. Carp reminded. Contact is death. Such a dangerous character. They don't know how to take it in. Even if it is contained. How can they study the secrets of the epidemic doctor? The best thing to do is to kill it. Marshal of the warring states, look, the screen is displayed, this place seems to be the great undersea prison, Impel prison. The admiral reminded. Impel prison is the largest prison in the world. Nickname, Push City. Inside, countless vicious criminals were imprisoned. Impel prison. The first layer, Red Lotus Hell. Damn it, Lao Tzu just dug up a treasure map, and actually dug up the naval base. Bucky scolded. A few days ago, he was the captain of the Baki pirates. Found a treasure map. Then he came to an island and started digging for treasure. But digging and digging. They dug into the underground naval base. After some fighting, he was still helpless to be caught. At last, locked up on the first floor of this Impel prison, the Red Lotus Hell. Here, there is a large forest. The leaves are as sharp as the blade of a knife. Not only that, but there are also poisonous spiders here. Here. Well, it's quite clean, and it looks like there are almost no traces of the plague. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Hearing the voice, Bucky turned his head suspiciously. See, only one. A man in a black robe and a beak mask was standing behind him. Hey? Did you guy just get in? But why aren't you wearing a prison uniform? Bucky asked suspiciously. Anyone who goes to jail. Without exception. All of them had to wear prison uniforms. But the clothes of the epidemic doctor. It's obviously not a prison suit. Prison uniform? I'm not a prisoner, why wear that? The epidemic doctor's stall is handy. You are not a prisoner, so how did you get in? Bucky was taken aback. To know. This place is the largest prison in the world. It is the hell that countless pirates fear. It is also the most heavily guarded place. Ages. No one has ever been able to invade this place. No. Maybe yes. No one dares to invade this place. Chapter 20. How did you get in? That's a good question, and I don't know. The doctor replied. He really didn't know. Because when I woke up, I was in this place. You guy is really a strange person, and it is also said that the person who can be locked up here is a normal person. Bucky ignored the doctors. Instead, he came to the corner of the Red Lotus Hell. Think about how you are going to get out of jail and get out of this place. After all, he didn't want to go to jail. Spend the rest of your life. Although the epidemic doctor did not wear prison clothes. Instead, he wore strange clothes. And also saying strange things. But nothing compares, jailbreak is important. While Bucky was seriously thinking about the escape scheme. Behind him came the voice of the epidemic doctor. Oh my god, you're infected with the plague, quick, let me see. The terrible plague has already killed you? Let me treat you. Very good, my surgery was perfect and you survived. Wait a minute, you seem to be infected with the plague, don't be afraid of me, I am a doctor, it is my responsibility to save others. Listening to the strange words of the epidemic doctor behind him, there were constantly coming from the epidemic doctor. Bucky, who was staying in the corner of the Red Lotus Hell, said impatiently, it's so noisy, it's true, I can't seriously think about the escape plan. The words fell. Bucky came to a more remote place. Cover your ears and continue thinking about the jailbreak plan. Don't come, get away from my origin. Quick, run away, this guy is going to kill us. Hey, this monster, what the hell is going on, those prisoners just touched him and were killed. Moreover, he seems to have resurrected those corpses, they obviously have no breath of life. Strange voices kept coming from behind him. But Bucky didn't hear it. Still concentrating, make a plan for the escape. A moment later, the entire huge Red Lotus hell calmed down. Jailbreak? How to leave this place? With my ability alone, I'm afraid I can't do it. Well, that's right. You can unite with prisoners and escape together. Bucky suddenly thought of this and said excitedly. A person, since it is impossible to escape from prison. Then unite the prisoners of the entire Red Lotus hell. Isn't jailbreak more likely? As soon as I think of it. Bucky stood up. I want to consult with the prisoners who are holding them here. Jailbreak things together. But when the central area of the Red Lotus hell, he was greeted by the scene in front of him. Frightened, the pupils contract violently. Cold sweat broke out. It's like hell. What's going on with you guys? Bucky said in a trembling tone. You can see. Prisoners of the entire Red Lotus hell. All over the body have stitched wounds. And, you can see. On the ground, there are countless livers, organs, and blood. Their eyes were blank and their faces were pale. All over the body, there was no biological breath. As if, it has become a zombie. They, aimlessly, walk around in the Red Lotus hell. Bucky was completely stunned. What's the situation? I just went to the corner and thought about the escape plan. Go back. How about the whole prison, hundreds of prisoners? Is it all like this? This scene also directly stunned people all over the world. These people are all dead. There can't be wrong, they don't look like humans anymore, they have all been killed by that abnormal containment doctor. Look at the ground, I'll go. It's disgusting, it's all organs, liver. Don't you remind us, I'm leaning, it's disgusting. This guy obviously has the name of a doctor, but he is a monster who likes to slaughter. Hey, isn't this guy too dangerous? The person who touches him will die directly, and the dead person will also be transformed into a living dead by him, and I remember, the screen seems to mention that he can manipulate these corpses. No, with him in Impel prison, the world's largest prison today, he is going to fall. No one has ever stormed this place since the day Impel prison was established, but today, I feel like this record is about to be broken. Headquarters of the Navy. This guy. It may be too cruel, although the criminal is not worthy of sympathy, he actually killed all the prisoners of the entire Red Lotus hell. Carp frowned slightly. Quickly inform that Magellan guy, inform him of all the situation of the epidemic doctor, and tell him to kill the epidemic doctor at all costs. Sengoku ordered. The threat of epidemic doctors is too high. If you don't solve it quickly, no doubt, he will take the entire Impel prison inmates. All turned into the walking dead. And once he stormed Impel prison, he will get thousands of prisoners who can be manipulated. With these prisoners, plus his own abilities, even world domination, it's not impossible either. Chapter 21. Impel prison, Red Lotus hell. Are you okay? In the BA gene is a scene in front of the eyes. When you can't calm down for a long time. Not far away, came the voice of the epidemic doctor. Seeing the doctor approaching him, Bucky backed away in fright. He at the moment felt it. The body of the epidemic doctor exudes an extremely dangerous aura. That breath is not the domineering breath of the strong, but more eerie, dangerous, disturbing breath. Did you do all this? Bucky swallowed. Yes, they all had the plague, and I saved them. The epidemic doctor nodded. Save them. Bucky, who heard these words, suddenly felt his scalp numb with fright. If not, see livers, organs, blood everywhere. And, the walking dead prisoner. He really believed the nonsense of the epidemic doctor. Yes, don't you feel, they seem to be in good spirits now? You see them, full of energy, walking around. The epidemic doctor pointed to the many prisoners. Energetic? But they all looked dead. Bucky said in horror. The Baki people are stupid. You walk aimlessly. People who have no breath of life. Call it vibrant? In a sense, you see things too simply, friend. Broaden your horizons. Life and death, health and disease, that is all amateur terms of amateur life, don't you see it? They are very sick, all of them. The epidemic doctor replied. Seriously ill? You mean to say, you saved them? Isn't it? My treatment is the most effective. But they don't look like humans anymore. Bucky shuddered. This group of prisoners has obviously been killed. Although, it looks like it's still alive. But Bucky could feel it. This group of prisoners no longer has the slightest breath of life. Although able to walk. But it's not human anymore. Yes, it's really not the perfect treatment. What to say, it takes time, yes, it takes time, and it needs a closer experiment. I've been studying my therapy all my life, and I need to heal more people so that I can improve my healing, so my friend, can you help me? I need your help, I need more patients. Epidemic doctors wrote. Patient? Do you mean that more prisoners like this are needed? Bucky asked creepy. You're right, I need more patients, I need more research, and one day, I will treat patients perfectly. The epidemic doctor gushed endlessly. Hearing the words of the epidemic doctor, Bucky broke out in a cold sweat. Because, the meaning of epidemic doctor is very simple. That is, he needs to kill more people. Let's be honest. Now Bucky is already scared. Because he has taken the epidemic doctor as a doctor. A madman who loves to slaughter. But think about it. The strength of the epidemic doctor is so strong. Will it help him escape from prison? Below this, there is a second level of prison, where there are more prisoners. I can take you there, but afterwards, you have to take me out of this place. Because after leaving this place, there are more patients in the sea for you to study. Bucky said with a quick spin in his head. Are there more patients in the sea? Yes, I promise you. The epidemic doctor nodded. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Can't get him out of prison. What about Magellan? Haven't been in touch yet? Damn, what the hell is that guy doing? Why don't you go out yet, take him down? Sengoku shouted. Once the doctor is allowed to leave the prison. Come to the sea. The consequences are unimaginable. With his ability to touch it and die. It will definitely kill countless people. And, you can also form an army of zombies. Let him come to the sea. I'm afraid it's only a few months. His power can reach the level of the 4 emperors. If only it were longer. That. Sengoku simply can't imagine it. Report to the Marshal of the Warring States, Warden Magellan, I was having diarrhea just now, but now it's over, and I have reported the intelligence of the epidemic doctor to him. He has advanced towards the Red Lotus Hell. The Admiral replied. Let him, transfer all the jailers of the entire prison, and must kill him at all costs. Sengoku said with an extremely serious face. Yes. Admiral Road. The words fell. He went to call Magellan. Mobilize troops throughout the prison. You must strangle him in prison. Sengoku said worriedly. Don't worry, although the ability of the epidemic doctor is special, Magellan's ability is also special, and anyone infected with his toxins will definitely not be able to survive. Carp said calmly. Magellan is the one who is capable of poisonous fruit. His toxins are incomparably terrifying. Especially the poison giant soldier and the judgment of hell. There is no antidote to this toxin. If you touch it, you will die. Magellan executed the doctor of the epidemic. Definitely a success. I hope so. Sengoku nodded. Although he is toxin to Magellan. Also full of confidence. But in the end, he still didn't dare to despise the abnormal containment. Chapter 22. Impergrand Prison. The second layer, Warcraft Hell. Bucky came to this place with the doctor. Hey, everyone, there's a doctor here, and he said to treat you for free. Bucky shouted. Hearing Bucky's words, numerous prisoners. They all popped their heads. Doctor. What kind of joke, when did this inhumane prison get so good and give us treatment? There must be fraud, even if it makes me believe that the world is destroyed, I don't believe that the people in this prison will give us free medical treatment. Impergrand Prison. As the largest prison in the world. Imprisoned. All of them are vicious people from all over the world. And in the face of this group of prisoners, the jailers also often torture them. No food is given. This also led to the prisoners being held here. Almost all of them were injured. But they don't believe it. The jailer here will be so good. Specialize in finding a doctor to take care of their injuries. It's true, the prisoners of the Red Lotus Hell on the upper level have all been cured by him. Bucky shouted. Although it was all dead. However, the epidemic doctor also said. That's healing. He said this, it seems that there is no problem. Really? Quick, let me out, I'm very badly injured, first help me heal, by the way, give me a little more food, I'm about to starve to death. When one of the prisoners heard this, he couldn't wait. Don't worry, I'll heal your wounds now. When they heard that there were prisoners, they offered to receive treatment. The epidemic doctor is naturally very happy. He walked slowly to the prisoner's door. Then he put his hand in front of the door of the Halo Stone prison. Click, click. With the strength of the epidemic doctor's arm, the cell door was directly opened. Apprentices. Break down the door with bare hands? The prisoner broke out in a cold sweat. You know, this is a cell door made of Feilu stone. The hardness is extremely high, even comparable to diamonds. Even if it is a famous sea thief, it is impossible to cut off and destroy such a substance as Feilu stone. And this doctor in front of you. He was able to bend the door of a cell made of Feilu stone with his bare hands? This scene. A complete refresh of the prisoner's worldview. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Just kidding, bent the door of the Halo Stone cell with your bare hands? What terrifying power does this guy have? Sengoku was taken aback. Although it is said that the purity of the sea tower stone in the second layer is not very high. But say it again. He is also made of Feilu stone. Incredibly hard. But it was bent so easily. Abnormal containment, really not to be underestimated, this guy is not only extremely dangerous, but also his strength is extremely terrifying. Tsuru's brows furrowed slightly. Now, we can only pin our hopes on Magellan. If even Magellan can't kill this guy, the price we need to pay to kill him is too great. Carp said with a solemn expression. I want to kill the doctor. There is no way to fight him closely. That is, Carp, Sengoku, Akainu and others. They couldn't fight him. At the same time, through the power of epidemic doctors. His physique is also very terrifying. Long-range attacks, I'm afraid, are also difficult to work. Only the peculiarities of Magellan's toxins. Be able to kill the epidemic doctor. If Magellan can't do it, it can only be handed over to the Abnormal Containment Society. The Admiral suddenly said. Hey? What did you say? Handed over to the Abnormal Asylum Association? Are you kidding? This sea is the domain of our Navy, and if any danger is handed over to the Abnormal Containment Association, then what is the meaning of the existence of our Navy? Besides, they are abnormally sheltered, not necessarily a good organization, they have sheltered so many monsters, once they plan to fight this sea, how can we stop it? Sengoku snorted coldly. Although it is said that abnormal containment will, successful containment is extremely threatening. Abby, with the occupying mask. But this force, specifically, is good or bad? No one knows. Sengoku is only clear. If all abnormal objects are contained by abnormal containment, it will be contained. Once, they have to conquer the sea. No one will be able to stop it. Impergrand Prison. The second layer, Warcraft Hell. Inside the cell. I feel it, there is a plague in you, come on, let me treat you. Epidemic Doctor's Road. The plague? I don't have the plague on me, you see, I have injuries on my arms, thighs, and back, you help me. The prisoner said as he approached the doctor. But when his hand touched the epidemic doctor, the moment he fell with a bang and his life dissipated. It seems that the plague in your body is very serious, but don't worry, I am a very qualified doctor, let me treat you. The epidemic doctor said, not knowing where to come from. Pulled out a pile of medical equipment. The dismantling of the prisoner's body began. Hey, isn't he a doctor? What is he doing? He killed the prisoner? Damn, this guy is not a doctor at all, this guy is a demon, he actually dismissed that prisoner. I said, how can this inhumane prison be so kind and find us a doctor, it is really fake. Wait, look, the dismantled prisoner is alive. As this voice fell, many prisoners, looking up slightly. I saw that the prisoners who had been dismissed by the epidemic doctor stood up again. However, his eyes were blank and his face was pale. There is not a trace of living people. Why, that bastard doctor turned him into a living dead. The prisoner cursed. It's a normal person, you can see it. The prisoner was able to stand up though. But he was long dead. Well, you've been treated by me, well. Although it is very clean, there are really many people who have the plague. Come on, let me treat you. The epidemic doctor said. While walking towards the group of prisoners who were locked up in the cell. Don't. Stay back. Get out of here, don't come here, bastard. The prisoner cursed. Although they don't want to be treated by the doctor at all. But the power of the epidemic doctor is surprisingly terrifying. Bend the stone cell of the sea tower with bare hands. They simply cannot resist. Fuck you, bastard, don't come near me. Many prisoners attacked the epidemic doctors. But the moment they touched the doctor, they died. The entire second layer, Warcraft Hell. In an instant, it became a hell on earth. Please, let me go, I don't have the plague on me, I don't have injuries on my body, I'm clean, don't come near me. Go away, demon. Don't come near me. Go away. I was wrong, I will never sin again, I will be a good person, please don't kill me. This group of vicious prisoners. In the face of the treatment of the epidemic doctor, he was very resistant. But they couldn't stop the doctors. In a few moments, the whole Warcraft Hell, all prisoners, all became unconscious living dead. Or it can be called a zombie. Chapter 23. All dead. Bucky was terrified. Fortunately, the epidemic doctor did not say that he had the plague on him. Otherwise, now he is. I am afraid that I will also die at the hands of the epidemic doctor. Whew. Finally all cured, today a total of almost 1,000 people have been cured, well. Yes, I feel that my medical skills have improved again. The epidemic doctor crossed his hands at his waist and said proudly. Step. Trample. Trample. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps in the distance. I saw Warden Magellan. With many jailers, he arrived at the scene. Are you the epidemic doctor? Magellan asked with a heavy face. That's right, do you know me? Well. You have a very serious plague, let me treat you. the doctor said as he moved closer to Magellan. Poisonous dragon. Magellan was given the order. As long as you see the doctor, do not hesitate. Don't let the other person get close to you. Just kill it. I saw him covered in poison, followed by a purple dragon. Emerge from behind him. Roar. The huge poisonous dragon, a roar. Mighty, rushed towards the epidemic doctor. In the face of the extremely poisonous dragon, the epidemic doctor did not choose to dodge. Boom! A loud bang came. The poisonous dragon swallowed the whole person of the epidemic doctor. The toxin quickly eroded the whole body of the epidemic doctor. It's over, Magellan's bastard's poison is very deadly, once contaminated, it will definitely die, and this epidemic doctor will die at his hands. Bucky shouted in horror. Although, he was afraid of the epidemic doctors. But the epidemic doctor also promised him can help him escape from prison. Now, if the doctor is killed, his life will definitely not be good. It's over. Magellan stared at the epidemic doctor and said indifferently. Anyone, poisoned by him. In the absence of an antidote, there is absolutely no chance of survival. Magellan back then relied on a poisonous dragon. Destroy the entire Blackbeard pirates. Really, did you attack me with the plague just after we met? You really have a very serious plague. The epidemic doctor shook off the toxins on his body and said calmly. Hey? Are toxins ineffective for you? Magellan's face changed slightly, and he was a little surprised. So, what about this trick? Poison soldier judgment of hell. Magellan whispered. Subsequently, I saw a toxin shaped like a skeleton giant rushing out of his body. This move is Magellan's strongest ability. It is also certain to die if touched, and there is no antidote. Absolutely terrifying abilities. Snap! The huge poisonous skeleton giant soldier raised his terrifying hand. Shot at the epidemic doctor. SHHH. There was a loud bang, and the ground was directly torn apart. The bright red toxin like blood instantly occupied the whole body of the epidemic doctor. Magellan thought. Endured, the poisonous giant soldier poison eroded. Epidemic doctors are certain to die. But the scene in front of you directly made him stunned, and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. It's like hell. I saw that it contained a highly toxic red toxin. He did not dare to approach the body of the epidemic doctor. Instead, it was scattered around the epidemic doctor. Seems these red toxins have a sense of autonomy. In fear of the epidemic doctor. How is this possible? Magellan exclaimed. The poisonous dragon is ineffective against the epidemic doctor. Why, even his poisonous giant soldiers are ineffective against the epidemic doctor. No. The most exaggerated. Why, his toxins. Afraid of the epidemic doctor? Are toxins autonomous? No way. This is clearly impossible. Toxins cannot be autonomous. But why, the red toxin does not dare to approach the epidemic doctor? A scene in front of you. It can be said that it refreshed Magellan's worldview. Great root, some island in the sky. This guy. What a monster. The Golden Lion frowned slightly. The original Golden Lion was imprisoned in Impel prison. Therefore, he still knows a lot about Magellan. Even if it's yourself. They didn't dare to resist Magellan's toxins. But, this epidemic doctor head-on withstood Magellan's toxin attack. Unharmed. Abnormal containment? This sea. What a monster that has begun. The Golden Lion couldn't help but gasp. Presently. This sea. Only 3 abnormal containments appeared. They are, Abby, Occupy the Mask, and Epidemic Doctor. But without exception. All abnormalities. It's unimaginable to have it all. The power to make fear and fear. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. What a joke! Magellan's toxins are ineffective against him, what kind of monster is this? Sengoku shuddered and said creepy. Magellan, who had high hopes for their navy. I couldn't help the epidemic doctor at all. Sengoku is numb. Silly. He couldn't imagine it. Epidemic doctor, what kind of devil fruit is eating? Ability, maybe it's too much. Trouble, if even Magellan can't take him, if our navy wants to take him, it will have to pay a terrible price, even no less than starting a war with the four emperors. Tsuru frowned and said with a headache. The epidemic doctor can be said to be the power of this alone. The level of danger is enough to compete with the forces of the four emperors. No. It is even said that it has surpassed the forces of the four emperors. Because for the epidemic doctor, they are now. I can't think of any way to compete with it. There is no way to attack close to the body, the strength is still monsters, and the immune toxin. How does this fight? Holy Land Mary Joya. The highest hall. 5 of the world's highest power holders gathered together. Abnormal containment? What a bunch of troublesome monsters. Satan said with a headache. Our world government has ruled the world for 800 years, but in the long history of history, there has never been a so-called abnormal containment. Why, in this era, this group of strange guys with extraordinary powers has appeared. The old man with the first generation of ghosts on his waist said suspiciously. The abnormal containment, the ability it possesses, it seems that it is not the power of the devil fruit, or the devil fruit of this group of abnormal containment has been developed to a new level. The blonde old man said with a serious expression. Take Abby as an example. The ability to contain abnormal objects cannot be restrained by the Feilu stone. This is proof enough. They are either not devil fruit powers. It's another peculiar power. Or maybe it's because the devil fruit has been developed to a whole new level. High enough to defy the curse of the sea. It's dangerous. Satan said quietly. Chapter 24. This guy is not human, he is a monster. Quick! Run away, even Magellan is no match for him, we will be killed by him. Run away! Seeing Magellan's toxins, it is ineffective against epidemic doctors. They knew they could never be his opponents. All of them. All felt the fear that approached the soul. Ran away in a hurry. So strong. Bucky was dumbfounded. He didn't expect it either. The plague doctor turned out to be so strong. Even Magellan couldn't help him in the slightest. So it goes. Isn't it possible to escape? As soon as I think of it. Bucky couldn't help but smile. With the epidemic doctor here, who can stop him from escaping from prison? You guy! Magellan said with a flustered look. Toxins are his proudest ability. Since it is not effective against epidemic doctors. In other words, he can't take the epidemic doctor now. My friend, the plague on your body is too serious, it is urgent, let me save you, you can rest assured that I have saved thousands of people just now. My medical skills have improved a lot. The epidemic doctor said as he pulled out the equipment from his body. Approaching Magellan. Don't come here! Magellan shouted. However, through the warring states, he learned all the information of the epidemic doctor. He knew that once he was in close contact with the epidemic doctor, he will die instantly. Step. Trample. Trample. At this moment, in the corridor of Warcraft Hell, there was a sound of footsteps. I saw several agents with abnormal containment association characters printed on their chests. Appeared in everyone's sight. This scene immediately aroused heated discussions around the world. Abnormal containment meeting, is abnormal containment meeting coming? They are finally here, this organization that can contain abnormal containments, the organization that protects all of our humanity, finally comes. The first 2 abnormal containments, all of them were contained by them, and this time must be no exception. Nope. It is estimated that it is not so simple. The first containment Abby, because she is a little girl, has no bad intentions, so she can be taken in by them. The second containment occupies the mask, obviously not wanting to be contained, but because he attacked Abby, he was defeated and contained. This epidemic doctor, at first glance, is a ruthless character, will not be taken in like Abby. It is estimated that he will experience a vicious battle. Vicious war? If you say this, I feel a little worried. The epidemic doctor is certain to die. What do they have to do to contain him? The threat of the epidemic doctor is extremely high. The difficulty of containment is certainly not low. Today, people all over the world, all curious. What kind of methods will be used by the Abnormal Containment Association? Contain the doctors. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Abnormal containment meeting? How can it be? How did they get to Impel prison? Obviously, we didn't get the slightest bit of information. Sengoku's pupils shrank and shouted. Impel prison is very close to the headquarters of the Navy. If you want to go to Impel prison, on the way, you must have passed through the headquarters of the Navy. Anyone, go to Impel prison. All will definitely be discovered. That's why. Blackbeard before the war on top began. Will snatch a warship. Arrive at the great prison of Impel as Nanabukai. Not a direct invasion. Because that's going to be discovered. Sengoku can't figure it out. Why, abnormal shelter will people. It can directly bypass the Navy's surveillance. Arrive directly at Impel Grand Prison. This organization is too mysterious, and Baru Salino, who is in the New World, has not found the ship that left the Chambord Islands until now. They're like ghosts, haunted. Tsuru said with a serious expression. Abnormal containment. Abnormal containment meeting. Really, this sea is really a wonderful thing. Carp said with a headache. Although it is said that Carp is a person with big nerves. But, in the face of containment, talk to the shelter meeting. He was also acutely aware. The sea is not calm. Damn, this abnormal containment is going to be contained by this organization again. Akainu said angrily. Although, abnormal containment will take in the epidemic doctor. Protects this sea. They deserve to thank this organization. But this organization houses so many monsters. What kind of purpose is there? No one knows. The only thing that the Red Dog knows is that abnormal containment meeting will shake the sea supremacy of their naval headquarters. No, it's probably not so easy to contain. The epidemic doctor is very dangerous. I want to see what kind of method they will use to contain him. Tsuru stared at the screen with dead eyes and said. Impel prison, the second level of the beast hell. A large number of abnormal containment agents. Raise a highly lethal firearm. Bang bang bang. Countless bullets were shot like raindrops. In a few moments, the whole beast hell, the living dead transformed by the epidemic doctors. All were shot. Of course, when they go to the second floor, the living dead of the first layer of the Red Lotus Hell have all been killed. Time to go, 049. One of the leading agents spoke. Really, why do you have to kill all my experimental subjects every time you find me? The epidemic doctor spread his hands and said helplessly. Time to go, 049. The lead agent repeated. Don't worry, the plague on this person is too serious. I want to cure him first before leaving. The doctor pointed at Magellan. Hearing the words of the epidemic doctor, Magellan was frightened and retreated. Directly shocked into a cold sweat. Panicked. Look at the abnormal containment meeting. Right now, he just wants this group of agents. Hurry up and bring the epidemic doctor back. Otherwise, it will be him who dies. Take this monster away, please. Magellan said inwardly. Today, he is really refreshed by the epidemic doctor's worldview. He had never been so terrified, terrified of a person. Even in the face of the four emperor powerhouses, Magellan dared to stand up to it. But in the face of the epidemic doctor, he is now unable to give birth to the slightest courage to fight against it. The fear brought by the epidemic doctor is close to the soul. That made him tremble and dare not oppose it. Time to go, 049. The lead agent repeated again. Okay, I'll go back with you. The doctor shrugged and compromised. This scene suddenly made people all over the world stupid. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. How is it possible? This time the abnormal containment epidemic doctor did not resist. Sengoku was taken aback. He had thought that the epidemic doctor wanted to be taken in. At the very least, it will take a vicious battle. But what he didn't expect was, the agents of the Abnormal Containment Association only used 3 sentences. He directly targeted such extremely dangerous evildoers. Obediently listen to him and leave. This group of guys. Sure enough, I know how to contain abnormal containments. Tsuru frowned. Whether it was the first containment abbey, the second containment occupies the mask, or this third shelter doctor. In the case of dispatch by abnormal containment, it all took less than half a minute to contain it. What a joke! Why can they be accommodated so easily? Why would such a dangerous monster listen to them like this? Akainu said angrily. They want to solve the epidemic doctor. Even ready to pay a terrible price. But abnormal containment will. It was so easy to make the epidemic doctor obedient. This puzzled and upset him. Chapter 25. Holy Land Mary Joya. The highest temple of power. Was it taken in by the abnormal containment again? Satan raised his eyebrows slightly. It is necessary to investigate the so-called Abnormal Containment Association. I have a hunch that they are a very dangerous organizational force, and even the degree of danger has exceeded that of the 4 emperors. The old man with the first generation of ghosts on his waist said seriously. Abby, occupy the mask, epidemic doctor. These 3 people, all of them can face the sea. Terrifying monsters that pose unimaginable threats. But these 3 monsters, all are abnormally contained, easily contained. The level of danger of this force, it can well be imagined. Let all CP organizations involved in the investigation of the Revolutionary Army immediately stop their tasks, all go to investigate the Abnormal Reception Association, and be sure to find their base. The blonde old man said solemnly. The Revolutionary Army, although delusional to overthrow their world government. But in fact, they still did not pay much attention to the Revolutionary Army. Abnormal containment is a threat to their world government. Already surpassed any force in this sea. So, their first target must be the Abnormal Asylum Society. A tragic war, imagine that it is about to begin. The degree of tragedy is estimated to be no less than the war we fought for world domination 800 years ago. Satan said. 800 years ago, it was not their world government that ruled the world. It's another force. However, they succeeded in overthrowing that force. A world government has been established. That battle was the most tragic war they had experienced in 800 years. But now, Satan knows. Once the base of the Abnormal Containment Association is found, there will be an unprecedented war. At the same time that the epidemic doctor was being taken in, Bucky is also back in jail. Meanwhile, East China Sea, some island. Ding, congratulations to the host, successfully admitted the 049 epidemic doctor. Ding, congratulations to the host. Reward 5,000 C-level members and 6,000 D-level agents. Ding, congratulations to the host, get the top 3 color domineering, copper skin iron bone physique. The sound of the system came into Lore's mind. With the reward of the system, there is no doubt that his strength has increased a lot. Then the next abnormal containment is next. A smile appeared at the corner of Lore's mouth. Each inventory, contain abnormal objects. He will be rewarded richly. He is now already looking forward to it. What will be the next reward? Inventory of the top 20 abnormal containments. 17th place, abnormal containment 999. Identification level, safe. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Coming, new anomalous containment is coming. Peach Rabbit said nervously. Damn, it's really not stopping for a moment, the last abnormal containment was just contained, and then another one came. The tea porpoise frowned and said with a headache. Safe is a new level. Tsuru mused. Abby's grade is Euclid. The level that occupies the mask is Keter. The level of the epidemic doctor is Euclid. It can be known through all the information available so far. Euclid level are all humanoid monsters. Has extremely frightening abilities, as well as threatening. Keter, on the other hand, is not a living creature. But it is still extremely dangerous. And now, a new hierarchy has emerged. That is, safe. Is the grade safe? Although it is not clear how this rank is divided, but it is probably still a very dangerous containment. Carp said. The first 3 abnormal containments. All of them are extremely catastrophic. This time, Carp believes that it is no exception. I hope you don't let this damn abnormal containment descend on the territory of our navy, it should descend on the territory of that group of vicious pirates. Let them feel the pain. The T-Dolphin prayed. 3 abnormal containments. All descended on their navy. 3 abnormal containments. All to their navy, brought a huge disaster. Now he can only pray. This time the abnormal containment. It must descend on the territory of the pirates. At the very least, it has to cause some damage to that group of pirates. Abnormal containment 999, is a huge, irregular form of sticky substance in the shape of a yellow slime, it is one of the Foundation's cute pets. Anyone who comes into contact with the abnormal containment 999 will become cheerful and optimistic. After testing, it can be determined that the abnormal containment 999 will contact anyone, but it is more interested in those who are in a bad mood, or injured, no matter how serious the injury is, as long as the abnormal containment 0999 is contacted, all will be cured. Abnormal containment 999 seems to have a love for all animals, especially humans, refuses to eat any meat food, and has the courage to sacrifice itself to save others. Even, he will jump up for humans and block bullets. Chapter 26. Introduction to SCP-999 exposed. The whole world boiled instantly. Really fake, this time the abnormal containment, not only will not harm the sea, but also give people healing. Nope. The most exaggerated thing is that he can also block bullets. It's unimaginable. The 3 abnormal containments in front of me are all demons and monsters that can turn the entire sea upside down. This time, the abnormal containment is so good that it can block bullets for humans? It always feels like this kind of thing is unlikely to happen. How can the abnormal containment be so good? That's right, I also don't believe it. The abnormal containment will be so good, not only does not harm the sea, but it is also so friendly. The first 3 abnormal containments. The disaster brought to the sea is too great. So, a lot of people don't believe it. Having an abnormal containment can be good enough to heal people's wounds, block bullets, or something. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Hey, just kidding, is this really an anomalous containment? The T-Dolphin looked at the screen, and the introduction of the slime was directly stunned. Is it fake? Peach Rabbit guessed. No, it shouldn't be fake, the introduction of the previous 3 abnormal containments is all correct, and this time is estimated to be no exception. Tsuru shook his head slightly. Introduction to the capabilities of the previous 3 abnormal containments. All correct. There is not the slightest bit of falsehood. And this time the introduction of abnormal containments. Although unbelievable. But Tsuru thinks. Already true. Nope. In the final analysis, it was because the abnormal containment association invaded the projection phone worm of our naval base, so those abnormal containment items were introduced. Introduce this thing, but it can be modified. I don't believe in any way that group of extremely disastrous abnormal containment will be such a close person as the introduction. Sengoku shook his head and said disapprovingly. The old man doesn't believe it either, Zaya-he. Carp echoed. Hearing this, Tsuru didn't explain much about it. She knew that Carp, Sengoku, and others did not believe it. Also normal. New World, some see. On the Moby Dick. Dad, do you think this abnormal containment is really like the one introduced on the screen? Marco asked curiously. I don't know. Whitebeard shook his head. Absolutely fake. This introduction is absolutely fake. Baista affirmed. I also think it's fake. In the end, the words coming from the screen are artificially said, and there is a possibility of falsehood. Jaws said approvingly. You need to be careful, sons. Abnormal containment will appear anywhere randomly. Beware, if it appears nearby, notify me as soon as possible. Be sure to kill it. Whitebeard said with a serious expression. Although he is not clear whether the introduction to slime is true or false. But, seen by the first three abnormal containments, Whitebeard decided that slimes wouldn't be simple things. The first time you encounter it, you must kill it. In this way, we can prevent it before it happens. Yes, Daddy. Marco and the others replied. With that, they began to search on the ship. Beware of slimes, really showing up on the ship. Slime, about 2 meters wide and 1 meter high, is composed of an oil-like substance that is currently unknown to science, and the surface of SCP-999 is composed of a thin, transparent film. And also highly resilient, SCP-999 has a dog-like playful temperament, and SCP-999 will be extremely elated when approaching it. It will squirm to the nearest human and hear his body, then hug them with 2 tentacles and will make sharp giggles, or coins. People who come into contact with SCP-999 will produce a spiritual pleasure, even if they are separated from it. This feeling will continue for a long time. Hey, I feel that this abnormal containment may be a really good thing. Yes, just by looking at the description, I really can't imagine that it will be a dangerous guy. To be honest, just by reading its introduction, I really want to see it. Not only can it heal people's wounds, poke and touch, but also make people happy. Hopefully, this abnormal containment is really like the introduction. Don't shake a shot and tell us that it is actually a monster capable of destroying the world. Now, people all over the world. All praying. This time the abnormal containment of slime. It's really as described. Chapter 27. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Look, there's a picture on the screen. Peach Rabbit pointed to the screen. Hearing her voice, everyone in the conference room. It's all eye-catching. Set your sights on the screen. The place shown on the screen seems to be Whitebeard Pirates. Tsuru raised his eyebrows slightly. Whitebeard Pirates. Fortunately, this time the abnormal containment is finally no longer on the territory of our navy. The T-Dolphin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Don't rejoice too early. If this abnormal containment can really heal people as described, we should regret that it did not appear on the territory of our navy. Tsuru reminded. She remained convinced. There will be no fake on-screen presentations. It's impossible for cranes, abnormal containments, how can it be a good guy? Carp said while eating senbei. That's right, don't forget the crane, it's abnormal, it's an anomaly containment. How can it not be called an anomaly and rank 17th, not a dangerous guy? Sengoku agreed. Although I don't know if the higher the ranking, the more dangerous the abnormal containment, since this time the abnormal containment can be ranked in front of Abby, occupying the mask and the epidemic doctor. Suffice it to say, it's a dangerous guy. It just so happened that this time it appeared in the Whitebeard pirates, and I now hope that this abnormal containment is an extremely dangerous monster, if only the Whitebeard group could be destroyed because of this. Akainu looked forward to it. It's looking forward to it now. Slime is a dangerous monster. And so it goes. If you can destroy a group of 4 emperors, wouldn't it be beautiful? New world, some sea. On the Moby Dick, Marco and the others were on the ship, looking around for the whereabouts of the slime. Nope. Marco wiped the sweat from his forehead. Do you have it over there, Jaws? Marco asked next. Neither on my side. Jaws replied. The Moby Dick ship is extremely large. So, everyone is looking for it separately. Hearing Jaws' words, Marco's nervous heart completely relaxed. It's good if you don't have it. But it didn't take long for him to be happy. There was one in the distance. A terrifying voice that made him incomparably terrified. It's not good, the abnormal containment has appeared on our ship. A crew member was on the corner of the Moby Dick, found the slime and shouted. What? Hearing the words of the crew, Marco instantly broke out in a cold sweat. No. Wouldn't it really appear on our ship? Jaws swallowed. Quick, kill him quickly. Baista shouted. As his voice fell, captain of numerous teams immediately rushed towards the location where the slime was. I saw 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, a yellow slime appeared in their sight. Without hesitation, many team captains quickly use your best abilities. Against the slime, an attack was launched. Shine Crash. Double Knife Split. Phoenix Seal. The attacks of many team captains all fell on Slime. Slime's body was instantly beaten apart. Dead. Marco looked serious and stared at the slime. It is estimated that he is already dead, and has suffered the attack of so many of our captains. It would be too strange if he did not die. Jaws said. Wait, he's not dead, his body is recovering. Baista exclaimed. I saw that the slime scattered body. It's constantly squirming, and then it's back together. Come again. Marco said with a heavy face. The words fell. The crowd continued to attack the slime. But no matter how many times they try, the scattered slimes are all restored as always. Squeak. Slime, like a child who made a mistake. There was a strange sound, as if apologizing. It seems that we have no hostility towards us. Jaws frowned slightly. It always feels like it's really not a threat, it's been attacked by us so much, not only does it not resist, but it looks like it's apologizing to us. Baista lowered his blade and reminded. Is it true that the presentations on the screen are true? Marco suddenly realized. Wait, I remember the introduction on the screen, it seems to say that it can heal people, right? Daddy is now suffering from disease, can it be allowed to heal Daddy? Jaws suddenly thought of something and said. No, we can't be sure if it's really dangerous, and if you just let it go to Daddy, Daddy may be in danger. Baista objected. You also underestimate Daddy, no matter what, Daddy is the strongest man in the world of this sea, even if it is really dangerous, Daddy will not be afraid of it. Besides, if it can really heal, it will be a great thing for us, for Daddy. Marco voiced his opinion. At first, they didn't believe that slimes weren't in danger. But they kept attacking the slime. None of the other side resisted. This made Marco think. Try it and let slime heal Whitebeard's injury. What if it really works? Even if it doesn't work, their Whitebeard group may not be afraid of slimes. Hear Marco's words. The captains of the surrounding fan teams also agreed. Seeing this, Marco picked up the slime. I'm sure now that it will never hurt Daddy, absolutely not. Marco said with a smile on his face. In the moment of holding the slime, he felt as if his outlook on life had been changed. Became extremely happy. Full of trust in slimes. Soon. Marco then hugged the slime and came to Whitebeard. No. Precisely. Slime got tangled in Marco. Marco, what's wrong with you? Saw slime hugging Marco tightly. The white-bearded pupil shrank, his face sank, and he immediately picked up Kongyunch. Want to launch an attack on slimes. It thought that Marco was possessed by slime or something. Wait a minute, wait Dad, this abnormal containment has no malice, it's not a bad person, it can heal you. Seeing this, Marco quickly stopped him. Healing. Whitebeard frowned slightly. That's right Daddy, we just made sure that it's not a threat, and as mentioned in the introduction on the previous screen, it can heal anyone. Marco nodded. As Marco's voice fell, slime detached from him. Then he searched his body and approached Whitebeard. Slime likes people close to the most. That is, those who have injuries on their bodies, or who are depressed. It felt it. Whitebeard has a very serious dark disease in his body. See slime approaching him. Whitebeard's face changed slightly, but he didn't stop it. He wanted to see if slime could heal his wounds in the end. Soon, slime lay on Whitebeard. This is... Whitebeard's pupils shrank and said in disbelief. He felt. The dark diseases and injuries in his body are constantly recovering. As hard as it is to believe, but... it's true. His own body, he himself must know best. Daddy, how are you feeling? Marco asked curiously. When the Whitebeard heard this, he directly pulled out the dense tube inserted into his body, and then stood up and laughed, okay, my injuries have all been recovered, and I feel very good now. The current Whitebeard seems to have recovered. Once at its peak. The injuries and diseases in the body have all been restored as before. This feeling has not been felt for many years. This feeling of strength in the body. Chapter 28. This scene immediately aroused heated discussions around the world. It's true, this abnormal containment, it's really not bad, he can really heal other people's wounds and heal. The good news is that the abnormal containment is good, and the bad news is that the abnormal containment meets Whitebeard. It's over, Whitebeard has a disease on his body, and his dark injuries are the strongest men in the world, and now that his injuries have all recovered, it's hard to imagine how strong his strength will be now. Damn, why didn't we encounter this abnormal containment? I really want to encounter abnormal containment. Then the next abnormal containment, let you encounter. Don't, I just want to encounter this abnormal containment, and forget about the next one. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Just kidding, the Whitebeard guy's injury was recovered by this abnormal containment. Sengoku looked surprised, unwilling to believe it. Why, the unusual containment that their navy encountered. All of them, enough to destroy the world. And the slime that the Whitebeard group encountered. Not only without any threat. Instead, it helped him recover from his injuries. Damn, abominable Whitebeard. Abominable anomalous containment. Chi-Inu clenched his fists and said angrily. He had thought that the introduction to slime was fake. He's still looking forward to it. Slimes are a very dangerous anomaly containment. So, slime will be able to bring disaster to the Whitebeard group. But I didn't expect it to be such an ending. Sure enough, the introduction of abnormal containment on the screen will never go wrong. Tsuru couldn't help but gasp. She knew it from the beginning. Slime will be the same as the introduction on the screen. Not only is there no danger. On the contrary, there are also shelters that will bring great benefits. Damn, I was still glad just now that this abnormal containment did not land on our Navy territory, and now I really regret it. Why didn't such containment be obtained by our navy, but let the pirate side get it? The T-Dolphin said helplessly. At first, sea slimes descend on the Whitebeard group. He's still gloating. I think that this time it is finally a disaster for pirates. But I didn't expect it. Slime, not only did not bring disaster to the Whitebeard group. Instead, he healed his injuries. This is for their navy. That's bad news. Nope. This abnormal containment must not be allowed to be obtained by the Whitebeard group. Isn't that Baru Salanogai in the New World now? Let him go and snatch this strange thing. Tell that Baru Salanogai that once he can snatch this abnormal containment back, he can directly receive 3 years' salary. Sengoku ordered. Slime, capable of healing anyone's injuries. The benefits it can bring to the navy are too great. Such a thing must not fall into the hands of pirates. Even if you start a war with the 4 Emperor forces, you will not hesitate. Yes. The Admiral left this phrase. He quickly spoke to the Yellow Ape of the New World. All the words of the warring states were notified to him. New World, some sea. On the Moby Dick. Really? Daddy, have your injuries really been recovered? Marco asked excitedly. That's right. Whitebeard said with a hearty smile. The feeling of being lying on your body by a slime. It was so comfortable. Whitebeard has never been happier than he is today. It's not just happy, my injuries have been recovered. What's more? Glued to the body by slime. It's a wonderful feeling. Even more exciting than finding his family. We have to apologize to him. At first we blamed him for being a dangerous guy, but now it helps our dad recover from his injuries. We have to apologize to him for being rude before, to make amends to him. Marco turned his head and looked at everyone solemnly. That's right, it's the benefactor of our Whitebeard group, we were too rude before, and we must apologize to him. Baista agreed. Sorry. As Baista's voice fell. Captains of all the fan teams who have attacked slime. All of them bent down respectfully to express their deepest apologies to the slime. Cluck. Slime lay on Whitebeard's body and giggled. Is it accepting our apology? Jaws asked cautiously. It should be, it was also mentioned in the introduction on the screen earlier, and it made a giggling sound, which means that it was laughing. Marco nodded. Great, it seems that it has no vendetta. Baista couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Slime's ability is really terrifying. No matter what serious the injury, it can all bring it back to its original state. Such a monster. Since it came to their Whitebeard regiment, naturally, they put it in a very high position. They are afraid. In case Slime takes revenge. Cure Whitebeard and leave what to do. But now, they are also relieved. Hey, sons, to celebrate its joining, let's have a party. Whitebeard suggested. No problem, Daddy. Ha ha ha. From now on, it will be our companion. Although he can't speak, I will respect him as much as I respect my father. Have a party. In the face of Whitebeard's proposal, the whole Whitebeard regiment, no one vetoed it. All are glad that slimes have joined. Chapter 29. That's it. All the members of the Whitebeard group gathered around. The party began. Just as everyone was celebrating the addition of slimes. And when there is talk and laughter, gulp alcohol. Suddenly, a dazzling flash suddenly came from high in the sky. Oh, it's really dazzling, is that little ghost finding us? Whitebeard raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at the high altitude. That was Admiral Yellow Ape of the Navy headquarters. Baista was taken aback. Yellow Ape? Just kidding, how could he be here? Jaws wondered. Do you want to go to war with our Whitebeard regiment? Navy. What arrogance! Marco snorted coldly. 8-foot Kyangu Jade. The yellow ape flying high in the sky did not have the slightest explanation. I saw him with his hands crossed. Then I saw a brilliant yellow flash manifested from his 2 fingers. The dazzling light shimmered like the sun. Let the Whitebeard group, countless pirates can't open their eyes. Subsequently, I saw countless lasers forced out from his fingertips. Countless lasers are as dense as raindrops. Countless yellow flashes flashed, cutting through the air, carrying incomparably terrifying, amazing lethality, towards all the pirates on the Moby Dick ship. How can you destroy our ship? Marco snorted coldly. Then I saw blue flames growing on his body. Then the arms also turned into the wings of an immortal bird. He flew up like a roaring undead bird. Directly rushed in front of the 8-foot Kaido. Boom! 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 Countless lasers, like grains of sand, constantly hit Marco's body. His body was shot through directly. As you can see, the blue wings are penetrated. But quickly, the blue flames on Marco's body burned even more ferociously. The body that was shot through also recovered in a very short time. It's terrible, immortal Marco. The yellow ape said with a crooked mouth. What a horrible attack. Marco frowned slightly. His injuries, though indeed recovered. But there is no denying it. The attack of the yellow ape is unusually fierce and amazing. Just recovering from his injuries made him consume a lot of physical strength. Yes. Find the yellow ape of the white-bearded ball alone. The 8-foot Kaido Jade released this time can be compared with the original book on top of the war period. The 8-foot Kaido Jade released is different. In order to get those 3 years of salary, the yellow ape, but did not have the slightest spare hand. Flash Imp, is it only you? In the nearby seas, I didn't catch a glimpse of your navy's fleet. Whitebeard took a sip of wine and glanced at him and asked. He thought at the beginning it was the navy that planned to surround them with the Whitebeard regiment. But he noticed. In the whole sea, only the yellow ape is there. There was no approach of any naval fleet. At the same time, to know this sea area is the territory of their Whitebeard group. If the naval fleet is close to this sea area, the first time, it will be discovered. As for why the yellow ape was not found, that's because he's too flexible. You can avoid eyeliner and go straight to them. You guessed right, it was indeed only the old man who came. The yellow ape said slowly. Hey, yellow ape, you bastard doesn't take our Whitebeard ball seriously, right? You don't think you alone can take us down? Jaws shouted pointing at the yellow ape. Nope. I'm not here to go to war with you, I'm here to get back what belongs to our navy. The yellow ape said calmly. What is something in your navy? Whitebeard questioned. It's the lump lying on you, the yellow sticky guy. Yellow ape replied. Gulala. This is not your navy. It's our Whitebeard regiment's companion. Whitebeard laughed. I need to remind you, Whitebeard, this abnormal containment is something that our navy fancy, and if we don't hand it over, it means a full-scale war with our navy. Yellow ape stall hand. He today. If you can't get the slime from Whitebeard. Another day, the warring states will lead the army. Go to war with the Whitebeard regiment. This scene also instantly aroused heated discussions around the world. Hey, isn't it too exaggerated? In order to fight for this slime, the navy wants to go to war with the Whitebeard regiment. It's impossible, the sea has been calm for so long, the navy shouldn't be able to start a war with the 4 emperors, after all, it's the emperor of the sea. What's impossible? Didn't you see that the Admiral Yellow Ape of the Navy headquarters dared to find the Whitebeard group to remind them alone? There is no doubt that if the Whitebeard group does not hand over the slime, the Navy will definitely go to war with them in an all-out way. Just for the sake of an abnormal containment, the 2 top forces of this sea are about to fight. What do you mean just for an anomalous containment? Haven't you seen that slime is a monster that can change the world? Not only is he immortal, but at the same time, he can also restore injuries to anyone, and such a thing, obtained by any force, is enough to shake the balance of the sea. Chapter 30. Wano Country, Oni Island. Giggle. In order to get that abnormal containment, did the Navy actually plan to go to war with the Whitebeard regiment? Kaido said with interest. It's a pity, if only this abnormal containment slime could land in our country of WA, it has such a powerful ability. If it is obtained by us, Boss Kaido, you will definitely become one piece. Jack said regretfully. Stupid Jack, getting that abnormal containment slime means a war with the Navy. Quinn cursed. Idiot, do you think our 100 Beasts regiment will be afraid of the Navy? Ember snorted coldly. They are 100 beasts, in the New World. Like an emperor, reigning in the world. Will be afraid of the Navy? Are you kidding? I'll go out, Ember, Jack, Quinn, Mamoru Kazunikoku. Kaido suddenly stood up and said. Boss Kaido, where are you going? Quinn asked curiously. Find that old guy with Whitebeard and bring back the abnormal containment slime. Kaido grinned. Kaido himself is the strongest creature in the world. It has the most tenacious vitality in the world. If there is another slime that cannot be killed and can heal people, Kaido knows that himself. It's going to be invincible. New World, some sea. On the Moby Dick. Gulala. Go to war? Does your navy really dare to do this? Aren't you afraid to upset the balance of this sea and plunge this sea into chaos? Whitebeard laughed. Since the appearance of the abnormal containment, the balance of this sea has been disturbed, Whitebeard, so do you want to hand it over? Or an enemy of our navy? The yellow ape put his hands in his pockets and looked at the white-bearded man and said slowly. Don't be too arrogant, bastard navy, do you think our Whitebeard regiment will be afraid of you? Baista snorted coldly. Go to war? Then come, who is afraid of whom? Jaws said equally unafraidly. Their Whitebeard regiment, after all, is the 4 emperors of the New World. Although the navy is the hegemon of the sea. But that's not enough to make them fearful. Well, then there is no way. Yellow Ape's tall hand. The yellow ape crossed his hands, his fingertips flashing with a terrifying yellow light. 8-foot Kyangu Jade. The yellow ape whispered. His whole body exuded a dazzling golden yellow light like the sun. Subsequently, countless extremely destructive and lethal light particles were counted. Like raindrops, it rushed towards Whitebeard. You alone want to compete with our Whitebeard regiment? Don't be too arrogant, glitter little ghost. Whitebeard snorted coldly. Then his fists were clenched, and his arms were bruised. In the next instant, he slammed towards the space in front of him. SHHH. With a loud bang came. I saw that the atmosphere, space, was directly torn apart. Like a spider's web, it's extremely dense. It is also like broken glass, torn into countless parts. The torn atmosphere turned into a terrifying shock wave. 8-foot Kyangu Jade released with yellow apes. Bumped together. Boom. A loud noise spread through the sky. Waves hundreds of meters high stirred on the sea. The whole Moby Dick is shaking for it. Sure enough, after recovering from his injuries, his father has become stronger. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, this abnormal containment slime really recovered all of Daddy's injuries. Our Whitebeard regiment, with this abnormal containment, what kind of navy are we afraid of? That's right, with it, we are not afraid of the navy at all. Seeing Whitebeard strike a terrifying blow. The entire Whitebeard group was excited. It's a real headache, it seems that I can't snatch the abnormal containment back from your hands. The yellow ape scratched his face. He came today just to try it out. After all, even if it doesn't work out, he can also easily escape. Of course, the most important thing for him is to be present. Even if he didn't snatch the slime back. But he also shot after all. When the time comes, you can also apply for the salary of those 3 years with the warring states or something. Boom. Just as the yellow ape was about to leave. Then wait for the time when Sengoku leads the army and attacks the Whitebeard regiment. High in the sky, there was a sudden roar. People who hear the voice. They all looked up and looked at the sky. That was the ship of the abnormal containment meeting. The yellow ape's pupils shrank slightly. Abnormal containment will appear. The people of the Whitebeard group all felt that something was wrong. Not good. It's the abnormal containment society, they came here to take the abnormal containment slime away. Nope. The slime has been on our ship and it is now our companion. Can't let the abnormal containment club take it away. That's right, now slimes are our family, and we don't allow anyone to take them away. If they want to grab it, then fight. Even if it is an abnormal containment meeting, who have we Whitebeard group been afraid of? Look at the abnormal containment meeting that appears. All members of the Whitebeard regiment. All ready for battle. Slime's ability is too powerful. They didn't want anyone to snatch the slime. Just want to keep slimes alone. Even if the people from the abnormal reception society came. They are still reluctant. Just let the abnormal containment slime take it away. And the emergence of abnormal containment meetings. It also immediately aroused heated discussions around the world. Abnormal containment meeting, another abnormal containment meeting, they really appeared again. I'm curious, this time, what are they going to do to bring back the abnormal containment slime? You must know that there are 4 emperors of the Whitebeard regiment at the scene, and the Admiral Yellow Ape of the Navy headquarters is there. Looking at the meaning of the Whitebeard group, it seems that they don't want to hand over the slime. There is no doubt that a big war will break out between them. The previous 3 abnormal containments, the abnormal containment will all easily contain them, this time is destined to be very difficult. It's even possible that they will take in the failure this time. I think it's possible too. No, you guys are also too underestimating the Abnormal Containment Association, they dare to contain so many abnormal things. How can they not snatch the abnormal slime from Whitebeard's hands? Nope. It's you underestimating Whitebeard's strength. Don't forget who he is the strongest man in the world, and after Slime's treatment, his injuries have all recovered, and now his strength is extremely close to the peak, with the power to destroy the world. In the face of abnormal containment meetings, people all over the world are talking about it. They were all very curious. This time, the abnormal containment meeting. What kind of approach will it take? Snatch the slime from the hands of the Whitebeard group. Chapter 31. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Here it is again, abnormal containment meeting. Sengoku said with a solemn expression. Perhaps, this is an opportunity to warring the country, now the abnormal containment of the slime, on the ship of the Whitebeard group. When the time comes, the abnormal containment will probably fight with the Whitebeard group. Barusalino can also take advantage of the chaos to snatch back the abnormal containment slime. Tsuru voiced his opinion. The yellow ape alone wanted to get from the hands of the Whitebeard group. Snatch back the abnormal containment slime. Undoubtedly a fantasy. But if there is an abnormal intervening association, perhaps this is an opportunity for the yellow ape. That's right, it's up to Barusalino to play next. Chagu said approvingly. If we can snatch back the abnormal containment slime because of this, we won't have to send troops to attack the Whitebeard regiment. Sengoku nodded approvingly. The ability of the abnormal containment slime is really powerful. What's more, it's an unusual containment. Bring back to the headquarters of the Navy for research value. Also extremely high. High enough for the warring states to make the decision to attack the 4 emperors. Report Marshal of the warring states, I just got the news that the 4 emperors and 100 beasts of the New World Kaido have left the country of Wano. A general reported. Kaido? Why did that guy leave Wano country at this juncture? Sengoku frowned slightly. I don't know. The Admiral replied. According to the information we have so far, all the phone bugs around the world have been invaded and began to release videos about abnormal containments, which means that we can now see the picture of the Whitebeard group, and the 100 Beast Pirate group is estimated to be able to see it. And he chose to leave the country of Wano at this time. Could it be that it was for? Thinking of this, Tsuru couldn't help but gasp. Kaido, that bastard, is also for the abnormal containment of the slime. Carp snorted coldly. It seems that that guy also knows how powerful the ability of the abnormal containment slime is. Peach Rabbit's face changed slightly. New World, some sea. On the Moby Dick. The entire Whitebeard regiment was ready for battle. And the yellow ape on the side is also looking at the tiger. Neither did he strike at the Whitebeard group. Similarly, there was no action against the people of the Abnormal Reception Association. He was eager to see it. Faced with the current situation, what exactly is the abnormal containment going to do? Sons, don't let your guard down. Whitebeard said with a serious expression. The abnormal containment meeting is too mysterious. Let the Whitebeard not dare to be careless. Hearing the words of Whitebeard, the whole Whitebeard regiment, they all tensed up. He stared intently at the ship of the Abnormal Containment Society at high altitude. Suddenly, they noticed. At the location of the ship's railing, an agent of the Abnormal Containment Association appeared. And in his arms, there was a little girl. The agent jumped up and hugged the little girl. It then landed on the Moby Dick. Here it comes. Here it comes. Fight. No matter what, we must not hand over the abnormal containment slime. Don't underestimate the people of the Abnormal Containment Society. Since they dare to land on our ship with only 2 people, they must have extraordinary strength. Saw the 2 people of the Abnormal Containment meeting. Fell on the Moby Dick. The pirates of the entire Whitebeard group all tensed up. Just when they want to hold a weapon. When launching attacks on agents and little girls. Suddenly, the agent pulled out a firearm. However, he did not intend to attack the members of the Whitebeard group. Instead, he aimed at his head. SHHH. Without hesitation, he pulled the plate machine. The bullet went straight through his temple. Blood sprayed out. His body fell straight to the ground. It has lost its vitality. This scene gave the entire Whitebeard group, including the yellow ape, a fool. What's the situation? What does he mean by this? Marco's face changed drastically. What do you mean? An agent of this Abnormal Containment Society. Holding a little girl, they landed on their boat. Haven't fought yet. Why did he suddenly commit suicide? Wait, that little girl, he is the first Abnormal Containment Abby. Baista's face changed drastically. Any contact with Abby with limbs, eye contact. Or spend more than 10 minutes by his side. All of them will lose their minds and go crazy and attack everyone around them. In the end, he will target Abby. Attempt to kill Abby. And anyone who attacks Abby. They will have a heart attack or die of a mad attack. Little ones, don't look at her eyes away from her. Whitebeard shouted. Whitebeard knows though. Domineering trumps all abilities. But he didn't dare to gamble. His own domineering, whether he can really restrain Abby's ability. After all, the abnormal containment is too special. Hear the words of Whitebeard. All the members of the Whitebeard group looked away one after another. Not daring to look at Abby at all. However, there are still quite a few people on board. Before Whitebeard reminded, there was eye contact with Abby. It's over, I just looked at her. What should I do too? I'll die. Damn, the people of the Abnormal Containment Association are also too despicable, and they actually sent such people to the ship of our Whitebeard group. I now know why the agent just now directly committed suicide. No less than Abby, a member of the Whitebeard group who had eye contact. All felt, deep despair, and fear. Chapter 32. That, I want to bring it back, okay? Abby asked, pointing to the slime lying on Whitebeard. Hearing Abby's words, the whole Whitebeard regiment. There was silence. Now what? To give or not to give? If you don't give it, how are they going to get Abby away? They know it. Once you perform any physical attack on Abby, you will absolutely die. But if it is given, they are a little reluctant. Whitebeard is really numb. If you say, the abnormal containment will send a strong person of the General Emperor level. He is not afraid in the slightest. Even dare to start a big war with it. But who would have thought that the abnormal reception would be people? He actually brought Abby over. This little girl equivalent to the Grim Reaper. So that Whitebeard did not dare to do anything about it. It's terrible, abnormal containment meeting. With the help of shining fruits, the yellow ape stood in mid-air, scanning the crowd of the Whitebeard group. Even he didn't dare to look at Abby on the deck at the moment. Because, he doesn't know. Who is Abby looking at now? If it were placed on him. He turned his head and just looked at Abby. That's the end of it. At this time, he had to sigh. The people who are abnormally sheltered are really smart. They did not send any so-called strong. Instead, he brought Abby, who was easy to tame and capable like death. How? What to do, Daddy? Marco asked with a mouthful of saliva. If they insist on not giving it. In case Abby gets close to them. If you take the initiative to physically contact them. They're still going to die. 2. Or give it to it, Daddy. Jaws suggested. Yes, Dad, the family can still find it, it is better to give it away. Baista wiped the sweat on his forehead and said in agreement. Abby is dangerous. Now such dangerous people appear on their ships. To say that there is no fear, it is impossible. Now they wish Abby could leave quickly. Hey! Whitebeard sighed helplessly. At a glance, the slime who was lying on his body fell into deep thought. Just now, they have already held an entry ceremony for the slime. Whitebeard already considers slimes his family. As everyone knows, Whitebeard takes his family very seriously. For example, Ace was captured by the people of the Navy. He directly led the entire Whitebeard regiment to attack the headquarters of the Navy. This is enough to prove what a loyal family Whitebeard really is. But now, he's in a dilemma. If you don't hand over the slime today, their white-bearded regiment will shed blood like a river. After hesitating for a moment, Whitebeard made a difficult choice and spoke, "Get out of my body, slime." Slime can't speak though. But it can understand human language. It hesitated briefly, then came to Abby's side. Then it wrapped around Abby's body. He then started tickling Abby, which was his favorite thing to do. It's itchy. Abby rolled around the floor. High-altitude spaceship. The people who were abnormal in the containment meeting saw that slime had been successfully contained. Then another D-class member jumped from the ship. Fell on the Moby Dick. Left the place with slime and Abby. Looking at the departing Abnormal Containment Society's spaceship. The people of the Whitebeard Regiment, there was no obstruction. The same is true of Yellow Apes. Because he was also scared. In case he goes to chase the abnormal containment meeting at this time. The other side, backhanded Abby into his sight. Let them look at them, wouldn't that be over? This scene also quickly aroused heated discussions around the world. Contained? Is it so easy to contain? Hey, the abnormal containment Abby, it's probably too exaggerated, even if she is the new World King's Landing, like an emperor. The Whitebeard group has also made a compromise. The second abnormal containment, occupying the mask, was also contained because of her, and this time the slime is the same, this guy. It's terrible. Abby, God forever. The Whitebeard group made the right choice. If you insist on not handing over the slime, I'm afraid that the entire Whitebeard group will be destroyed because of her. It's good that there are abnormal containment clubs. Fortunately, they have a way to contain Abby, so many abnormal containments, otherwise this sea really doesn't know what chaos will become. The Abnormal Containment Society, the Eternal Gods, protected this sea because of their existence, and they are more qualified to protect us than the Navy. Great shipping route, some island. Thief, ha ha ha. Dad, it's really unimaginable, in the face of such an abnormal containment, even you have made a compromise? Blackbeard laughed grimly. He has also been with the Whitebeard pirates for decades. Know what a tough guy Whitebeard really is. But in the face of abnormal containment, Abby this guy. But he did not dare to act recklessly. Instead, a compromise was made. This scene shocked Blackbeard. At present, there are already 4 abnormal containments in this sea. Each abnormal containment has unimaginable power. Captain Tichy, shall we also grab a containment to join our pirate group? Badgers suggested. Stupid, abnormal containment will be taken away by abnormal containment in the end, and our robbery of abnormal containment means that they are enemies. Van Orca disagreed. Nope. Wealth is in danger, people from the Abnormal Containment Association come to the door, we don't have to run, I must get one for the abnormal containment. Blackbeard grinned. Abnormal containment is dangerous though. But the power it has. But it's surprisingly terrifying. At the same time, the abnormal containment meeting is also extremely dangerous. But Blackbeard is a bold man. New World, some sea. On the Moby Dick. It's over. Looking at the departing Abby and the Abnormal Asylum Association, Marco couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But it didn't take long for him to be happy. Soon, it came from the Moby Dick. A voice that terrified him. Damn, you are such a bunch of idiots, why would you let a monster as dangerous as the abnormal containment slime join our ship? Whitebeard, you are not my father at all, I am your father. Go and die, Whitebeard. I'm going to kill all of you. Previously, people who had looked at Abby. At this moment, all of them lost their minds and became manic. Among them, there are many captains. Hey, what are you doing? Calm down, you are attacking our family. Marco shouted in a cold sweat. As you can see, the entire Whitebeard group instantly made a mess. Countless people are facing each other with swords. And he attacked with the intention of killing the other party. See what you see. Marco felt as if his heart had been hit hard. Because, people who attack each other. They are all companions who used to get along with each other, friendly, and take care of each other. But now, they are actually attacking each other. There have even been cases of fatalities. Chapter 33. Headquarters of the Navy, Marinfander. The people of the Whitebeard Regiment fought. Peach Rabbit said with a surprised look. The Whitebeard group can be said to be the most united pirate group in the New World. Because they all treat each other as family. She never thought about it. One day, you can see it. The people of the Whitebeard Regiment face each other with swords. They were affected by the abnormal containment Abby, and many of them looked at Abby when she got on board. Tsuru gasped. Fortunately, it's good that the abnormal containment slime this time did not appear on our Navy's side, otherwise the abnormal containment would have sent Abby to take the slime away. Within our Navy, it is estimated that this situation will also occur, cannibalism. The T-Dolphin broke out in a cold sweat and was shocked. At first he didn't want slimes. Appeared on the territory of their Navy. But see slime recover from Whitebeard's injuries. He began to regret again, such a good abnormal containment. How did they not give encounters? But now, the people who saw the Whitebeard group killed each other. He began to rejoice again. Fortunately, this time the abnormal containment. It didn't appear on their Navy turf. Otherwise, if it is an abnormal shelter meeting, send someone to take care of the abnormal thing. Their navy, there will definitely be countless casualties. The abnormal containment meeting is really more dangerous than we thought. They are so smart that they not only know how to contain anomalies, but they can also use their intelligence. From the hands of the 4 emperors, take away the abnormal slime. Carp said with a solemn expression. Although, say, there are 2 D-level members. Will die from contact with Abby. However, at the cost of losing only 2 people. From the hands of the 4 emperors. Take slime out of Whitebeard's hands. This price is acceptable to any force. Great shipping routes, certain seas. Why are they fighting? Aren't they companions? Nami said in surprise. Abby, it was that abnormal containment Abby who did it, Zoro said with a serious expression. Fortunately, when Abby first appeared in the Chambord Islands, we didn't rush over at the first time, otherwise. Usopp couldn't help but feel a little tingling in his scalp when he thought of this. If it weren't for their Straw Hat pirates at that time. It is a long way from the Chambord Islands. Otherwise, they would definitely choose to pick Abby on board. And the consequences when the time comes. Just like the Whitebeard ball now. No. It is estimated that it will be more serious than the Whitebeard mass. Because the people of the Whitebeard group know Abby's abilities. So only a part of the people were affected by his abilities. And at that time, they still did not believe in the Straw Hats. Abby would have such weird, terrifying abilities. Once put on board. It's conceivable. Their entire Straw Hat regiment will kill each other. At that time, all the personnel will be killed. New World, some see. The abnormal containment is indeed more dangerous than I thought. Whitebeard looked at his fellow killing each other. The face was extremely heavy. At first, he was still excited, and slime came to their ship. Heal him, heal him. And he regarded slime as his companion. But now, because of the reason slime got on board. As a result, Abby appeared on their ship. In the end, it became the miserable situation it is now. What to do, Daddy? Marco blocked his companion who had lost his mind. While shouting at Whitebeard. Although the companion, who lost his mind, has been carrying out fatal attacks on him. But he was unable to kill his former companions. The most painful thing is this. What to do, is there any way to get them back? I don't want to kill them, but our family. Jaws was on one side, covering the hard devil fruit ability defense. While saying with a heartache. Damn, we shouldn't have touched that abnormal containment slime in the first place, even if we couldn't kill it, we should have driven it off the ship. Baista said regretfully. Although it is said that Whitebeard's injury is now healed by slime. But the same. Their Whitebeard regiment also paid a terrible price. Kill them, Marco. The white-bearded man seemed to be 10 years old, and said weakly. This group of companions who have lost their minds. Already killed not a few companions on board. If you don't continue to stop them, the casualties will expand. Really? Do you really want to do it, Daddy? Marco shouted reluctantly. We shouldn't be touching abnormal containments, which... That's the price we have to bear, Marco. Whitebeard sat in a chair, a sickly look. If you give Whitebeard another chance, he would rather not let slime recover from his injuries. I will definitely not let it be my companion. Hearing the words of Whitebeard, Marco, and others. Hold back tears in the corners of your eyes. Kill all those out of control companions. Chapter 34. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Although the bastard of Whitebeard recovered from his injuries, dark illness, and his strength almost returned to his peak, they also paid a lot of price. Hundreds of crew members died, along with the death of Brahmank, captain of the 5th team, Lakyo, captain of the 7th team, Atmos, captain of the 13th team, Blenheim, captain of the 9th team, and Foza, captain of the 15th team. The red dog folded his hands in front of his chest, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Laugh at the casualties of the Whitebeard pirates. 5 captains, plus 100 crew casualties. The Whitebeard regiment can also be regarded as a wound. This group of fools thought that getting the abnormal containment slime was a gift, but they didn't expect it to bring disaster to them. Chagu sneered. The Whitebeard pirates have a total of 16 captains. Remove Sachi, who was killed by Blackbeard. Now 5 more died. The huge Whitebeard regiment now only has 10 captains left. Now, they are also acceptable. Whitebeard's injuries recover. The threat to the sea. The most important thing is that the Whitebeard guy, but he personally ordered Marco to kill his companion family, and this group of bastard pirates has finally been retributed. Peach Rabbit Road. The Whitebeard regiment, this time not only suffered heavy losses, and most importantly, extremely valued the Whitebeard of his family. Personally ordered, let Marco execute companions who have lost their minds on board. This is for the entire Whitebeard regiment. Undoubtedly a great morale blow. Ha ha ha. That group of damn abnormal containment finally did something good. Carp laughed while eating senbei. Marshal of the Warring States, you see that a new font has appeared on the screen, and a new abnormal containment has appeared. An admiral suddenly reminded. Hearing his words, everyone turned their gazes. Placed on the projection screen. Inventory of the top 20 abnormal containments. 16th place, Dark Girl. Project level, Keter. Keter class? It's an abnormal containment that occupies a level with a mask. Sengoku raised his eyebrows slightly. Rank or something, it's not necessary to care about this, because abnormal containments, none of them are simple things, all of them are monsters that can stir up the whole sea. Carp reminded. Although Carp didn't understand what exactly the meaning of this project level was. But he only knew one thing. That is, abnormal containment. None of them are simple things. It's all dangerous. Or maybe you have extraordinary abilities. Abnormal containment 029 looks like a young woman of black descent, her skin pigment is more than 80% pure black. Abnormal containment has a severe tendency to kill, and she has the ability to use any object as a weapon. She has a compulsive repulsion to the victim's blood splashing, so she is more inclined to strangle the victim. Abnormal containment 029 has been proven to be very dexterous, and it has been proven that she is very resistant to any form of damage. It is extremely difficult to cause harm to her, extremely difficult to kill. Any male presence near the abnormal containment, 029, will be driven by her will, and these people will become willing to fight for her or die for her. Anomaly containment 029 declares that she is the daughter of darkness. Hey, isn't this guy too dangerous? The T-Dolphin broke out in a cold sweat. Will any male who appears near her be manipulated by her to die willingly for her? Sengoku frowned and said with a headache. This abnormal containment is a bit like a combination of epidemic doctors and masks. Tsuru said with trepidation. The ability of the plague doctor is for anyone who comes into contact with him. Will die instantly, and he will die. Transformed into a living dead man who could be manipulated by him. And the ability to occupy the mask is that it can seduce anyone. Let him willingly put the mask on his face. And the Dark Daughter's abilities are for any male near her. All can be manipulated by her and die willingly for her. It is equivalent to saying the Daughter of Darkness, if you want to. She ran directly to the headquarters of the Navy. Or the world government. Or the power of the 4 emperors. Go straight to get close to these people. No contact required. You can make this group of people become puppets who follow her orders. Such a dangerous person. It can be said to inherit the advantages of epidemic doctors and occupying masks. Damn, such a dangerous abnormal containment must be killed as soon as possible. Sengoku said with an extremely serious expression. The introduction to the Daughter of Darkness is also mentioned. She is a person who loves to kill. There is no doubt that she descended on this sea. It will definitely expand its power rapidly. For this world, the war is against each other. I can only send women. It seems that I will trouble you this time, Ziahe, Peach Rabbit. Carp looked at the two men. Only a woman cannot be affected by her abilities. A huge naval headquarters with great strength. And it's female, only Tsuru and Peach Rabbit. Chapter 35. Abnormal Containment 029 originally caused the investigation of the Abnormal Containment Society because they found a group of fanatical believers in a certain country, and learned after several weeks of investigation. This group of fanatical believers believes that by simply sacrificing millions of lives to the Daughters of Darkness, the world will come to an end year when they will resurrect the goddesses and destroy the world. As the experience of the Daughter of Darkness comes to light, people all over the world are not calm in an instant. Hey, just kidding, destroy the world. Nope. It's just that the group of fanatics think that sacrificing the lives of millions of people and resurrecting the goddess in their mouths can destroy the world, and in the end, it is uncertain whether the goddess in their mouths exists or not, so the destruction of the world is not necessarily true. Idiot, is the information about the unusual containment so far fake? That's right, so far, all the information about abnormal containment is true, which means that this piece of information is also true. Goddesses also really exist. If our world sacrifices millions of people to the Daughter of Darkness, our world will be destroyed by the Goddess of Resurrection. Damn, this guy is simply too dangerous. What's more, each of the abnormal containments is enough to destroy this world. Now we can only rely on the Abnormal Containment Society. I hope they can show up as soon as possible and take him away before the Dark Daughter kills a million people. Otherwise, our world will be destroyed. Abnormal Containment Meeting, we must successfully take her in. Today, people all over the world pray. Hopefully, abnormal containment will appear as soon as possible. Take the Daughter of Darkness in her as soon as possible. No one wants to see it. After the Daughter of Darkness killed a million. Resurrect the goddess and destroy the world. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Ruin. Destroy the world? Sengoku's face changed drastically. Anyone in this world? He said he had the power to destroy the world. The warring states are not convinced. Even the Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world. Give face to Whitebeard and say that he can destroy the world. Don't give him face. Whitebeard has at most the ability of the devil fruit, and the damage caused is extremely extensive. But the introduction of abnormal containment. Say he can destroy the world. It was truly the destruction of the world. It is the people of the whole world, the destruction of the world of all death. A million people? This is the number of people in a big country. This guy must not appear in a big country, otherwise with his ability, I am afraid that in less than a day, he can slaughter the entire big country. Carp said solemnly. It can be found through the introduction of the Daughter of Darkness. When she killed a million, the world will come to an end year. The so-called goddess will be resurrected and destroy the world. A million people, for them is a boundary. At all costs. The Daughter of Darkness must not be allowed to slaughter millions of people in this world. No, it's hard to imagine. Actually, I have a sentence now. I don't know if there is a sentence, I should not say it. The T-Dolphin suddenly said. What words? Chi-Inu asked with a slight raised eyebrow. You say that abnormal containment items are deliberately released by abnormal containment, and then contained, so as to win people's hearts and minds around the world. Or is it that the abnormal containment is scattered all over the world, but recently suddenly woke up, and the Abnormal Containment Association began to recover it after learning the news? Chagu voiced his opinion. It doesn't take long for the abnormal containment to appear each time. Abnormal containment will appear and it will be recycled. Up to now, the Abnormal Containment Society has already taken in 4 anomalies. All over the world, it can be said that it has won the hearts of countless people. There are countless people around the world today. I can't wait to join the Abnormal Asylum Association. Fight alongside them. The prestige of the Unusual Asylum Society. It can be said that it is rising all over the world. So he was curious about whether the abnormal containment was released by them on their own initiative. Or is it that abnormal containment is due to some factor and scattered around the world? If it's the former, then it is conceivable that the abnormal containment will have a huge conspiracy. If the latter, then it means that the Abnormal Containment Association is a good organization. Their purpose is really to protect the world. Hearing the words of the T-Dolphin, the entire conference room suddenly fell into deep thought. Truly, it is precisely because of the existence of abnormal containment associations. Therefore, those extremely dangerous containments did not continue to endanger this sea. But as for these anomalous containments, in the end, is it abnormal containment will be released? No one can give a positive answer. Do you still need to think about it? The abnormal containment must be released by the hateful abnormal containment, haven't you noticed? Every time there is an inventory on the screen, the abnormal containment appears. This is not what they voluntarily released, what else can it be? Chi-Inu snorted coldly. Each inventory occurs are accompanied by the appearance of abnormal containments. That made him sure. Abnormal containment is what will be released by abnormal containment. As for the purpose, it must be to win people's hearts and minds all over the world. Chapter 36. Great shipping routes, certain seas. Dozens of warships sailed here. Strangely, though, dozens of battleships. There are not only ships of the Navy, but also ships of pirates, and ships of the Revolutionary Army. Even more surprising, these dozens of ships from different forces, and did not attack each other. Instead, they are walking side by side in this sea. And in the bow of one of the leading battleships, there was a woman with black skin and a very attractive appearance. Pedal. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps behind her. I saw several people wearing Revolutionary Army uniforms. Quickly came behind him, bent down slightly and said respectfully, "Lord Dark Girl, in less than half a minute, you can arrive at the base of the Northern Army of the Revolutionary Army, where there are more than 10,000 members of the Revolutionary Army." Good. The words fell. The Dark Girl directly twisted the neck of the person who spoke. Seeing this scene, members of the Revolutionary Army standing on the side, there was no trepidation. Day. Momentarily, though, 3 other members of the Revolutionary Army were also twisted by her neck. She has a strong tendency to kill. And pirates on dozens of warships, Navy, Revolutionary Army. It was all she who came to this sea. Influenced by her abilities, he was extremely loyal to her. Anyone willing to die for her. As for her purpose, naturally, with the help of their own abilities, manipulate more people, up to millions. Then 1,000,000 people will be slaughtered clean. Then summon the goddess. Let this world go to ruin. Her primary goal. It is to manipulate all members of the Revolutionary Army. Then the Navy, then the pirates. Dozens of warships, mighty. Towards the situation of the base of the Northern Army of the Revolutionary Army. And soon, revolutionary troops stationed on the coast. It was also discovered that the army led by the Dark Maiden. Yes, it's a ship of the Navy. No, there are also pirates' ships. Didn't that group of bastard navies become the ones who annihilated our Revolutionary Army and joined forces with pirates? Damn, how did they know that our base is in this place? Wait, look, there's still the ship with the emblem of our Revolutionary Army over there. Just kidding, someone within our Revolutionary Army has defected and joined forces with the naval pirates. Quick, go and inform the commander of the Northern Army Callus. Looking at the army led by the Dark Maiden, The revolutionary army stationed on the coast did not hesitate. Quickly bring the news from this side. The notice was given to the commander of the Northern Army, Callas. Callas, who learned the news, did not hesitate. The entire base was quickly assembled, and tens of thousands of revolutionary soldiers were ready to fight. You can see countless revolutionary soldiers armed with guns and weapons in the depths of the base, walking towards the coast, ready to fight. You traitors, you actually unite the pirates and the navy. Callas scanned the revolutionary army on board and roared. Faced with Callas' angry greetings, the revolutionary army did not respond. Just stared at him with indifferent eyes. Is it true that there are only 10,000 people, although it is small, but it's not bad, and it's a step closer to 1,000,000. The dark girl calmly scanned the revolutionary army on the coast. Callas noticed it, and the dark girl standing at the bow of the front battleship asked loudly, "Hey, who are you, black-skinned girl? Did you rebel against the members of our revolutionary army?" He was a little puzzled. Who the hell is the Dark Maiden? Why can he at the same time let the forces of the revolutionary army, pirates, and the navy obey him? I don't have to respond to the ant's question. The dark girl said contemptuously. Ants? You bastard is really arrogant. Karas snorted coldly. Who is he? He is one of the 4 commanders of the revolutionary army. Prestige spread all over the world. Nowadays, anyone dares to say that he is an ant? How could this not make him angry? Callas quickly entered the devil fruit power. I saw that his arms turned into pitch-black crow wings. He is the ancient species of the animal lineage, the crow fruit ability. Fuck it, bastard! Karas soared into the air and went straight to the dark girl. But when his body approached the dark girl about 10 meters, he suddenly stopped in mid-air. He has been successfully hypnotized by the dark girl's abilities. I'm sorry, I and other pariahs dare to attack you, it's really a crime worthy of death. Callas half knelt on the ground and said extremely respectfully. Kill yourself. The dark girl said lightly. Yes. As soon as the words fell, Callas wrapped an armed collar domineering around his hand. Then he pierced directly into his chest. Pulled out the heart. In the next second, he lay straight on the ground. Completely lifeless. This scene directly made all the revolutionary troops present stupid. Hey, what's going on? Card. Commander Callas committed suicide. How is it possible? What the hell is going on with this woman? Why did she use only one sentence to make Commander Karas commit suicide? She is a demon. Hurry, run away, we will be killed by her. Run away. Saw Commander Callas commit suicide. Countless soldiers of the revolutionary army immediately threw out the weapons in their hands. Ran away in a hurry. Chapter 37. This scene also stunned people all over the world. Really fake, directly committed suicide. This abnormal containment is probably too exaggerated. Can a single sentence make people commit suicide? Looking at the whole world, there is only one person who can compete with such a monster, and that is the 4 Emperors Blug Mom, because she is the only woman who has reached the top of the 4 Emperors' position as a woman. Damn, this guy's ability to hypnotize and control all men is too perverted, and indeed only the 4 Emperors Blug Mom can defeat her. But the problem is, that guy from Blug Mom won't make a move at all, plus this abnormal containment is currently on the Great Route. Even if Blug Mom really had the idea of killing her, by the time she arrived on the Great Voyage from the New World, the Dark Maiden would have already hypnotized and manipulated millions of people to kill them all, and then resurrect the goddess. Our world will still be finished. The 4 Emperors Blug Mom must be unreliable, the same navy is also unreliable, and the only thing we can rely on is the Abnormal Containment Association. That's right, only the Abnormal Containment Society. They will definitely stop the Dark Girl before she kills 1,000,000 people. It must be as soon as possible. Abnormal Containment Meeting. Holy Land Mary Joya. The highest temple of power. What now? Satan scanned the four beside him. If the Dark Maiden is a strong person, they don't mind. Take it down in person nether. But the problem is, all men who approach her will be hypnotized. Even if it is them, I am afraid it is no exception. Other words. They didn't have the slightest way to take the dark girl. This guy is really troublesome enough. The strong people cultivated by our world government are all men, and there is not a single woman. Can we only watch her hypnotize millions of people, slaughter them clean, and then summon the so-called goddess to destroy our world? The old man holding the first generation of ghosts in his arms said with a headache. They will not doubt. After the Dark Maiden slaughtered 1,000,000 people, will it resurrect the goddess? Because of the presence of abnormal containment. It has long been beyond their understanding. Now they can only have a headache. No matter how strong a man is, there is nothing he can do with her. Could it be that you want to use the power of the four emperors' bloodmom to eliminate her? The blonde old man suddenly suggested. Nope. Now that the abnormal containment meeting is in the limelight, it's time for our navy and the world government to perform. How can we let that four emperors steal the limelight? Satan objected. Since the appearance of abnormal containment, the abnormal containment meeting contains 4 abnormal objects in succession. Today, this force. The voice is very loud all over the world. Prestige even surpassed the navy at one time. They are well aware. It can't go on like this. I remember that there were 2 powerful women in the Navy headquarters, namely Navy's Chief of Staff Tsuru and Alternate Admiral Peach Rabbit. At the same time, there are female Vice Admirals in the headquarters of the Navy. In addition, you can also use the power of His Majesty Kaiwahai Boya Hankook, and the 9 Snake Island she rules is all women. The blonde old man suggested. Hear his words. Satan ordered the guards outside the door to come in. Then ordered. Let the CP organize the ability to eat the fruits of space, quickly go to the naval headquarters, call all the female powerhouses, and inform His Majesty the 7 warriors C. Boya Hankook to go to the place where the abnormal containment dark girl is, and be sure to strangle her in the cradle. Yes. The guard left this sentence. He quickly told this news to the ability to eat the spatial fruit. The so-called spatial fruit. It is an ability to teleport anywhere in the sea at will. As long as there are accurate coordinates, he can get anywhere in a second. The world government, as a terrible force organization that has ruled for 800 years. Naturally, there is countless devil fruit abilities. The Great Root, the base of the Revolutionary Army. The Dark Girl soon hypnotized the entire base, tens of thousands of revolutionary troops. Plus these people. She has now hypnotized a total of 20,000 people. Where is the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army? The Dark Maiden asked. On the island of White Earth on the Great Voyage. A revolutionary soldier with a different identity replied respectfully. Set sail for the island of White Earth. The Dark Maiden ordered. In fact, the Dark Girl wants to hypnotize and slaughter millions of people. Completing the resurrection of the goddess is simple. She traveled casually to some village, or country. In less than a day, it can hypnotize and slaughter millions of people. But for her, it was a little boring. If you want to hypnotize the slaughter, you must not choose those who are powerful. What's the point of hypnotizing and slaughtering some ordinary people? Chapter 38. As the voice of the Dark Maiden fell, more than 10,000 revolutionary troops, pirates, navy, driving more than 50 warships, the situation is vast in this sea. Those who are manipulated by the Dark Girl are not ordinary people. All of them are strong people with no low force. As you can imagine, no matter where the Dark Maiden goes, wherever the army is, it will be used for her and die for her. Such people. How high is the threat to this sea? Great Root, Island of White Earth. This place is the main base of the Revolutionary Army. It is also a place that only the top of the Revolutionary Army knows. Damn, that Kara's guy died just like that. Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army, took a cigarette in her mouth and said with a heavy expression. This guy's ability is really dangerous to the extreme. The commander of the Western Army, Murray, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Revenge, we will avenge Kara's. Sob clenched his fists and said angrily. Collis were companions with them for many years. Now, he was ordered to commit suicide by the dark girl. This made the sentimental Sob completely unacceptable. Calm down, Sob. Cold sweat broke out on the dragon's forehead and said seriously. He didn't want to avenge Callas. But the problem is that the dark girl's abilities are too exaggerated. Any male who approaches her will all be hypnotized by her. With the peculiarities of unusual containments. The dragon guessed that even it was the power of domineering. It is estimated that it is also not immune to the hypnotic manipulation of the dark girl. That is to say, don't say anything about taking revenge on the dark maid. If you insist on attacking it, he will even be manipulated into becoming a slave to die for her. What to do, dragon? The location of our base has also been exposed. That dangerous guy, come soon. Ivankov asked worriedly. Although the death of Collis made their hearts ache and regret. But they can't do it. After all, the opponent is an abnormal containment. The dragon was silent for a moment, then stood up and ordered with a serious expression, notify all the revolutionary troops on White Earth Island and immediately transfer their destinations. Their revolutionary army, although it is said that there are indeed strong women. But the problem is that the opponent is not just the dark girl. She's already manipulating more than 20,000 navies, revolutionary troops, pirates. Playing with it is clearly not a rational choice. There is even a possibility of total annihilation. Damn it! Sob clenched his fists, but there was nowhere to vent his anger. With the dragon's order given, the revolutionary army of the entire White Earth Island, at the first time, all transferred destinations. Headquarters of the Navy, Marinfander. Just as Peach Rabbit, Tsuru, and the female powerhouses of the entire Navy headquarters were ready. Get ready to go on the Great Route. When blocking the Dark Girl, World Government CP organized Space Fruit Ability Clark appeared in their sights. An order has been issued above for you to conduct world conscription, to recruit strong women all over the world, in terms of the number of people controlled by the Dark Maiden who is now abnormally contained. The Navy and the government alone are powerless against her. Clark said. Men can't attack the Dark Girl. And women's words. At present, there are still too few strong people they have dispatched. It is simply not enough to fight against those more than 20,000 strong people. What's more, they still don't know what level of strength the Dark Girl herself is. The only way to do this now is to quickly launch a world conscription. Recruit strong women from all over the world to fight her together. World conscription? I'm afraid that even if you recruit strong women all over the world, it will be too late, because the abnormal shelter Dark Maiden is currently on the Great Route. The strong who can be recruited can only be from the Great Voyage. Tsuru shook his head slightly. She doesn't deny it. There must be strong women hidden in the world who are hidden in the people. But the problem is, those people are from all over the world. Even if it is conscripted. Do they have the ability to do it in a day? Rush to the Great Route? If not, then a day later. The men manipulated by the Dark Girl are definitely more than 20,000. Probably 200,000. Think even more terrifyingly. She has manipulated millions of people to slaughter them all. Then resurrect the goddess and destroy the world. No, I am a space fruit ability, as long as I give me the accurate coordinates, I can arrive at the first time no matter how far away, so you can rest assured to recruit. No matter where in the world is a strong woman, I can bring her to the Great Voyage at the first time. Clark said calmly. Is that so? Carp nodded. Pass on the order, so that the navies scattered around the world will begin to immediately recruit the world locally, giving huge amounts of money, or positions in the headquarters. Sengoku ordered. Yes. After the admirals took orders, quickly began to inform the navies of the world. Conscription began. You know, the power of the navy is all over the world. With the order of the Sengoku was issued, those navies in the world. Then he began to spend huge sums of money, or high positions in the headquarters of the navy. Come and recruit those top female powerhouses of the people. Chapter 39. Great shipping routes, certain seas. In this sea, more than 50 warships are moving. At this moment, they were planning to go to the main base of the Revolutionary Army, the island of White Earth. Lord Dark Maiden, I just received news that the Revolutionary Army located on the White Earth Island has all been evacuated. A member of the Revolutionary Army came to her side and said respectfully. Reason? The dark girl said lightly. They seem to already know that you're going to that place, so they've evacuated temporarily. The revolutionary soldier replied. In order to ensure that the cadres of the Revolutionary Army are in the island of White Earth with the dragon. So he spoke with the Revolutionary Army on the island of White Earth. Since the other party does not know, he has been manipulated by the Dark Maiden. So, the news of the island of White Earth was told to him. It's really troublesome. Are we being watched? Is that damn anomalous containment going to do it? The dark girl's face changed slightly. She has already been admitted once by the Abnormal Asylum Association. So she is still quite jealous of this organization. In the nearby seas, which big country has more than 1 million people? The Dark Maiden asked. The member country of Across, there are millions of people in that country, and we are very close to this country, it does not take a few minutes to arrive. The member of the Revolutionary Army replied. If I divert the route and go to the country of Across, as long as I slaughter all the people in this country and resurrect the goddess, even the Abnormal Containment Association will not be able to stop me. The Dark Maiden ordered. She had a hunch. It seems that he has been targeted by the people of the Abnormal Asylum Association. Since that's the case, there's no need to play anymore. It's time to travel to a big country. Hypnotic slaughter of millions of people. Resurrecting the goddess and destroying the world. Yes. Hear her order, 50 battleships began to shift routes and sailed through the country of Across. This scene also caused panic in the world. It's over, they plan to go to the great country of the Great Passage, the country of Across. The inhabitants of that country are more than millions, and with her ability, I am afraid that it does not take half a day to slaughter the entire country. Abnormal containment meeting, why haven't they appeared yet? Hurry up and stop them. No, it's probably too late, the abnormal shelter dark girl, it's only a few minutes sailing time from that place. Damn, won't it? Is it true that she will kill millions of people and resurrect the goddess to destroy the world? It's over, this world is going to be destroyed, it's going to be destroyed by abnormal containments. Great shipping routes, certain seas. Straw Hat Pirates. Oops Luffy, we have to stop her, otherwise the world will be destroyed. Koiba said in horror. No, we can't take him. The only women on our ship are Robin and Nami, and the other party has manipulated tens of thousands of strong people. Yamaji said in a cold sweat on his forehead. More than 20,000 navies, pirates, and revolutionary troops manipulated by the Dark Maiden. All of them are not simple people. All of them are people with not weak force. Only Robin and Nami of their straw hats. Where is the possibility to stop her? Damn! We are obviously not far from the country of Across, but there is no way to stop her, Zoro said with a headache. 9 Snake Island. All strong women in the headquarters of the Navy. Plus, strong women from all over the world. All gathered on 9 Snake Island. We need to use your power, Bo-Yahan Cook. Peach Rabbit Road. 9 Snake Island is all female strong. And most importantly, it is. Hancock's devil fruit is a sweet fruit. Any male who is attracted to her will be petrified by her. And it just so happens that the person who was hypnotized and manipulated by the dark girl, all are men. It can be said that Hancock is the nemesis of the Dark Maiden. That's why, even if they recruited many strong people in the world who were above Hancock, they still came to draw her to the battlefield. We are not lackeys of your navy, don't order concubines for everything. Hancock sat on the throne and said lightly with Erlang's legs up. We're not negotiating with you, Boya Hancock, we're ordering you. Clark, a spatial fruit ability, snorted coldly. Concubines will not be ordered by anyone. Hancock replied without fear. We promise to give you 1 billion Bailey on 9 Snake Island after the matter is accomplished, and the threat of this abnormal containment is not only for our navy, but for the entire sea. You don't want the world to be destroyed. Tsuru said slowly. Sister, either take the warriors of 9 Snake Island with them to stop the Dark Girl, otherwise this world will really be destroyed. Boya Sanda Sonia said worriedly. Yes, this abnormal containment is too dangerous. Once she is resurrected as a goddess, even our 9 Snake Island will not be spared. Boya Marigorod echoed. In that case, the concubine will give you a face, and accompany you on a trip. Hearing this, Hancock stood up and said. The navy is enough to give face, personally come to invite and pay. Plus, she didn't want the world to be destroyed. Chapter 40. Great Root, the Land of Across. This country is one of the members of the world government. It is a superpower of the Great Shipping Route. The total population of this country has exceeded millions. On this day, the location of the port. Dozens of steamers, merchant ships, appeared. The people on board, naturally, also through the projection telephone worm. I learned that the Dark Maiden was going to destroy this place. So, they sailed to get out of this place. But the problem is that there are simply too many people in the country. And the number of ships stored in the country is too small. No. Not good. They're coming. One pointed to the sea in the distance and shouted in trepidation. As his voice fell, countless people's gazes. All are placed on the sea in the distance. Saw. More than 50 warships. Densely packed and vast, it is driving towards this side. It's over, they actually arrived in our country so quickly. No, if you can't escape, we will be killed. Damn it, why is the abnormal containment of the Dark Girl lying our country? If only the people from the Abnormal Containment Association were there, they would definitely be able to save us and contain this abnormal containment. Nope. Even if the abnormal containment wants to contain such a monster, it is not so simple, plus the abnormal containment will not appear until now, which means that it is too late, and the abnormal containment Dark Girl will kill us all. See the abnormal containment Dark Girl. Arrived with more than 50 warships. Countless people were terrified to the extreme. They all hoped that abnormal containment would appear. Save them from the dire waters. Just when they are desperate, the space in front of them suddenly distorted. Subsequently, Tsuru, Chief of the General Staff of the Navy Headquarters, Alternate Admiral Momoto, and female Vice Admirals of the Navy Headquarters, including His Majesty Nanabuki Boya Hancock, and countless soldiers of Daughters Island, including strong women from all over the world, appeared in their sight. It was with the help of the abilities of Clark's space fruit. Arrived at this place. Yes. It's the Navy. The people of the Navy are coming, they are coming to save us. Great, although the people from the Abnormal Reception Association did not come, but the people from the Navy came, maybe we can also be saved. Come on, Navy, you must defeat them. Seeing the Navy emerge, they rekindled hope of survival. Now retreat to the island, and this will be left to us. Tsuru looked at the tens of thousands of residents around him. It is certainly impossible for them to escape and stay in this place. Once approached by the Dark Maiden, they will also be manipulated by it and become puppet slaves. Hear the words of the crane. The people on the merchant ship did not hesitate in the slightest. All rushed towards the island. Stay away from this battlefield. Looking at it up close, the oppression of 50 battleships is really suffocating. Peach Rabbit couldn't help but gasp. Next, they will be with the Dark Maiden. Plus more than 20,000 navies, revolutionary troops, pirates fight. On their side, the total number is only 1,000. That is, everyone should fight with one enemy and 20. Moreover, the most troublesome enemy is actually the Dark Girl. The introduction to the Dark Maiden is: she is extremely resistant to injuries. Extremely difficult to be injured, extremely difficult to kill. No one knows what level of her strength is. Oh? Know that my weakness is the inability to hypnotize female manipulation? The Dark Girl looked at the many navies and the warriors of Nine Snake Island with some surprise. This weakness of hers. Those who know should only have abnormal containment associations. How would people in this world know her weaknesses? It's just a group of rabble, and while the people of the Abnormal Asylum Association have not yet arrived, it is necessary to slaughter 1 million people as soon as possible. The Dark Girl's face sank. Fire! The Dark Girl ordered. 50 warships, firing shells in unison. You know, 10 warships are the Devil Slaughter order. 50 warships, shells fired. Almost the entire sky is covered with a dense and even obscured sun. Let the whole sky be in a dark state. The shell that the Dark Girl ordered to fire. It was not an attack on Tsuru and others. Instead, it went to attack the islands. Intercept these shells, don't let them fall into the island. Crane's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. 50 warships, firing shells in unison. If it all falls on the island, I'm afraid it doesn't take half an hour. More than 1 million people will die at the hands of the Dark Maiden. As the crane's voice fell, everyone exerted all their strength to block the high-altitude shells. Your opponent is me. The Dark Girl jumped up with a blade in hand. Directly rushed towards the crane and the others on the island. At the same time countless pirates, revolutionary army, navy on board. They also each armed their weapons and rushed towards the island. Only those who were responsible for firing artillery at the islands were left on board. Chapter 41. Seeing the Dark Girl, she rushed up with many strong people. Hancock did not hesitate and quickly used the power of the devil fruit. Sweet and sweet. Hancock made a loving gesture with both hands, and then in front of her, a huge heart light appeared. The light of love quickly rushed towards the group of revolutionary troops, pirates, and navy. Hancock thought. Her abilities are enough to petrify all males. But with her abilities came unleashed. She was directly dumbfounded. How is it possible? Hancock's pupils constricted violently. Fake, my sister's ability is actually ineffective against this group of men. Boya Sandasonia broke out in a cold sweat and said in disbelief. So far, there has never been anyone able to resist Hancock's charm. As long as it is the one who has won her sweet and sweet wind, all will be petrified by her. But today, this group of numerous men hypnotized and manipulated by the Dark Woman, ignoring her sweet fruit ability. Oops, I didn't expect this result. Peach Rabbit gasped. Hancock can be described as their trump card. They thought there was Hancock, able to petrify countless enemies, drastically reduce their stress. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be ineffective. That is to say, they need 1,000 people now. Deal with 20,000 people and deal with dark girls with unknown strength. Although there are not a few strong people on their side. But the strength of the person who was manipulated by the dark girl is not weak. What's more, Dark Maiden, as long as it can hold them back for 10 minutes. 50 warships can slaughter more than 1 million inhabitants of the Accra Kingdom. At that time, the resurrection of the goddess will be over. Here it comes. They are coming, don't be careless and quickly meet the battle. Seeing the dark girl and the others approaching, Tsuru quickly reminded. We need to solve them as soon as possible, we can't be held back by them. Peach Rabbit said with a serious expression. They have to be in 10 minutes. Eliminate all enemies. Otherwise, it's still going to be finished. I can only go up. Hancock raised his eyebrows slightly. As her words fell, the dark girl held a blade and killed it directly. Hancock teamed up with Peach Rabbit and Tsuru. Tangled with it. And the other female strong. It's with those tens of thousands. Like a torrent, many strong people began to fight. Dang dang dang. On the battlefield, the dark girl, with one enemy and 3 points, did not fall behind. The dangerous place of the dark girl is not the combat power. Instead, hypnosis manipulates men. And after the massacre of 1,000,000, the peculiarity that can summon the goddess that can destroy the world. Ugh! Peach Rabbit found the opportunity and wrapped his blade around the terrifying armed color domineering. Directly slashed at the dark girl's body. She had thought that she had this knife. It is enough to cause a bad injury to the dark girl. But what she didn't expect was, the dark maiden didn't even scratch her skin. How is it possible, even the attack is ineffective? Peach Rabbit was terrified. No matter how she said, she is also an alternate admiral of the Navy headquarters. In terms of strength, it is also a strong person who is infinitely close to the level of a general. But even a strong person of her level can't hurt the dark girl in the slightest. This guy has a strong resistance to physical attacks, it's really true. The crane frowned and said with a solemn expression. You know my body well, but you can't stop me, the world is about to be destroyed. The dark girl said expressionlessly. 3 minutes have passed. It takes about 10 minutes. More than 1,000,000 people died in the country of Akraz. At that time, even if the abnormal containment meeting comes? Why did you monster descend on this sea? Is it the abnormal containment that will release you? Tsuru asked the question in his heart. Nope. I escaped, and those bastards imprisoned me for thousands of years, or I would have destroyed the world long ago. The dark girl said with some anger. The dark girl's words instantly aroused heated discussions around the world. What? The abnormal asylum society actually held her for 1,000 years? I kind of know now why the abnormal containment will be so clear how to contain these monsters. It turns out that they have taken them in a long time ago. I always feel that if it weren't for the existence of the abnormal containment society 1,000 years ago, this world would cease to exist. Did the abnormal containment society actually exist 1,000 years ago? They have been silently guarding our world. The abnormal containment society is also too great. This organization actually contained all the abnormal containment that is enough to endanger the world and destroy the world, in order to protect us and protect the world. I remember that there was an abnormal containment called Slime before, and its number was 999, which means that the abnormal containment would at least contain 999 monsters. It's hard to imagine what a terrible price this organization has paid to contain so many monsters. Abnormal Containment Society, they are true gods. Chapter 42. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. These abnormal containments, aren't they released by abnormal containments? Chi Inu's face changed slightly, and he said with some surprise. He had always thought that abnormal containment. All of them are released by abnormal containment. In order to attract people all over the world. But now the anomalous containment personally admitted. She wasn't released on purpose. But after thousands of years, escaped. It's really surprising, has the abnormal containment society been silently protecting us? And we have been protecting our world for thousands of years. Carp said thoughtfully. Anomaly's containment daughter of darkness. Say she was held for 1,000 years. Then that's proof. Abnormal containment will be already in this world. At least it has existed for 1,000 years. So it's always been us who blame them? They are a good organization, not an evil organization. Sengoku suddenly realized. Actually, you just need to think about it. Abnormal containment meeting. Ability to contain so many anomalies. This is proof enough. How difficult this organization really is. So they really don't have to deliberately release abnormal containments, and then attract people around the world. Enhance the prestige of the Abnormal Asylum Association. Holy Land Mary Joya. The highest temple of power. How is it possible that the Abnormal Containment Society existed before the establishment of the world government? Satan was taken aback. The world government was established 800 years ago. And the origin of the Abnormal Containment meeting is estimated to be thousands of years. But it is such an organization that has survived for more than 1,000 years. Their world government did not even have the slightest clue about this. If it weren't for the unusual containment that escaped, exposed to the world. Otherwise, they won't know yet. In their world, there is even an abnormal containment society. Danger. This organization is really dangerous. To be able to hide it for thousands of years from the detection of our world government, this organization must find a way to investigate their details, and must destroy them. The blonde old man looked extremely serious and said solemnly. They are the government of the world, but they are the masters of this world. The navy is their direct subordinate. The 4 emperors were nothing more than their tools to balance the sea. The whole world has always been under the control of their world government. For 800 years. It's always been so. They have always believed that the world is their handheld plaything. Now one has suddenly appeared. Organizations that existed thousands of years ago. How can this not frighten them? Annihilation? Don't joke, their ability to contain so many monsters is enough to prove how difficult this organization is, and wanting to destroy them is tantamount to a fantasy. The old man with the original ghost on his waist shook his head slightly. The threat of each containment. It's beyond their imagination. Even every containment that has appeared so far. All possess the power to destroy the world. An abnormal containment will be able to contain so many monsters. It has been shown how difficult they really are. No, it may not be hopeless, after all. The reason why the Abnormal Containment Society can contain the abnormal containment is because they know the way to restrain the abnormal containment. It doesn't mean how powerful this force itself is. As long as we can find the base of the Abnormal Containment Society, send the strong people we cultivated, and use the criminal law to force out the containment methods of all the containments, we can let our world government personally contain these abnormal things. And the so-called Abnormal Asylum Association is no longer necessary. Satan calmly analyzed. After seeing how abnormal containment will contain abnormal objects. Now, they already understand how to contain these monsters. If only Abby were to reappear in the sea. They also have a way to target it. That is to blindfold her, then lock her up in a cage, and you can take it in. Abby just couldn't attack. Couldn't see, couldn't make contact, and didn't have any other force. As for occupying the mask, you can easily surrender as long as you put on the earplugs and don't listen to it. As for the epidemic doctor, they are currently unknown. Why did he listen so much to the words of the Unusual Containment Society? Easily followed them and left. But Satan understood only one thing. That is, although abnormal things are dangerous, they also have weaknesses. If they learned all the methods of containment of abnormal objects, do you still need the existence of abnormal containment clubs? Makes sense. The blonde old man agreed when he heard this. Now I have to let the Navy send someone to pursue the base of the Abnormal Containment Society? No. This time, the Dark Maiden, the anomalous containment, appeared on the Great Passage. Then the abnormal containment will probably also appear. If they really appear, you can let the Navy people join them, and then tell us their specific location, and when the time comes, force them to ask the containment method of the abnormal containment. you can annihilate them in one fell swoop. The old man with the original ghost on his waist suggested. Chapter 43. Great Root, the Land of Across. Dark Maiden and Crane, Hancock, Peach Rabbit, 3 top powerhouses. It's going on. Mamazuki chopped. Peach Rabbit holds a knife in both hands, wrapped with a terrifying armed color domineering. Ready to go, and then with lightning speed. Approaching the dark girl at great speed. Ugh! She slashed. With all his strength, he slashed this blow on the dark girl. Her all-out blow was enough to pierce the golden broken stone. But it can't do much damage to the dark girl. Fragrant foot. Hancock followed, wrapping a domineering kick. Kicked violently towards the dark girl. Again, this blow of hers. It doesn't hurt the dark girl much. Spiritual purification. The crane comes from the palm of the hand, wrapped on the ability to wash the fruit. I want to use the power of the devil fruit to wash away the dark girl's dark heart. Any strong person, once touched by her ability, will purify the soul. Abandon evil and follow good. Except, of course, domineering and powerful monsters. However, in the face of this blow from Tsuru, the dark girl dodged with her flexible body. It's really dangerous, but it can't be touched by your palm. The dark girl looked at the crane warily and spoke. In front of her, the palm of the devil fruit ability was covered by a crane. Touched once. She felt that she had a strong homicidal habit. It's all cut down a lot. The power of the devil fruit is really effective against you. Seeing that the dark girl had avoided her attack, Tsuru said in a deep voice. The dark girl's ability, although very terrifying. However, she did not master the domineering power of this world. So, naturally, there was no way to resist her devil fruit's ability. Does your ability come from the devil fruit? What a strange ability! The dark girl said calmly. The power you hold doesn't come from the devil fruit. What kind of power is it? Tsuru questioned. The ability to abnormally contain objects. It will not disappear because of wearing Feilu stones. At the same time, as if domineering power. Nor can it resist their abilities. This is enough to prove it. Their abilities do not come from the devil fruit. In the same way, they cannot resist the abilities of the capable. There's no need to tell you. The dark maiden refused to answer. The words fell. The four continued a new round of attacks. The dark girl couldn't help these three. The same. The attacks of these three people were almost ineffective for her. At the same time, the Navy called up civilian powerhouses from all over the world. Plus the women of Nine Snake Island. They were all dragged down by the hypnotic manipulation of the dark girl. Damn, time is running out. Peach Rabbit's face was extremely solemn. Looking at the sky, it is densely packed and covers the sky. The pitch-black shells bombarded the country of Accra one after another. Peach Rabbit felt that his heartbeat was constantly accelerating. The longer you fight with the dark girl, the fear in her heart became stronger. Because she knows very well. This time of entanglement with the dark girl. More than hundreds of thousands of people have died in the country of Accra. It's not far from 1 million, it's estimated that it's not far away. And from the destruction of the world. Equally. It's not far off either. It's already close, 950,000, and there are still 50,000 people left to resurrect that one, abnormal containment society, you. It will also be destroyed. As you, the price of imprisoning me for so long. A smile appeared on the dark girl's expressionless face. Only. Is it only 50,000 short? Tsuru's pupils contracted violently. She didn't expect that so much time had passed. Accra's Island. There are already as many as 950,000 dead. Damn, could it be that this world is really going to collapse? Peach Rabbit said unwillingly. They have already recruited many strong people all over the world. Even He also asked Hancock to bring the entire people of Nine Snake Island. But I didn't expect that in the end, it turned out to be such a result. The result of the world's collapse. They still can't stop it. Because they can't hurt the Dark Girl at all. Not to mention, knock her down. That's right, no one can stop me anymore. The Dark Girl said with an eerie smile. Seeing her smile, Hankook, Tsuru, and Peach Rabbit trio. It's all shuddering. Boom. At this moment, a huge roar suddenly came from high in the sky. Everyone looked up. I saw that high in the sky, more than a dozen spaceships appeared. Every ship is so huge, majestic, and spectacular. Like a giant beast. More than a dozen warships were moving in mid-air. The sense of oppression brought by it is terrifying. And on the hulls of those dozen battleships, it is printed with a few large words that are extremely eye-catching. Abnormal containment will. The Dark Girl's face sank, and she spoke with some anger. It's the Abnormal Containment Association, are these guys finally here? Hancock couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that the abnormal containment would appear. The first 4 abnormal containments, all of which were contained by them. At the same time, long before the millennium, the Abnormal Asylum Society has already taken in the Dark Maiden once. This time, it must be possible to do it. Chapter 44. The emergence of abnormal reception meetings has also directly aroused heated discussions around the world. Abnormal Containment Meeting, it is Abnormal Containment Association, they are finally here. Dark Girl, you only need to kill another 50,000 people, this world will be destroyed. I thought it was going to be over, the Abnormal Containment Meeting is really timely. Yes, when I saw the Navy take a little trick from the Dark Girl, I was desperate. But fortunately they finally arrived in time. Damn, if they had come earlier, wouldn't the country of Accra have fewer deaths? Fool, the abnormal containment will have been silently guarding our world, and it has been guarding it for thousands of years, and the abnormal containment escaped, and I can't blame them. They're already doing their best to contain these monsters and protect us, and they're good enough to show up before the Dark Girl destroys the world. That's right. The world is so big, how can they rush directly to the scene at the first time when the abnormal containment is evil? Not long ago, they were still in the New World, I believe they rushed to the Great Voyage non-stop, in order to protect us and protect this world. Will abnormal containment be? I really want to join them in fighting alongside them and protecting the world. Me too. Abnormal containment will appear, and rescue will appear at a critical moment. It has aroused the goodwill of countless people around the world. Although many of them regretted it, many people died in the country of Accra. But that's an unusual containment. A monster with absolutely terrifying abilities beyond common sense. How easy is it to contain such a monster without paying a price? No one would blame the unusual containment for coming late. As a result, nearly 1 million people died in the country of Accra. They are only grateful that the abnormal containment will come in time. Otherwise, wouldn't the world just have nearly 1 million people dying? The whole world is going to be destroyed. New World, some island. Thief ha ha ha. Will abnormal containment happen? Blackbeard laughed wickedly. It's okay, it's good that they came, otherwise they will have a headache. Lafitte couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But then again, I really want to see the goddess who is enough to destroy the world. Badgers looked lively. Idiot, if that goddess appears, our Blackbeard group will also be destroyed. Van Oka scolded. The Dark Girl's ability is beyond common sense. So he will not doubt. After the Dark Maiden slaughtered 1 million people. In the end, can it resurrect the goddess who is capable of destroying the world? Vihahaha. Is it? Badgers laughed nonchalantly. I'm really curious, what kind of method did they use to contain this monster this time? Is it still with the help of the power of the abnormal containment 039 Abbey? Blackbeard said with interest. Occupy the mask, follow the slime. All of them are abnormal asylum members. With the help of Abby's ability, it was recycled. This time, how to recycle the Dark Maiden? It made Blackbeard extremely curious. Could it be that it is still to use the power of that death girl Abby? Across country, high in the sky. Countless agents of the Abnormal Containment Society armed with extremely lethal machine guns. Start to below. The Navy, pirates, and revolutionary troops manipulated by the Dark Maidens began a sweep. Because of the person who was manipulated by the Dark Maiden, there is almost no possibility of recovery anymore. High lethal weapons for hundreds of agents. At jaw-dropping speed. Kill countless navies, revolutionary troops, pirates. And destroyed all the ships. What kind of weapon are they using? The power is a bit exaggerated, right? Peach Rabbit said with a surprised look. The weapons of the agents of the Anomaly Containment Society. Although it is no different from a normal firearm. But the power of the shot is even stronger than a cannonball. Will abnormal containment be? What an unimaginable organization! Tsuru took a deep breath. This organization is mysterious, dangerous, and terrifying in weapons. With them here, the concubine can also rest assured. Hancock also stopped fighting the Dark Maiden. Because she knew that abnormal containment would occur. It also means that the Dark Girl is going to be contained. Damn, are you really here anyway? It's really fast. The Dark Girl stared at the numerous abnormal containment agents that appeared in the sky above, and said with a gloomy face. She is only one step away from killing 1 million people. Just kill 1 million people. To destroy the world. Destroy the Abnormal Containment Association. But I didn't expect that. At this last moment, the Abnormal Containment meeting still arrived at the scene. Let you escape, 029, but that's the end of it. An agent stared at the Dark Girl and said calmly. So far? No kidding, I won't be arrested by you again. The Dark Girl snorted coldly. Hearing her response, the agents of the Abnormal Containment Society did not hesitate. Hundreds of agents, falling from the sky, came to the Dark Girl. Chapter 45. Don't go near her, you will be controlled. Seeing this, Tsuru quickly shouted. Any male who approaches the Dark Maiden will all be controlled. Even they know this. People who are abnormally sheltered. It's impossible not to know this. Stay away from them, the people of the Abnormal Reception Association. If you are also controlled, it will be troublesome, so leave it to us here. Peach Rabbit also hurriedly shouted. All those who are manipulated by the Dark Maid. All of them have been killed by the people of the Abnormal Asylum Association. And now, all of them women have joined forces. It may not be impossible to take down the Dark Girl. You guys stand down, and we'll leave it to us. One of the leading agents glanced at them and said calmly. As his voice fell. Many agents of the Abnormal Containment Society are armed with high lethal weapons. Step by step to get closer to the Dark Maiden. Soon, he came to within 10 meters of the Dark Girl. This is the range that can be hypnotized by the Dark Girl. Fool, you are close to my range and become my slaves. A smile appeared at the corner of the Dark Girl's mouth. Although she doesn't know either. Why abnormal shelter will people know what she's capable of? Still daring to approach within the limits of her hypnotic control. But now, she understands only one thing. That is, the people of the Abnormal Asylum Association are going to be manipulated by her. This world will eventually usher in its demise. See this scene. Everyone present had their hearts hanging in their throats. They know that once abnormal shelter will be people. Words that were also manipulated by the Dark Maiden. That is, the real game is over. SHHH. Under this tense atmosphere, one of the leading agents suddenly took out the gun on his waist. Facing the Dark Girl, he pulled the board machine. However, it is not bullets that are fired in the firearm, but enough to anesthetize a giant beast, Anesthesia needle. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Hundreds of agents, at the same time pulled out anesthesia guns at their waist. Fired at the dark girl repeatedly. The Dark Maiden is extremely resistant to any form of injury. Anesthesia needles are no exception. Although, in an instant, thousands of anesthesia needles have been injected into her body. But she still didn't fall. You bastards, you really came prepared. The dark girl's face was gloomy, and she scolded with sleepiness. What's going on? Why did they enter the control of the Dark Maiden of the anomaly containment, but they were not controlled by her? Tsuru said with a surprised look. It stands to reason that any male within 10 meters of the Dark Maiden, without exception, it should all be hypnotized and manipulated by her. But why, agents of the Abnormal Containment Society? It's not manipulated by it. Although your ability is dangerous, it does not mean that there is nothing that can restrain you. 029. One of the leading agents took out a long metal tunnel with a white appearance. Is that an anomaly containment? 148, psychic breaking alloy. Damn, you brought this thing out, no wonder my abilities have no effect on you. Abnormal containment. 148, the main component is composed of some unknown elements and platinum and iridium, which can block a certain range of mind control ability. Precisely because of this special item, hindered hypnotic manipulation of them by the Dark Maiden. The leading agent did not respond. Instead, he ordered the man to subdue the Dark Maiden. The other party's body has been pierced into thousands of anesthesia needles. There is no threat anymore. It worked. They really subdued the abnormal containment dark girl. It's really worthy of the abnormal containment meeting. From appearance to the end, in less than a minute, it made the world's headache monster take down. Great, the world doesn't have to be destroyed, we can rest assured. The Abnormal Containment Guild really contained a lot of abnormal things, that metal can actually restrain the ability of the Dark Girl. When I first saw them unguarded towards the Dark Girl's manipulation range, I was still worried about what they would do if they were also manipulated, but I didn't expect them to backhand something to counter the Dark Girl. It's really worthy of being an abnormal containment meeting that has protected us for thousands of years. In comparison, it feels like the Navy is really useless. Yes, I also think so, although the Navy considers itself righteous, their contribution to the sea is completely incomparable to the Abnormal Containment Society. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Did you take it so easily? What a surprise! Carp scratched his head. Make them all over the world. A dark girl with a headache and a mistaken abnormality. It was taken down so easily by the Abnormal Containment Association. It really amazes Carp. After Tsuru's battle with the dark girl of the Abnormal Containment, I realized that the Abnormal Containment may not be invincible. Their abilities are very strange, not from the power of the Devil Fruit. Therefore, the Sea Stone, the sea, cannot form restraint against them, and the domineering force may not be able to resist their ability. But the special abilities of our world may have a restraining effect on them. Sengoku calmly analyzed. Pass the Dark Maiden and avoid the crane's ability to wash fruits. You can see it. Counterpart. For the ability to wash fruits, it is still particularly fearful. That is, the so-called abnormal containment. It is also impossible to resist the attacks of those with special abilities. Because of them, they will not be so-called domineering. Chapter 46. Can a person with a special devil fruit ability restrain these abnormal containments? The T-Dolphin said thoughtfully. In the world they are in, there is no shortage of people with special devil fruit abilities. For example, those who are naturally capable. As long as it is not a person who masters domineering, it will definitely not be touched. Another example is the childlike fruit, before mastering the powerful domineering. Anyone who is touched by him will become a toy. Perhaps, we should look for people who have eaten special devil fruit abilities all over the world and use them to deal with those abnormal containments. Sengoku suggested. Although it is said that the abnormal reception will be people, it is to take in and manage all the abnormal containments. But at the end of the day, the overlord of this sea is their navy. How could they let the Abnormal Containment Association steal their limelight all the time? They also have to find a way to deal with the abnormal containment themselves. That's a good proposition. Carp agreed. Truly. They should not always rely on the power of the Abnormal Containment Society. Know that their navy shoulders justice. Is responsible for protecting others. How can you always be protected by others? Brew brew. Bulo brew. At this moment, the voice of the phone worm reached the ears of the warring states. Marshal of the warring states, it's a call from the world government. An admiral came to the front of the warring states and said respectfully. World government, what are they calling for? Sengoku asked with a slight raised eyebrow. I don't know. Hearing this, Sengoku picked up the phone bug that was constantly ringing. Sengoku, inform the Navy in Accra and let them join the Abnormal Containment Society. As soon as the phone worm was connected, Satan's voice came from the other side. Join the Abnormal Containment Society? Why? Sengoku asked suspiciously. We have decided to destroy the Abnormal Containment Society, but we don't know where their base is. Let your Navy people join in, pass on the intelligence of the base, and we will send someone to destroy that place. Satan responded. What kind of joke? If the Abnormal Containment Association is destroyed, then who should take in the abnormal containment? And it's too dangerous for them to join that organization. Sengoku scolded. The danger level of abnormal containment. The whole world is watching. Only abnormal containment meetings can be found with minimal losses. Contain them. If this organization ceased to exist. So, who will take them in? Not only that, but their navy knew too little about the Abnormal Containment Society. If only Tsuru joined them. What should I do in case of danger? Don't you understand yet? The reason why they were able to contain those anomalies was not because of their own strong force, but because they knew how to contain those monsters. As long as we can find their base, we can send someone to force out the method of containing abnormal objects, and then our government and your navy will jointly contain those monsters. Satan said slowly. No, this organization is too dangerous, and it is too risky to let the cranes go. Sengoku still disagreed. Although Satan's words do make a lot of sense. Still, he didn't want Tsuru to risk it. I'm not negotiating with you, Sengoku, I'm ordering you. What qualifications do you, a marshal, have to refuse my order? Satan snorted coldly. But, Sengoku wanted to say something. Satan hung up directly. Damn it! Sengoku was furious and threw the phone bug directly to the side. The government is playing with fire. Cha Dolphin frowned. Although it is said that abnormal containment will. It is true that the abnormality was contained because he knew the containment method of the abnormality. But at the end of the day, the root system of this organization. They don't know at all. Who doesn't know? Will there be people with extremely strong forces in this organization? Damn it, these bastards! Sengoku's forehead was bruised. In his opinion, let Tsuru join the Abnormal Containment Society. It's asking them to die. Don't listen to them, Sengoku, we can't let the cranes send them to death. Carp said with a serious look. He was unhappy with Draco. Now, I heard that the 5 old stars gave such an order. His first thought was naturally not to listen. If we don't listen, we will have trouble, Carp. There is no way but to tell the crane and them the news here. Now we can only expect that the Abnormal Containment Association will refuse the joining of the crane and others. Sengoku sighed helplessly. The world government is the absolute superior of their navy. And the 5 old stars are the highest power holders. Don't listen to them. Their navy will be in big trouble. Now he can only expect. Abnormal shelter will meet them and will refuse to join them. In this way, they can also be safe and sound. Chapter 47. Across date. The people of the abnormal shelter will take the 029 dark girl in. He planned to leave. And Tsuru and the others, at this moment, received a phone bug from the warring states. I learned about the order from the side of the world government. Tsuru shouted, and the many agents who wanted to leave shouted, "Wait a minute, we want to join your abnormal containment association, I wonder if you can agree." Hear the words of the crane. Many agents also stopped and turned their heads to look at them. "Sorry, we won't let you join." One of the leading agents responded. Hear the agent's answer. Everyone in the naval headquarters couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no consent. "Why?" Tsuru asked suspiciously. "In this world, we will only accept Draco to join our abnormal containment society and become an honorable D-class agent." The agent of the Abnormal Asylum Society replied. The so-called D-level personnel are precisely the personnel that are called expendable. Responsible for direct operation of extremely dangerous abnormalities. D-class personnel, usually death row prisoners from all over the world. Only Draco joins. Tsuru, who heard this, fell into deep thought. She didn't understand. Why would the abnormal containment meeting only let Draco join? At the moment of Tsuru's doubts, the people of the Abnormal Asylum Society, with the dark girl, piloted the spaceship out of the place. It soon disappeared. And this dialogue also immediately aroused heated discussions around the world. Only Draco joins? Damn, this group of Draco is also too lucky. I thought I had a chance to join the Abnormal Containment Society and fight alongside them. Yes, I envy Draco, I also want to join the Abnormal Containment Association. Damn Draco, even if he has enjoyed so many benefits in this world, he is still the only one who is qualified to join the Abnormal Containment Association and become a D-level agent. I always feel that the people of the Abnormal Containment Association are too partial. Why don't we ordinary people join to fight alongside them, and only let those ugly world nobles join? If only I were a Draco, I would be able to join them. Hey, my hopes of joining the Abnormal Containment Society have been dashed. They didn't know that the D-class agents of the Abnormal Containment Society. What it means. They only regretted that they couldn't join in. Envy the Draco and be able to join and become one of them. Holy Land Mary Joya. The highest temple of power. Only let Draco join? What do they mean by this? Satan wondered. I always feel that the people of the Abnormal Containment Association have a conspiracy, otherwise why would they only let the Draco clan join them? The blonde old man said warily. Whether they have a conspiracy or not, this is the only opportunity we have to access the Abnormal Containment Society, and if we have the opportunity next time, we must let the Draco people of the Holy Land join them. The old man with the original ghost on his waist said. The ship of the Abnormal Containment Society. It's so special. It's incredibly fast. Even the speed of light of the yellow ape could not catch up. Want to track down the ship of the Abnormal Reception Society and find their base. It's a fantasy. And now it is learned that only Draco can join them. They felt it, though, the smell of intrigue. But in order to destroy the abnormal containment, what's the harm in losing a little Draco? That's right. On his waist was the words of the first generation of ghost elders. Soon it was approved by the other 4-5 old stars. By the way, pass on the order and look for those with special demon fruit abilities all over the world. They are also an important combat power that we use to deal with abnormal containment guilds and abnormal containments. The bald old man ordered. Tsuru's conversation with the Dark Maiden. Naturally, they learned. They also realized it. Special devil fruit abilities. Effective against abnormal containments. At the same time that the Dark Girl is taken away by the abnormal containment, a new stock taking also followed. Inventory of the top 20 abnormal containment objects, 15th. Abnormal containment 173. Hazard level, Euclid. Anomaly containment 173 is a concrete statue that has life and attack power, and will twist your neck while you are unguarded. Of course, if your eyes are always on it, it won't move. New containment emerges. As always, it has aroused heated discussions around the world. This time the abnormal containment always feels not particularly dangerous. Yes, as long as you look at it, you won't be killed. It's really not particularly dangerous, especially now that we have fully understood the horror of the abnormal containment, and it seems that it is difficult for this abnormal containment to endanger this sea. I don't know where this abnormal containment will appear, but no matter where it appears, it will be difficult to kill. Yes, if anyone is killed by it, it can only be said to be a fool. Chapter 48. Headquarters of the Navy, Marinfander. The new containment is here again. Fortunately, this time the containment always feels less dangerous than the previous one, and it is time for our Navy to show the opportunity. Sengoku saw the newly counted containment, the original work. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, this time the anomalous containment. Compared to the previous containment, it's really not particularly dangerous. This time, it is estimated that there will not be any casualties. I hope it can appear on the territory of our Navy, and our Navy will personally contain it. This can also be regarded as proving to the world that abnormal containment, not only abnormal containment can be contained, but also our Navy people. Carp said approvingly. Marshal of the Warring States, look, a picture appears on the screen. T. Dolphin reminded. Hearing his words, everyone agreed. Put your gaze on the screen. I saw the picture displayed on the screen. It was in some ornate hall room in the Holy Land of Mary Joa. The decoration of this place always feels a little familiar. Sengoku was entrusted with his chin in deep thought. This is supposed to be Draco's room, because I saw the bubble helmet on the table. Akainu reminded. Bubble helmets are something that only Draco can wear. Because Draco thinks very highly of himself. Disdain to breathe the air of the nether. So no matter where it is, they all wear bubble helmets. What? This is Draco's room? When Sengoku heard this, his pupils contracted violently. It stands to reason. Nowadays, almost all the world is aware of unusual containments. An introduction to the original work of the anomalous containment appears. People all over the world know how to deal with this statue. As long as the brain is normal, it will basically not be killed. But if it's Draco, that's different. Because of this group of world nobles, it is simply impossible to look. An introduction to the original work of unusual containments. That is, there is a high probability that they will be killed. Ha ha ha. Is it in Draco's room? There is a good show to watch now. Carp laughed when he heard this. Shut up, Carp. You have to contact the world government as soon as possible. Draco has already died once because of the abnormal containment, and he can't die a second time. Sengoku said with a serious expression. Although he is also very upset with Draco. But Draco, after all, is a world nobleman. The face of the government concerned. If only the original work killed Draco. That is tantamount to saying. Because of the abnormal containment, Draco died twice. This is a slap in the face of the government. Holy Land Mary Joa, a certain Draco's room. Click, click. As the gate slowly opened, I saw several Draco wearing bubble helmets walk in. Just now, I have ordered people to look for beautiful women in the nether. Today you will spend the night at my house. The women I am looking for will definitely not disappoint you. One of the leading Dracos said. No problem, it just so happens that my batch is also tired of playing. You can play with new ones. A Draco next to him nodded. When will it be delivered? I can't wait. Another Draco asked. Don't worry, soon, in less than 10 minutes, the group of inferior people will send it to us. The leading Draco replied. With that, he turned his head. Want to sit in a chair? But the next second, he noticed. In his room, a strange statue appeared. The first time he saw the statue, he was directly scared out of a cold sweat. Directly collapsed on the ground. Because the appearance of the statue is really weird and scary. This. What is it? He gasped, his crotch was cold, and he said with a look of horror. As a world nobleman, he is. From birth, it is extremely well protected. No pirate dares to offend, no one dares to provoke. Now, such a scary statue appeared in front of my eyes. How could he not be afraid? So frightened that he peed his pants on the spot. Not only him, but the 3 Draco next to him. Looking at the strange, terrible, evil statue, they were all scared to pee their pants. This scene also suddenly made people all over the world laugh. Draco, scared to pee your pants, ha ha ha. Laugh me to death. The so-called world nobles are all a group of ugly-looking, bad-looking, timid guys, and now they are actually scared to pee their pants. What a shame. I don't blame them. After all, this abnormal containment does look scary enough. If I see such a thing in my room, I will be scared, but I will not be scared to pee my pants. I really didn't expect it. This time the abnormal containment actually appeared in Draco's room. These fools will definitely be killed. Okay, I can see Draco killed again. Chapter 49. You. Why do you want to put such a weird statue in your room? A frightened Draco asked in a trembling tone. No, I didn't put it, damn it. Is it that pariah who dares to put such a ghost thing in my room? Is it to scare me to death? Let me know who it is, I must let him live or die. The leading Draco was first afraid. Then came anger, irritability. Who is he? He's a Draco. But the noblest man of this sea. It's the nobility of the world. Now, someone dared to be in his room. Put such a scare thing? Destroy it quickly, I feel my body tremble constantly when I see him. A Draco suggested. The words fell. Several Draco picked up the guns they carried around their waist. Aiming at the anomalous containment, the original work. Bang bang bang. They pulled the plate machine, and several bullets were fired directly at the statue's body. But bullets simply cannot destroy the statue. Not even the slightest scratch remained. Damn, what the hell is this? Is the bullet not working? Draco scolded. It seems that it is necessary to notify the group of inferior CP organizations and move this ghost thing away, and after moving away, the people of that group of CP organizations will not want to live. I was negligent and let people put this damn thing in my room. Draco said angrily. Although he does not know who it is. Put the statue in his room. But in the end, it is the people of the CP organization who do things badly. Let people put the statue in their room and scare themselves. Without hesitation, he quickly picked up the phone worm. Start a call with someone from the CP organization. Brew brew. Bulo brew. The phone worm answered quickly. Mox Saint, is there something going on? On the other side of the phone worm came the voice of a member of the CP organization. You bastards, come to my room right away, I have a weird statue here, come and move him out immediately. Mox roared. Sorry, Mox Saint, because of the abnormal asylum meeting, we have all been sent above to find the abnormal asylum society, and we are not in the Holy Land Mary Joa now. We'll need to wait a while, we'll get back quickly. The members of the CP organization explained respectfully. Because abnormal containment will be too mysterious. Therefore, the 5 old stars have long ordered. Let them look for traces of abnormal asylum societies all over the world. However, there has been no whereabouts. This also led to. They never went back. Give you 30 seconds to appear in front of me immediately, or you will wait for death. This. Mox Saint, we will rush back as soon as possible, you wait a minute. Damn, I only give you 30 seconds, if you don't come back, you will die, I will use the cruelest criminal law to let you die. Mox left this sentence and hung up the phone worm directly. Damn, what are these people from the CP organization for? It's a damn that the critical moment is not useful at all. The other Draco also said a little angrily. Forget it, let's go to my house first, they will probably not come back for a while, and when they come back to remove this statue, then execute them. A Draco suggested. The statue in Mox's room, for a while. There must be no way to move away. And they? I was scared when I saw this statue and didn't want to stay in this room anymore. That's it. Chris nodded. As soon as the words fell, the four-person Draco turned around and planned to leave. Day. Suddenly, they heard the sound of bones breaking. Turn your head and look. I saw that the neck of a Draco was directly twisted off. And the statue also appeared strangely behind them. On. Are you kidding? Mox was frightened again, his face changed greatly, he was terrified, and he couldn't stop trembling. Damn it, what's going on with this statue? How did it suddenly appear behind us, and how did Raul Saint get his neck twisted? Another Draco was also frightened and collapsed on the ground. Covered in cold sweat, he said in a trembling tone. SHHH. A bold Draco. Pull the plate machine again and shoot at the statue. But it still didn't hurt anything. Dead, Draco is dead, ha ha ha. That's great. Laugh at me, this group of idiots, it seems that they really haven't seen the introduction of abnormal containments, they will not be killed if they have a little brain, and they have been staring at the statue. Draco, it's really a bunch of pig heads. It's so good to die. This is the second Draco who was killed by the abnormal containment, I hope that all the 4 Draco present can die, which can also be regarded as eliminating harm to the people. Are all 4 killed? It's cruel, but I support it. I also support, Draco, all of them are guilty and deserve to die, and it is good to die. Chapter 50. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. It's good to die. Carp laughed. Carp, you bastard! Sengoku said with a headache. He was too lazy to scold Carp now. When the abnormal containment appeared, the government should also have noticed, why did no one take this abnormal object in? Chagu said suspiciously. At the time of the first anomalous containment Abbey appeared. The world government did not take this group of monsters seriously. But with the death of a Draco, the government has also paid attention to it. So, the T-Dolphin is clear now. The strong on the side of the government. Surely already known. This time the unusual containment was in the Holy Land. But the question is, why did not the strong appear? Try to contain the statue? Who knows what those high-ranking guys are thinking, but the death of Draco is a good thing for us, saving us a lot of trouble. The red dog crossed his hands in front of his chest. Akainu, like Carp, is very unhappy with Draco. The death of the Draco, for their navy. That's a good thing. After all, the Draco ordered their naval headquarters at every turn. The death of a few Draco is equivalent to a few less. The one who ordered them. Sakazuki. Sengoku scolded. In particular, even if you are not happy with Draco, don't say it. Once the word got out, he is the one who bears the responsibility. Holy Land Mary Joya. Don't you go save these guys. Satan schemed the few people beside him. No need, this abnormal containment is not dangerous, but there is no need to contain, sit and wait for the abnormal containment to come. Don't they want Draco to join the abnormal containment meeting? That's just right, this time is an opportunity. As for the lives of these fools, there is no need to save them. The old man with the first generation of ghosts on his waist said calmly. Draco is corrupt, timid, and cowardly. They see it in their eyes. So, look at these people. will die at the hands of the statue. Nor did he have the slightest idea of saving their lives. It is also said that now you only need to sit and wait for the people of the Abnormal Containment Association to come, and once you get the intelligence of their base, you can annihilate them in one fell swoop. The world should be firmly in the hands of our government, without the so-called Abnormal Containment Society, to protect us. The blonde old man had a strong killing intent in his eyes. Holy Land Mary Joa, inside Draco's room. Bang bang bang. 3 Draco men who were still alive pulled the plate of the gun in their hands. Tilt several rounds on the body of the statue. Until the bullets ran out, they still did not do the slightest damage to them. Damn it! Those people from the hateful CP organization, I will let them all die, all in the cruelest way, I will never forgive them. They actually let me, who has a noble status, suffer this kind of thing. Mox was terrified and said angrily. In his opinion, it is precisely because of the people of the CP organization. Poor work led to someone. Put this strange statue in his room. What's more, when he needed CP organization, that group of people, all of them are not in the Holy Land. This made him already decide. Wait for the people from the CP organization to come back. He wanted them all to death, without exception. Quick! Run away, this statue is so weird. A Draco threw away the gun in his hand and said with a look of trepidation. After leaving this sentence, he ran out without stopping. Seeing this scene, the remaining 2 Draco. I also ran out with all my might. Day. The first Draco to escape. I only heard the sound of bones breaking behind me. When he turned his head, I saw Mox, and another Draco. Already dead behind him. And that weird, enchanting, terrifying statue. Standing behind him, looking straight at him. Ah! Away from! Stay away from me, stay away from me, stay away from me, you monster, don't come near me, do you know who I am? I am a Draco, I am the most noble person in this world, if you dare to kill me, someone will crush your corpse into 10,000 pieces, you will definitely regret it. Draco broke out in a cold sweat and shouted in trepidation. This scene also made people all over the world laugh. Laugh at me, what's the situation with this Draco, he's threatening the abnormal containment. Every abnormal containment has unimaginable power, even enough to destroy the world. Don't look at this abnormal containment is not very threatening. If you don't know the principle of its attack, I'm afraid the entire sea is still full of blood. But this fool is actually threatening such a dangerous thing? Draco, what a fool, we didn't expect. Hey, although they are stupid, they are qualified to join the Abnormal Containment Association and become an honorable D-class member, and they are still the object of our envy. Eileen, don't say this, I start to envy when you say this. I really want to be qualified to be a D-class member, to cover the anomalies all over the world with them, and protect the world. Chapter 51. New World, Some See. Giggle. Although this abnormal containment is dangerous, it is not particularly dangerous, but it can be brought back to the country of Wano to guard it. Kaido laughed as he flew. He had intended to, from Whitebeard's hands, snatched the slime away. But slime has been brought back by the people of the Abnormal Asylum Society. He was also on the sea and began to wander. Prepare to collect the next abnormal containment. And now undoubtedly, he has set his sights on the statue. In his opinion, the statue is indeed dangerous. Enough to twist a person's neck. But as long as the physique is strong, isn't it impossible to be twisted and broken? So, this abnormal containment? In his opinion, it is not dangerous. It just so happens that you can break into the Holy Land of Mary Joa. Snatch the statue away. Get the country of WA, use it for janitor. Holy Land Mary Joya. Draco looked at the statue and did not speak. The fear in my heart is even higher. especially up close gazing at the statue. Let him be as scared as falling into the abyss. Escape. At this time, in his mind, there is only one thought. He crawled and quickly got up from the ground. Run towards the distance. But before he could move a few steps, the statue suddenly appeared behind him. Then he directly twisted his neck. At this point, 3 Draco. All dead. It didn't take long. Quite a few Draco of the Holy Land of Marijoa. They all noticed the statues in the square. Hey, why did this statue appear in our holy abode? That damn bastard, put it here. What's going on with this statue? It's probably too scary. Wait, look, there are 4 corpses on the ground. The corpse? Corpse? Who is it? Who did it? Dare to slaughter us Draco in this place? Look at the corpse on the ground, and the eerie statue. The Draco present all felt deep fear. It was a fear that they had never felt before, right down to the soul. Well, it can't be this statue who did it. Damn, destroy it. Many Draco then took out their guns. Start aiming at the statue. But without exception, no one can hurt the statue. This statue is too weird, I'll go first. I'll go first, leave this statue to the people of the CP organization. Seeing that gun attacks are ineffective, many Draco panicked. They all chose to leave. Day. The statue at the moment they diverted their gaze. Twisting Draco's neck one after another. The Draco who saw this scene was first terrified. He then continued to escape. Not long after, dozens of Draco had their necks twisted. And at the moment, the statue has come to the area of the center of the Holy Land of Marijoa. More and more Draco. The statue was noted. They were just like the group of Draco just now. First shots, after finding ineffective, start running away. As always, all killed. The statue has been exposed to the whole world. It's only about 10 minutes. He has already killed hundreds of Draco. This scene also made countless people shout out. Laugh at me, the Holy Land Marijoa has now been killed by hundreds of Draco. This group of Draco is countless times more stupid than I thought. Yes, even if they don't know about the statue, but so many people died, they should realize that as long as they look directly at the statue, the other party will not kill people. But unfortunately, they are Draco. It's the nobility of the world. To say it is good, it is called the nobles of the world, and if it is ugly, it is a group of stupid pigs. Ha ha ha. Could it be that today, this abnormal containment will slaughter all the Draco of the entire Holy Land of Marijoa? It is very likely, because this group of stupid Draco, even if they die more, they will not realize that as long as they look at the statue, they will not die. I hope that the abnormal containment will come later, so that more Draco can die. It's also the first time I'm so eager that the abnormal containment will come later. Normally, they see unusual containment appear. Can't wait to let the abnormal shelter society show up early and contain dangerous monsters early. Don't endanger the sea. But this time, the place where the anomalous containment appears is the Holy Land of Marijoa. They are all without exception. All hoped that the abnormal reception would come later. The more Draco people who died, the better. New world, some see. Golden City. It's really enjoyable, being able to see so many Draco dies tragically with my own eyes. Tetsura said excitedly. He was naturally full of hatred for the Draco. Because his girlfriend died under the oppression of Draco. Nowadays, seeing so many Draco die, how could he not be happy about it? Will abnormal containment be? If I have the opportunity to meet, I really want to give you some money. Tetsura said in a good mood. Although the slaughter of Draco is an abnormal containment, at the end of the day, though, the abnormal containment escaped from the abnormal containment society. He is now interested in this organization. With a full good feeling. Chapter 52. Holy Land Mary Joya. The highest temple of power. Damn, why haven't the people from the abnormal containment meeting come yet? Satan was already a little panicked at the moment. If only 4 Draco died. It's insignificant to them. But now, hundreds of Draco have died. This number is still increasing. If it is an abnormal reception meeting, arrive 10 minutes late. It is estimated that thousands of Draco will die. So many people died. Their holy land cannot afford it. Similarly, Face was almost completely lost. Because the statue is on their territory after all. Launched a massacre against Draco. We can't let this statue continue to kill. If we don't stop it, our government will become a laughing stock. The old man with the first generation of ghosts on his waist said with a serious expression. The statue was massacred in the holy land of Mary Joa. It's a live broadcast to the world. Now, he can already expect it. All over the world, it is estimated that there are not a few people. They have already begun to laugh at the incompetence of the government. Let abnormal containment, on their turf. So many people were slaughtered. Let Locke take a trip, you don't need to take down the statue, just let it not continue to slaughter, and wait for the arrival of the abnormal reception members. The blonde old man suggested. Locke, it is the strong that their government has cultivated. It is a monster with strength close to that of a general. And monsters of this level. They are the world government, and there are not a few who have been trained. Even, there are not a few who are stronger than him. This is also normal. They were the government that ruled the world for 800 years. How can there be only CP organizational forces on the surface? Holy Land Mary Joya. Central of the square. It was full of Draco's corpses. Countless Draco did not dare to look directly at the statue at all. Only dare to run away in a hurry. This also led to the fact that the statue was completely crazy. 1 minute is enough to kill hundreds of Draco. At the time of the continuous slaughter of statues. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of him. It was none other than Locke. That monster with the power of a general. He folded his arms over his chest. Gaze at the statue quietly. And the statue stopped moving and looked at him quietly. And the Draco in the distance saw that there was no sound of bones breaking behind him. They all turned their heads to look. They saw that the statue had stopped killing. Stand where you are. Damn, why didn't you bastard show up sooner? Do you know that I almost died just now? You bastard, where did you run away just now, why did you only appear now? I want you to die, you fucking fellow. Seeing that Locke saved them. However, they did not have any gratitude. Instead, they angrily accused Locke of appearing too late. In the face of Draco's questioning and cursing. Locke didn't respond. He didn't need to obey Draco. He is a strong man who directly belongs to the 5 old stars, and he only needs to obey the orders of the 5 old stars. Boom! Suddenly, the sky thundered. Dark clouds shrouded the night sky. It looks gloomy. In the face of the abnormality at high altitude, Locke still did not divert his gaze. Roar! A dragon groan came from the sky. Many Draco looked up. I saw that a huge dragon was popping out of the dragon's head and looking down. The dragon's body was extremely huge, and its body exuded an aura of annihilation. He is no one else. It is the 4 emperors, the 100 beasts Kaido. Kaido. That guy is Kaido. Eileen, the 4 emperors of the New World, how did they run to the Holy Land of Mary Joa? Hey, Holy Land Mary Joa, but the base camp of the world government, there are more strong people there than the Navy headquarters. Kaido is too brave, dare to come to this kind of place. This guy is called the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, a monster that cannot be killed. I'm afraid only he dares to come to this kind of place. But what did he come to the Holy Land Mary Joa for? Maybe you want to take advantage of the mess to destroy. Could it be that you can see more Draco dying? All right. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Damn, that bastard Kaido actually ran to the Holy Land of Marijoa. Sengoku's pupils contracted violently and cursed. What is that bastard trying to do when he invaded the Holy Land of Marijoa at this juncture? Carp frowned slightly, puzzled. Shouldn't he have set his sights on that abnormal containment statue and wanted to take it away? Tsuru guessed. Other than that, there is no other reason to explain it. What was Kaido's purpose in invading the Holy Land of Marijoa? After all, Kaido, although bold, likes to commit suicide. But he also knows well. Invasion of the Holy Land of Marijoa's words. One is not careful, and will really die there. It allows Kaido to take such a big risk. Invade that place. The only explanation. It's what Kaido wants to get, the abnormal containment statue. Whatever his reason for invading the Holy Land of Marijoa, he must be stopped. What about that bastard Baru Salino? It should be on the way back. Let him quickly go to the Holy Land of Marijoa and stop Kaido. Sengoku ordered. In front of the yellow ape, he first briefly fought with the Whitebeard group. After Slime was taken away by the Abnormal Containment Society, he also wandered aimlessly in the New World. Sengoku ordered him to return quickly. And now, the yellow ape is estimated to be not far from the Holy Land. Chapter 53. New World, Some Island. Now, the red-haired group was having a party on the side. While admiring, Draco was slaughtered. Kaido. Seeing Kaido appear, the redhead's brow furrowed slightly. Kaido, this guy, really likes to commit suicide. This time he actually ran to the Holy Land of Marijoa. Rakaru took a bite of fat and spoke. Kaido, this bastard, is a person who fears that the world will not be chaotic. This guy should make a mess of the Holy Land. Beckman lit a cigarette and commented. Today, there is more than just a containment in the Holy Land. Kaido also appeared. There is no doubt that everyone with brains knows. Holy Land Marijoa, going to be chaotic. Perhaps, Kaido will be removed by the 4 emperors from today onwards. This guy is too bold. I really haven't seen anyone who is a pirate who dares to invade that place. Jesus Bullet in slow method. Of course, redheads are an exception. Because he is a Draco. He went to the Holy Land of Marijoa, but it was not an invasion. Just walked in, no one stopped me. But Kaido is different. What does he have to do with the world government? On the side of the government, what reason is there to entertain him? Don't erase him, it's okay. That guy is not so easy to kill, but even if he doesn't die, he must be seriously injured. After all, the Holy Land Marijoa is a pirate forbidden place. Rocksta Road. Although the Navy is the hegemon of the sea, but the headquarters of the Navy is not without pirates. Take the old times, for example. The Golden Lion broke in. If there is no abnormal containment, it won't be long before the Whitebeard group breaks in. The headquarters of the Navy is not a pirate forbidden place, but the Holy Land that place. But a complete pirate forbidden place. To know. The world government is the richest power in the world. If only you could snatch a sum of money from there. I'm afraid that 100 generations don't have to worry. But for so long. Who dares to go to the Holy Land of Marijoa to grab money? Even the absolute overlord of the old times, Lox. It is also just daring to invade the Valley of the Gods to grab money. And did not dare to invade the Holy Land of Marijoa. This has been amply proven. The danger level of the Holy Land is up. Hopefully things won't be too bad. The redhead took a sip of wine and said with a serious expression. The redhead has always worked to balance this sea. Presence of abnormal containment. It has upset the balance of this sea. Now even Kaido has appeared in the Holy Land of Marijoa. Balance is equivalent to being kicked like a football. Holy Land Mary Joya. Is that an anomalous containment? It's really scary to see up close. Kaido looked condescendingly at the statue. The appearance of the statue itself is terrifying. Not to mention, he killed hundreds of Draco. There are already countless blood stained on the body. Even from a distance, Kaido can feel it. The evil aura emanating from the statue. Kaido, I advise you to leave this place now, otherwise you will regret stepping into here. Locke gazed at the statue while talking to Kaido high in the sky. Giggle. Are you threatening me? Kaido laughed. Joke. Who is he? 4 emperors. The strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, known as the undead monster. Now, any random person wants him to leave with a word. So what is the purpose of his coming here? Hot. Kaido opened his blood basin and mouth. I saw that in his mouth, a terrifying flame gathered. The scorching flames made the temperature of the entire Holy Land Mary Joa extremely warm. The flame in his mouth became more and more vigorous, and the temperature became higher and higher. It was like a sun that appeared in Kaido's mouth. Roar! Kaido hissed, the flames in his mouth. Like a shooting star with fire, it rushed towards Locke at great speed. The space shuddered along the way. His hot breath seemed to have the power to destroy the world. Carry the power of decay. As you can imagine, such a blow fell. What terrible damage it will do to the Holy Land of Mary Joa. Oh! Locke jerked out the blade at his waist. Wrapped in an extremely terrifying armed color domineering. The momentum of his body skyrocketed to the extreme. Like a god of war. Ugh! He swung his knife sharply. The blade rubbed the space, and there was a violent popping sound. A tyrannical Jedi slash was forced out in an instant. Carry endless terror power. Cut towards the hot breath that Kaido spat out. The hot breath was directly cut in half by this sword chi. The terrifying flames swept towards the surrounding Draco. There were not a few Draco, who died on the spot. Giggle. What a monster that is not weak. Kaido praised. He had thought that Locke was a small character. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be capable. A blow that cut off his hot breath. I said, if you don't leave, you will die here. Locke turned his head, and the blade pointed straight at Kaido in the sky. Day. In the next second, his neck was directly twisted by the statue. Locke because he wants to fight Kaido. And forgot. Once you look away from the statue, will be twisted neck. Chapter 54. Knock. Locke's body fell straight down. There is no life left. This scene also directly looks stupid to people all over the world. How is it possible, that man who can cut off Kaido's hot breath with one sword, actually died directly? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? That man looks like he is enough to compete with the 4 emperors Kaido. Eileen. The screen just said before that it can twist the neck of others, but it didn't tell us that he can even twist the neck of a strong person of this level. Sure enough. Every abnormal containment is not a simple monster. This time is no exception, although it is said that if you look directly at it, you will not be killed. But once you look away, even if you are a strong monster, you will definitely be killed. The world government has suffered heavy losses this time. Not only has hundreds of Draco died, but also killed such a strong man. See Locke killed. People all over the world were taken aback. After all, who would have thought? That was in a mood a second ago. The man who cut off Kaido's hot breath. In the blink of an eye, the neck was directly twisted by the statue. Wano country, Oni Island. Death. Dead? The man? Quinn couldn't help but swallow. How strong is Kaido's strength? They are members of the 100 Beast Pirates. It couldn't be more understood. Locke can cut off Kaido's heat with one sword. That is proof enough. What a terrifying monster he is. But unexpectedly, he died in a blink of an eye. Boss Kaido, why did you go to the holy land of Mary Joa? Could it be that you want to get that abnormal containment? When Jack thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little numb in his scalp. Even a strong man like Locke can be directly wiped out. If Kaido really snatched the statue, it is equivalent to giving them 100 beast groups. It brought a great calamity. Even one carelessly. The entire 100 beast regiment, it is not impossible to be destroyed by it. Quick, bring the call bug, Jack, I'm going to remind Kaido and let him return as soon as possible. Ember broke out in a cold sweat and quickly said. Kaido is stunned. Now Ember is really afraid. Kaido even saw Locke die in front of him. Still insisting, I want to bring the statue back. Yes, brother Ember. Jack didn't hesitate and quickly went to get the phone worm. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. What a dangerous anomaly containment. Carp frowned. To be honest, at the beginning when the statue appeared, the whole world didn't take it seriously. Because just staring at him won't be a problem. It compares to the abnormal containment in the front. It feels really not dangerous. But now Carp realizes he was wrong. This time the abnormal containment, same as the previous ones. It's all extremely dangerous, and you can't be careless. Inform that Baru Salanogai to stop Kaido. If he wants to bring the abnormal containment back, then let him bring it back. Sengoku ordered. Such a dangerous abnormal containment. Anyway, the Navy do not dare to touch it. Since Kaido wants to snatch it away, then grab it. And they don't stand in the way. Yes, Marshal of the Warring States. Admirals who received orders quickly notified that the yellow ape who was rushing to the holy land of Mary Joa. New World, some island. Red-haired pirates. How is it possible? Is that abnormal containment so strong? Rakaira was taken aback. That man still forgot, can't look away from that statue. Jesus lit a cigarette and frowned slightly. No, it can't be said that he is dangerous, after all. This kind of abnormal containment, it is too simple to contain and manage, it is precisely because of its simplicity, so its attack power will be so terrifying. Beckman lit a cigarette and said calmly. Although a strong person close to the general level was directly killed in seconds, it really surprised them. But that doesn't mean the statue is strong. It can only be said that its ability is very special. Because if you know how to contain it, even if it is 2 or 3, ordinary people without the power of chickens, you can also successfully contain it. The dangers of the statues, similar to those of this world. Special devil fruit abilities. For example, the childlike fruit ability is Sugar. Her ability is that once touched by her, she turns into a toy. But Sugar itself is extremely weak. Can it be said that Sugar is extremely strong because she ate this devil fruit? No, it can't. Because as long as you don't get close to her, you can't be turned into a toy. The same goes for the anomaly containment statue. Its containment method is simple. But if you don't go in a containment way, stare at it. Even if it is to kill the Emperor's strength, it also makes sense. Holy Land Mary Joya. Kaido, high in the sky, looked at Locke's body. Also directly silent. He had planned to snatch the statue back and go to the door. But now think about it. Although he is thick in blood, but the statue called an anomalous containment is too weird. Say he's not dangerous, just stare at it and it's fine. Call him dangerous, once you look away, it will be directly twisted and the neck will be broken. He couldn't guarantee it. Will he also be directly twisted and die by twisting his neck? In addition, Ember also called him just now. Let him leave as soon as possible. Boom. At this moment, there was a roar in the distance. Only one to see. Extremely gorgeous, the hull of the ship is made of incomparably hard iron. Appeared in Kaido's sight. Whose ship is this? Kaido raised his eyebrows slightly and wondered. Wait, this is ship? Of the Abnormal Containment Society. Kaido looked at it, and the hull of the ship was printed with several large characters of the Abnormal Containment Association. Directly stunned. What's the situation? Will the Abnormal Containment change ship? In the past, the Abnormal Shelter would also drive a flying ship. But the hull, always returned to the hull, was constructed of wood. But how is it changed now? Changed to a ship made of iron? It is outrageous enough that a wooden boat can fly. How can a ship made of Xiantai still fly? In fact, the reason why the ship that is abnormal will become like this. It is because Locke holds the anomaly. Received a lot of rewards. One of the rewards. It is to greatly update the equipment of the entire Abnormal Containment Association. Chapter 55. Abnormal Containment Meeting, it's a little early. Yes, I also feel that it is too early. I also want to let this abnormal containment kill more Draco, they will come again. It's a perverted idea, but that's what I think. It's a pity, this time the Holy Land Mary Joa only died a few hundred Draco, if only 1,000 could die. I sincerely hope now that every abnormal containment in the next will appear in the Holy Land Mary Joa, and then I hope that the people of the abnormal containment will come later. Too. This time I saw the emergence of abnormal containment meetings. People all over the world are not excited. Because, this time the abnormal containment. It did not harm the sea. Instead, they were slaughtering the Draco who they hated them. The highest temple of power. Is it really coming? Seeing that the abnormal containment would appear, a smile appeared at the corner of Satan's mouth. Although, say, Locke is dead. However, a strong person close to the general level. They don't care too much yet. After all, the strong people they secretly cultivated are not a few. What's more, the appearance of this abnormal containment meeting. In their view, it was an opportunity. Let the Draco join in and get intelligence from the base. When they overthrew the Abnormal Asylum Society, personally contain abnormalities. It can be said. The world will be firmly in their hands. Next, 1,000 years are absolutely impossible. There is anyone who can shake their rule. Let KS go out, take Locke's body back, and show the people of the Abnormal Containment Society that Draco is going to join the Abnormal Containment Society. The blonde old man said with his hands crossed in front of his chest. Curse their world government cultivated, another monster strong. The strength is not inferior to Locke. Nope. Maybe it's not that troublesome, taking advantage of the fact that the abnormal containment will appear in the Holy Land of Mary Joa, or destroy them directly here. Let's ask about the whereabouts of the base of the Abnormal Containment Association. The old man with the first generation of ghosts on his waist suddenly suggested. The Holy Land of Mary Joa, the strong are innumerable. I want to destroy the people who are abnormally sheltered here. It's a breeze. No, such a move is absolutely impossible. Now the situation of Mary Joa in the Holy Land is broadcast live all over the world. Once we make a move, people from the abnormal reception will react and may move the base. The old man with a fast scar on his head said disapprovingly. Although they are not clear. Who used what power, exactly? Where abnormal containment appears. All over the world, live broadcasts were carried out. But he was well aware. Once their holy place is struck, the whole world will know about it. An abnormal containment will, very likely. You will also receive a message. When the time comes, it will be troublesome to move the base and be wary of their holy place, Mary Joa. That's right, the best way is to let the Draco join in and secretly pass on the information of the base, so that we can send people to invade without knowing it. Satan agreed. So be it. When the other 5 old stars heard this, they had no opinion. Maintain previous decisions. Holy Land Mary Joa, in the middle of the square. Is it actually dead? What a surprise! An agent standing at the bow of the ship looked at the corpses all over the ground below and wondered. It stands to reason that the statue should be. It's the least dangerous anomaly I've ever seen so far. They have all been announced. Just keep staring at the statue and you won't die. How could anyone die? It's Draco after all. One agent lamented. Since they have appeared in this world. For Draco, he naturally knows a lot. No hesitation. They drove the boat in front of the statue. Then the two set their eyes on the statue. Without blinking or moving his gaze, he moved the statue to the ship. After containing the statue, the agents of the Abnormal Asylum Society planned to leave by boat. Wait a minute. Right at this moment. Behind him came the voice of X. The agent got on board and looked back at him and asked, "Is there something wrong? I remember what you said, Draco is eligible to join your Abnormal Containment Society. KSDO. That's right, qualified to be a D-level member." The agent nodded. Every Draco is full of evil. Crimes committed. It is enough to be sentenced dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of times. So they can be said to be the most qualified to become a D-class agent. We want the Draco of this holy land of Mary Joa to join you. KS said. As Kirk's voice fell, the Draco of the entire holy land Mary Joa instantly became angry. What are you lowly people talking about? Do you want such a noble me to join such a broken organization? Bastard, do you know what you're talking about? Just based on what you just said, I want to put you to death 1,000 times. You damn fellow, you didn't show up when we were in danger just now, and now you want us to join such a dangerous organization. What is your intention? Wait, I'll find someone to put you to death right away. Although they don't know much about abnormal reception meetings. But they still have a little brain. Almost clear. Abnormal containment will deal with abnormal containment. And they also saw the power of the abnormal containment statue just now. Slaughtered hundreds of their Draco. That's hundreds. Let them join such a dangerous organization. Doesn't it mean let them look for the dead? Chapter 56. Damn, this group of Draco idiots, they really don't know how to be evil. They are qualified to join the Abnormal Containment Association and become glorious D-class members, and they even refused. That's what I said, we don't have the qualifications to join at all, there is no opportunity, and now there is such an opportunity in front of them, they don't even cherish it. It's really abominable, this group of Draco. You must refuse them, the people of the Abnormal Containment Society. This group of stupid pigs is not qualified to join you at all, and is not qualified to fight side by side with you and become a glorious D-class agent. That's right, we are the ones who are qualified to join the Abnormal Containment Society. This group of damn Draco people are not qualified at all, absolutely refuse them, Abnormal Containment Society, but don't think that they are suitable to be D-level agents based on their noble status. Seeing that Draco refuses to join the Abnormal Containment Society, people all over the world are a little angry. After all, they can't join if they want to. In their opinion, join the Abnormal Asylum Association. It is the supreme glory. Now, they can only expect. People who are abnormal in the Containment Society can refuse Draco's joining. Wano Country, Oni Island. Damn, don't agree to let this group of Draco join. Ember said with a serious face. In his opinion, if the Draco joined the Abnormal Containment Society, then it is equivalent to saying that the world government has joined forces with the Abnormal Asylum Society. You know, the world government is the largest in the world. The most powerful terrorist force that has stood in the sea for 800 years. The Abnormal Containment Society, on the other hand, is a force that existed thousands of years ago. If these two forces join forces, this sea will be firmly held in their hands. Even if it's been 1,000 years. Absolutely no one can overturn it. I really don't know if the people of the Abnormal Containment Association have taken a fancy to that group of stupid Draco, why do they only let them join? Quinn said with a sigh. If you can. They also want people from their 100 beast groups. Join the Abnormal Containment Association. Once associated with Abnormal Containment, it will be related. In this sea, who dares to mess with them? Don't worry, two eldest brothers, I believe that the people of the Abnormal Containment Association will definitely refuse to join the Draco, because they probably also saw that the group of stupid Draco was slaughtered by so many people by the statue. They'll surely realize that stupid people aren't qualified to join them. Jack said. I hope so. Ember said with some approving. Holy Land Mary Joya. Central of the square. XS scanned the Draco present and said slowly, this is the order of Saint Jagarsha Satan Saint, you have no right to refuse. Every 5 old stars is all ascended by Draco. Their power is extremely high and they firmly control the world government. Their orders. For Draco, it is absolutely undeniable. How is it possible? You don't joke, bastard. How could Saint Jagarsha Satan Saint let us go to death? You must be lying to us. That's right, you must be lying to us. Hearing X's words, many Draco were stunned at first. Then cursed. No, it's true. KS said with a serious look. If the Draco want to join, we naturally agree, then get on the ship quickly. An agent of the Abnormal Containment Society shouted. The so-called D-class members, to put it bluntly, are cannon fodder, sent to death. There is free cannon fodder to join, don't do it in vain. How could they possibly refuse? No, we're not going to get on the ship of you bastards. Draco refused. Hearing this, the leading agent did not respond. Instead, he beckoned slightly, and quite a few agents fell from the ship. Began to forcibly drag Draco onto the boat. Let go of me, you untouchables, let me go at once. Do you know who I am? I'm a Draco, I'm the noblest nobleman in the world, have I allowed you to touch me? Get your dirty hands away from me right away. Let me go, or I'll kill you. Although Draco does not follow everything. But their physique, the same as the agents of the Abnormal Asylum Association. Completely incomparable. Hundreds of Draco were forcibly dragged onto the boat. After pulling Draco aboard the ship, the Abnormal Containment will be a person who pilots the spaceship. Like a shooting star, he soon left the place. Lean. Damn, it's better to let this bunch of bastards on board. Confused, the people who are abnormal in the containment meeting are simply confused. Why do they have to let the Draco on the ship even if they are dragged hard? Do they like the Draco so much? Damn it, my beautiful illusions about the Abnormal Containment Association are completely shattered now. Me too, I used to see that they have been harboring anomalies all over the world, thinking that they are an organizational force that is more righteous than the Navy, but now that they are so close to the Draco, my impression of them has begun to deteriorate. Me too. It's really unpleasant. What we will see in the future is not the abnormal people who shelter the society, running around the world and sheltering those monsters, but seeing the group of dirty and ugly Draco, running all over the world as heroes. Chapter 57. New World, Ghost Island. Damn, it's troublesome, Draco finally joined the Abnormal Containment Association. Ember said with a heavy face. They don't know. The people who abnormally sheltered the guild and let the Draco join them. They are used as cannon fodder. He only thought that now the Abnormal Containment would be united with the world government. What bad news, the world government is getting harder and harder to shake. Quinn said with a headache. It seems that Brother Kaido, the desire to pull the world's nobles off the horse is going to be in vain. Jack sighed. Kaido has a great ideal. That is to wage a war that will sweep the world. Pull down all the people of the world. War determines a person's worth. Create a world where everyone can eat. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Did you really let Draco join? When the warring states saw this scene, they were a little surprised. In his opinion, the abnormal containment will choose to let the stupid Draco join them. It is indirectly wooing the world government. This means that they want to have a relationship with the world government. After all, from the current point of view, the abnormal containment meeting did not appear any powerful people. At most, it is just that science and technology are relatively developed, and how to contain abnormalities. On the other hand, the world government, although it does not understand the containment of abnormal things, but this force is innumerable strong. The words of the combination of the two. It is indeed a strong alliance. But the problem is that the world government has never wanted to join forces with the abnormal asylum society. Hey, the people of the abnormal asylum will suffer, they won't know, the world government wants to destroy them. Carp sighed. Although he is a navy, it belongs only to the world government. But the person he is most upset with is the Draco. The same is very unhappy with the people above. In comparison, people who are abnormally sheltered, it's a lot more pleasing to the eye. Because of this force, the world is full of monsters. Protect the world. He is now a little unbearable. The abnormal asylum was destroyed by the world government. Damn, such a righteous organization is going to be destroyed by those stupid superiors. It's really unpleasant. Chi-Inu snorted coldly, smashing his fist on the chair and said a little angrily. Akainu is a person who absolutely carries out justice. In his opinion, the Abnormal Containment Association is also a righteous person. Such a righteous organization will be destroyed. How could his heart be happy? Sakazuki, watch your words and deeds. After all, this is the decision from above, and there is nothing we can do about it. Sengoku scolded. Holy Land Mary Joya. Looking at the departing abnormal reception meeting, a smile also appeared at the corner of X's mouth. He knew that the plan had succeeded. Next. Only after Draco arrived at the base of the Abnormal Containment Society, they talk to them and find out where they are. The destruction operation can be launched. Thinking of this, KS looked up at Kaido high in the sky. Aren't you going yet, Kaido? Your government is really getting more and more headaches. Kaido said with a gloomy face. Now the world government. It has already climbed into a relationship with the Abnormal Containment Society. He knew that this behemoth was even more difficult to shake. If you don't leave, stay, Kaido. KS snorted coldly. If it weren't for it, it wouldn't be long. The strong men of their government intend to send out the whole army. Destroy the Abnormal Containment Society, but save and hide the strength. Otherwise, they would have taken Kaido down now. Kaido did not respond, but retreated into the clouds and left the place. One man goes head to head with the world government. Obviously, not a rational choice. With the success of the statue containment. Less than a day. A new inventory of anomalous containments, here again. Inventory of the top 20 abnormal containments. 14th place, Abnormal Containment 524 Gluttonous Rabbits. Identification level, safe. The gluttonous rabbit is a small rabbit with white hair and black spots, which can eat any object and living body, regardless of whether these things are edible or not. The anomalous containment, the gluttonous rabbit, has been recorded to have consumed steel, glass, trees, bombs, and even thousands of grams of radioactive material. It has been confirmed that the abnormal containment, no matter what the gluttonous rabbit eats, the substance does not have any adverse reactions. Not only that, the gluttonous rabbit can even eat itself. It will chew its tail first, slowly eat its legs, eat from the back of the body forward. When eating the neck position, the abnormal containment, the gluttonous rabbit, will shockingly turn its mouth out and eat its head. After that, it will disappear completely, but within a few minutes, the abnormal containment, the gluttonous rabbit, will respawn intact in the blood left behind when it eats its body. It has been confirmed that the abnormal containment, the gluttonous rabbit, autophagy does not die. It has also been confirmed that the gluttonous rabbit cannot kill with physical attacks. Able to eat anything. Eileen, even bombs can be eaten raw? Is this really human? Stupid, how can the abnormal containment be a human, and the introduction doesn't say above, it's a rabbit. No matter what, you can eat anything, and there is no adverse reaction to the body. This time the abnormal containment is also very dangerous. Hey, it's not this that is the most dangerous. It can even eat itself, and it can't be completely killed. Eat yourself and be born again? This time's unusual containment is also too exaggerated. Trouble, if he descends on this sea, it will eat everything. Don't worry, there will be abnormal containment, we will not be in danger. But the problem is that the person who is abnormal in the reception will not be able to take it in the first time it appears, and we can only hope that he will not appear near us now. Chapter 58. Headquarters of the Navy, Marinfander. Can you not only eat any substance, living body, but even yourself? Carp was taken aback. This guy can eat better than the 4 emperors Blugmom of the New World. The T-Dolphin said with a headache. Charlotte Lingling of the New World. Undoubtedly the most edible person in their world. The whole day is either eating pastries or having children. But now, this sea. An anomaly containment has descended that is more able to eat than her. Even, judging by the description of the gluttonous rabbit. Its threat is no less than Charlotte Lingling. Be vigilant, immediately look for rabbits at the headquarters of the Navy, but we can't let it eat our Navy headquarters. Sengoku suddenly ordered. No one knows where the abnormal containment will appear this time. In case of appearing at the headquarters of the Navy, it will be troublesome. Cannot be killed with a physical attack. And can eat any object, living being. If only it were here. I'm afraid I can eat the whole Marinfando. Yes, Marshal of the Warring States. After the admirals left this sentence. Then began to inform the entire base of the Navy. Start looking, suspicious rabbit. Holy Land Mary Joya. What's going on? Why can't the Draco who joined the Abnormal Containment Association be contacted? Satan raised his eyebrows slightly. Although, there are quite a few stupid Draco. The people who were abnormally sheltered were forcibly pulled onto the boat. But in it, they also ordered quite a few qualified Draco. Join the Exception Containment Association. And let them carry with them extremely tiny, hard to detect talking bugs that have been modified. But Draco has been on board the ship of the Abnormal Containment Society. It was as if the world had evaporated. Can't be contacted at all. No, I've been trying for almost a day, and the opposite side of the phone bug is always unresponsive. The old man with the first generation of ghosts on his waist said with a solemn face. Was it discovered by someone from the Abnormal Containment Society? The blonde old man said. No, this is impossible, the modified phone worm is changed by the ability, and it is impossible to be discovered. Satan shook his head slightly. In order to be able to smoothly let the Draco join the Abnormal Containment Association. Reveal the base of the Abnormal Containment Association. Naturally, they also put a lot of effort into it. Then why can't you talk to them? The old man with a scar on his head wondered. Maybe it's because they've been staying with people from the abnormal reception and haven't had a chance to talk to us, so wait. This time the abnormal containment also appeared. I believe we can see the group of Draco when the abnormal containment will contain the monster, and then we may know what happened. The long-haired old man suggested. A new anomalous containment, the gluttonous rabbit, has appeared. I believe it won't take too long. People who are abnormally sheltered will appear to take them in. And the Draco of their holy land have also joined them. I believe that Draco will have a chance to show his face. At that time, you may know what happened. The good-hearted rabbit will hardly be hostile to people, but this is normal, and it is not ruled out that the gluttonous rabbit dislikes some people and will attack them. New World, some sea. At this moment, Kaido, while holding a projection phone worm, Watch the screen while flying. Can you eat everything, can't physically kill you, and rarely attack others? This abnormal containment is a good thing worth collecting. Kaido said to himself. Just by virtue of a gluttonous rabbit, it can eat any attention. And still an animal. This has already aroused Kaido's love. After learning that the gluttonous rabbit rarely attacks others, Kaido already has plans to snatch the gluttonous rabbit at this moment. After all, he is a 100-beast group. But there's also a scientist Quinz. Perhaps with the help of Quinn, he can study the secret of the gluttonous rabbit. Such as the ability to eat all matter, living organisms. Or maybe it's the ability to kill with a physical attack. While Kaido was brooding on the screen began to appear. This place is that crazy woman's territory? Where it is presented on the screen. It is the four emperors Charlotte Lingling's nations. Because Kaido noticed, nearby buildings. All of them are made with usable confectionery. Without hesitation, Kaido sped up. Go to all nations. New World, Biscuit Island. The gluttonous rabbit appeared in this place. And here, feast. You can see. The huge island has been eaten a lot by gluttonous rabbits. Hey! What are you doing? There was a roar in the distance. I saw a tall warrior with a long beard and a sword on his shoulder appear in front of the gluttonous rabbit. He is one of the 3 stars of the Blugmom pirates, Clay. This form is exactly his cookie form. Chapter 59. Is this the abnormal containment rabbit this time? It looks so cute. I also have this feeling, the rabbit looks small, I really want to raise one. No kidding, it's an unusual containment. Although it is an abnormal containment, it is not too dangerous, after all, didn't the introduction say? It is kind by nature and does not attack others casually. If you say so, I want to raise one too. This time the unusual containment is the gluttonous rabbit. In the eyes of everyone, it is the same as slime. The threat to the sea is minimal. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Carp saw that the crane, Peach Rabbit, and the others had returned from across island, and immediately stood up and greeted with a smile, "You guys are back, little crane. Where did the abnormal containment this time appear?" Tsuru asked. In the territory of the 4 emperors Blugmom pirates. Sengoku replied. Is it a dangerous anomaly containment? Hearing that it was on the territory of the 4 emperors, Crane hurriedly asked. The 4 emperors have always been their navy, the most troublesome enemy. She was naturally very hopeful, a dangerous abnormal containment. Descended on the territory of pirates. It can cause casualties or something, this is the best. It can also be regarded as weakening the combat power of the 4 emperors. No, it's a pity that this time's abnormal containment, like the abnormal containment slime that Whitebeard encountered before, is not too threatening. Sengoku said helplessly. What? When the crane heard this, his brows suddenly wrinkled slightly. What's going on? Anomalies befall on their naval turf. All of them are extremely dangerous, even enough to destroy the entire sea. How did it descend on the abnormal containment on the pirate territory? All of it is not threatening? Although, slime appeared on the Whitebeard ship. Rather, let the Whitebeard regiment, with heavy losses. But that's not what slimes did. Rather, because at first, the people of the Whitebeard group were reluctant to return the abnormal containment slime. Causes Abby to appear on their ship. Caused their casualties. Well, that's not fair. Peach Rabbit couldn't help but sigh. New World, Biscuit Island. Are you abnormal containment rabbits? Clay was taken aback. Naturally, he is also on the projection phone worm. Slightly concerned about abnormal containment. Naturally, it is clear what this rabbit in front of you is. When Clay noticed the gluttonous rabbit. The gluttonous rabbit also noticed the cret frame. Since the clay rack used the devil fruit ability at the moment, Let your exterior be covered with the outer layer of cookies. So the gluttonous rabbit ran towards him quickly. Don't come here. Seeing the gluttonous rabbit approaching, Kree's face changed greatly in fright. He was clear. The ability of every abnormal containment is extremely strange. The gluttonous rabbit in front of him can swallow any substance, life form. Maybe you'll eat him too. See the gluttonous rabbit pressing closer. Kriframe did not hesitate, just run with his legs. But the speed of the gluttonous rabbit is really fast. No matter how Kristand ran, the gluttonous rabbit chased firmly behind him. And, almost one step away from him. Hard biscuits. Seeing this, Kree also knew that it was definitely impossible to escape. Then he turned his head and wrapped a terrifying armed color domineering aura around the blade. As well as the indestructible biscuits, also wrapped around the blade. Ugh! He swung his blade and swung it sharply at the gluttonous rabbit. The blade rubbed the space, making a violent popping sound. This is proof enough. How powerful will this blow of the clay frame be? But in the face of the terrifying blow of the clay frame, the gluttonous rabbit did not choose to dodge. I saw it open its huge mouth. The degree of opening of the mouth is even several times larger than its entire body. Day. The gluttonous rabbit directly swallowed the blade swung by the Kree into its mouth. Not even chewing movements. And the blade that is swallowed. It's like entering a bottomless pit. The body of the gluttonous rabbit did not swell because of this. How is it possible? Is the attack ineffective? The clay frame was so frightened that he took several steps backwards in succession. Cookie Soldier. After a brief shock, Kleerak hurriedly used the power of the devil fruit. Dozens of cookie soldiers with huge bodies and blades were created. The army of biscuits blocked in front of the clay stand. And the clay himself, after the creation of the cookie soldiers, quickly fled into the distance. I should be able to hold out for a while. Clay breathed a sigh of relief as he fled, and glanced back. It's okay not to look. After a glance, he was directly frightened and turned pale and trembled. Because he created dozens of huge cookie soldiers. It took less than a few seconds to be gluttonous. Ate it all. How is it possible? Even my mother can't eat so many cookie soldiers in a few seconds. Kree said with an incredulous look. With the huge body of dozens of cookie soldiers, even Charlotte Lingling wanted to eat it all. It also takes about half an hour. But the gluttonous rabbit only took a few seconds. After eating all the cookie soldiers, the gluttonous rabbit still looks like he has not eaten. Continued to rush towards the Kree frame. Chapter 60. Cookie Soldier. This time, the Kree stand consumes a huge amount of physical strength. Directly created, 100 huge cookie soldiers. Hundreds of biscuit soldiers are like an impregnable wall. Stopped in front of the gluttonous rabbit. It should be possible to block it this time. Kree is not finished speaking. I saw the gluttonous rabbit and opened a huge mouth larger than the whole person of the cookie soldier. One bite at a time, extremely fast. Hundreds of cookie soldiers, all eaten. It took less than a dozen seconds. This scene has completely scared the Kree stupidly. In total, he created more than 100 cookie soldiers. The height of each cookie soldier is about 8 meters. Like a giant. He thought, his own cookie soldiers. At the very least, you have to be able to hold the gluttonous rabbit for 10 minutes. But who would have thought? It only took more than half a minute in total. This is also too edible. It looks quite cute on the outside, but who would have thought that when it eats, its mouth can open 10 meters high? This guy, it's really the same as the introduction, you can eat anything, and the speed of eating is extremely fast, and you don't even need to digest, at all. 327. I can already imagine that this time the Blugmom pirates will suffer heavy losses, and it is estimated that many of their countries will be eaten by gluttonous rabbits. I always feel that if a person is eaten by it, no matter how strong the strength is, there is absolutely no possibility of survival. Headquarters of the Navy, Marinfander. It's a little strange, doesn't the introduction of the gluttonous rabbit say that it is kind by nature and will not attack other people at will? Why does it keep running after the clay frame? Sengoku said with some doubt. Since the appearance of abnormal containment, all of them are very real. Nothing false. But now, why is the gluttonous rabbit so aggressive to the cricker? Maybe in the eyes of the gluttonous rabbit, the clay rack is not a human but food. After all, the ability of the clay rack is to cover the surface with a layer of cookie armor, and it is normal to be treated as a biscuit. Tsuru mused. If only the gluttonous rabbit could eat the Kriji, so that the Blugmom pirate group would also be regarded as the loss of a general. Carp crossed his arms in front of his chest. No, this kind of thing is impossible, Carp. I believe that Clay will soon realize that as long as he turns into a human form and does not cover his body with cookie armor, he will not be chased by the gluttonous rabbit. Sengoku shook his head slightly. Clay saw the gluttonous rabbit and directly chose to escape. And that's proof of that. He must be paying attention. And also know the introduction of the gluttonous rabbit. As one of the 4 stars, he is a star. It can't be that stupid. All the while running away in cookie armor. But there will be no casualties or anything. I hope that the existence of the gluttonous rabbit will be loved by the bastard of Blugmom, and after the people of the abnormal containment meeting arrive at the scene, Blugmom does not choose to hand over the gluttonous rabbit. The people of the Abnormal Containment Association release some abnormal containment items with special abilities to make the Blugmom pirate group suffer serious losses. The T-Porpoise prayed. The Whitebeard pirates are such a process. So, he hopes that Blugmom pirates is also such a process. This kind of thing, it can't happen. Charlotte Lingling should also know the horror of the abnormal containment meeting, and it is impossible to get the gluttonous rabbit without returning. Sengoku shook his head. New World, Biscuit Island. Damn, why are they still chasing me? Kristand cursed while running as hard as he could. They all ate more than 100 huge cookie soldiers. Haven't you eaten enough? When the clay rack is running at full strength. Distance. Katakuri's voice came, is this the abnormal containment this time? Katakuri naturally also pays attention to the gluttonous rabbit. On the screen. Seeing the gluttonous rabbit appear after Biscuit Island. He arrived here without stopping. In order to see it with your own eyes, up close. The so-called abnormal containment. Brother Katakuri. See Katakuri appear. Klee's pale face finally regained a hint of rosy. Katakuri is among their Blugmom pirates. A monster second only to Charlotte. The bounty is as high as 150 million Baileys. He is an out-and-out strongman. It's you, Krish, why are you being chased and running? Katakuri wondered. He sees the gluttonous rabbit on the screen, when he appears on Biscuit Island. Just rushed over. It is not clear what happened to the clay rack and the gluttonous rabbit. I don't know why he was hunted down. Quickly save my brother Kelly, it wants to eat me. Kree shouted. Ate you? Katakuri's brows furrowed slightly when he heard this. The description of the gluttonous rabbit is not that it will not attack people at will. Is the character docile? Despite the doubts in my heart, how to say it? Kree is his younger brother. How could he let the gluttonous rabbit eat his brother? Matchless rice cake blade. Katakuri uses his right fist to perform the devil fruit ability. It turned into a Gatling-like shape. Then wrapped in armed color domineering. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. Tap-da-da. Countless small glutinous rice balls that have been strengthened, entangled with domineering. Cut through the air and shot towards the gluttonous rabbit. As the head of the 4 stars. Katakuri's strength is the strength of Mu Young's questioning. But what I didn't expect was a glutinous rice bullet fired by Katakuri. Without exception, all of them were swallowed by the gluttonous rabbit with its huge mouth open. Doesn't it work? Katakuri's face changed slightly. After eating the sticky rice bullet fired by Katakuri, the gluttonous rabbit continued to chase the clay frame non-stop. What's going on? Why does it keep chasing the clay frame? If it is because the clay frame attacked the gluttonous rabbit, this led to being chased. Then now he himself also attacked the gluttonous rabbit. Shouldn't the other party chase themselves first? How is he still chasing behind the clay frame? Want to eat him? He couldn't figure out what the reason was. Katakuri is a highly intelligent, calm person. He at the moment. I began to recall the introduction of the gluttonous rabbit. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility and shouted. Kelly Frame, quickly remove the devil fruit ability, he should think that you are cookie food, so he will continue to chase you one after another, as long as the ability is removed, it will not chase you. About the ability of abnormal containment, weaknesses are introduced. There will be absolutely no fake. That is to say, gluttonous rabbits will definitely not chase people for no reason. The only possibility is the gluttonous rabbit treats the cookie form of the Kryrak as food. Hearing Katakuri's words, Kriji was puzzled in his heart. But do it anyway. Cookie form lifts. The clay rack stopped, slapped his palms, and the biscuit armor on his body began to fall off. Run away, Kree! Katakuri shouted. His sight and smell are domineering and he foresees the future. And it's a very bad future. He wants to stop this coming future. But it's night. Day. The gluttonous rabbit opened its huge mouth, and its mouth grew 10 meters high. Directly swallowed the cookie armor form that had not been completely removed. After eating the clay rack, the gluttonous rabbit doesn't seem to have anything out of the ordinary. The body is still the size of a rabbit. Breath. Gone. Katakuri's pupils contracted violently, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He couldn't feel it anymore. He couldn't feel the breath of the Kree frame anymore. The other parties seemed to have evaporated from the world. Completely gone. Not even a trace of life remained. This scene also directly looks stupid to people all over the world. I lean on, it directly ate the 4 Emperors Blugmom pirate group, the 4 Emperors Star Kryrak whole. That is a pirate with a bounty of 860 million Baileys, did he die like this? This rabbit, the future is a bit exaggerated. What rabbit? This is a gluttonous rabbit. The abnormal containment of life forms that can eat any substance, the gluttonous rabbit. Who said just now, the gluttonous rabbit is very cute and wants to keep one? Special, this is also too fierce, clit, Katakuri's attack was eaten, not to mention, and now he even eats Kriframe in front of Katakuri. Abnormal containment, really worthy of being an abnormal containment? Even if the little rabbit looks docile on the outside, there is no threat, it is such a terrifying existence. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Ha ha ha. Was it really eaten? Carp laughed. 1.0a. Swallowed in one bite? Peach Rabbit broke out in a cold sweat. No matter what, Klee is also a strong person who is not weak. But under the big mouth of the gluttonous rabbit. But there was no room for resistance. How the hell did this guy's mouth open so wide? The T-Dolphin was also a little shocked. Abnormal containment objects are monsters that cannot be treated and defined by common sense. Even I feel that this is not the limit of its mouth opening. If it insists on eating something, even if the thing is 100 meters high, it can open its mouth for 100 meters and swallow it in one bite. Tsuru said. When the gluttonous rabbit first nibbled on Biscuit Island, the mouth did not open wide. It's chewing slowly or something. But probably because, seeing a cookie that can run and talk, it feels a little strange. So, can't wait to swallow it. You can open your mouth 10 meters high. Swallow cookie armor in one bite. And what if it wants to eat a 100-meter high mountain? Will it directly let his huge mouth open up to a height of 100 meters? For this, Tsuru thinks it is okay. Because of abnormal containment. All have incredible power. Chapter 61. Open 100 meters. Hear the words of the crane. The admiral in the conference room was directly frightened and his legs went limp. If that's the case, gluttonous rabbits cannot be killed with physical attacks. If it wants to eat anything, it can't swallow it. If it wants to eat anyone, can't it do it? Face such a monster. It is impossible to say that there is no fear of its new life. Fortunately, although Katakuri knows how not to be chased and killed by the gluttonous rabbit, the speed at which the Kryrak lifts the cookie form is still too slow. The Four Emperors pirate group has killed a Four Generals star powerhouse, which is a great thing for us. Although the warring states were also shocked by the ability of the gluttonous rabbit. But at this moment, a smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of his mouth. All this time, it was their naval side. Heavy casualties. On the other hand, on the pirates' side, there were basically no big casualties. And now, watch the Blugmom pirates. Died a general star powerhouse. They don't mention how happy they are. Anyway, the place where the gluttonous rabbit appeared is not the territory of their navy. I thought that this abnormal containment was at most just eating some islands, making the Blugmom pirate group lose some economy or something, but I didn't expect to eat a general star powerhouse. It's really great. Carp laughed again. Just look at the introduction of the gluttonous rabbit. No one would think that a gluttonous rabbit would kill someone or something. The same goes for their navy. They weren't originally interested in gluttonous rabbits. Hold the idea of hitting the Blugmom pirates hard. Just hopefully, it eats more islands. Let this pirate group lose a little more Meridian 24 or something. And now, die a general star powerhouse. It was unexpected. New World, Biscuit Island. Look at the gluttonous rabbit that eats the Kriji. Katakuri was furious. That's his brother. Moreover, it was still eaten in his face. Baked rice cake. Katakuri turns his arm into a rice cake while wrapping it with extremely hot air, like a bazooka ready to go. Then the armed color domineering wrapped around the arm. At this moment, Katako Lihun exuded an amazing aura all over his body. As the head of the 4 stars, his strength is the strength that Mu Yang questioned. Not to mention, he is still in a state of anger now. Wang! Katakuri's arm flew out sharply. Like a shooting star, it rushed towards the gluttonous rabbit at great speed. The space along the way, after friction, came a popping sound. It is enough to prove the power of this blow. But in the face of the attack launched by Katakuri, the gluttonous rabbit gulped and swallowed Katakuri's attack into its belly. Rainy glutinous rice. Katakuri's arm touched the ground. Use the power of the devil fruit awakening. I saw that the surrounding ground was all turned into long rice cakes. It's like rice cake sticks standing one after another. After winding on a terrifying armed color domineering, countless rice cake strips as thick as giant trees quickly attacked towards the gluttonous rabbit. As always, the gluttonous rabbit gulped and swallowed all of Katakuri's attacks. Come again, matchless donuts. Sweet chestnut rice cake. Glutinous balls grown. Katakuri launched one attack after another against the gluttonous rabbit. But all attacks, without exception, all were swallowed by the gluttonous rabbit. How is it possible? Can any attack be swallowed all? Katakuri had changed from anger to panic at this moment. All are all-out attacks that leave no stone unturned. But not a single move hurt the other party. The gluttonous rabbit saw that Katakuri had stopped attacking, bouncing up and down to Katakuri's legs. Seeing this, Katakuri suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Thought he was going to be eaten too. He was about to turn around and escape. But at this time, what he saw was domineering. Unexpectedly foreseen, the future. I saw that the gluttonous rabbit came to Katakuri's side. rubbed his legs with his body. With a hint of longing in his eyes, he looked up at Katakuri. As if to say, "A little more, I haven't eaten enough. Did you take my attack as if I was feeding you?" After Katakuri thought of this, he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. His attacks all contained killing intent. He wants to kill the gluttonous rabbit and avenge his brother. But the gluttonous rabbit, in the face of his terrible attack, just as it was feeding him. Now, Katakuri's fear of gluttonous rabbits has been taken to the next level. Brew brew. Brew brew. At this moment, the phone worm placed on Katakuri's waist. Suddenly it rang. Katakuri picked up the phone bug and connected it. "Katakuri, bring back the abnormal containment gluttonous rabbit." On the other side of the phone worm, came Charlotte's voice. "Mom, it's too dangerous," Katakuri said with a serious expression. "Although the gluttonous rabbit is because. Think of the acrylic rack as a cookie that will run. That's why I ate him. But at the end of the day, it's an unusual containment. If only it had met Charlotte. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network." Suddenly, it emerged. What to do with the idea of wanting to eat her? "Mamama. But it's just a rabbit that can only eat, what is the threat to me? Don't forget my soul fruit ability, which can dispose of the souls of any living and non-living body. As long as I create a soul that is absolutely loyal to me and stuffs it into the body of the gluttonous rabbit, this abnormal containment will be controlled by me. Controlled by our Blug Mom pirates," Charlotte Lingling said with a strange smile. The threat of abnormal containment, she naturally also saw in her eyes. Similarly, she saw the death of Kriji with her own eyes. Of course, when I saw Kriji die, she wasn't angry. Instead, get excited. Because she knows. Once you can successfully take full control of the gluttonous rabbit, she is in this sea, and she will be invincible. To know. Even if it is an abnormal reception society. It was only the abnormal containment contained in it. They have not been completely turned into a force that they can control. Is it controlled by our Blug Mom pirates? Hearing Charlotte's voice, Katakuri was stunned at first. Then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Indeed, if only they could really control the gluttonous rabbit. What 4 emperors and 100 beast group, 4 emperors Whitebeard group, 4 emperors red-haired pirate group. All of them will fall under their Blug Mom pirates. Not good. The 4 emperors Blug Mom wants to use the devil fruit's ability to control the abnormal containment rabbit. Damn, she must not be allowed to get what she wants. If she is allowed to completely control the abnormal containment rabbit, it will be troublesome. Yes, the gluttonous rabbit is a monster that can eat any substance, attack, and life form. Even the Kelly frame with a bounty of 860 million Bailey was swallowed by him and killed. Why haven't the people from the abnormal containment meeting come yet? You must stop them. Now I can only pin my hopes on the abnormal containment society, and I must rush to the scene before the 4 emperors Blug Mom has controlled the gluttonous rabbit. How strong the gluttonous rabbit is, the whole world is watching. The crystal was swallowed in one gulp. Katakuri's attack was also swallowed in its entirety. Such a very threatening abnormal containment. If it weren't for being close to people. Otherwise, this sea will usher in a catastrophe. And Charlotte Lingling gave the gluttonous rabbit a new soul. That means the gluttonous rabbit that can eat everything. It will be of use to her. Navy headquarters. Trouble. What about Barusalino? What about that bastard Barusalino? Where is he now? Sengoku asked anxiously. Not long ago, when Kaido invaded the Holy Land. He had ordered Barusalino to return to the Holy Land. But because I saw the horror of the statue, he cancelled the order again. In other words, the current yellow ape is still in the New World. Report Marshal of the Warring States, General Barusalino is hanging out in the New World, and now he has arrived in the Kingdom of Dressrosa. An admiral reported. Damn, why did this bastard go to the kingdom of Dressrosa, why don't you go to the territory of the 4 emperors Blug Mom? Sengoku scolded and grinned. The kingdom of Dressrosa is too far from Charlotte's territory. Therefore, it was simply too late to stop Katakuri. This, the admiral scratched his head. I don't know how to answer 390. What is there to worry about the warring states? People from the Abnormal Reception Association will come. Carp said calmly. Yes, Marshal of the Warring States, the people of the Abnormal Containment meeting are saved in time every time, so this time they will definitely stop Charlotte Lingling and control the gluttonous rabbit. The T-Porpoise echoed. The first few abnormal containments. All of them were admitted by abnormal containments. I believe that this time, it will be no exception. You two fools, have you forgotten that not long ago, Draco had already joined a containment meeting? Sengoku held his forehead and said with a headache. Draco joined the Abnormal Containment Society, is there any problem? Carp wondered. Stupid, did you forget when the Dark Maiden of the Anomaly Containment appeared? The 5 old stars informed our navy that joining the Abnormal Containment would get the intelligence of their base and annihilate it in one fell swoop. And the other party claimed at that time that as long as Draco. There is no doubt that among the Draco who joined the Abnormal Containment meeting yesterday, there must be people specially arranged by the world government, and if nothing else, there is already a movement on the government's side. Sengoku said with a serious expression. The original work of the last anomalous containment. That is, the statue appears. It was already a day ago. According to the speculation of the warring states, the time of this day. On the side of the world government, it has definitely passed the Draco who got on board. Received information about the base of the Abnormal Reception Association. And the world government is innumerable. There are also many and varied people with abilities. For example, the last time it appeared, helped their navy. Swift arrival at the Great Root. The country of Across, the Space Fruit ability Clark. His abilities are. As long as there are specific coordinates. He can reach his destination in a second. Other words. Now the people of the Abnormal Asylum Association are definitely already. Got into a fight with the people of the world government. Who wins and who loses is unknown. But Sengoku knows only one thing. That is, the people who are abnormally sheltered. There was definitely no time to reach Charlotte's territory. Timely recovery of abnormal objects. Gluttonous rabbits. Chapter 62. Oops. When Peach Rabbit heard this, he was taken aback. They almost forgot about it. The world government has always regarded abnormal reception as a thorn in the side. Delusional attempt to uproot them and take control of the abnormal containment itself. Is it too late? Blug Mom will manipulate an abnormal containment that can eat anything, the gluttonous rabbit. Chi Inu said with a solemn expression. The threat of gluttonous rabbits is too great. What attack, the living body can eat it all. And most importantly, it can't be killed with a physical attack. Because it is a monster that can even be resurrected by autophagy. It can be imagined that after Charlotte Lingling took control of such a monster, the new world will definitely become. Charlotte Lingling rules the sea alone. Universal? No. It will be a million countries. Big trouble. Rao Carp couldn't help but gasp at the moment. New world, Biscuit Island. Katakuri who hangs up the phone worm. So he planned to bring the gluttonous rabbit back. But he looked down and found the gluttonous rabbit. It's no longer by his legs. He looked around and saw that the gluttonous rabbit was eating the surrounding trees. Seeing this, Katakuri wanted to step forward. Carry the gluttonous rabbit to Charlotte Lingling's side. But soon, he stopped. Because gluttonous rabbits are too dangerous. He didn't know if he picked it up himself. Will he be swallowed backhanded? Little rabbit, come with me, I can give you good food. Katakuri tried to greet it. But the gluttonous rabbit did not respond, but continued to gnaw on the trees. Can't really understand people's language? This is not bad. If you can understand a person's language, if you want to change his soul, it will be very difficult. Katakuri said to himself. The danger of gluttonous rabbits goes without saying. If you can speak and understand the language, then its threat level is even higher. And more importantly, can't speak, doesn't understand language. This means that the soul of the gluttonous rabbit is not strong. With the strength of Charlotte Lingling's 4 emperors, changing its soul is easy. Weird power rice cake. Katakuri turned his arm, devil fruit. Gluttonous rice cakes are formed, and then they are wrapped around domineering an attack towards the gluttonous rabbit. Sure enough, in the face of his attack, the gluttonous rabbit reacted quickly. The backhand directly swallowed the gluttonous rice fist he punched. Katakuri saw the gluttonous rabbit and had already set his sights on himself. Then moved back a few steps. Sure enough, the gluttonous rabbit also chased after him. Katakuri continued to run in the direction of Charlotte. The gluttonous rabbit first chased after it for a while. Discovered Katakuri and did not continue to release the ability to gluttonous rice. So he stopped chasing and began to gnaw at the ground around him. It seems that you need to constantly attack it to lure it to your mother. 9-headed rice cake. Clap your hands on rice cakes. Gluttonous ball groaned. Katakuri is constantly using the power of the devil fruit. Lure the gluttonous rabbit closer. Really? The gluttonous rabbit is interested in the attack unleashed by the Katakuri. Cheng Gong is attracted to him and chases Katakuri while eating. Katakuri was like this, while releasing the power. While luring the gluttonous rabbit, he kept walking in the direction where Charlotte Lingling was. Suddenly, Katakuri noticed that the sunlight was blocked. He looked up. I saw a wooden steamship appear in the sky. Is it an abnormal containment meeting? Saw a ship appear. Katakuri was taken aback, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Although the agents of the abnormal containment society seem to be weak. However, the level of danger of this organization, Katakuri is especially clear. Because they are capable. Contain those world-level anomalies that are enough to destroy the world. He knew that abnormal containment would appear. The gluttonous rabbit will definitely be taken away. Charlotte Lingling, who wants to manipulate the dream of controlling the gluttonous rabbit. It's going to be shattered too. And see a ship appear at high altitude. People all over the world, instantly boiled. Abnormal containment meeting. It's the abnormal containment meeting, and they really came. Ha ha ha. I knew they would come, and this time they didn't disappoint us. Although I was a little disappointed that they recruited Draco to board the ship earlier and become a member of the D-class ship, I can be considered to forgive them now that I stopped the 4 Emperors Bloodmom from controlling the gluttonous rabbit in time. Sure enough, they come at a stuck time every time, it's too timely. Wait. Something is wrong. I remember that the ship of the abnormal containment meeting was not changed from a wooden ship to an iron ship? What's wrong with that? It was because the last time they held the statue was in the Holy Land of Mary Joa, so they drove a good boat over. Normally they still drove a wooden boat. It makes sense, although I don't know what kind of technology they have mastered to build iron ships, but I believe that such ships cost a lot, and it is normal that there are not too many. That's not right. Wrong. You look at the hull in the sky, and there is no abnormality in the containment meeting. A few big words. Eileen, I really don't. On the surface of the hull of the abnormal containment society, there will definitely be these big words, but this ship does not. What is going on? Could it be that this ship was not driven by someone from the Abnormal Containment Association? Wait, you see there's a blue-skinned man under the hull, he's holding the boat flying. Everyone noticed, underneath the spaceship. There is a burly man with blue skin, holding the boat. This is Charlotte's third son. Daifuku's ability. He is a superhuman steam fruit ability. You can conjure a lamp demon by rubbing your body. The lamp demon has not weak combat power. At the same time, it has the ability to fly. And the reason why Daifuku is here. That's because Katakuri attacked aside. It is too inefficient to attract gluttonous rabbits to follow him. Waiting for Charlotte Lingling's territory, it is estimated that it will take tens of minutes. Charlotte can't wait. Order given. Let him in a few minutes. Bring back the Katakuri and the gluttonous rabbit. Because of this, he unleashed his abilities. Drag the boat, at the speed of flight. Arrived on the island quickly. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Bye. Sengoku slammed into the table and said angrily, Bai Xing I thought that someone from the abnormal containment meeting appeared. Read violent novels, go on Feilu Fiction Network. When you see a flying ship, it appears over Biscuit Island. At that moment, the warring states seemed to see hope. People who saw the abnormal containment meeting successfully took in the gluttonous rabbit. Instead of letting Charlotte Lingling use her ability to control the gluttonous rabbit. But it wasn't long before I was happy. He also noticed that the hull did not have the font of the abnormal containment meeting. At the same time, there is a blue burly man under the boat. See this scene. He also knew that this was not an abnormal containment meeting at all. Sure enough, the people of the Abnormal Containment Association fought with the people of the world government, and they had no chance to reach the territory of the four emperors Blugmom and take in the gluttonous rabbit. Carp sighed. Although said, their naval headquarters is an authority directly subordinate to the world government. The victory of the world government should be expected. But the sins committed by the world government, as well as the decay, dirtiness of the Draco, they also made them very unhappy. On the other hand, look at the abnormal containment meeting. They have been around since thousands of years ago. Never wanted to rule the world. I have been silently guarding the world. With a spirit of fearlessness of death, he receives abnormal things from all over the world. This spirit is worthy of their navy's admiration. Therefore, they even need to be loyal to the world government. But their hearts. I still don't want to see that the abnormal containment will fail. For a moment, I was thinking how good it would be if the ship floating above the four emperors Blugmom was the ship of the Abnormal Containment Society, and they would definitely prevent Charlotte Lingling from getting the gluttonous rabbit. Chagu sighed. The world government is estimated to have been dispatched, and the Abnormal Containment Association is estimated to have been wiped out, probably. It won't happen again. The crane said with a solemn expression. The world government has countless strong people and many capable people. True and abnormal containment will go head to head. Sengoku believes that the odds of world government victory are greater. Unless the abnormal containment will. Don't let all the containment out. Is it a victory for the world government? It's really unpleasant. Chi-Inu snorted coldly. Compare to world governments. Red dogs still prefer abnormal containment. Sakazuki, pay attention to what you say, no matter what, our navy is to be loyal to the world government, and there must be no rebellion. Sengoku said with a serious expression. Although he did particularly appreciate the unusual asylum society. But the duty of a soldier is to obey orders and be loyal to his superiors. The world government is their absolute superior. Although to this superior, they are full of ink and want to vomit. In the end, they still have to obey orders. New World, Biscuit Island. Daifuku, why did you guy appear above my head with a boat? Katakuri's forehead turned blue, and he said with some anger. Just now, he was really frightened. I really thought that someone from the Abnormal Containment Club was coming. Mom said, it's too time-consuming for you to bring the gluttonous rabbit back like this, so shoot me to pick you up. Daifuku stood at the bow of the boat. Maneuver his own lantern demon and put the ship in front of Katakuri. In the future, no matter what, don't hold the boat and appear above my head. No. I advise you not to use the power of the lantern demon to hold the ship in the future. Katakuri looked serious and warned coldly. What's wrong with you? I just wanted to pick you up, why did you react so much? Daifuku wondered. He was kindly answering Katakuri. Why does the other party seem to be angry? No. Not angry, but extremely angry. Daifuku and Katakuri have been getting along for more than 10 years. This is the first time I have seen Katakuri so angry. Don't ask more, remember what I said. Katakuri patted him on the shoulder and admonished. I see. Although I don't understand why Katakuri is so angry. But anyway. Katakuri is the head of the 4 stars of the Blugmom pirates. Throughout the Blugmom pirates. His strength and status. Second only to Charlotte Lingling. Since that's all said. He will definitely not do it again. Seeing this, Katakuri used the power of the devil fruit for the last time. Successfully attracted gluttonous rabbits to the boat. After that, Daifuku once again activated the ability of the devil fruit. Summon the lantern demon and start holding the ship. Want to put Katakuri? And the gluttonous rabbit was brought back to Charlotte Lingling. Boom! At this moment, a roar suddenly came from high in the sky. I saw a wooden boat. Appeared above their heads. Don't look at this ship, it's a wooden ship on the outside. But in fact, the material of this ship is stronger and more advanced than the Xian iron ship. The reason why the abnormality of the Asylum Association, good money, has been updated. It was because of the successful containment of the statue. Lore received a new reward. Upgrade the ship, equipment, and whatnot. Who is coming again this time? How dare to drive the boat to my head? Katakuri, looking at the ship above, said angrily. Since being frightened by Daifuku, he is now angry that someone dares to drive the ship above his head. That. After Daifuku saw the ship above, directly frightened into a cold sweat, directly collapsed on the ground. What's wrong? Isn't this the ship of our Blugmom pirates? Seeing him like this, Katakuri couldn't help but ask suspiciously. That's the ship of the Abnormal Containment Association. Daifuku shouted. Hearing this, Katakuri was stunned at first. Then look at the ship high in the sky. Sure enough, the sign of an abnormal containment meeting appeared on the hull. Abnormal containment meeting. Katakuri suddenly felt a chill down his spine. This time it was definitely the people from the Abnormal Containment Society who came, and I saw the logo of their hull. Ha ha ha. Just now, Charlotte Daifuku appeared and shook a shot, which made me a little worried that the 4 Emperors Blugmom would really control the gluttonous rabbit, but now I am relieved to see that the abnormal containment will really appear. I hope this containment will go smoothly. Isn't this nonsense? Which of the abnormal containment failures has it been? After all, this is the territory of the 4 Emperors Blugmom, it is not simple to contain it. Idiot, even the Holy Land Mary Joa they have been to, what about the territory of the 4 Emperors? That's right, the abnormal containment will be a real god, without the monster they can't contain, no matter how dangerous this monster is. Chapter 63. Chapter 64. 3 more dead. A member of the Reincarnation squad looked at the corpse of the Draco. It doesn't matter, every D-class agent is a person who has committed a major crime, and it exists specifically for us to be exposed to danger in abnormal containment. Anyway, D-level agents will also be executed by us when they can't work, and they will die early and live early. Besides, when it runs out, it's better to go to the world government again, aren't there quite a lot of Draco over there? The deaths of 4 Class D agents. They are not distressed. Because of the D-class agent Draco. Each one is guilty of great sins. Even if he didn't die when he was on a mission. When the time comes, they can't do it, they can continue to work. They will still be executed. Because of the sins committed by every D-class agent. Are unforgivable and unatoning for their sins. This dialogue also immediately set off heated discussions around the world. I rely on, D-class agents can only be made by people who have committed major crimes. I said how to abnormally take in the people of the association, only let the Draco become a D-class agent. It turns out that this is the reason. Damn, I misunderstood the abnormal containment. I thought they wanted to coerce the world government, so they only let the Draco join. It turned out that they were to purify the sea and let the Draco get on board as cannon fodder. I also misunderstood them. They are indeed the most righteous organizational force in our minds that can protect this sea. It's okay, I'm not qualified to be a D-class agent. At first, they all wanted to join the abnormal asylum society. Fight side by side with them or something. But the abnormal containment society said at the time, they only recruit Draco to become D-class agents. This has also caused a misunderstanding among many people. The favor for the power of the Abnormal Containment Association has also dropped a lot. But now, the conversation that accompanied the Reincarnation squad fell. Truth. They just knew. D-class agents, they are completely dead existences. At this moment, people around the world have a growing affection for abnormal asylum associations. Wano country, Oni Island. Ha ha ha. Laugh at me. The world government specially sent Draco to the Abnormal Containment Association as cannon fodder. Quinn pointed to the screen and laughed. At first, he saw Draco and joined the Abnormal Containment Society. They are undoubtedly panicked. Because they thought it meant that the Abnormal Asylum Society had joined forces with the world government. But now they know. What shit cooperation? The people who are abnormal in the Containment Association are using Draco as cannon fodder. The most outrageous thing is not the people of the Abnormal Asylum Society actively invited Draco to become a D-class agent. It was decided by the 5 old stars after negotiation. It is equivalent to saying that they are the world government. Take the initiative to give the Draco people to them as cannon fodder. Will abnormal containment be? It's really an interesting organization. Ember folded his hands over his chest and smiled. It is estimated that the world government is going to explode there. Jack couldn't help but laugh too. Holy Land Mary Joya. The highest hall. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. We guessed right, they used all the Draco we sent as cannon fodder. Satan said angrily. What do you mean to come to our world government when you run out? Did this group of hateful bastards treat the Draco of our holy land as a stockpile? The old man with the first generation of ghosts on his waist was blushing on his forehead. This sentence undoubtedly completely annoyed them. They made a fool of letting the statue kill hundreds of Draco in the Holy Land. If there is no pursuit, forget it. It is even more personal to personally bring the Holy Land to not a few qualified Draco. Sent to the Abnormal Asylum Association. And now, when the D-class agents run out, then ask them for the government. What is this taking them for? Take the Draco of their Holy Land to buy it, right? Although the current Draco is so decayed that they can't stand it. But what does Draco say? Represents the face of their holy place. This phrase from the Reincarnation squad. Undoubtedly take their face. Rub the ground. This is not over, and stepped on 2 feet. Will abnormal containment be? Good, good, you forces have completely annoyed us. The long-haired old man's eyes widened angrily. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Ha ha ha. It's really enjoyable, the practice of the Abnormal Containment Society. Carp laughed. This group of bastards, why didn't Mary Joie take a little more Draco in the Holy Land in the first place? How could a few hundred people be enough? You should take 1,000 people with you. Akainu said. You too. Never mind. Sengoku was about to say 2 words about them. But if you think about it, forget it. Indeed, he was not happy with Draco either. The abnormal containment meeting was caused before and after the deaths of more than 1,000 Draco. This can be regarded as purifying this sea. If it were not for the pressure of the official position of Marshal. Now he can't help but clap his hands. New world, Biscuit Island. After Katakuri kills 3 Draco. Walk slowly towards the special agent of the Reincarnation Squad. Looked at. A special operator of the Reincarnation Squad brought the Gluttonous rabbit to the ship. Subsequently, they were armed with extremely lethal firearms. Bang bang bang. Countless bullets. Like raindrops, they shot towards Katakuri. The bullet passed through Katakuri's body. It didn't hurt him in the slightest. However, the mountain behind him was directly shattered by the bullet. The capable people of this world are really a little troublesome. A member of the Reincarnation Squad said. They've only been in the world for a day. Naturally, he has not yet mastered any armed color domineering. At the same time, the weapons they developed. Naturally, it cannot be attacked. People like Katakuri, special devil fruit abilities. Although they have already begun to study weapons made of Feilu stone. However, after all, he only came to this world for one day. Still in development. Rainy Gluttonous rice. Katakuri's ability to activate the devil fruit awakening. The palm of the hand touches the ground. Subsequently, countless thick rice cake strips quickly stabbed towards the people of the Reincarnation team. Looked at. One of the Reincarnation squads, armed with a steel knife. Ugh! He swung his blade violently, and the blade rubbed against the space. There was a violent explosion, as if the space had been chopped off. A slash that was enough to sweep everything was forced out in an instant. Carrying endless power, he slashed out towards the attack unleashed by Katakuri. Wang! A boom came. The slash directly cut off countless thick rice cake strips. Although he has not mastered the armed color domineering. But, as a contingent of the second echelon of the abnormal containment society, their strength is still the strength of Mu Young's question. So strong. Katakuri was taken aback. His impression of the abnormal containment society has always been that the strength of the agents is weak. But unexpectedly, his awakening hit it. It was cut off so easily. Boom! While Katakuri was shocked. Suddenly, a member of the Reincarnation Squad. Holding a terrifying rocket, he blasted at him. Boom! A monstrous noise came, and the entire Biscuit Island trembled violently. The waves are churning, and the ripples are even more turbulent for thousands of meters. Read violent novels, just go to Feilu Fiction Network. The smoke and dust set off are even more obscured. Click, click. The middle of Biscuit Island is where Katakuri is located. A huge deep pit appeared. As a result, the entire Biscuit Island began to fall apart and split apart. A rocket, destroy an island. The power is comparable to ancient weapons, the Hades battleship. The power of the weapons of the Reincarnation Squad can be seen. Directly blew up the whole island. Hey, what kind of weapon is this? The power is too exaggerated. Their technology always feels hundreds of years ahead of our world, and I have never seen any cannonballs that can blow through islands with one hit. Although only 4 people were dispatched from the abnormal containment meeting this time, the strength of these 4 people is really exaggerated enough. Yes, the awakening move released by Katakuri just now was easily cut off by that agent. I always thought that the strength of the people in the Abnormal Containment Association is not strong, but their performance today has simply refreshed my cognition. It's also said that they can contain such a dangerous anomaly. How can this organization not have the slightest strength? I even feel that these 4 people are not the strongest agents of the Abnormal Containment Society, and there must be stronger, above them. Stronger? If there really is, I am afraid that the combat power is not weaker than the 4 emperors. Contingent of every reincarnation squad. The current combat power is not weak and the 4 stars are not weak. Stronger contingents above them, no doubt. The combat power is not weak, the 4 emperors. On this day, they really realized it. Abnormal containment can control so many dangerous containments. It's not just that they have the means. What's more, they also have terrifying strength. New World, Warhead Island. This is the research base of Double Punk. What a terrifying technology, can a rocket be so powerful? Vegapunk was taken aback. Vegapunk is an ability to eat brain fruits. He boasts 500 years of world-leading scientific research technology. But after seeing the technology from the Abnormal Asylum Society, he knew that he didn't deserve such a title. Because his technology is incomparable to the Abnormal Containment Society. Although he can also build a flying ship. Ask for flowers. But want to make one. A rocket that penetrates the entire island is still far away. Impossible. Because of the power of that shot. It's even equivalent to a blow from the Hades battleship. If I can, I really want to join the Abnormal Shelter Association and exchange scientific research experience with you. Vegapunk lamented. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Just kidding, what a terrible weapon this organization has mastered. Sengoku was taken aback. One cannon to smash an island, this kind of power, could it be the Hades warship, one of the 3 ancient weapons? The T-Dolphin felt the same numbness in the scalp. What is Battleship Hades? That's an ancient weapon. It is said to have an ancient weapon that destroys the world. Claim to destroy an island with one shot. And now, the rocket in the hand of the agent of the Reincarnation Squad. That's it. What an exaggeration. The Hades battleship is a ship, how can it be something in his hands? But I only know one thing now, that is, the Abnormal Containment will hold a scientific and technological power that is more terrifying than the Hades battleship. Tsuru gasped. The volume of the Hades battleship is very large. There are many inconveniences when it comes to action. But what about rockets? As long as it is an individual, you can basically pick it up. And picking it up and launching it is equivalent to a blow from the Hades battleship. The level of terror can be imagined. New World, Biscuit Island. The contingent of the Reincarnation Squad. Armed with rockets, blasted through. Put away your weapon and look at the few people next to you. It's time to go. Abnormal Containment 524 has been successfully contained, there is no need to entangle with them. They are here today for purpose. Precisely to recover Abnormal Containment. Since it has been successfully recycled. And what is the reason to stay here? Without hesitation, they piloted the spaceship and soon left the place. The spacecraft traveled extremely fast and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Did they escape? No. It should be said that fortunately they left. Katakuri rejoiced. Although it is said that he is a person with special abilities. It cannot be hit by an attack that does not cover the domineering color of armed color. But the power of that rocket fired by the task force of the Reincarnation team. That's an exaggeration. Directly blasted his entire body into scum. The recovery alone took a lot of time. When he fully recovers, the other party has already left. Long. Suddenly, a dragon groan came from above. The sky was gloomy, dark, and cloudy. Then a dragon fell from the sky. Directly smashed into the already torn Biscuit Island. Boom! A big hole was smashed out of the ground. Kaido got up from it, carrying a mace on his shoulder and looking around. Has it been taken away? That abnormal containment? He traveled thousands of miles and invaded all nations. Precisely for the gluttonous rabbit. But alas! Already taken away. Kaido. At this moment, Charlotte's voice came from a distance. I saw him riding Thundercloud Zeus, and he was rushing towards this side at great speed. Giggle. Long time no see, Lingling. Kaido laughed. Charlotte Lingling ignored Kaido, but put her eyes on Katakuri and asked coldly, Tell me Katakuri, why don't you stop them? This force is too dangerous, Mom. The weapons they have mastered, as well as their own combat power, are very powerful, and it is not good for us to offend this force. Katakuri said calmly. After personally dealing with agents of the abnormal containment society, he realized it clearly. This force is powerful. Offend this force, and they will definitely be in trouble. Damn it! Charlotte Lingling said angrily. In her opinion, getting a gluttonous rabbit means dominate the new world. But now, that dream has also been shattered. It seems that you also want to get that abnormal containment, Lingling. Kaido Deo. You also came for that abnormal containment, Kaido? Charlotte questioned as she glared at Kaido. Giggle. It's a pity that it's a step down. Kaido said this, and he planned to leave. Is my territory, Kaido, who can break in if you want, and leave if you want? Charlotte said angrily. The gluttonous rabbit was taken away by the people of the abnormal shelter meeting. And she also lost a general star. Plus, as the 4 emperors, she was invaded by another 4 emperors. How could she let Kaido go? Without hesitation, Charlotte Lingling accurately turned her anger on Kaido. Kaido was also fearless about this, and a big war broke out with him. Chapter 65. After the abnormal containment rabbit was successfully contained, the sea was calm for a few days. Then, a new inventory came. Inventory of abnormal containments. 13th, Abnormal Containment 052 Time Train. Description: the time train will appear randomly in the sea, and anyone who takes the time train will disappear with the train after 5 minutes. People who ride the time train may go to the future or go back to the past. The abnormal containment will repeatedly send experimenters into the train to try to study the whereabouts of the train after it disappears. Experiment 052-1, C-Class Agents, Data Deleted, Board the Train, No Recovery Records. Experiment 052-2, C-Class Agents, Data Deleted, Board the Train, No Recovery Records. It was later investigated that he returned to the past and was killed in a conflict with data deletion. Eileen, is this abnormal containment so exaggerated? Is it a train? After riding the time train, you may go to the future or go back to the past. This impossible. Is there really such an outrageous thing? What's impossible? There have been so many strange abnormal containments before, not all of them are true, and this time it will definitely not be fake. If this time train is true, doesn't it mean that on our current sea, there may be future people descending on our sea? Or maybe someone with a past has traveled to the future and come to the timeline where we are now. I always feel that this abnormal containment has an indescribable danger. The time train, after riding, you can go back to the past, or you can go to the future 580. No one can say for sure, this abnormal containment. In the end, it will bring disaster to the sea. Or a blessing. Because it involves the past, the future. It's too unspeakable. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Back in time, through the future. The warring states and everyone in the conference room peeked at each other. If not because this sea has appeared, so many anomalous containments. Otherwise, this so-called time train. Sengoku is absolutely not convinced. Because it's so weird. What happens if people from the past travel to the future? Sengoku is unknown. Or people in the future, if they travel to the present. And what kind of incident will it cause? The Sengoku is also not clear. This time the abnormal containment. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, no one can be sure. If I can go back in time, I really want to give my grandson and son 2 punches, teach them well, and become a qualified navy. Carp sighed. Carp had always hoped that the dragon would follow Luffy. To be able to become a qualified navy. Of course, if you become an admiral. That couldn't be better. But alas. One of them embarked on the path of the Revolutionary Army. Now he is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, determined to overthrow the world government. And the other, already on the path of pirates. Determined to become one piece. Carp really regrets it now. If you can go back in time by time train. He definitely had to teach Dragon and Luffy well. Don't have such an idea, Carp, taking the time train, whether it will go to the future or go back to the past is uncertain. And, if you go back in time, when will you go back to the past? 10 years ago? Or 20 years ago? This is all unknown. I only know one thing now, and that is that this thing is very dangerous. Sengoku said with a serious expression. What will happen in the future, no one knows. In case the future world is overthrown by pirates. Took this time train and returned to their current timeline. As you can imagine, it will be against this sea. What a huge threat it poses. Or the pirates of the old days. Riding up, they arrived at the timeline they were currently in. The consequences, no less unimaginable. Of course, the warring states are not so pessimistic. Only considering that the pirates took the time train and came to their timeline. In case it passes. Or some powerful navy in the future. Riding the time train, came to their timeline. Then it is equivalent to adding a terrifying combat power. Help them to surround and suppress pirates on the sea or something. But this is just conjecture after all. As for the time train, what kind of impact will it have on this sea? Is unknown. And the unknown is exactly what scares the warring states. Marshal of the warring states, look, a picture appears on the screen. Peach Rabbit pointed to the screen. Hearing Peach Rabbit's voice, everyone was intent. Set your sights on the screen. 800 years ago. The tip of the Red Earth continent. Countless buildings stand here. But the decoration style is very different from the current Holy Land Marijoya. At this time, the top of the Red Earth continent. Countless people came together. I declare that the Great Kingdom is now established. Under my rule, I do not allow oppression, and all are free. The kingdom I have built will bring joy to all. With a smile on her face, Nika raised her arms and shouted. Sun God Nika! Sun God Nika! Sun God Nika! In the audience, countless people chanted his name. And honor him as the Sun God. A huge kingdom? What is that? I just looked at the screen, it seems that the font from 800 years ago appeared. Can this be said to be playing a story from 800 years ago? Eileen, even the video from 800 years ago can be played, which is too exaggerated. But how come I've never heard of the Great Kingdom? Isn't the ruler of our world the world government? 800 years ago, when the huge kingdom existed, but now there is no record of this kingdom. If nothing else, this kingdom should have been destroyed by the current world government. Holy Land Marijoya. The highest temple of power. How is that possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible, can't be his. Damn, that man Nika died 800 years ago, how did he reappear on the screen now? Seeing Nika appear on the screen, many old stars were surprised. 800 years ago, their 20 kingdoms were united. Overthrew the rule of the Great Kingdom, that is, Nika. Then the world government was formed. And in that battle 800 years ago, they were involved in it. Only they know. How terrifying is Nika's strength. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. He has the most incredible and powerful power in the world. When fighting, it's like a fantasy. If it weren't for the fact that their 20 kingdoms had a large number of troops. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will not be able to take the huge kingdom at all. Can't take Nika at all. By taking the time train, you can go back in time or to the future, and now there is a video from 800 years ago, can you say? As soon as Satan thought of this, he couldn't help but gasp. Don't dare to think, he just doesn't dare to think. 800 years ago, will Nika come to the timeline we are in now? The old man holding the sword in his arms said with an extremely solemn and worried expression. Nika's strength is the strength of Mu Young's questioning. Better than anyone they'd seen in the next 800 years. Roger? Locks? Carp? Whitebeard? They are known as the four legends of the sea. They can't compete with that sun god Nika. Once such a man really took the time train and came to the present. The threat posed to their world government. It's unimaginable. Don't be so pessimistic, it doesn't necessarily mean that he will come to our current timeline, maybe he will go back to a more distant past, not necessarily. The blonde old man said calmly. Now, they can only comfort themselves to think in this direction. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Sun God Nika. Sengoku raised his eyebrows slightly. As a marshal of the headquarters of the Navy, he naturally knows a little about the history of 800 years ago. Know what a terrible man Nika is. Free slaves and single-handedly create huge kingdoms. Rule the world. Under his rule, of course. The sea is naturally very stable and calm. But alas, it was overthrown by the current world government. Sengoku, you said that if the sun god Nika really came to the sea, we should. What to do? Carp said with a rare serious face. If Nika really came to the sea, the world government's side will definitely give an order. Let them use their naval power to wipe him out. When the time comes, they will listen or not. If you listen, Carp really doesn't want to kill such a great man. If you don't listen, you are disobeying orders. Stupid, don't ask me about this kind of thing. Sengoku scolded and grinned. Free slaves, end the era of sea thieves, and create a peaceful and stable sea. If such a man really appeared in this sea, I would follow him without hesitation. Akainu did not hide his heart and said so. Akainu because of the tragic experience of childhood. Father, family, village washed in pirate blood. Therefore, this also led to his extreme hatred of pirates. Committed to ending the era of sea pirates. Also the sea of peace. And Nika did such a thing. Ask you, someone has achieved the dream you dreamed of. Such a person, appear in front of you. Won't you be touched? Sakazuki. Hearing Akainu's bold speech, the warring states were stunned. However, he remained silent. And didn't scold the red dog or anything. 800 years ago. At the top of the Red Earth continent, a huge kingdom. In the midst of a palace. Nika holds a meeting with the people who formed the great kingdom. Lord Nika. One person just wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Nika. Just call me Nika, no need to add another adult. No, you are the one who liberated slaves, ended the era of sea thieves, and created a huge kingdom. If you don't let us call you a king, how can you not even carry the word adult? If I call you by your name, I am really disrespectful to you. The man said disapprovingly. Nika's contribution to the world. Worthy of worldwide respect and adoration. The same goes for them. It's so troublesome, you guys. Nika scratched her head. In this way, let's call you Mr. Nika, which is also a sign of our respect for you. One of them suggested. So be it, is there anything that needs to be reported to the sea recently? Nika asked. Although the era of sea pirates is over, and there are no so-called slaves in the world, but some countries are starting to get a little restless. The family of that country is Jaegalyasha, he has already united 12 countries, and what he wants to do is unknown for the time being, which may be a threat to us. The Jaegalyasha family is exactly the family of Satan, one of the 5 old stars, 1.8. It's not that he wants to overthrow the world government. It was Yim who was behind it. Let this family unite with other kingdoms. Prepare to launch an attack on today's huge kingdom. 12 countries have been united. When they united 20 countries, that is when the great kingdom falls. Or wipe out these 12 nations, Mr. Nika. One proposed. This is not talking big. It is their huge kingdom, the current heritage. If you want to destroy these 12 kingdoms, you can still do it. No, it's better to forget about this kind of thing, it's too much, let's investigate their low details first, the era of pirates, slaves is over. I will not allow it to start a war easily. Nika shook her head. Just because the 12 kingdoms were united. Just destroy them for no reason. This kind of thing, Nika naturally will not agree. Even if the purpose of these 12 countries is to overthrow them. Nika would not agree to go to war easily. Because to go to war means to start a war. 12 kingdoms, once at war with their huge kingdoms, will die millions, tens of millions. Nika wants to bring laughter to the sea. And do not want to bring war, disaster. We got it, Mr. Nika. Everyone looked at each other and respected Nika's choice. If there is nothing to do, I will go out and play, and the rest will be left to you, please. After leaving this sentence, Nika immediately left the conference room. Chapter 66. Nika left the Red Earth. Came to the sea and took a small boat. Prepare for a sightseeing tour or something. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a roar from the sea. I saw a somewhat dilapidated-looking train driving on the sea. Then stopped in front of Nika. And opened the door for him. Such an amazing thing, can it travel on the sea? Nika excited. He could be sure that there was nothing at sea that could support a train. But the train just like that travels out of thin air on the sea. And also appeared in front of him. This immediately aroused his curiosity. This is time train. There can be no mistake. This must be a time train, which is different from the structure of the sea train in the 7 capitals of water. Moreover, the sea train of the 7 capitals of water was only built in the past few hundred years, and there was no sea train at all 800 years ago. Eileen, doesn't that mean that this man named Nika is about to travel to the past or the future? Is there a possibility that this man named Nika may appear in the timeline we are currently in? The man who formed the Great Kingdom 800 years ago is coming to our current timeline? No way. It seems interesting to think about it. Wait, if he really came to our time from 800 years ago, he would have found his great kingdom destroyed, and when the time came, he'll fight the world government. The timeline that Nika is currently in. The great kingdom did not fall. Meantime, he also did not put the will be by I'm. Secretly fueling the situation, the Jagalyasha family put it in their eyes. And when he got on the time train, 800 years later, it's like a lifetime. Discover that your great kingdom has been destroyed. One can imagine how angry he would be. There will definitely be a war with the world government. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Are you really coming? Akainu looked forward to it. Since the appearance of the abnormal containment, I really haven't had a good night's sleep, and the troubles come one after another. Sengoku said with a headache. 24. There is no doubt that Nika really came to their current timeline. The sea will definitely make a huge wave. In particular, the Red Dog also said it just now. When Nika really came here, he will follow Nika. Ha ha ha. Is the strong man of 800 years ago really coming? I really want to know the strength between me and him. Carp clenched his fists and said expectantly. Nika single-handedly created the existence of a huge kingdom 800 years ago. His strength is the strength that Mu Yang questioned. Carp is very interested in the strong. Now he is very curious. He was the strongest 800 years ago. What kind of gap there is? Shut up, Carp, you bastard! Is at this time, do you even want to fight him? Sengoku scolded. Nika is about to appear in this sea. Enough to give him a headache. And Carp not only did not show panic. He even proposed that he wanted to compete with him. How can this not be scolded by him? Well, trouble is inevitable. Warring states, don't think about those headaches all day, don't think about me as cheerful, isn't it? Carp stall hand. He also knew that Nika had come into the world. It will bring strife and many troubles. He also had quite a headache. I don't know if the other party really came. What exactly to do? Carp, though, is a freewheeling man. Since the trouble is no longer preventable, then think more about the happy place. Really, when you get to my position, I don't believe you can be happy. Sengoku said with a sigh. 800 years ago. New world, some see. Nika was in no hurry to get into the car. Instead, he drove the boat and began to look around at the time train that suddenly appeared. Who is the ability to create such a train that can travel on the sea? I don't know, is there any danger? Nika scratched her head. At this time, although he really wanted to get on board immediately. But a time train that appeared out of thin air. Let him worry if there will be any danger. Or let's go. Nika discreetly steered the boat away. And at this moment, the many 5 old stars of the Holy Land marry Joa. See this scene. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Good thing I didn't get in the car. If you get in the car, it's really not sure if it will really cross directly to their timeline. But it didn't take long for them to rejoice. I saw Nika who had just left by boat. Suddenly, he drove the boat and returned at great speed. Nope. Such an interesting thing, even if it is dangerous, I have to find out. Nika is indeed worried. This time train that appears out of thin air will be dangerous. But if you think about it, this time train that suddenly appeared. It's so much fun. If you can sail at sea, forget it. He even drove up to him and opened the door for him. Even if there is danger, he must enter it to find out. Soon, Nika jumps from the ship into the time train. Rumble. Accompanied by Nika into it. The time train heard a roar in the sea. Then he drove off into the distance. Soon it disappeared completely from the sea. It's like it's never been to you. 800 years later. Rumble. Time trains appeared out of thin air on the coasts of this country. Then the door opens. Nika walked out of it. Eileen, I really traveled back 800 years. Here it comes, Nika, the man who created the Great Kingdom 800 years ago, comes. It's really worthy of being an abnormal containment, the ability is weird, and it really teleported people 800 years ago to the present. I believe it won't be long before he learns the news of the collapse of his kingdom. I'm really curious, how strong is such a man? As the strongest person 800 years ago, his strength is definitely not weak even now. I'm really looking forward to a battle between him and the world government. If he can overthrow the world government, it will be the best. Even if he can't overthrow it, at least kill more Draco or something. Holy Land Mary Joya. The highest temple of power. Damn, it's really coming. Satan said with a gloomy face. You need to notify the people on the Navy side immediately, there is no need to wipe out this monster. The old man with the first generation of ghosts on his waist said with an extremely serious face. Although they are the world government, they also have enough combat power to dispatch. Wipe out Nika. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. But because of the abnormal reception of the people, they were completely annoyed. They have begun to return to their old business and continue to cultivate more strong people. As well as recruiting people with special devil fruits all over the world. Prepare for a battle with the abnormal containment society. So, at this time of them, there must be no loss of troops. In this way, the enemy of Nika would have to be handed over to the Navy to deal with. This man is stronger than the Whitebeard who is called the strongest man in the world today. Be sure to let the Navy send more people over. It is absolutely possible to wipe him out. The blonde old man said. Nika doesn't just have world-class power. What's more, his thoughts are especially terrifying. He's infectious, wherever he is. Can bring laughter. Such people appear in the sea. There is no doubt that countless people will be infected. Let him follow him. If it is not eradicated, no doubt, in time, he will create a huge kingdom again. If the Navy can't take him, then, even if they lose their troops, you must take him down too. They've dealt with Nika. In their minds, Nika's threat is not even much worse than an abnormal containment. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Sengoku hung up the call from the 5 old stars. He looked around at Carp and the others with a solemn expression. An order has been issued above just now, let us send troops to wipe out Nika. The old man has already said just now, such a man is the person I follow, if you want to move him, pass the old man first. The red dog has hot magma attached to it. Stand up and block in front of Carp, Sengoku and the others. In this rotten world, a kin of fierce medicine must come. And Nika is the fierce medicine in the mind of the red dog. In order to end the so-called era of sea thieves, he knew that mixing in the navy would not change anything. Because there is still a corrupt world government up there. Even if he stays in the naval camp, it really ends the era of sea thieves. But the world government is the biggest moth. With the world government present, ending the era of sea pirates is just a joke. The root cause has not been removed. Pirates will also be like leaks, cutting batch after batch. There can never really be an end. Of course. In fact, he won't really be here and make a move on Carp. Just think of a deterrent. Because no matter how you say, he also spent decades in the Navy. It is impossible to really strike at former colleagues. Calm down, Sakazuki. Sengoku scolded. What do you want to do, Sakazuki? For the sake of a man from 800 years ago, to do something to us former colleagues. Is this justice in your heart? Tsuru said in a deep voice. In the face of Tsuru's questioning, Akainu did not respond. Sakazuki, I know that you really want to end the era of sea pirates, so you appreciate people like Nika so much, but no one knows what kind of person he is. You calm down for now. If the world government let us go out, we can deal with Nikata, and if he is really a man who cares about the people, frees slaves, and is committed to creating an era of peace, as he is recorded, then the old man will be willing to be loyal to such a man. Sengoku said with a serious expression. The decay of the government, the Sengoku as a marshal cannot be unclear. But there has never been a leader who has appeared. He also did not dare to rebel. After all, what if you lose? The sea thief at sea, who will check and balance? The sea will only descend into chaos. But now, because of abnormal containments, and abnormal containment clubs, the sea has long been chaotic to the extreme. And this time, if one appears, it will be enough to lead the 007 people of their navy. Sengoku doesn't mind following him either. Of course. The premise is that the other party is a man who can be recognized by him. That's right, only by dealing with him can we know what kind of person he is, and then we will make plans to destroy him or not, Sakazuki. Carp folded his hands over his chest and said approvingly. Hearing this, the red dog put away the magma ability and apologized, sorry, I was reckless just now. Let's go meet this Nika. Warring States Highway. No hesitation. Sengoku, Carp, and Akainu, 3 people set out. Travel to the New World and get ready to meet Nika. New World, some island. Here. What happened? After Nika comes to the island, she discovers the people of the island. All were skinny and dilapidated. Lack of food and clothing. Is there such a war-torn country on the sea? I didn't even know before. Why didn't anyone tell me? Nika said a little angrily. He created great kingdoms. Precisely to bring laughter to people all over the world. He thought that in the world he ruled. People in every country live happily ever after. But now, he saw this scene. He took out the phone bug he was carrying. Be prepared to question the stewards of the great kingdom. Bulo brew. Brew brew. The phone worm has been connected, but no one has been connected. What's going on? No one answered the phone. Nika wondered. As the one who created a huge kingdom, his phone worm dialed out. No matter what the person answering is doing, They will definitely be connected in the first time. But right now, no one has been connected for so long. This filled him with doubts. Forget it, let's solve the war in this country first. Nika put the phone worm back on her waist. Then he walked into the island and prepared to end the war on this side himself. Hey, who are you? Dare to step into the territory of our 100-beast pirate group? A pirate suddenly stopped in front of Nika. That's right, this country is one of the territories of the 100 beasts. 100 beast pirates? What kind of joke, there are still pirates in this sea that have not been wiped out. Nika said with a gloomy face. He freed the slaves of the world. Ended the era of pirates. No one in the world has long been a pirate. And now, unexpectedly ran out of a person, saying that he was a member of the 100 Beast Pirate Group? Chapter 67. Ha ha ha. Laughing dead, haven't you even heard of the name of our 100 Beast Pirate Group? Big brother, I feel that this person has a brain problem. Can I actually tell why the pirates have not been wiped out? Didn't he know that the New World was where pirates ruled? Killing this stupid guy really dirties our hands. Seeing Nika say strange things. The people of the 100 Beasts Regiment all regarded him as a fool. The pirates should all be wiped out. 100 Beast Pirates, right? Although it is a group of pirates that have never been heard of, since I know it, you will be destroyed by me. Nika said with murderous intent in her eyes. He did not know the New World under his rule. Why did a group of pirates of 100 beasts appear? And there is also a country that has suffered a lot. But he only wants to do one thing at the moment. That is to kill all the pirates on the island. Then destroy the so-called 100 Beast Pirate Group. Ha ha ha. Big brother, did you hear that? He said he would destroy us all. Is this guy a brain show? Dare to say that they want to destroy our 100 Beast Pirates? Doesn't he know that our 100 Beast Pirate Group is the 4 Emperors Pirate Group under the King's Landing? Even people from the Navy don't dare to provoke our 100 Beast Regiment at will. What kind of problem is this guy in his brain to dare to say such a thing? Several pirates from the 100 Beast Group laughed. Reign in the world? 4 Emperors Pirates? No kidding. You bastard pirates, under my rule, there are no pirates in this world. Because all the pirates have been wiped out by me. You are just fish who have slipped through the net, and you dare to speak wildly, reigning in the world. Nika said angrily. Hearing this, several pirates of the 100 Beast Regiment still wanted to continue to laugh. SHH, HH. Nika fists wrapped around the Overlord color domineering. A punch was thrown, and the fist shook the space, and there was an explosion. The power of the fist that followed was like a shockwave that destroyed the world and the earth. Shake towards several pirates. Poof. Several pirates, directly wiped out on the spot. After killing the pirate, Nika looked gloomy and planned to walk towards the island. Prepare to destroy the entire island of the 100 beasts. At this moment, a voice came into Nika's ear and said, Hey, you bastard, you dare to kill the people of our 100 Beast Regiment, what a big boldness. Nika turned to look. I saw the strongest flying sextuplets of the 100 Beast Regiment, and Fuzifo was approaching this side. Phosphor is the animal cat fruit, the ancient species of saber-toothed tiger form. The bounty was as high as 546 million Baileys. In the status of the 100 Beasts Regiment, the strength is second only to the 3 plagues. Who are you? Is it also a person from the so-called 100 Beasts? Nika questioned. You guessed right, but you are about to die. No one has offended the people of our 100 Beast Regiment, and you can still live. Phosphor's eyes lit up with murderous intent. Although, the appearance of abnormal containments. It was played by projector phone worms that had invaded the world. But there are also people who don't care about unusual containments. Phosphord is one of them. Offend your 100 Beast Regiment and you will die? What arrogance! Don't you know who I am? Nika said coldly. Nika didn't say this to fill a cup or anything. Rather, he felt a little strange. Because, not long ago, he had just formed a huge kingdom. His name resounded all over the world. Even a newborn baby should have heard his name. I have seen his portrait. But after taking the time train, after arriving on this island, how come none of this group of people knows there? Joke, what are you? Is it necessary for me to know you? You guy is such a freak, you haven't even heard of the name of our 100 Beast Regiment? Could it be that you still don't know the captain of our 100 Beasts Regiment, the 4 Emperors Kaido, who reigned in the world? Fuzzford said quietly. Kaido, hey? I remembered that he was the next to die. Nika said. Just a small character like you, who also wants to challenge Lord Kaido, he can scare you into not moving with just one look. Fuzzford said with disdain. Without hesitation, he directly attacked Nika. HH. Nika punched out again. A simple punch contains incomparably domineering power. Entwined with domineering fists, it seems to be able to smash space. Shake the heavens and the earth, shake the heavenly dome. Wang! Space trembles, the atmosphere tears, and the fist wind carries the power of endless destruction. Rushing towards Fuzzfur. That domineering force shattered Fuzifo's internal organs on the spot. He bled to death on the spot. Even the power of the devil fruit, Nika has never used it. This scene also directly stunned people all over the world. Was this the strongest man 800 years ago? His opponent, but the strongest flying 6-power Fuzifo of the 100 Beasts Regiment, with a bounty of 546 million Bailey, was actually killed by him with one punch. What an exaggerated punch, even across the screen, I can feel the domineering power contained in his punch. I really can't imagine why the huge kingdom created by such monsters was overthrown. It's hard to imagine what a terrifying power the world government that can defeat such monsters is. Nika's punch was truly the strongest they'd ever seen. The domineering power wrapped around the fist amazed countless people. New World, aboard the Moby Dick. What an amazing domineering, the strongest man 800 years ago. Horror indeed. Whitebeard was shocked in his heart and couldn't help but praise. As the strongest man in the world today, he is known as the strongest. For domineering cultivation, it is naturally also pure. So he was especially aware of the punch that Nika threw out. How exaggerated is the domineering power contained in it? That exaggerated domineering force. He hadn't even seen it in rocks. Dad, your current strength, but restored to its full heyday, do you think you can defeat him? Marco asked with some curiosity. Some time ago, the abnormal containment slime came to their ship. Although the follow-up is because of Abby's appearance. Let them Whitebeard, losing some of their companions. But Whitebeard's injuries were successfully recovered. Hearsay. Whitebeard fell silent, and it took a long time before he spit out the 2 words, it's difficult. Whitebeard is not a hero. So he knows that even if he is now back to his prime. But want to defeat, master such domineering people. It is also especially difficult. It's very. Is it hard? Hearing Whitebeard's words, Marco and the others were shocked into a cold sweat. Even when he faced One Piece Roger. None of them had ever seen such a face as Whitebeard. I've never heard Whitebeard say it himself. Roger is a difficult opponent to beat. It's just that he's a qualified opponent. This time the abnormal containment really sent us this sea, a wonderful character. Baista gasped and sighed. Every abnormal containment. It is basically a great threat to the sea. But the time train does not pose any direct threat to the sea. But its ability is perverted to the extreme. After all, it was a man 800 years ago. Teleport to the present. New world, over a certain sea. Kaido saw the video playing on the screen and couldn't help but curse, Fuzif, you bastard, don't you watch the video at all. You want to kill me. Special. But Van Fosifer, watch the video on the screen about the abnormal containment. They will definitely not offend Nika or anything. What is it called? He can defeat Nika with one finger. If you can do it, there will be a ghost. Although Kaido thinks highly of himself. But he can also feel Nika's domineering spirit above him. Kaido is the clearest. Domineering is the most powerful force in this world. Read violent novels, just go to Feilu Fiction Network. That is the power that is enough to reign over the sea. And Nika's domineering is above him. Kaido also instantly realized that the gap between himself and Nika was over. New world, some island. After Nika solved Fusfer. Soon, the pirates of the entire island were cleaned up. After that, he personally helped the inhabitants of the island, helping them build houses. As well as capturing food from the 100 beasts, distributing food to the villagers or something. After a while, Sengoku, Carp, and Akainu also flew on naval warships. Came to this country. Who are you? Nika noticed Sengoku and the others questioning. We are the Navy. Sengoku replied. Navy? It's strange, I remember that there is no so-called naval power on the sea, etc. You are here for the so-called 100 beast pirates, right? Is it to avenge them? Nika's face instantly turned gloomy. The Navy is one of the 3 major powers formed by the world government. In Nika's time, there was no such thing as a navy. He thought that the navy was related to the 100 beasts. It was learned that he had killed the people of the 100 beasts. So come to him for revenge. Nope. Our navy is the righteous army of the sea, and will not collude with the evil pirates. Sengoku shook his head. Your navy is a righteous army? Are you kidding me? The guardians of the huge kingdom are the righteous army of the sea. Nika said coldly. After he created the great kingdom, the peace of the sea is maintained by the guardians of their huge kingdom. Now suddenly a navy appeared that he had never heard of. Claiming to be the righteous army of the sea? Are you kidding? The great kingdom has long since collapsed, fool. Carp Deo. What did you bastards say? Nika was instantly furious when she heard this. That terrifying momentum emerged from him. It was incomparably pure, powerful fighting intent. It is a manifestation of combat power that is enough to tear and destroy everything. What an amazing battle intent! Sengoku couldn't help but gasp. Wait, you calm down and listen carefully to what we say, Nika. You crossed over from 800 years ago, and the current world is no longer the world you know. And the huge kingdom you created collapsed 800 years ago. Cap explained repeatedly. He's not afraid of Nika. I don't want to fight him for this boring reason. Crossing? Are you a fool for me? I just made a strange sea train, and you say I traveled back 800 years? Nika has no words. That's right, it's because of that train, Nika. It's not an ordinary train, it's an abnormal containment time train, and the people who ride on it may go back in time or travel through the future. Akainu explained. Although I don't know who you are? But you treat me like a fool. Nika said a little angrily. Since he took the time train, it made his mind mess up. What is the 4 emperors and 100 beasts regiment under the king? What righteous army navy? What the hell is an abnormal containment? What special travel back 800 years? Even if the red dog said he is because he has been eaten the fruit of time, and the capable person is contacted. So after 800 years, he didn't believe it. Not to mention, he had never heard of any unusual containment. Because to know the power of the devil fruit, it can be offset by domineering. And who is he? The strongest 800 years ago. His domineering, no one can match it. Li Wangzhao is even a strong man at the level of a general. Eat a fruit of time. It is also absolutely impossible to teleport him into the future. We're not kidding, Nika. Sengoku said with a serious expression. Whether it is true or not, I can't tell now, but if I can defeat you and make you feel the fear of death coming, maybe you will tell the truth. After coming to this island, what you have seen and heard, it has completely exceeded Nika's imagination. His CPU burned dry. It is also impossible to tell whether what they said is true or false in the warring states. He has only one thing in his head now. That is to defeat the Sengoku them first. Then conduct interrogation. Before dying, people usually tell the truth. So that you can really know the truth. Step. Nika slammed the ground with her footsteps, like a roaring beast. Rushing towards the three of Sengoku, Carp, and Akainu. Ha ha ha. Leave this opponent to me, let me see the strength of the strongest man 800 years ago. Carp laughed. Although he didn't want to fight Nika because of a misunderstanding. But for now, misunderstandings won't be solved until they don't fight. Case. Let's have a good fight. Carp strode forward. The fist is entangled, and the extremely terrifying armed color and overlord color domineering. Carp though is old. But there is no denying it. His domineering attainments are incomparably amazing. After winding the domineering Carp, the momentum of his body skyrocketed to the extreme. That amazing sense of oppression made Nika feel the crisis. Fist-bone galaxy clash. Chapter 68. Future Carp, a fist and bone clash. Directly dry crush Blackbeard's hive island. The horror of the power is unimaginable. Carp did his best to deliver a blow. Domineering vibrates the space with the power of long-range air strikes. Attack on Nika. And Nika also felt the terrifying power of Carp. I didn't keep my hands on it. Start using the power of the devil fruit. Rubber jet pistol. Nika has her left hand forward and her right hand back. From above the fist, a terrifying two-color domineering was entangled. Then he slammed into Carp. His arms stretched out sharply, like a giant serpent asking for his life. Roared towards Carp. That amazing power made the space tremble. Boom! Carp's fist clash. Collided with Nika's rubber jet pistol in an instant. No. And did not collide together. There was a collision. This is the performance of mastering the ultimate overlord color domineering. Accompanied by the attack collision of the two clouds in the sky. The whole island is shaking unstoppably. The ripple waves generated swept 10,000 meters away. The sea was turbulent and tumbling. There are even waves that cover the sky, and the height is 1,000 meters. The domineering confrontation between the two took a few seconds. In the end, Carp fell behind. He was knocked back tens of meters away before he could stabilize his figure. On the other hand, Nika stands in place, not moving. Ha ha ha. I really didn't disappoint the old man, this terrifying power. Carp laughed. Such a domineering force, Carp served as a navy for decades. When I saw it for the first time, Carp is sure. Nika's combat power is not comparable even to Loke's. Carp was repelled. Sengoku broke out in a cold sweat. He joined the navy at the same time as Carp. Warring states who fought with him for decades. It is the clearest idea how strong Carp's strength is. But now, it was directly repelled tens of meters away. He knew that Nika was the strongest man 800 years ago. The strength should be very strong. But to such a point, it is still completely beyond his imagination. Akainu was also stunned. I didn't expect Nika's power to be so exaggerated. I rely on, this guy's strength is too perverted. That's the British 760 Seong Kapu of the Navy headquarters, who was actually repelled by him tens of meters away. The strongest man 800 years ago really lives up to his name, even if it is a hero of our naval headquarters, the strongest guardian is not his opponent. Stupid, what do you say? How could Lieutenant General Carp not be his opponent? Just now Lieutenant General Carp was just trying to test and did not use real strength. That's right, Vice Admiral Carp is the hero of our navy, he is the strongest man, no one can defeat him, not even this strongest man 800 years ago. I don't believe that Carp will lose, the battle between the two of them has just begun. Seeing Carp being shot out by Nika, many navies were taken aback. However, they still believe in Carp's strength. After all, Carp is the person they admire the most. Great shipping route. Straw Hat on board. Wait, Luffy, that guy's unleashed abilities seem to be very similar to yours. Nami was taken aback. Luffy's devil fruit is the one that allows him to stretch his arms. Ha ha ha. It's funny, it's really the same ability as me. Luffy laughed. However, the gap in strength is really big, that man named Nika can actually knock out the hero of the Navy headquarters. Yamaji said in a cold sweat on his forehead. Even if they are not the Navy. But Carp's name is too loud. After all, chasing One Piece Roger and running after One Piece Roger has repeatedly turned One Piece Roger into a desperate situation. But such a powerful man. Now it seems that it is not yet Nika's opponent. It's the same thing, obviously they are all capable of rubber fruits, but the strength is really not a dimension. Nami couldn't help but sigh. Ha ha ha. In the future, I will become as strong as him. Luffy laughed. You still laugh at Luffy, your grandfather will lose, Zoro reminded. Nope. No, my grandfather won't lose because he's strong. Luffy said with a serious look. He was trained by Carp since childhood. It is especially clear how strong Carp is. He didn't believe Carp would lose. Holy Land Mary Joya. The highest temple of power. His strength really hasn't regressed a bit, it's still that strong. Satan said with a gloomy face. It's impossible to defeat him with Cap and a guy alone, what are those two bastards doing with Sengoku and Sakasuke? Why just watch from the sidelines and not do it? The old man with the original ghost on his waist frowned slightly. Sengoku and Sakasuke, do you think that Carp's strength can compete with him? If they think so, they are so wrong, that guy's real power. But enter that sun god form. The long, straight-haired old man said with a serious expression. Nika, who did not even enter the second gear form, can directly knock Carp out tens of meters away. He entered the Helios form. How strong is the strength? Only they know best. New world, some island. Nice domineering, good physical skills, can resist my blow, you are a good opponent. Nika praised. It's not over yet, the battle has just begun. Carp grinned. I'm not interested in continuing to play with you, I just want to know the sea here, what happened, why the so-called four emperors, the so-called navy. He was well aware of the world he ruled. There is absolutely no so-called four emperors, with the navy. This is where he wonders, and where he wants to know why. Is it? But this is unfounded, and I can't believe it. Nika said calmly. Just a few words, just want him to believe such outrageous things? Surely naive. Really, then don't talk nonsense, on. Seeing this, Carp didn't bother to continue explaining anything. Now he just wants to have a good fight with Nika. As you wish, I hope you can hold on to my hands for a little longer. Helios. As Nika's voice fell, I saw a white cloud of smoke wrapped around his body instantly. At the same time, hair, clothes, and eyebrows turned white. Even the clothes you wear. Boom. 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 Throughout the island, the sound of drums was heard in an instant. Exhilarating, majestic drums spread thousands of meters away. This is exactly the sound of Nika's heart beating. It is also a symbol of his vigorous vitality. Nika after entering the Helios form. The momentum climbed to the top. That unparalleled sense of oppression. Even Carp was a little breathless. Is this your strongest form? It's really dangerous enough. Carp grinned. Nika's momentum at the moment is strong. Let Carp's sight and smell domineering, telling him. Never be hostile to the man in front of you. Otherwise, there will be danger. But Carp was stunned. You call him dangerous? I'd rather try how dangerous he really is. Carp, don't fight him. Seeing Nika enter the Helios form, Sengoku shouted worriedly. He felt it too. It was felt in Nika's body. That strand. The power of terrifying and fearful. He knew that if he kept fighting, Carp will definitely be in danger. Stop it, Nika. If you listen patiently to our explanation, you will know that everything we just told you is true, and there is no half-falsehood. Chi-Inu said with a serious expression. Don't stop him, it's hard to meet such an interesting opponent, I must part with him. Carp said quickly. Seek. He hasn't met for a long time. Such an enemy who gave him a sense of oppression. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. Or rather, he since birth. It was not like now, the whole body was tense and the body trembled instinctively. Even if he faced locks in the Valley of the Gods back then. Carp. Sengoku just wanted to say something. But who knows, Carp rushed directly towards Nika. Falling, the bottom of the sea. Carp's figure is like a ghost. Appeared directly above Nika. Swing your fist and go towards Nika with all your might. Carp of High Violent. But with such a blow. Direct trauma to the general of the pheasant. It is enough to prove how terrible this blow really is. Rubber ape gun. Nika inflated into her arm. Then I saw his arm, which swelled violently and became larger. That extremely inflated arm seemed to have the power to destroy the world. Boom! Nika slammed her fist and struck at Carp. The fists of the two, striking at each other. The monstrous sound resounded throughout the island. The sky changed color, first dark clouds, then sunny days, then rain, and within half a second, hail began to fall again. That's right. This punch fight between Nika and Carp. The weather that directly shook the new world became chaotic. The calm sea churned violently. The power of this punch. It even affected the Sea King class that is thousands of meters deep in the deep sea. They just felt the power of this punch. He foamed directly at the mouth and fainted. Then surfaced. The whole sea. No. It's the whole sky. All present a doomsday scene. SHH, HH. Carp and Nika's fists only collided for a second. In the next moment, Carp's body was like a shooting star. Fly high in the air at great speed. Almost instantly, Carp's figure shrunk to a small size like a night star. 10 seconds passed. Carp's body fell from a height to the ground. Boom! The ground was directly smashed into a huge deep pit. It set off ripples that swept thousands of meters away. The smoke and dust covered the sky. Carp. The Sengoku who saw this scene was shocked. Is this a second kill? Yes. Killed in seconds. The highest combat power of their naval headquarters, Carp. Killed in seconds. The horror of Nika's strength. Make Sengoku's scalp tingle. Eileen. Just kidding. That's the hero of our Navy headquarters, Vice Admiral Carp. Impossible. When pigs fly. I read it wrong. It was definitely not Lieutenant General Carp who was shot off. This guy is completely a monster that can't be looked at with common sense. It's too dangerous, this man's combat power. Even more dangerous is that abnormal containment, the time train. He actually sent such a terrifying existence 800 years ago to the future, and he didn't dare to imagine what would happen to the sea if he sent a few more powerhouses of the past era. Seeing Carp being shot high in the air, it took 10 seconds to fall. All the Navy, all look stupid. Who would have thought, the strength of Nika? Perverted to such a point. Even many people can't accept that it is Carp who is shot off. Can only anesthetize himself, in fact, it was Nika who was shot off. It's just that they were wrong. Great shipping routes, certain seas. Straw Hat on board. How is it possible, Grandpa? Defeated? Luffy's pupils widened in disbelief. That's his grandfather. In his mind, an absolutely invincible existence. Now it's actually defeated? Moreover, he was killed by a punch in a second? I just thought he would win, but I didn't expect his victory to come so quickly. Sanji's hand lighting a cigarette was trembling slightly. Luffy, in the future, can you master such a powerful power like him? Nami swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Since the devil fruit of the two is the same. So Luffy future, can it also do this? Hear Nami's words. Luffy was directly silent. Because the power that Nika has mastered is completely beyond his imagination. If Nami asks him if he can surpass Carp in the future, he will definitely answer without hesitation. Definitely will. But if you ask him if he can have the same power as Nika, even Luffy, who was particularly confident, couldn't answer in the affirmative. Holy Land Mary Joya. The highest hall. Damn, what the hell are this group of rice bucket navies doing? Why didn't the three of them join forces to deal with him in the first place? Now Carp has suffered quite a few injuries. If you want to join forces to win him, the odds have already shrunk a lot. Satan cursed. It's really a bunch of rice buckets, the navy. It seems that we can only use our combat power. The blonde old man said in a deep voice. Nika, they must be erased. If the navy can't do it, it's up to their world government to come in person. No, wait first, there is still some hope for the three of them to join forces, and it will not be too late to deploy their combat power when they lose. The old man with the first generation of ghosts on his waist suggested. The abnormal Containment Association is their worst enemy. If you can. They still don't want to lose their troops by dealing with Nika. If I can't take Nika this time, I'll directly remove his post when the warring states come back. And Carp, that bastard must give him some punishment. Satan roared with anger that could not dissipate. Chapter 69. New World, Some Island. Carp. Seeing Kapu land, Sengoku and Akainu quickly rushed up. Ahem. I'm okay. Carp stood up and coughed up blood from his mouth. Although I did get a little injured, I wasn't serious enough. You're coughing up blood, and you still say you're okay. Sengoku couldn't help but complain. I'm really okay. Carp stall hand. Okay, you old urchin, don't hold on any longer. Even if you're okay, you won't be his opponent. Sengoku said seriously. Is your name Carp? It's funny, I haven't met an opponent like you for a long time. Nika walked slowly towards several people. Since the liberation of slaves, the end of the era of sea pirates, and the creation of a huge kingdom, Nika has also been in a while and has not fought against the strong. And undoubtedly, Carp's strength. In his opinion, it is among the strong. At this moment, he couldn't help but have doubts. Judging by Carp's strength, his fame should be very loud on the sea. Why had he never heard of it? It's also the first time I've encountered an enemy of your level. Carp grinned. Nika set her eyes on Sengoku and Akainu again. The breath of the two is not weak. How much Carp? He could see it. Let's stop the fight, Nika, we have no intention of fighting you. Sengoku said with a serious expression. What is Nika's character? They see it in their eyes. Because when they were traveling here by boat, seeing with her own eyes, Nika defeated the pirates of the 100 Beasts. He also personally helped the villagers on the island to build houses, distribute food or something. At the same time, Nika's strength is also extremely strong. Such a man is worthy of their navy. It is worth leading them in the navy. Sengoku is clear. Only men like Nika. To really change the world. It is possible to overthrow the rotten world government. End the era of sea pirates once and for all. When Nika heard this, she had no intention of continuing to fight, but asked, so now can you tell me, who are you? For what Sengoku said earlier. I traveled to the world 800 years later. And the great kingdom he created has come to an end. He still didn't believe it in the end. At the same time, he never guessed. What exactly is the identity of the warring states? We have said many times, we are the Navy, and the current timeline is 800 years later, and the huge kingdom you created has collapsed. Carp reminded again. This sentence, they have already said rotten. But alas, Nika doesn't believe it. Is that the kind of rhetoric again? Nika shook her head when she heard this. Although I know you may not believe it, even I still feel a little strange, that is, in the recent period, this sea suddenly appeared a lot of abnormal containment. Every containment possesses a very strange and unreasonable power. That kind of power even surpassed the realm of the devil fruit. The train you're riding on is one of those anomalous containments, called the time train. It is what brought you to the world 800 years later. Akainu explained solemnly. Hearing Akainu's words, Nika fell into deep thought. Although he still didn't believe it. But he always felt that there was no need for them to lie to him in the warring states. Abnormal containment? Do you mean to say that there is more than one abnormal containment? Nika asked. That's right, there are 20 at the moment, and there are already 7, and the 7th is the time train. Akainu nodded. Although at this moment, he also believed the words of Sengoku, Akainu and others. But he still felt that these words were too weird. Plus, if he really believes the words of Sengoku and others, wouldn't that be for him to admit it? The huge kingdom he created has collapsed? This is the only thing that Nika absolutely does not want to believe. Because the existence of a huge kingdom symbolizes peace and stability in the world. Boom! At this moment, there was a roar from above. I saw a huge spaceship appear in the sky. That was abnormal containment meeting. Sengoku's pupils contracted violently. The people from the Abnormal Asylum Association are coming, so it means that this man named Nika is in danger. There is no doubt that Nika who travels from the past to the future will definitely be taken away by the people who are abnormally sheltered. Not necessarily, you have also seen Nika's strength, it is already terrifying to that extent, even a monster like Carp is not his opponent, and the abnormal containment will not be able to take him away, right? Stupid, don't forget that the Abnormal Containment Society is an organization that has existed for more than 1,000 years, not to mention that they can flexibly use the power of the abnormal containment, and there is nothing in this world that they can't do. That's right, so far the operation of the Abnormal Containment Association has failed. This time there is no doubt that they will definitely be able to take Nika away. Holy Land Mary Joya! What the hell are those bastards doing in the warring states? Why didn't you continue to fight with Nika, but explain to him why Nika came here? Satan said angrily. They were ordered, let Sengoku, Akainu, Carp wipe out Nika. But now what? Not only did they not fight. Still having a good conversation? The Navy is really unreliable, it's all a bunch of rice buckets. But fortunately, the people of the Abnormal Reception Association appeared, and this damn organization is finally going to do something that is good for us. The blonde old man said in a deep voice. Abnormal containment will bring losses to their government. There are countless of them. And now, the abnormal containment will finally do one thing. Something that satisfied them. That's taking Nika. Although the Navy is unreliable, we can now send troops to deal with Nika, but I would like to see Nika fight with the people of the Abnormal Asylum Association. In this way, the abnormal containment will also suffer a lot. The old man with the first generation of ghosts on his waist said with interest. The abnormal containment will be a special officer, and the combat power is really not weak. The anomalies they can control are also dangerous. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. But Nika is the strongest 800 years ago. The tricolor domineering aura had all been cultivated to the highest level. Foreseeing the future, the Overlord kills anything, all will. Such an enemy. Even abnormal containment can be tricky. Let's wait to see the good show. The long, straight-haired old man stroked his beard. New world, Ghost Island. It's okay, that monster Nika is going to be taken away. Quinn couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. You know, they are 100 beasts. Now it can be regarded as offending Nika. Already targeted by Nika. They would have been in a state of distress. What to do if Nika attacks? After all, Nika's combat power is so terrifying. Even if alone, it is also possible to destroy their entire 100-beast group. But it's fine. Abnormal containment will appear here. It must have been to take Nika. It can be seen that the Navy side seems to want to win Nika into the Navy. If such a monster becomes our enemy, it will really be a headache. But since you're going to be taken away, there's nothing to worry about. Ember agreed. If Boss Kaido, with Nika's level of combat power, I am afraid that he can realize his wish and start a war that will sweep the world. Jack muttered. Kaido is now known as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. However, his strength has not yet reached the top of the world. In front of him, but there are 5 old stars, the existence of Im. Therefore, even if his honor deepens, he calls the 4 emperors. It is also difficult to really start a war that will sweep the world. But if Kaido has the same combat power as Nika, I'm afraid that such a war has already begun. New world, some island. Hurry up Nika, the people from the Abnormal Containment Association are here. Akainu shouted. He admired Nika. So, he wanted to fight alongside Nika. I didn't want him to be taken away by the people of the Abnormal Asylum Association. What would be the abnormal containment? Nika wondered. How after the train? The world has changed dramatically. So many forces that have not been heard of, have appeared? The Abnormal Containment Association is specially responsible for containing abnormal objects. Their IQ is extremely high, and they are very good at using the power of containment, and their agent strength is not weak. They must be coming at you Nika today, run away. Otherwise you will be taken away by them. Warring states also hurriedly urged. And the many old stars in the holy land of Mary Joa heard the words of Sengoku and Akainu. It's almost. Well, I sent you so that you would wipe out Nika. If you can't erase it, forget it. Now the people from the Abnormal Asylum Association are coming. Why did you let him run? What kind of people are you on in the Navy? Will abnormal containment be? I'd love to learn about it. Nika did not choose to escape. Because, just now the warring states also said it. In this world, there are so-called abnormal containments. And he is because of the abnormal containment time train. And come to the future. Of course, he didn't believe it. And Sengoku said at the same time. The abnormal shelter is specially responsible for taking in those abnormal things. According to the Sengoku terms, the Abnormal Asylum Society is a very scary, dangerous organization. So today, he naturally wants to learn a lesson. What is the so-called abnormal containment meeting? High-altitude spaceship soon landed in front of Nika, Kapu, Akainu, Sengoku, and others. Subsequently, some agents were responsible for sheltering the 052 time train. The other part of the agents came to several people. From the past to the future Nika, come with us, you can't stay in this sea, and of course we can't let you go back in time. One of the leading agents said slowly. They don't have the skills. Let Nika go back to 800 years ago. They appeared to avoid Nika appearing in this sea. It just caused a series of incidents. Do you know I'm from the past? Nika said a little surprised. We apologize to you for our mistake in hosting that led you to board the 052 time train and let you travel from the past to the future, but please come with us first. I refuse. Nika said without hesitation. Although because of a series of bizarre things. Let Nika really suspect that she has traveled back 800 years. But at present, there is no hard evidence. Placed in front of him, he completely believed that he had crossed. So he won't go with the people of the Abnormal Reception Society. Chapter 70. Hearing this, one of the leading agents. He took out a spray from his arms and sprayed it on Nika's face. This is not a memory-clearing spray. Instead, it was documented. A spray of memories about all the forces of this sea. This memory spray. Let Nika know the current distribution of power in this world. Let him really realize that he has really crossed. What did you do to me? Nika sprayed on the agent's spray and sprayed on her face instantly. He directly waved his fist out. He thought. Just now the agents were attacking him. Saw. Nika's fist rubbed the space, and there was a violent popping sound. There is no need to say how powerful Nika's fist is. That is a force that destroys everything and is above everyone. A fist almost the speed of light, smashing towards the agent at great speed. SHH. In the face of Nika's punch, the agent only extended a palm. He held Nika's fist firmly. Calm down, friend, we don't want to hurt you. Agent Yun said lightly. This time dispatched to recover the 052 time train, with Nika's agents. Not someone else. Red Right Hand. As 703 is one of the strongest task force squads. The strength of the Red Right Hand is terrifying for Mu Yang to question. After all, in this world of them, I also got a version upgrade. How is it possible? Blocked? Warring states were directly stupid when they saw this scene. Just kidding, agents of the Abnormal Containment Society. Is the strength so strong? Able to block Nika's fist? Although said. Nika's punch is not covering any domineering power. But as the strongest 800 years ago. His strength was obvious to them just now. Even the strongest carp in their naval headquarters. None of them are at all Nika's opponents. But now, Nika's punch. Was it blocked so easily by the agent? This simply refreshed the cognition of the warring states. The agent blocked Nika's punch and showed people around the world stupid. Is this my blindness? I saw that agent of the Abnormal Containment Society blocked Nika's fist. I seem to be blinded too, because I see it too. Nope. Not blind, it's true. That agent really blocked Nika's fist with one hand. Nika that guy, but can crush the existence of Hero Carp. Isn't this agent's strength weaker than Nika's? Is this the Abnormal Containment Society? It's amazing, I know that they can contain so many anomalies, and there will definitely be agents with extraordinary strength. Today was such an eye-opener for me. Nika's strength, all of them have seen. Even in their minds. Nika should be the strongest combat power in the world today. Even the strongest man in the world today is Whitebeard. Or Kaido, the world's strongest creature. None of them are his opponents. But now the strength of the agents is even more amazing to them. Wano country, Oni Island. Exclaimed. Although Jack greatly worships Kaido, the beast. Be loyal to it. It is also determined that Kaido will become One Piece in the future. But after seeing Nika's strength, he also knows very well that Kaido is by no means Nika's opponent. Judging by the strength shown by Nika, he never thought about the world. Someone can compete with Nika. But now, the agent took his punch so easily. What's more, there are 4, next to an abnormal containment agent of that level of strength. Ember couldn't help but gasp. You can see. This time the abnormal containment meeting. A total of 5 Red Right Hand members were dispatched. There is no doubt that they can become part of the Red Right Hand. The strength is almost the same. Abnormal Containment Association, are there enough 5 strong people of this strength? What is going on with this force, isn't it too exaggerated? Quinn was sweating profusely and shivering down his spine. The technology of the Abnormal Containment Association is extremely developed. Even developed a flying ship. And there are several types. And a rocket capable of sinking an island. Technology is terrible. How can even the combat power of the members of the special agent be exaggerated to such an extent? With them, Nika will definitely be taken in, and the only thing worth reassuring now is that we don't have to be revenged by Nika. Ember comforted himself. Now, he does not dare to continue imagining. How huge is the force of the Abnormal Containment Society? Now he can only comfort himself. Nika is to be taken in. They don't have to offend Nika either. And worried, get the other party's retaliation. Because there are these monster agents. How could Nika not be taken in? Holy Land Mary Joya. The highest temple of power. The agent of the Abnormal Containment Association actually caught that man's punch. Satan abruptly stood up from his chair, his forehead breaking out in cold sweat. They were as 800 years ago. Those who join forces to overthrow the great kingdom. It is definitely the most clear about Nika's strength, how strong it is. The scene in front of him made him unbelievable. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. But they still want to destroy the people of the Abnormal Asylum Association. Now the agents of the Abnormal Containment Society are so strong. How else did they perish? Calm down, Satan. Nika's punch just used brute force, did not use any domineering power, and it is not so surprising that it can be blocked. The old man with the first generation of ghosts on his waist said calmly. Although that's said. But the old man with the knife is also clear. Nika's fist is not even wrapped domineering. But want to take his punch. At the very least, he must be a strong man at the level of the General Emperor. Inform down, all those involved in the investigation of the Abnormal Asylum Association, all stop all investigations, and immediately return to the Holy Land of Mary Joa. The blonde old man said with a serious expression. The combat power of the Abnormal Containment Association is already a little beyond their imagination. Since there are so many strong people in this organization. Then, they even sent someone to investigate the whereabouts of this organization. Even if you find it, it will definitely be erased in an instant. If you continue to investigate, it will only lose combat power. They need to reassess the risk level of abnormal containment meetings. Plan again. New world, some island. Nika, who was blocked by the fist, suddenly froze in place. In his mind, he began to receive information from this world. 800 years ago, he founded a vast kingdom. It was overthrown and destroyed by 20 countries. A world government was subsequently established in the Holy Land of Mary Joa. Establishment of a world government. At the same time, it also announces the origin of the pirate era. And now, the distribution of power in the world today is Navy, 4 emperors, 7 Wohei, Revolutionary Army, world government. It seems that you have learned the current situation of this world through the memory spray just now, and now believe that you have crossed over from 800 years ago. The red right-handed agent put his hands behind his back and stared at Nika lightly. My kingdom. Is it really destroyed? Nika froze in place, her eyes blank of light. The last thing he wanted to accept. It was the collapse of the great kingdom that he had founded. But now, iron-like facts lay out in front of him. He had to believe it. Because he knew that just now the red right hand used the memory spray on him. It's not some devil fruit ability. Because he has the strongest domineering man in the world. His domineering. Enough to resist this world, the ability of any person with special abilities. Hearing the reply of the red right-hand agent, Nika was silent for a few seconds before her eyes were firm. No. I won't go with you. He decided that he wanted to be in this day and age. Re-establish the great kingdom. Overthrow the rule of the world government. End the era of sea thieves. Free the world's slaves. When the red right-handed agent heard this, he waved his big hand and said, abnormal containment 052 containment completed, retreat. They did come today to bring Nika back. But when he came, Lore, the protagonist, said. If Nika insists on not leaving, then let him stay in this sea. Of course. Lore would say this. It's not because I appreciate Nika or anything. Rather, think. A king who was destroyed by the world government 800 years ago. It will be interesting to come to this day and age. He was curious. What will Nika do? How will it compete with the world government? When 0.3 however. Lore also doesn't want to use Nika's power. Deal with the world government or something. Because of the world government, he did not pay attention at all. Just want to make this sea. Add an additive in addition to the abnormal containment. Gone. Nika said a little surprised. He thought that he was going to fight with the people of the Abnormal Asylum Association. But unexpectedly, the other party actually left like this. However, he was also glad for it at the moment. To be honest, the strength of the red right hand was completely beyond his imagination. If it's a fight, he believes that he has a good chance of defeat. Are they really gone? Looking at the spaceship of the Abnormal Containment Society, it completely disappeared from sight. Sengoku, Carp, and Akainu looked at each other. It's all a little confusing. They don't figure it out. Why did the people who were abnormal in the reception suddenly let Nika go? Chapter 71. Really fake, Nika wasn't actually taken away. This guy's strength should be above everyone in our entire world. If this man stays in our sea, is it good or bad? It must be a good thing, because Nika is determined to end the era of sea pirates and free slaves. That's right, Nika is not a bad person. It must be a good thing for him to stay in this sea. Wano country, Oni Island. It's over, Nika hasn't been taken away. Is our 100 beast group finished? Quinn sweated profusely. You know, Nika did. They will destroy their 100 beasts. They had thought that Nika would be taken away by the people of the Abnormal Asylum Association. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be this ending. Damn it, that group of bastards is abnormally contained. Why don't you take this monster away? He obviously doesn't belong to this place. Jack scolded. Nope. Don't panic, don't forget that Nika is an enemy of the world government, and the world government will definitely find a way to wipe him out. Ember said calmly. Yes, the huge kingdom of Nika. 800 years ago, it was overthrown by the world government. And now, here he is. There is no doubt that he definitely wants to overthrow the world government. And the world government sees him as a thorn in its side. He would certainly not be allowed to live in this sea. New world, some island. Brew brew. Brew brew. 24. Sengoku looked at the phone worm from the 5 old stars in his hand and hesitated for a few seconds. But I still chose to connect. Sengoku, now join forces with Sakasuke and Carp to wipe out Nika for me. Satan scolded. Nika, they would never allow him to live in this sea. Since the people who were abnormally sheltered did not take him away. Then it's up to the Navy. If the Navy doesn't work, it's up to their world government. I think Nika is not an enemy of our Navy and the world government, because he is not a pirate. If we can join the Navy, he can help us eliminate the pirates of the New World. Sengoku said with a serious expression. Nika's strength and character have all been recognized by the warring states. Such a man, qualified to lead their navy. He decided to die to join the navy. What kind of joke, Sengoku? Do you want to disobey our orders? Satan said angrily. Of course not, I just think you can also think about it. Nika is a very strong combat force. If you join us, it is absolutely harmless. Sengoku shook his head. Shut up, Sengoku, now either wipe out Nika, or your marshal's position, including the position of General Sakasuke, and the position of Lieutenant General Carp, all don't want it. Satan threatened death. Hearing Satan's words, Sengoku fell silent. He doesn't know. Now do you want to tear your face with the world government? If you tear your face with the prestige of him, Carp, Red Inu in the Navy. It is true that the Navy can be separated from the world government. But the problem is that by doing so, you are making enemies of the world government. Plus, funding, logistics, munitions for their navy. All are provided by the world government. Once out of the world government, their navy will have a hard time. Sengoku is now in a dilemma. Writing off Nika here, he couldn't bear it and didn't want to do it. Do not erase Nika's words. Their fate is either expulsion from the navy, or break away from the world government and live a hard life. Just when the Sengoku hesitated, in the distance, a panicked voice of an admiral came from afar. It's not good, Marshal of the Warring States. What's wrong? What happened so panicked? Sengoku looked up and asked. Just now the video was played on the screen. Roddle, John, and Silver Axe also came to the sea on the time train. The admiral said in horror. What do you say? When the Warring States heard this, they instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Who is Lox? He was the absolute overlord of the old times. Delusional to become the king of the world, with absolute terrifying combat power that has made countless people submit. And who is Roger? He was the only one who sailed the whole world. The only king who conquered this sea. Be called One Piece. And John, Silver Axe, these two escadres of the Rocks Regiment. The strength is definitely not weak. What Sengoku did not expect was, these four have died in history. It was also because of the abnormal containment and the appearance of the time train. Descended on this sea. Damn, did you bring those bastards back to life too? Chi Inu's eyes bloomed with killing intent. The sea is really not calm. Carp gasped. When Sengoku heard the news of the resurrection of Lox and the others, he was first shocked. The next second, he suddenly thought of something. Speaking solemnly to the phone worm, he said, I believe you have heard it just now, Rox, Roger, John, Silver Axe and the four of them, all resurrected. These four dangerous guys, plus the four emperors of today's world, the legendary pirates, and the sea pirates, our navy alone cannot deal with them. Let Nika stay and share the pressure for our navy, otherwise you want to see our navy collapse at the hands of this group of monster pirates. Originally, he couldn't find any reason. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. Let Nika stay. And it just so happened that Rox and others appeared. That's why Nika stayed. Hear the words of the Sengoku. Far away in the holy land of Mary Joa, the 5 old stars of the highest hall were silent. If it is under normal circumstances, even Rox, Roger, John, Silver Axe resurrected, descended on this sea. They world government. It also didn't put them in the eye at all. But the problem is, now they are world governments. The biggest enemy is the Abnormal Containment Association. They intend to retain their full strength. Go deal with the Abnormal Containment Society. In this way, Lox and others. The threat to their world government is indeed great. Plus, they can see it. Sengoku wants to die on Penica. Sengoku and others, if extreme. Let the navy separate the world government. That's too much of a headache for them. Yes. After a long silence, Satan gritted his teeth and said the words. With this phrase falls. Boom. Satan directly pinched the phone worm in his hand. Damn Abnormal Containment Association, damn Sengoku, damn Nika. Satan said with a bruise on his forehead. If there were no abnormal containment meetings. If there is no abnormal containment. Where did the warring states come from to have such a dialogue with them? Nika, why can't they erase it? In this way, Sengoku wooed Nika into the navy. Nika though wants to overthrow the world government. But he also knows that the main enemy now It should be pirates. He is willing, first put aside his hatred for the world government, and go to deal with the pirates first. Another few days passed. Inventory of the top 20 abnormal containments. 13th 096 The one who can't look directly. Project level, Euclid. Description: Abnormal containment 096 is a humanoid monster about 2.38 meters tall, and it is strictly forbidden to make any photos, videos, or portraits of abnormal containment 096. Abnormal containment 096 is all over the body, almost not a single muscle. Preliminary analysis of his body can show that there is obvious malnutrition. Abnormal containment 096 jaw angle can reach 4 times the normal jaw angle of ordinary humans. Except for the absence of pigment in the eyes, the rest of the facial features are undoubtedly similar to those of ordinary humans, and it is not clear whether the abnormal containment 096 is blind. It has not been found to have advanced brain function, and at 250 is not considered to have intelligence. There is no intelligence, and it is still a malnourished humanoid monster, and this time the monster always feels like it is not very strong. Stupid, don't underestimate the abnormal containment. There are so many abnormal containments. Do you see that the abnormal containment is a simple monster? That's right, the introduction to the anomalous containment 096 is definitely not finished, and there is no rush to conclude it yet. But why does its name mean that people who can't look at it directly, can't they look at it? It is estimated that it is like this: if it is seen by it, it will be frantically chased and killed by it. Abnormal containment 096 introduction: anyone who sees it with their own eyes, or through photos and portraits, will all be hunted down by 096 unceasingly. Even if you are at the end of the earth, 096 will definitely catch up with you and wipe you out. Tip: even if you see its face through just a tiny pixel of the photo, you will still be hunted down by it. Play now. Abnormal containment 096 people who can't look directly, an abnormal containment 524 rabbit interaction experiment. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Abnormal containment 524 rabbit, isn't that the rabbit that appeared on Blug Mom's territory not long ago that can devour everything? The T-Dolphin was taken aback. That rabbit has the power to swallow any object, a living form, and it can't be killed. This anomalous containment, 096, will definitely be eaten if you interact with it. Peach Rabbit said. The power of the gluttonous rabbit, they have seen. Swallow the Kryrak in one gulp. Even Katakuri's attacks can be eaten. And it's still immortal. Let it interact with the abnormal containment, 096, who cannot see directly. Chapter 72. It's a little strange. The abnormal containment that was counted this time is obviously a person who can't be seen directly by 096. How do you always feel that the protagonist is a gluttonous rabbit? Sengoku mused. Although he did not know, he could not look directly at the person. What kind of power does it have? But it definitely can't be a gluttonous rabbit's opponent. That's right, if the two of them really conduct interactive experiments, isn't the person 096 can't see directly already dead? Carp said approvingly. But the problem is that all the abnormal containment items counted have escaped from the abnormal containment meeting, and this time the people who cannot look directly are no exception. Since it can escape, it means that it is still alive. Tsuru's face was solemn and he said his opinion. If you can't see someone directly, you're dead. Then this time it appears to be inventory. It is completely unnecessary. It can't be alive, and it escaped from the abnormal containment society. Its opponent is the gluttonous rabbit that can devour everything. Peach Rabbit retorted. None of them are optimistic about people who can't look at them directly. Because. But they saw with their own eyes the power of the gluttonous rabbit that was enough to devour everything. But they couldn't figure it out. The two of them interact. Won't those who can't look directly die in the mouth of a gluttonous rabbit? It seems that if you want to know the answer, you can only wait for the video to play on the screen. Nika reminded. Since joining the Navy, He is also from the population of Akainu, Carp, Sengoku, and others. Thoroughly understand the situation in the world today. And all kinds of abnormal containments. New World, some sea. The ship of the red-haired pirates. The sea has been calm for a few days, and there are new abnormal containments, which is really a headache. The redhead said with a sigh. Since the 052 time train was contained, the sea was calm for a few days. But now there are still new containments. The sea will definitely not be calm until all 20 abnormal containments are contained. Beckman lit a cigarette and said lightly. It is only now the 13th count. In the back, but there are 12 more. But then again, head, I think this time the abnormal containment is estimated to be no threat to the sea, because it is dead. Rachiru said. Although said. The abnormal containment in front is inventoried. All will descend on this sea. This time is no exception. But Rachiru thought of a possibility. That's when the 052 time train is stockpiled out. The people of the Abnormal Asylum Association stopped by and found someone who could not look directly. I brought it back and let it interact with the gluttonous rabbit. In his opinion, there is no doubt about it. The gluttonous rabbit will definitely eat it by someone who can't look at it. It's also true, it's impossible for this guy not to be eaten by a gluttonous rabbit. The redhead nodded when he heard this. After all, they have seen the ability of gluttonous rabbits. Therefore, it is natural to believe very much. The gluttonous rabbit will definitely be able to eat it. Look, head, there's a video on the screen. Rocksta pointed to the screen. As his voice fell, the entire red-haired pirate group was staring at the screen intently. I want to see the results of this interactive experiment. On video. Somewhere in a somewhat dimly lit room. A man whose whole body is covered in mosaics. It appeared in the eyes of the whole world. Then an agent with a special night vision device walked in. This night vision device allows agents to mask the appearance of 096. Meantime, those who cannot see directly will be in the form of thermal imaging. Appeared before the eyes of the agent. In this way, the agent is equivalent to not seeing someone who cannot look directly. It will not be hunted down. But you won't be blind and can't see anything. I saw it in the arms of the agent. He was holding a docile little rabbit. This is exactly the gluttonous rabbit. Although said, experimenting with gluttonous rabbits and people who can't look directly is a bit cruel. But people who can't look directly are too dangerous. They have already handed it down dozens of executions. But undoubtedly exceptions, all of them did not succeed. Helplessly, they want to deal with it with gluttonous rabbits. See if you can eat it. After putting the gluttonous rabbit in, the agent quickly closed the door. Then watch outside. After entering the room, the gluttonous rabbit looked around. I soon noticed a person not far away, huddled in a corner, unable to look directly. Ugh. The speed of people who can't look directly is extremely fast. The space seemed to hear a sonic boom. In just a split second, it rushed directly in front of the gluttonous rabbit. Just waving his sharp claws. But directly split the gluttonous rabbit. After killing the gluttonous rabbit, those who could not look directly continued to curl up in the corner. But soon, the body of the divided gluttonous rabbit reorganizes and is resurrected again. The gluttonous rabbit once again set his gaze on those who could not look directly. In the next moment, people who can't look directly. Like a ray of light, it left an afterimage in place. Reappeared in front of the gluttonous rabbit. He hissed, followed by a wave of his sharp claws. Attack the gluttonous rabbit. Face its attacks. The gluttonous rabbit directly opened its blood basin mouth. Directly swallow the person who cannot look directly. It worked. The agent outside the room was extremely excited to see this scene. Finally succeeded, our abnormal containment will give dozens of executions to this damn monster, no matter what method is used, we can't completely kill it. But now, if it is swallowed in the mouth by a gluttonous rabbit, it is absolutely certain to die. Another agent also said with some excitement. They've already experimented. Any item devoured by a gluttonous rabbit, a living being, all of them will be evaporated and digested instantly when they enter the abdomen. Without exception. I believe that people who can't look directly will do the same. And everyone in the pirate world. Seeing the gluttonous rabbit swallow someone who can't look directly. And it wasn't too surprising. After all, they have long seen the abilities of gluttonous rabbits. They didn't think from the start. People who can't look directly defeat a gluttonous rabbit that can be resurrected infinitely and eat everything. But it didn't take long for them to rejoice. Inside the room, the gluttonous rabbit's belly suddenly swelled. Ugh! A sharp claw directly burst out, cut through the belly of the gluttonous rabbit and walked out of it. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. After killing the gluttonous rabbit, it curled up in the corner again. Only the gluttonous rabbit was left, torn into countless parts. This scene is directly stupid for people all over the world. Just kidding, what's going on with this monster? All were swallowed by the gluttonous rabbit, and he actually broke out of the chest and survived? The gluttonous rabbit can swallow anything, even the Kree is swallowed by it, it is directly digested by it, and Katakuri's attack cannot hurt him at all, but it is used as a dessert. This guy, what is the situation, is it impossible to kill? It's over, the gluttonous rabbit is not its opponent at all. I thought it would be killed by the gluttonous rabbit, but now it actually killed the gluttonous rabbit. It would be unimaginable if it appeared in our sea. Anyone who sees it will be killed by it, which is too dangerous. I can only hope that the people who are abnormal in the Containment Association can take it in as soon as possible. Once this guy is exposed to the sea, countless people will be killed. Seeing the person who could not look directly, he killed the gluttonous rabbit. People all over the world are stupid. No one expected that they could not look at people directly. They were all swallowed by gluttonous rabbits, and they can still survive. As you can imagine, people who can't look in the eye, once exposed to the sea, appear in a certain country. It is believed that in less than 10 minutes, the whole country will be slaughtered clean. And most importantly, in case someone doesn't know what someone can't look like, a picture of it was taken. If you spread it all over the world, it is conceivable that people all over the world will suffer. This is not alarmism. Rather, because the video on the screen is also full of mosaics. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Anti. Killed the gluttonous rabbit? The T-Dolphin broke out in a cold sweat. Just kidding, so strong. Peach Rabbit also looked incredulous. This guy is countless times more dangerous than a gluttonous rabbit. Sengoku gasped. Who would have thought, in their opinion? People who will definitely be killed by gluttonous rabbits who cannot look directly. Not only did not die, but also completed the counter-kill? Now it's troublesome, this abnormal containment descended on this sea, and if you don't do it, it will cause countless people to die. Carp said with an extremely solemn face. The speed of people who cannot look directly is extremely fast. Even Carp couldn't see its movements at all. It's conceivable. Those who can't see directly can move at almost the speed of light. Once he was exposed to the sea, countless people saw his words. Presumably, even if it is an abnormal reception society, it is also difficult to stop it. Instead, we can only wait for those who cannot look in the eye. Kill everyone who has seen it. Then take it away. When I built the Great Kingdom, I thought I was already the strongest person in this world, and no people, any monsters or creatures could be my opponents. But what I didn't expect was that there are so many dangerous existences in this world. Nika's face was also extremely heavy at this time. Even if you can't see directly, your whole body is full of mosaics at the moment. They can't see a single bit of pixels. But Nika is across the screen. You can feel what emanates from people who can't look directly. It is amazing, like the breath of death. That breath, he hadn't felt it in anyone. If you let it be hunted down by people who can't see it directly. He wasn't sure he was able to kill it. New world, some island. A burly man exuding amazing momentum smiled, interesting. What a lot of fun. Abnormal containment. Captain Lokes, the abnormal containment is too weird. Not only is there the time train that can teleport us decades into the future, but now there is such a terrifying containment. What are we going to do now? The silver axe on the side asked worriedly. In the beginning, they were teleported to this timeline. They are a bit blindfolded. Later, I also learned that the time train that teleported them here. Exactly the abnormal containment 052. Originally, they were going to regroup in this world. Will Kaido, Charlotte Lingling, Whitebeard and others. Pull down again. And then conquer the world. But because of the presence of abnormal containments, they wanted to take a moment and see. But it doesn't matter if you don't look at it, you realize it when you look at them. In today's sea, the most dangerous thing is abnormal containment. You want to conquer the world in the sea where abnormal shelters exist. Undoubtedly on the sky. Watch the video for now. Although most of the abnormal containments are very dangerous, it is difficult to guarantee that there will be some abnormal containments that can be controlled by us. If you can get one, you can bring Kaido, Edward Newgate, Charlotte Lingling, and Shiki under your command. Lokes folded his hands over his chest. He knew that now Kaido and the others had all grown up. It's hard to submit to him again. And he also learned. Not all of the abnormal containments are harmful to the sea. For example, slimes and this time train. He believes, just wait. One will definitely appear. Unusual containment in favor of their rocks regiment. If you get it at that time, you will have a chance to make Kaido and the others surrender again. Of course, as for world domination, Rocks now has no such idea. The unusual containment is so weird. Abnormal containment can be so exaggerated. If he can dominate the world in the hands of this group of monsters, there will be ghosts. The video on the screen continues to play. The gluttonous rabbit is disemboweled by someone who cannot look directly. Soon resurrected again. And those who can't look directly kill the gluttonous rabbit again. The process, which lasted almost a dozen hours. Gluttonous rabbits eat people who can't look directly. Killed by disemboweling. The gluttonous rabbit is resurrected, eaten again, and killed again. After more than a dozen hours have passed. The gluttonous rabbit could have been resurrected in a matter of seconds. It turned into a few minutes. This means that it will consume a little power every time it is resurrected. On the other hand, people who cannot look in the eye. Although after being swallowed by the gluttonous rabbit, the body has injuries. But it's also recovering fast. Eventually, the people of the abnormal reception terminated the experiment. They know, keep going. It is very likely that the gluttonous rabbit will be completely killed by someone who cannot look at it directly. Take advantage of the gluttony rabbit to be killed again. They walked in with night vision devices. Took away the corpse of the gluttonous rabbit. 096 people who can't look directly, the results of the interactive experiment with 524 rabbits. 096 victory for those who cannot be seen directly. Chapter 73. Damn, this monster has been eaten by the gluttonous rabbit tens of thousands of times, but it has not succeeded in killing it once. The people from the Abnormal Containment Association earlier also said that this monster was executed dozens of times without success. Enough to prove how dangerous it is. Immortal, strong attack, everyone who sees him will die. I can't imagine how big the threat he is coming to the sea is. I have a bad hunch, I always feel that it will be difficult to contain it this time. Abnormal containment. Nope. We need to believe in abnormal containment, without anomalies that they cannot contain. That's right, that's an abnormal containment meeting. Protect the 1,000-year-old forces of our world, and they will succeed. With the continuous appearance of abnormal containments and the Abnormal Containment Society to save the world. People all over the world now have a high level of trust in the Abnormal Containment Society. Abnormal containment will have prestige around the world. It has long surpassed the Revolutionary Army, the Navy, the world government. Screen, start playing the video. Kingdom of Dressrosa, some underground arsenal. At this time, those who could not see directly were huddled in hidden corners. Pedal. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps in the distance. Saw. Pika, a cotter of the Doflamingo family, Diamante. As well as numerous arms dealers. What a good batch of arms! An arms dealer laughed. We've already paid for the money, we can move all the arms here, right? Arms dealers. Of course. Diamante nodded. Arms removal began. The one over there is. While carrying the arms, one person suddenly noticed. Crouched in a corner, unable to look directly. The words have not yet been spoken. His head was pierced directly by the claws of someone who could not see directly. 593 What? Diamante and Pika were in a cold sweat. Ugh! Swish! Swish! Almost instantly, Pika, Diamante, including more than a dozen arms dealers present, all killed. The speed was so fast that they didn't even react. No pain is felt. What a speed! I haven't even seen clearly that those people were all directly killed. What a monster! Wait, the one who was killed just now is the subordinate of His Majesty Kaido Flamengo. That means that the person who can't be seen directly by the abnormal containment this time is in the Kingdom of Dressrosa. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. In the Kingdom of Dressrosa? Wait, isn't that Baru Salano guy in the Kingdom of Dressrosa? Sengoku suddenly reacted. Not long ago, the gluttonous rabbit appeared in all nations. They also want the yellow ape to go to all nations. Bring the gluttonous rabbit back. But after the call, it was learned that the yellow ape was in the Kingdom of Dressrosa. You need to quickly notify the yellow ape to leave there, no. The entire Dressrosa kingdom should be informed and leave that place quickly. This monster can only be handed over to the Abnormal Containment Society. Tsuru said with a serious expression. These monsters will be killed in an instant as long as they are seen. Their navy has absolutely no idea, Sebage, method for containing them. They also know such monsters. Not what their navy will be able to destroy. It can only be left to the people of the Abnormal Reception Association. Report to the Marshal of the Warring States, General Baru Salano's phone bug can't get through. An admiral reported. Can't get through? Damn, this guy is starting to be lazy. Sengoku scolded. Originally, when the first anomalous containment abbey appeared, they sent the yellow apes to bring each other back. After that, he asked the yellow ape to chase the spaceship of the Abnormal Containment Society. But since the appearance of abnormal containment, more than a week has passed. The yellow ape never came back. It's okay to be lazy on weekdays. How did you turn off the phone worm at the critical moment? Can you be so lazy? New world, some sea. This sea, a small boat sails. What a terrifying monster, the sea in a few decades is countless times more dangerous than I thought. Roger gasped. He, Lokes and the others, all took the time train. Come decades later. But what he didn't expect was. Decades later, the sea is already dangerous to such an extent. This abnormal containment is enough to destroy the world. Now Roger can't help but miss his old times. The old times were threatened by the Rocks Regiment. But Roger is still fearless. But in this day and age, compared to the abnormal containment, the Rocks Regiment is a fart. Kingdom of Dressrosa. Among the luxurious palaces. Fur. The arrival of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters is really a long way off. Doflamingo cocked Erlang's legs and looked at the yellow ape in front of him and smiled. The yellow ape came a few days ago. It's just that Doflamingo was outside at that time. When he came back and learned that the yellow ape was there, immediately invited him to the palace for a good reception. The old man came on a mission to track down the ship of the abnormal Containment Society, but because he had no clue, he took a break here. The yellow ape took a sip of tea and said lightly. If only the warring states knew what the yellow ape said. It is estimated that it will be blown up by gas. What's the point? You call this a mission? It was in the kingdom of Dressrosa a few days ago. Why is it still there? Can you rest for a few days? Moreover, read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. You take a break, don't turn off the phone. I can't get in touch. Precisely because it is not contactable. So, they forgot to tell the yellow ape. There is no longer a need to track down unusual reception societies. Because of their navy. I have long not regarded the Abnormal Containment Association as an enemy. Furfur. I understand, I understand. Doflamingo laughed. Then, the old man can't stay with you for too long, it's time to go on a mission. The yellow ape put down the teacup and put his hands in his pockets. Don't you linger for a while? Tasks are not so rushed. Doflamingo said. He wanted to communicate more with the yellow ape. Dotting some relationships. The old man is a righteous navy, but you can't stay with you as a pirate for too long, you will be gossiped, if you let Sengoku-san know, I will be scolded. The yellow ape said lightly. What the yellow ape didn't know was, the warring states have long cursed the yellow ape at the headquarters of the navy. Petal. Just as the yellow ape was about to leave, the door was suddenly pushed open, and several of Doflamingo's men hurriedly ran in. What's going on? Doflamingo frowned slightly and questioned. It's not good, Lord Doflamingo, there seems to be a problem over there in the arsenal, and none of the people who went in came out, not even Lord Pika, and Lord Diamandi. The pirate said hurriedly. They don't know exactly what's inside the arsenal. All they knew was that none of the people who went in came back alive. And they didn't even hear the screams. Idiot! When Doflamingo heard this, his forehead suddenly turned blue. He gave the impression that the navy side needed to present. But a good king. Of course, he also knew that the navy did not believe that he was a good king. But there is no evidence that he was not a good king. And now this group of people has appeared, saying that something is wrong over there in the arsenal? And he said it in front of the yellow ape. This is equivalent to being caught by the navy. If the navy uses the topic to play, it will abolish his position in the 7 Marshalseas. It's not impossible to put him in jail either. Arsenal? It's really surprising, are you still in the arms business? Doflamingo. Just count the yellow ape who left. Suddenly stopped, turned his head and said. This. Hearing the words of the yellow ape, Doflamingo's forehead broke out in cold sweat. He thinks. It's been a week since I arrived in the New World. The whereabouts of the unusual asylum society have not been traced. It will definitely be scolded by the warring states. That's why he has to do it. For example, all of Doflamingo's arms were captured. This. In fact, I don't know, there are people in the Dressrosa kingdom who are doing arms deals, anyway, it is definitely not my doing. If you want to take it away, of course, it is no problem. Of course, rest assured, I will definitely find out who is doing arms trading in my country, and if I find out, I will kill him on the spot and give his head to your navy. Doflamingo explained. When it comes to arms, it's too much trouble for him. He could only find a reason to shirk. Yes. The yellow ape said lightly. Of course, he knew that the arms must have belonged to Doflamingo. But the justice of the yellow ape is the justice of Ling Mo. He had little interest in capturing Doflamingo. I just want to bring the arms back. Of course, I'm a good king. Doflamingo said solemnly. Well, now take me to the arsenal. Yellow Ape rode. But I don't know where the arsenal is. Doflamingo pretended to be a fool. With that, Doflamingo gave the pirates a look. The pirates were startled at first, but quickly reacted. We know where it is, I'll take you there. The pirate said quickly. In this way, the pirates took Doflamingo, and the yellow ape. The place to the arsenal. Chapter 74. This is the arsenal. The pirate pointed to the room in front of him. You just said that after Pika and Diamandi went in, they never came out again. Doflamingo asked with a slight frown. Just now, it was because I was worried that the yellow ape would play with the question. That's why he shirked not knowing who the arsenal was. But now, he pretty much understood. The yellow ape had no idea about him. Now he is starting to worry about Pika and Diamandi. After all, these two are the family members who grew up with him since childhood. Yes, Lord Doflamingo. The pirate said truthfully. Deo. Well, it seems that there is a not simple enemy inside. Yellow Ape Cloud Light Wind Light Road. Damn, if my family is killed, I must crush that bastard's corpse into 10,000 pieces. Doflamingo's forehead turned blue. He values his family very much. No one would be allowed to dare to kill his family. The words fell. Without hesitation, Doflamingo walked in first. The yellow ape followed him nonchalantly. I just want to wait until the arms collection is complete. Lazy for a few more days. Doflamingo, who had just entered the arsenal room. He immediately noticed the large number of corpses on the ground. His pupils contracted violently, and he said in disbelief, Diamandi. It can be seen that Diamandi's head is separated from the body. Those who are already dead cannot die anymore. I saw the corpses of my own family members appear in front of my eyes. Doflamingo's forehead was bruised, and he was already angry to the extreme. Get me out! Doflamingo was in the arsenal, looking around and yelling. Soon, he noticed the scary-looking shy man curled up in the corner. You killed me! Doflamingo was about to get angry and question. The next moment, the shy man appeared directly in front of him. The speed was so fast that Doflamingo did not react at all. Day! The shy man opened his mouth and directly ate Doflamingo's head. Click, click. Doflamingo's head, chewed in the mouth by a shy man. There was a creepy sound of bones crushing. Boom! Doflamingo's body fell heavily to the ground. Blood sprayed and heads were eaten. He is already dead and cannot die any longer. What a terrible monster! Not far away. The yellow ape, who was originally careless, instantly broke out in a cold sweat. To be honest, he was also frightened by shy people. Because the speed of the other party is too fast. Even so fast that he didn't see the action clearly. Doflamingo, he has been killed. Looking at the corpses all over the ground. The yellow ape also knows the people here. All were killed by shy people. Roar! The yellow ape is a shy person because of his gaze. The other party let out an oozing roar and roared towards him. Ugh! Its claws slashed through the air and pierced the yellow ape. But he didn't grasp anything domineering. Therefore, it is impossible to touch the body of the yellow ape. You guy is really dangerous, can't let you live. The yellow ape stretched out his finger, and the golden light flashed on his fingertips. Swoosh! A devastating laser shot directly towards the shy man. But his laser that is capable of destroying and piercing everything. When shooting at a shy person. But it didn't hurt the other party at all. Not even the skin penetrated. Doesn't it work? The yellow ape was taken aback. Eileen, fake, even the defense is so exaggerated. That's an attack from Admiral Yellow Ape of the Navy headquarters, didn't even penetrate his skin. Because its previous opponent was the gluttonous rabbit, let's ignore it. In fact, its defense is also extremely amazing, no? Or it is precisely because of its amazing defense that it can't be digested by the gluttonous rabbit. But it's okay, because the yellow ape is a natural ability, so he won't be killed by it, but the yellow ape can't take him at all. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Damn, this idiot still collided with the abnormal containment. Sengoku scolded and grinned. If only the yellow ape's phone worm hadn't shut down. They will be able to inform the yellow ape and leave the kingdom of Dressrosa. But alas, he was lazy. So put the phone bug off. Let them not be able to inform the yellow ape of this news. However, don't worry, Marshal of the Warring States, General Barusalino is a natural ability, even if he collides with it, the other party can't kill him, just wait for the people from the Abnormal Containment Association to come. Peach Rabbit said without the slightest worry. An inventory of abnormal containment occurs. Basically, it takes no more than an hour. People who are abnormal will appear. Anyway, people who are abnormally shy can't kill the yellow ape. An hour later, isn't it saved? Hearing this, the red dog looked solemn and solemn. Nope. You are not a natural ability, you may be an unaware Peach Rabbit. Those with natural abilities, although they cannot be hit by attacks that do not entangle domineering, but in fact, that is because attacks that do not entangle domineering will be avoided by the elementalization automatically formed by the body. Those who are naturally capable will consume physical strength every time they enter the elemental state. And the elementalization that the body automatically enters consumes very little physical strength. But this does not mean that it will not be consumed. Every second of this anomaly is enough to strike nearly 1,000 attacks, and the yellow ape's body continues to enter elementalization, and in less than half an hour, he will be physically exhausted. Although it is said that it is not mastered by armed color domineering. It is completely impossible to hurt a person with natural ability. But every time to avoid the attack, the body of the yellow ape needs to automatically enter an elementalization. Although, this is very little physical exertion for him. But the problem is, the frequency of attacks of shy people is too fast, too fast. 1 second is enough time to launch thousands of attacks on him. His body, in that second of time, automatically entered thousands of elementalizations. If this continues, in less than half an hour, the yellow ape will continue to enter the elementalization because of it. As a result, physical strength is completely exhausted. So he died. Nature ability, do you still have this weakness? Peach Rabbit was taken aback when he heard this. Wouldn't that say, half an hour? If the people of the Abnormal Containment Association do not come, the yellow ape will surely die? This is not a weakness, Peach Rabbit, 1,000 attacks in a second, who else can do it except abnormal containments? Akainu shook his head slightly. Those who are naturally capable want to enter the elementalization because of the automatic. As a result, physical exhaustion occurs. At the very least, it has to withstand hundreds of thousands of attacks. Except for abnormal containments, things that cannot be seen directly. Who can be against a capable person? Launched hundreds of thousands of attacks, causing him to exhaust his physical strength? This idiot Barusalino! Sengoku scolded. Now I can only pray that the people from the abnormal reception meeting will arrive at the scene in half an hour. Tsuru said with a serious expression. The abnormal containment will arrive in half an hour, and the yellow ape will live. If not, the yellow ape will definitely die. New World, Kingdom of Dressrosa. Swish! The yellow ape continuously fired several lasers from his fingertips. But his attacks, without exception. Even the defenses of the shy are not broken. Really, with just such a move, can't kill you at all? But if a mass lethal attack were used on this island, it would have resulted in civilian casualties. Looks like I have to get you out of here. The yellow ape said with a serious face. As a shining fruit ability, he can naturally unleash a few extremely lethal laser attacks. But because this place is the kingdom of Dressrosa, words released here, it will lead to casualties among ordinary people. 8 mirrors. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. The yellow ape gathered a golden yellow light in the palm of his hand. Then the golden light disappeared in place. It appeared at a distance of several hundred meters. Ugh! Almost instantly, the shy man caught up with the yellow ape. Continue to attack him one after another. It's unimaginable speed. The yellow ape was taken aback. At a distance of hundreds of meters, he hadn't even blinked. The shy man appeared directly in front of him. Startled him. However, this is also what the yellow ape wants to see. After all, such a dangerous character. If you are eyeing other people, I'm afraid that the entire kingdom of Dressrosa will die. Without hesitation, the yellow ape continued to release the 8 mirrors. Not too often. The yellow ape arrived, on an isolated island near the kingdom of Dressrosa. If I'm here, I can unleash my power. 8-foot Kyangu Jade. The yellow ape flew directly into the air. I saw his hands crossed together, and his fingertips flashed with golden light. In the next instant, countless lasers that destroyed the world were like raindrops towards the shy man, smashed over. Thousands of lasers, all on the shy person. That terrifying laser. It also penetrated some parts of its body. It seems that it can also be killed. Seeing this, the corners of the yellow ape's mouth rose slightly. But in the next second, the yellow ape was directly stunned. Because it sees the wounds of the shy man. It is healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is it possible? The yellow ape's pupils contracted violently, in disbelief. How could a wound heal so quickly? How else to kill this? Amazing defense, strong resilience, and extremely fast attacks. The yellow ape knew that if he didn't kill the other party in half an hour, it's yourself who dies. And now, 10 minutes have passed. Plasma light cannon. The yellow ape's hands condensed together, and then a dazzling golden light appeared. From the palm of his hand, countless lasers were compressed in the hands of the yellow ape. That majestic ability even made the surrounding space slightly distorted. After the plasma light cannon in the hands of the yellow ape was completely convergated. Without hesitation, he blasted directly towards the shy man. Boom! The shy person was directly shot out by the plasma light cannon. On the island, there was a loud noise that resounded through the sky. The terrifying ripples caused by it swept thousands of meters away. Countless trees broke apart inch by inch and were swept into the sky. The waves churn and roll. As you can see, a bottomless giant pit has appeared in the middle of the island. Smoke and dust fill the sky, making it impossible to see clearly. This trick should make you suffer a little. Using the shining fruit, the yellow ape flying in midair looked at the big pit. Ugh! As his voice fell, the shy man. He reappeared in front of the yellow ape. It can be seen that the abdomen of the shy person is blasted through. But even so, he did not lose his mobility. Attacks on yellow apes are still being launched. Not only that, the big hole in his abdomen is also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just kidding. The yellow ape suddenly said with a creepy feeling. Plasma light cannon, but one of the strongest moves he has mastered at present. It turned out to be just an abnormal containment. Shy people, stopped attacking for a second? Soon. 20 minutes passed. The yellow ape tried to attack one after another. But all of it didn't work. The yellow ape began to be afraid. He didn't continue to try to fight the shy man. Instead, he chose to escape. But wherever he fled, and continuously, attacks on him. If it goes on like this, I will die. The yellow ape's eyes were full of fear. His physical strength was running out. Constantly use elementalization to avoid attacks. And constant attacks on shy people. This made him consume too much. Hey, stop chasing the old man. The yellow ape said in horror while fleeing. It's too exaggerated, is the yellow ape begging for mercy. This is the first time I've seen the Admiral of the Navy headquarters so embarrassed. Unexpectedly, while fleeing, he begged for mercy. No way, his opponent is that monster abnormality after all. I am also a natural ability, so I can tell you very clearly that the automatic entry of the body into elementalization will be very physically demanding, and it will not be long before the yellow ape will die. Is the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters dead? It's hard to imagine. Wano country, Oni Island. It's good that this monster didn't come to us in the country. Ember couldn't help but gasp. This is to make the abnormal, shy person. Words that appear in their country of Wa. Believe. Even Kaido definitely can't be its opponent. After all, even the yellow ape, a natural ability. To the end, they all began to beg for mercy. I'd rather let that man Nika appear in our country of Wa, and I don't want to encounter such a terrible monster. Quinn broke out in a cold sweat and echoed. I don't know when Boss Kaido will come back. Don't encounter any abnormal containment on the way back. Jack prayed. Kaido confessed to Whitebeard when he got the slime. So he went to sea and has not returned until now. Chapter 75. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Damn, Barusalino that idiot, it's not really going to die. Sengoku's body trembled slightly. Although he was very upset, the yellow ape was lazy all day or something. But no matter what, the yellow ape is also the admiral of their naval headquarters. For the headquarters of the Navy, a lot of merit has been made. Similarly, the warring states can be regarded as watching the yellow ape grow up. The warring states definitely didn't want the yellow ape to die. No, they will definitely come. Peach Rabbit prayed. Every abnormal containment meeting will save the scene at a critical moment. She believes that this time will definitely be no exception. Although I also hope that people from the abnormal reception will come, but there is no time. I can see that the Barusalino guy is very weak now, and I guess he won't last 2 minutes. Tsuru sighed a little bitterly. The loss of a general in combat power is something that their navy cannot accept. Not to mention, the yellow ape is what they grew up watching. At this time, Tsuru could no longer bear to continue watching the video. By the way, isn't there a spatial fruit ability on the world government's side? Let him quickly arrive at the headquarters of the Navy and take me to the place, and I will lead the anomaly. This will be enough to last a while, maybe until the abnormal containment will arrive. Akainu suddenly suggested. Although the red dog who carries out absolute justice. Very unhappy with the yellow ape's incomparable justice. But in the end, it is a comrade in arms for many years. He naturally couldn't bear to see the other party die. No, Sakazuki, have you forgotten the introduction to the shy man? When someone sees it, it will be chased to the ends of the earth until death. Carp shook his head. That is, shy people. Unless it is to kill the yellow ape. Otherwise, he would never have switched targets. Sure enough, 487 is not saved? The green pheasant found it difficult to accept. It only depends on whether there is a miracle, and whether the people of the abnormal reception can arrive in this last little time. Nika rode. At this moment, the entire people of the Navy headquarters were all praying. People who are abnormal in the Containment Association can be before the yellow ape is killed. Arrive at the scene. Shelter the shy person. Let the yellow ape live. New world, some see. The yellow ape is constantly using his ability at this moment. Delusion to escape from the shy man. But how many attempts have failed? The desperate yellow ape landed on a nearby island. No longer use the ability, sit on. Let the shy people constantly attack themselves. Is the old man going to die here today? The yellow ape looked up at the sky and said helplessly. But it won't be long. When his physical strength is exhausted, he can't enter the elementalization again. It was his time to die. If the old man can live today, he will definitely work hard and stop fishing, and I can do without my salary. Hey! Will it survive? The yellow ape asked himself. That's right. Abnormal Shelter Association. Abnormal Shelter Association people are specialized in receiving abnormal things. They might be able to save me. Thinking of this, the yellow ape quickly stood up. Look around the sky in all directions. But the sky is empty. Not to mention the spaceship, he didn't even see a bird. No, I can only support it for another minute or so. The yellow ape lay on the ground in despair. A minute is too short. Fleeting, fleeting. In such a short time. Look at the sky that is endless and has nothing. The yellow ape saw no glimmer of hope. Can't see, the spaceship of the abnormal containment meeting came to rescue him. Ugh! The yellow ape lying on the ground suddenly felt a tingling pain. When I looked up, I saw my arm. A bloodstain appeared. That's what the shy guy scratches. Because the physical exertion is too great. The elementalization that automatically enters also begins to fail a little. Of course, it just failed a little. If it fails completely, the shy person can kill him in seconds. Ugh! Another blow. The clothes on the upper body of the yellow ape were cut open, and a hideous wound appeared on the stomach. Old man, I haven't done anything bad in my life, why did I encounter an abnormal containment? The yellow ape couldn't help but complain. If you give him another chance, he definitely won't be lazy anymore. Definitely won't step into the kingdom of Dressrosa for half a step again. Boom! Just when the yellow ape desperately wants to meet his death. Suddenly, there was a loud roar in the sky. I saw several spaceships appear above his head. And on that hull, there are several large prints. A few big words that made the yellow ape extremely excited. Abnormal containment will. The yellow ape's pupils contracted violently, both excited and unbelievable. It's an abnormal containment meeting, they really arrived in time. This is also too timely, I always feel that in half a minute, the yellow ape will die at the hands of the abnormally shy person. This dangerous containment is not very docile like the last gluttonous rabbit, but extremely dangerous. How will the abnormal containment club contain them? I'm also a little worried about them. I always feel that the difficulty of containing it is a little more difficult than all the abnormal containment objects that appeared before. Trust them, believe in the abnormal containment society, they will definitely not let us down. That's right, that's an abnormal containment meeting. The level of danger of a shy person. Absolutely extremely exaggerated. Because of it. High defense, almost immortal, and extremely aggressive. They know. I want to contain such an anomaly. The difficulty is definitely unprecedented. But they believe in unusual containment. Surely it can be successful. Wano country, Oni Island. Damn, why are the people from the abnormal containment guild here? If they don't come, the bastard of the yellow ape will definitely die. Quinn scolded. The 4 emperors and the navy are hostile forces. Naturally, I would like to see it. A senior admiral of the headquarters of the navy died at the hands of abnormal containment. But now, the people from the abnormal reception society have arrived. Quinn knows. It is very difficult for yellow apes to die. No, the yellow ape is absolutely dead. Didn't you notice? The yellow ape's current physical strength can no longer even sustainably maintain naturalization, and it has been attacked several times. I believe that in less than a minute, his physical strength will be completely exhausted, and if he can't use naturalization at all, he will definitely die. Even if someone from the abnormal asylum came, so what? Would they have a way to kill the shy person in less than a minute? Obviously they can't do it. Ember shook his head slightly and said his opinion. The shy man in front, when he appears. About his introduction, it also appears. That is, the people who are abnormally sheltered. He was executed dozens of times. But all without success. Even the one that can devour everything. None of them succeeded in taking down the shy ones. Although said. Ember thought. Abnormal containment will come to the end. It is certainly possible to contain shy people. But if you want to save the yellow ape, this is absolutely impossible. I think Big Brother Ember is right, the yellow ape is certain to die, and today's naval headquarters is definitely losing a strong admiral. Jack agreed. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Coming, they are coming. Peach Rabbit was extremely excited when he saw that abnormal containment would appear. In her opinion, their appearance. It means that the yellow ape will definitely survive. Is it finally here? Abnormal containment meeting. The T-Dolphin also smiled. Isn't this group of guys stuck a little? Seeing that the yellow ape could not do it, he came. Although the warring states were happy, they couldn't help but complain. He found that abnormal containment would. It's basically stuck in time. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. Each time, he showed up at extremely dangerous moments. Contain anomalies and save the world. Ha ha ha. This group of guys is really reliable. Carp couldn't help but laugh. Nope. Carp, it's too early to rejoice, don't forget that Polosolino is no longer very good, it won't last long, even if the abnormal containment will come, it may not necessarily save him. The crane said with a solemn expression. Hearing Tsuru's words, everyone who was originally excited. The smile on his face gradually froze. That's exactly what I said. Such a dangerous, uncommunicative containment. What exactly will abnormal containment do? In less than a minute. Take it down and save the life of the yellow ape? Now I can only hand over the fate of Barusalino to the Abnormal Containment Association, and we must save him, the Abnormal Containment Association. Sengoku prayed sincerely. I think they can do it, because you look at the ship, this time the Abnormal Containment meeting is the same group of people we last met. Nika pointed to several agents on board the Abnormal Asylum Society. The people on board, all of them. The red right hand of one of the strongest contingent squads of the Abnormal Containment Society. Nika can be said to know best how strong the red right hand is. Last time on the island, he didn't wrap a domineering punch, and he was blocked by it with incomparable ease. Even, Nika was on the agent on the red right hand. Feel the pressure like never before. That pressure was something he had never experienced. He didn't know exactly what the strength of the red right hand was. But he only cleared. Even if only one-on-one with the red right hand. He was not 100% sure of victory. Who is he? The strongest man 800 years ago, the man who crushed Carp. To their own strength. With great confidence. But even so, he gave the red right hand an extremely high evaluation. It's them. The man who took Nika's punch, and you see there are a dozen of them on board. Carp was taken aback. A red-handed agent has more power than they imagined. A dozen members of the red right hand, appearing at the same time. They are simply unimaginable. That guy Barusalino, definitely saved. Tsuru took a deep breath and said solemnly. At first, she thought. Even if it was, someone from the Abnormal Reception Association appeared. It is also difficult to save the yellow ape in the hands of people who are shy about abnormal containment. But now, the abnormal containment will directly sent more than a dozen red right-handed members. At this moment, she is full of confidence in the Abnormal Containment Society. Because of the red right hand, any member can take Nika's punch without pressure. But also to Nika that level of men. Say it, we don't want to hurt you, friend. This is enough to prove how confident they are in their own strength. New world, some island. The spaceship of the Abnormal Containment Society. That guy is dying. A red-handed agent looked at the yellow ape under the boat. There is not much time left, you need to suppress 096 with firepower first, and then spray that navy with memory clearing spray to save him. A red right-handed agent suggested. The yellow ape is precisely because he sees the shy person. Will be hunted down like this. But as long as it is cleared, the yellow ape has in his mind. I have seen the memory of a shy person. Then there will be no hunting. Hey, who is that? We will suppress him with fire later. When we strike, remember to use elementalization, and then quickly come to our ship. A red-handed agent shouted. The words fell. More than a dozen agents have taken out highly lethal laser cannons. A laser cannon from one of them was fired. Boom! A sound that resounded through the sky spread throughout the sea. The sound of violent vibration swept tens of thousands of meters away. The clouds in the sky were all dispersed. On the sea, there was a tsunami as high as 10,000 meters. As you can see, a laser cannon strikes. The entire island disappeared in an instant. In its place is a bottomless seabed vortex. Boom! More than a dozen agents, carrying laser cannons on their shoulders. Continuous launches. Every laser cannon fires. All accompanied by the shaking of the entire sea. Deep. Countless sea kings just endured the ripples generated by the explosion. The body that was directly shocked exploded and died on the spot. This is... what weapon? The yellow ape used elementalization and appeared on the ship. Looking at the power of the laser cannon, the yellow ape broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for it, you could enter the elementalization and dodge the laser cannon. Otherwise, he is under this laser cannon. I'm afraid that there is no dregs left of 4.3 bombed. This power is even more terrifying than the legendary Hades battleship. Quick, spray him with memory clearing spray. A red-handed agent said. They can only use this heavy firepower to suppress the shy for a short time. It is necessary to take advantage of this little time of suppression. Quickly spray the yellow ape with a memory clearing spray. Swoosh! Almost instantaneously. A shy person who was originally bombarded by laser cannons to the deep sea for 10,000 meters. Appeared directly on the ship. Hold him. Several red-handed agents reacted instantly. Rush straight up and hold the shy person down. And this is less than a tenth of a second. A member of the red right hand holding a memory clearing spray. Directly cleared the memory of the yellow ape. Boom! To prevent the yellow ape from clearing memory. Forgetting the fear of those who are shy of abnormal containments. And looked at each other curiously. A red right-handed agent simply knocked the yellow ape unconscious. Meanwhile, a shy person who was originally restless and wanted to kill the yellow ape. Calm was also restored. Began to move away from the crowd and curled up in a corner. Because the agents of the red right hand are all wearing special night vision devices. It is not targeted by shy people. Abnormal containment 096 containment successful. A red-handed agent shouted. Then again, what should this guy do? A red-handed agent pointed to the fainted yellow ape. Leave him on this isolated island. By the way, let's stay here for a short time, in case he faints, someone kills. A red-handed agent suggested. They as organizations that protect the world. Nature is very important to value human life. Especially such as the yellow ape, the righteous navy. Naturally, they will not let him die casually. Chapter 76. I depend, have the people of the Abnormal Asylum Society developed new weapons? The power of this weapon is too exaggerated, right? The power of this cannon feels even more terrifying than the Hades battleship. It feels like every time I take in an abnormal object, the equipment of the abnormal containment will be updated, and I clearly remember that when the first abnormal containment appeared, it was still an ordinary wooden boat, and the agents were all armed with firearms that were indistinguishable from our world. But now, they not only drive extremely high-tech ships, but also have more and more exaggerated weapons in their hands, and now they can easily sink an island. It's hard to imagine how far they would go if their equipment continued to be updated. I have to say, it is worthy of being an abnormal containment society. Even a monster like a shy person can be successfully contained in such a short time. New world, some see. Eileen. Just kidding, what kind of weapon is this? The rocks were stunned. Just kidding, is the power of this weapon so exaggerated? Sink an island with one shell? Even he felt, the power of this weapon. Even more terrifying than the Hades battleship. And you know, the Hades battleship is one of the 3 major weapons of ancient times. Lox was trying to get an ancient weapon. Then lead the Roxas regiment and rule the world. This is enough to prove the power of ancient weapons. How much weight is in Locke's mind? But now, a dozen red right-handed agents. Each person holds one handful. A laser cannon weapon that is more powerful than the Hades battleship. This completely refreshed Rock's worldview. He couldn't figure it out. It's only been a few decades. How did the technology of this world become like this? He at the moment. It's like a caveman on a hilltop. Suddenly crossed into the modern era as confused, shocked. This C-25 is not too dangerous, Captain Rox, there is no way for us to go back decades ago. Silver Axe swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At this moment, he is full of fear for the current era. If you can. He really wants to go back to the old times now. In the old days, they followed Rox. What a sight it is! Around the world government does not make a move. They didn't put anyone in their eyes. But in the new era, face the combat power and technology of the Abnormal Containment Association. They feel very small. Go back? No kidding, it's impossible to go back. Rox shook his head. At this moment, why don't he want to go back? But he also knew that it was absolutely impossible to go back. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Great, General Barusalino survived. Peach Rabbit danced excitedly. Although she did not have any friendship with the yellow ape. But she also knows. In this abnormal containment, and the chaotic times that abnormal containment will occur, the combat power of the general is indispensable. This is the capital of their navy, based on this sea. Seeing that the yellow ape did not die, he successfully survived. How could she not be happy? Sure enough, it didn't disappoint us, abnormal containment meeting. A smile appeared at the corner of Kainu's mouth. Is this the combat power and technology of the agents of the Abnormal Containment Society? It's really more powerful than we ever imagined. Carp couldn't help but sigh. I feel that the strength of those dozen agents is comparable to the people who fought me a few days ago. Nika gasped. In the beginning, the agent of the red right hand. It was with a laser cannon that briefly suppressed the shy person. And when the shy person appears on the ship instantly, several agents with red right hands instantly suppressed it. But no. That's an unusual shelter, a shy man. This is enough to prove the combat power of this group of red right-handed agents. How exaggerated it is. The Abnormal Containment Association is really an organization beyond our imagination, but fortunately this organization does not endanger the sea. This is for us, no. It's great news for the whole world. Sengoku said solemnly. With the combat power of the Abnormal Containment Society, technology, and abnormal containment that they can manipulate and use. If you really have an idea about this sea, I'm afraid it will take less than a few days to rule the world. But it's fine. Their purpose is to contain, protect, and control. Hear the words of the Sengoku. The surrounding Carp and others all agreed. Believe, so many events have been experienced. All over the world, there is no one dare to underestimate the abnormal containment meeting. Or rather, this force. People all over the world are needed, in awe. By the way, I remember that Barusalino seemed to say just now that if he can survive, he will work hard in the future and no longer be lazy, and he won't even want a salary. Peach Rabbit suddenly said. That guy, I guess he is just talking nonsense before he dies, and he will definitely not fulfill it. Tsuru shook his head. As an admiral, his words are the benchmark. Since he has said this, then he must fulfill it. If he repents, I will personally teach him a lesson. Red Dog said slowly. It is conceivable that the yellow ape is going to suffer. By the way, quickly notify the navy in the nearby seas to bring back that guy from Barusalino, the people of the abnormal reception meeting, but they are still busy containing abnormal things. Time. Sengoku quickly ordered. Since the yellow ape fainted, the agent of the red right hand is responsible for taking care of the yellow ape. They can't afford to waste time on unusual containment meetings. The yellow ape must be brought back as soon as possible. Soon. On the screen, the sound came again. Inventory of abnormal containments. 13th, 4.69 million angels. The appearance of the 10,000 feather angel is a huge feather with a humanoid entity wrapped in the center, which feeds on sound waves, from which it can absorb its abilities and grow without limit. The louder the sound, the faster it grows. Anyone who approaches or touches the surface of the 10,000 feather angel will be quickly wrapped in wings and pulled into the body, although the feathers on the outside are very soft, but the top of each feather is very rich. It quickly pierces the victim, releasing a special toxin from the feathers that stimulates the victim's pain senses and stimulates the rest of the victim's parts so that they don't die so quickly. It causes the victim to scream loudly and further support himself. As long as I hear the voice, can I grow without limit? Doesn't that mean that this guy can't kill it at all, because as long as you get close to it, it will make noise, and if you want to attack it, it will also produce noise. Hey, if this monster appears in a certain country, it will be a big trouble. If this monster really appears in a certain country, with the noise generated by millions of people in the country, I am afraid that he can grow to an extremely terrifying level. I am afraid that it will take less than half an hour, and all the people in the entire country will die tragically. This abnormal containment must be contained quickly. Monsters that can grow without limit, the threat is not ordinarily great. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. The abnormal containment that has appeared again, it is really as threatening as it is. Sengoku said with a headache. Although it is said that in the end the abnormal reception will be people. There will definitely be a monster containment. But the problem is that before the abnormal reception meeting does not come, this abnormal containment may lead to the death of countless people. Moreover, this time the abnormal containment is estimated to have a lot of intelligence, because it knows how to make the victim scream and provide for himself to become bigger. Intelligent anomalies are unimaginably threatening. Tsuru said with a serious expression. Up to now, there are already many unusual containments. But basically, few possess intelligence. Because the abnormal containment itself is extremely dangerous. Words of wisdom again. It's like a tiger with wings. We can only pray now that this monster can appear in a remote place. Carp frowned slightly. If the place where the 10,000 feather angel appears is a lively place. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. Without a doubt, it attracts noise. The body will swell to unimaginable levels. And, the larger it is, the more noise can be heard. It just goes on infinitely. I'm afraid it only takes a week. Its volume can expand to hundreds of thousands of meters high. If you really make it so big. To be honest, Carp didn't know about the people who were abnormally sheltered. How exactly do you manage to contain it? Now play the abnormal containment 4.69 million angels, and the abnormal containment 682 immortal lizard. I know what their names are, just to change them a little for review, so you can know who they are. Is it an interactive experiment again? But then again, who is the immortal lizard? There hasn't been an immortal lizard before, and we don't know if it's strong or not, but this interactive experiment, I can't guess who will win. Stupid, since there has not been an immortal lizard, that means that this abnormal containment does not have the ability to escape from the abnormal containment, and it is estimated to be a very weak monster. And this interactive experiment with the 10,000 feather angel is probably to let us understand the horror of the 10,000 feather angel more intuitively, and use the immortal lizard as a stepping stone. Is that so? Makes sense. This is also too miserable, the immortal lizard, obviously it is also an abnormal containment, but it has to interact with the dangerous 10,000 feather angel and be killed. It's already starting to hurt the immortal lizard. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Immortal lizard. Sengoku's brows furrowed slightly. Although I don't know why the 10,000 feather angel who let this inventory interact with an immortal lizard that has never appeared, I think the winner of this experiment must be the 10,000 feather angel. Carp folded his hands over his chest and said slowly. The previous one conducted an interactive experiment. It is a shy person, an interactive experiment with a gluttonous rabbit. The ultimate winner is the shy person who is about to be counted. So, in Carp's opinion, since the 10,000 feather angel and the immortal lizard are conducting interactive experiments, then there is no doubt that the winner must be the 10,000 feathered angels who are about to be counted. That's right, Carp. The purpose of playing this interactive video is probably to let 170 us see the specific ability of the 10,000 feather angel and how terrifying its threat is. Tsuru voiced his opinion. But just listening to the name, I feel that the immortal lizard is also a little not simple. With the word immortal, doesn't it mean that it can't be killed? In this case, the winner may not necessarily be the 10,000 feather angel. The green pheasant held his chin in his hand and pondered. There are still few undead abnormal containments that appear now, such as the gluttonous rabbit, and such as the shy person. Both of them are immortal. Just having an immortal attribute, it is nothing. Sengoku reminded. The gluttonous rabbit is almost immortal. Although, after being killed countless times, it does lead to it, real death. But strictly speaking, it is indeed immortal. Immortality is not its strongest ability. Its strongest ability comes from its ability to devour everything. Of course, exclude the shy people as a wall. And the same is true of shy people. Even if the body is penetrated, you can still live. It is also almost immortal. And its strongest and most dangerous ability lies in its ability to hunt down anyone who sees it. Other words. In the opinion of the warring states, monsters with undead attributes are not strong. There is only one immortal attribute. Compared to other abnormal containments, it seems to be nothing. Screen. Inside a huge lab. Agents of the Abnormal Containment Society, in a special way, put the 682 immortal lizard into the way of the 10,000 feather angel. Whether it is an immortal lizard or an angel with 10,000 feathers. Both of them. It is all their abnormal containment association and wants to erase the existence of danger. But they tried countless things, but they couldn't kill these two monsters. That being the case, just let them kill each other. See who survives to the end. Really, have you been trying to kill me? How many times have you all tried? The immortal lizard that entered the room turned around. Looking at the many agents of the Abnormal Containment Association, he said unpleasantly. He has been tried to be executed countless times by the Abnormal Asylum Society. But none of them worked. This made him a little tired of it. At the same time as the voice of the immortal lizard fell, the 10,000 feathered angels in the room, because they heard the voice, the body quickly swelled. Seeing this, the immortal lizard also walked towards the 10,000 feather angel quite curiously. Chapter 77. Step. Trample. Trample. The footsteps of the immortal lizard spread throughout the room. The 10,000 feather angel that absorbed the sound quickly expanded and enlarged. Even the feathers became sharper. Looked at it. The immortal lizard was even more curious about what the 10,000 feather angel was. The moment when the immortal lizard approached the 10,000 feather angel, countless feathers of 10,000 angels directly wrapped around the body of the immortal lizard. He then dragged it into his body. With sharp feathers, the skin of the immortal lizard was cut. Then he began to inject anesthesia into his body, as well as painful toxins. Ah! Inside an empty laboratory. Instantly, there was the cry of the immortal lizard's pain in pain. And the 10,000 feathered angels who absorbed the screams of the immortal lizard. The body is also constantly expanding and getting bigger. Just a moment. Its original height of a few meters has come to more than 10 meters. It's conceivable. It also just absorbs the noise energy from a person. If you absorb hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, how much will its volume expand? And everyone in the pirate world who saw this scene marvel at the horror of the 10,000 feather angels, and pity the immortal lizard. And the people of the Navy headquarters were not surprised by this scene, because they guessed from the beginning. The 10,000 feather angel will definitely be able to defeat the immortal lizard. Otherwise, why be in the time of the inventory of 10,000 feather angels? What about interactive videos that appear to play it? Ah! In the empty laboratory, the screams of the immortal lizard continued for several minutes. Suddenly stopped. Because it has evolved powerful skin that is enough to resist the sharp feathers of 10,000 feathered angels piercing into the body. Not only that, but the anesthetic toxin of 10,000 feathered angels. It doesn't work on it anymore. Because it has already produced antibodies. SHH. The immortal lizard rushed directly from the body of the 10,000 feather angel. Then Dragon Fang grinned at the 10,000 feather angel in front of him. Ugh! The immortal lizard swung its claws that were enough to cut off everything and slashed at the 10,000 feathered angels. The feathers of the 10,000 feather angels broke a lot in an instant. However, the noise produced by the attack of the immortal lizard. Once again, the volume of the 10,000 feather angel swelled a little. Oh! The immortal lizard, waving its claws continuously, constantly slashing at the 10,000 feathered angels. Although he successfully tore many of the feathers of the 10,000 feathers of the angel to pieces. But the noise generated by the attack also made the 10,000 feather angel constantly expand. Subsequently, the 10,000 feather angel stretched out countless feathers again. Once again, the immortal lizard was swallowed into his body. After the body swells and becomes larger, its feathers have also become sharper. A feather that can penetrate all and pierce the body of the immortal lizard again. Ah! In the body of the 10,000 feather angel, the screams of the immortal lizard were heard again. The screams of the immortal lizard lasted for several minutes this time. And the volume of the 10,000 feather angel also directly expanded to 100 meters high. Its sharp claws almost completely penetrated the body of the immortal lizard. After a long time, the immortal lizard was pierced by the 10,000 feather angel through countless small holes. And because of the anesthetic effect, the immortal lizard fainted. In the end, the 10,000 feather angel spat out the immortal lizard. Dead. The agent outside the room looked at the immortal lizard that fell to the ground and said with some excitement. Sure enough, you have to let the abnormal containment deal with the abnormal containment. The monster of the immortal lizard is finally dead. Seeing the immortal lizard fainted, they thought that the immortal lizard was dead. They were all elated. This 10,000 feather angel is also too powerful. I remember that when it first started, it was only a few meters high, and it only took a few minutes to swell, and it directly swelled to 100 meters high. This 10,000 feather angel, now only absorbing the screams of an animal, can expand its volume to 100 meters in a few minutes. It's hard to imagine how big its body will be if it absorbs more people's voices. This monster is inevitably too dangerous. You must not let it appear in a crowded place, otherwise our world will usher in a catastrophe. I always feel that this monster, one is not good enough to destroy the world. Absolutely, after the body expands and becomes larger, the more sounds it can absorb, and it can grow without limit, and it can definitely easily destroy the world. Great shipping routes, certain seas. Headquarters of the Navy, Marinfander. Sure enough, as we expected, this abnormal containment immortal lizard is not the opponent of the 10,000 feather angel at all. Sengoku gasped. This interactive video, through the death of the immortal lizard, also gives us a deeper understanding of how terrifying this monster is. Carp said in a cold sweat on his forehead. The exterior defense of the 10,000 feather angel is extremely powerful. The feathers are even sharper. As the body grows, the defense power and attack power will all increase. What's more, this monster can't deal with it at all. Because as long as you attack it, there will be absolutely noise. Make its body constantly expand and grow. Like the last person who is shy of abnormal containment, its appearance is bound to pose an unimaginable threat to the sea, and now we can only hope that the abnormal shelter will appear sooner. Take it down early, and cause as few casualties as possible. Akainu prayed. The 10,000 feather angel is a monster that can grow without limit. Once it's fully grown, the body swells to 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters, million meters. At that time, it must have been even an abnormal shelter person. There's absolutely no way to take it down. Wait. It seems a little strange. The interactive experiment has obviously ended, but the video on the screen is still playing the scene of the laboratory, without announcing the victory of the 10,000 feathered angels. The green pheasant suddenly realized something, and raised his eyebrows slightly to remind. The last time a shy person interacted with a gluttonous rabbit. When the shy win. On the screen, the victory of the shy man is announced. And began to play. The shy man appeared somewhere in the sea. But now, it was clear that the 10,000 feather angel had already killed the immortal lizard. But it has not been declared victorious. And the video on the screen did not switch. Wait, you see, the immortal lizard is standing up again. Peach Rabbit exclaimed, pointing to the screen. Inside the huge laboratory of the Abnormal Containment Society, the immortal lizard, which had been pierced through its body and killed, stood up again. The immortal lizard that got back on its feet. The wounds on the body are all restored as before. Not only that, but its skin has become stronger. Interesting, you can make your body bigger by feeding on sound. The immortal lizard looked at the 10,000 feather angel Deo in front of him with interest. As its sound falls, the volume of the 10,000 feather angel swelled again. This also completely confirms the idea of the immortal lizard. Although it is a troublesome enemy, it does not mean that there is no way to kill it. As soon as the words fell, the immortal lizard slowly approached the 10,000 feather angel. It can be seen that the footsteps of the immortal lizard are not sounding. Because it has evolved footsteps that do not produce sound. With its constant approach, 10,000 feathers of angels suddenly stretched out countless feathers. Stabbed in the body of the immortal lizard. Want to drag it into your body. But those countless feathers could not penetrate the body of the immortal lizard at all. Seeing this, the 10,000 feather angel began to wrap its feathers around it. Want to forcibly pull into your own body. But the immortal lizard has evolved into an incomparably domineering power. I saw it towering in place. Let the 10,000 feathered angels pull the feathers. You can't move it a bit. I'd rather see if it's you growing faster or I'm destroying you faster. The words fell. The immortal lizard rushed directly towards the 10,000 feather angel. Oh. Day. Immortal lizard. While using claws that have evolved twice. Launch a crazy attack on the 10,000 feather angels. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. While opening his blood basin and mouth, he constantly tore and bit the body of the 10,000 feathered angels. Under its crazy attack, the feathers of 10,000 angels broke apart inch by inch. But the noise generated also made the 10,000 feathered angels constantly expand. After swelling, the 10,000 feathered angels that become stronger. Try again, trying to pull the immortal lizard into your body. But it still can't. The noise generated by the attack of the immortal lizard soon let the body of the 10,000 feathers angel. It swelled to hundreds of meters high. But almost all the feathers on its body have been pulled out. Even, it can already be seen. The humanoid fetus in the body of the 10,000 feather angel. Just destroy that thing, you'll die. The immortal lizard stared at the fetal Dao in the body of the 10,000 feather angel. Hear the sound of the immortal lizard. The 10,000 feather angel quickly shrunk his body at the cost of shrinking his body. Let your body be regrown with countless hard and sharp feathers. At this moment, it no longer attacks the immortal lizard. Instead, the feathers of the whole body are gathered together. An absolute encirclement was formed. Seeing this, the immortal lizard continued to attack. Aha! Inside the body of 10,000 feathered angels. Suddenly, there was a low whine. Although said, the 10,000 feather angel itself does not make a sound. But because of the absorption, a lot of noise comes from the immortal lizard. It has awakened the humanoid giant fetus in its body. Hence the whining sound. Of course, the sound it emits itself. You can't let your body swell. Otherwise, this is not a card bug. Are you begging me for mercy? Immortal lizard. Woo! The voice in the body of the 10,000 feather angel. As if answering the immortal lizard. Hearing the cry for mercy, the immortal lizard also stopped attacking. Because at its rate of evolution, it is indeed able to completely kill 10,000 feathered angels. But that's too time-consuming. The damage caused by its attack to the 10,000 feather angels, although slightly greater than the growth rate of 10,000 feathered angels absorbing sound. But at the very least, it will take more than a week. Talent will be now. The 10,000 feathered angel with a body length of hundreds of meters was killed. And more importantly, the immortal lizard knows the people who are abnormally sheltered. I want to rely on it and kill the 10,000 feather angel. And it is an abnormal asylum holder, trying to execute thousands of times. To say it has no hatred for the people of the abnormal asylum society, that is impossible. So how could he help the people of the Abnormal Containment Association and kill the 10,000 feathered angels? What about making them happy? The results of the interaction experiment between the Abnormal Containment 4.69 million angels and the Abnormal Containment 682 immortal lizards are: Abnormal Containment 4.69 million angels admit defeat, Abnormal Containment 682 stops attacking, interactive experiment ends, winner 682 immortal lizard. I'm kidding, right? This lizard actually beat the 10,000 feather angel to admit defeat? It's impossible, but the 10,000 feather angel can absorb the power of sound and keep growing. Has he actually been subdued? What is the situation of this immortal lizard? Isn't it too perverted? At the beginning, 10,000 feathered angels several meters tall could pierce it, but now the volume has reached hundreds of meters, but even the skin of the immortal lizard has not pierced. And have you noticed, the footsteps of the immortal lizard just now did not produce footsteps? It seems to know that the 10,000 feather angel can absorb the power of sound and become stronger. It's terrifying, not only can speak, but also has extremely high intelligence. The most exaggerated thing is that it seems to be able to evolve. Evolve skin hardness, evolve attack power, and evolve legs and feet that don't sound footsteps. Fortunately, there is no such abnormal containment in our world, because this guy is so perverted. Seeing the immortal lizard, he threw in the towel of the 10,000 feather angel. People all over the world were taken aback. At first, they all thought, since the abnormal containment that was counted this time is the 10,000 feather angel, then it must be a victory that belongs to it. The immortal lizard is just a stepping stone for it. But with that, the video is finished. They realized that they were wrong. The immortal lizard is not only not cannon fodder, and it is also a monster that can make abnormal containments, 10,000 angels fearful. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. This. Sengoku broke out in a cold sweat. What an unexpected, the winner turned out to be an immortal lizard. Tsuru was also taken aback. It's obviously about the inventory of 10,000 feathered angels, but isn't it the victory that belongs to it? Could this interactive experiment be to let us understand the horror of the immortal lizard? The T-Dolphin said in horror. I have a bad hunch that among the remaining 12 abnormal containments, there will be immortal lizards. The green pheasant's forehead broke out in cold sweat, and his brows locked. Hearing the words of the green pheasant, everyone in the conference room of the entire Navy headquarters. They all fell silent. The immortal lizard is really terrifying. It seems to be, truly immortal. And it can evolve indefinitely. Its level of terror is even more amazing than that of 10,000 feather angels. It's hard to imagine a monster of this level. If it descends on their sea. As soon as I thought of this, everyone in the entire conference room. They all felt a chill down their spine. Long. Peach Rabbit, who was still a little shocked, swallowed his saliva and said calmly. No. No, such a dangerous monster, the abnormal containment will definitely be strictly guarded, and it will definitely not let it escape. Peach Rabbit's words fell. Everyone in the conference room looked at her with strange eyes. It is precisely because the immortal lizard is too terrifying. They just think it can escape from the base of the abnormal containment society. If his strength is weak, how can he leave the abnormal containment association? Don't be so pessimistic, guys. The immortal lizard is not 100% likely, and among the 12 abnormal containment objects in the future, maybe the people of the abnormal containment will want us to see its terrible people. And let us have a deeper understanding of the ability of 10,000 feather angels. Tsuru also spoke out to stabilize everyone's emotions. Although this sentence, she did not believe it. But she can only deceive herself. The immortal lizard will not appear. Ha ha ha. Say, it's also a little crane. Carp was stunned, then scratched his head and laughed. That's right, this video, it is estimated that it is just to let us deeply understand the ability of 10,000 feather angels, and it is estimated that the immortal lizard will not descend on this sea. Akainu echoed. Chapter 78. New World, over a certain sea. Undead monsters, can they still evolve? What a fun! Kaido grinned. Kaido is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air in this world. As the four emperors, he has the most tenacious vitality in the world. The Battle of Ghost Island back then. He has successively teamed up with the Red Sheath 9, Supernova. And Luffy's sit UPS 3 times, fighting in a row. In the end, he missed the game and lost to Luffy in 5th gear. To be able to entangle with so many strong people for such a long time. It's a failure. This is enough to prove Kaido's physical strength. How exuberant it is. Even said. If it were not for the consumption of fighting with many strong people in front. As well as injuries accumulated in the body, fatigue. Even if it is Luffy in the 5th rank, it is definitely not his opponent. At this moment, he was full of interest in the abnormal containment immortal lizard. He wondered if he could defeat such a monster. Or rather, his vitality is compared to that of the immortal lizard. Who is the strongest? Great Root, Bonaro Island. Thief, ha ha ha, do you want to be my crew, Ace? Blackbeard laughed viciously. Blackbeard appears here precisely to hunt down Luffy. But Ace found him. Blackbeard appreciates Ace's strength. Therefore, I want to win him to join his pirate group. No kidding, Titchy, you know I'll refuse. Ace, who was standing on the house, said coldly. Well, really, what's so bad about joining my pirate group? The white-bearded guy is old, and the new era belongs to us. Blackbeard spoke with open arms. Shut up Tichi, this era, called Whitebeard. Ace's face sank. Fire fist. Without hesitation, Ace used the power of burning fruits. Cover yourself with extremely hot flames. Then the power of the flames was gathered on the fist. He jerked out his fist. An explosive flame rushed straight at Blackbeard. Boom! With a loud bang, Blackbeard was hit head-on by the fire fist. Suddenly, it hurt to roll all over the ground. Just when Ace wanted to continue the attack, suddenly noticed. Not far away, in the house destroyed by his fire fist, one appeared. A special monster covered in feathers all over his body. That is none other than the 10,000 feather angel of the abnormal containment. It wasn't just Ace who noticed the 10,000 feather angel. Other members of the Blackbeard pirates. It was also noticed. What's that? Poison is intrusive. Captain Tichi, run away. That thing is most likely an abnormal 667 containment. Badger's face changed drastically, and he broke out in a cold sweat, and quickly said. This time there is an introduction to the abnormal containment, the 10,000 feather angel. They didn't see it. Because they still have to complete their plans. Become a Nanabukai, invade the advancing city, and recruit companions. But those abnormal containments in front. They've all seen it on screen. They are clear, abnormal containment. It's all a bunch of absolutely terrifying things that can't be seen with common sense. This feathered thing. They had never seen it. Badgers immediately identified it as a dangerous abnormal containment. What? Is it an abnormal containment? Hearing Bager's words, Blackbeard was rolling all over the ground. Hurriedly crawled backwards, away from the 10,000 feather angel. Because of their conversations, and the noise generated by the battle. The body of the 10,000 feather angel has also swelled to tens of meters tall at this moment. However, it did not launch an attack on Ace, Blackbeard, and others. Because of these people, it is a little far away. The attack range, still not enough. Captain Titch, it doesn't seem to be hostile to us. Badgers looked at the 10,000 feather angel and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Badgers, you get closer to it and see what happens. Blackbeard ordered. Since I haven't seen it, the introduction of the 10,000 feather angel. Blackbeard didn't know what kind of abilities the 10,000 feather angel had. He couldn't tell if the 10,000 feather angel was in danger. You're trying me to die, Captain Tichi. Badgers backed away in fright. Is that an anomalous containment? That damn group of abnormal containments, let me die. A lot of companions, family members. Ace looked at the 10,000 feather angel, his eyes full of anger. Although he has been chasing Blackbeard all over the world. But he also works by projecting phone bugs. Saw it with my own eyes. Abby showed up on their Whitebeard ship. As a result, hundreds of companions died. There are 5 captains. It is even said that Ace now hates the abnormal containment. And the hatred of the abnormal containment society. Even greater than his hatred for Tichi. Yandi. Ace's whole body was wrapped in hot flames. Then the strength of the whole body is gathered on the fist. He did his best and fired a fiery fireball. The huge fireball shines like the sun. Boom! Without hesitation, Ace directly threw the fireball in his hand. There was an explosion. The scene was filled with smoke and dust. Then, I saw the body of the 10,000 feather angel, directly breaking through the smoke and dust. Withstood the blow of Ace's Yandi. Its surface, not only did it not suffer the slightest damage. Even because of the noise caused by the fireball. Let your body expand several times again. You can see. Now the volume of 10,000 feathered angels has reached 100 meters high. How is it possible? Is it ineffective? Ace was taken aback. Emperor Yan, but his strongest move. Didn't it hurt the 10,000 feathered angels in the slightest? On the contrary, it has made its volume larger? Just as Ace was terrified. The telephone worm placed on his waist suddenly rang. He picked up the phone bug and connected it. On the opposite side of the phone worm, came the voice of the Whitebeard, "Run away, Ace, that thing is an abnormal containment of 10,000 feather angels, it can absorb the sound and become huge. You can't kill it, you can make it bigger. And once you get close to it, you will be eaten by it. Now immediately go to that place, don't continue to hunt down Tichi, now return to the new world, back to the Moby Dick. Since the appearance of abnormal containment, this sea is so chaotic. Danger is everywhere. Because no one knows, the remaining abnormal containment. It's all somewhere. The current Whitebeard is very worried about Ace, afraid that he will do something stupid or something. I only hope that Ace can return to the Whitebeard group quickly. At the very least, come to the Moby Dick. There is a Whitebeard covering him. Even if you encounter an abnormal containment, you have the power of a battle. No, Daddy. The abnormal containment killed so many of our companions, I can't let them go. Tich too, it killed Sachi, I must kill them here today. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Ace did not listen. Instead, he said angrily, "Dark water." The moment Ace's words fell, Blackbeard suddenly launched a sneak attack, using the power of the dark fruit. Whitebeard, who was originally talking to Ace. Suddenly, I felt an incomparably powerful attraction. The phone worm in his hand fell to the ground. The whole person quickly rushed towards Blackbeard's palm. Thief, ha ha ha. It was still a little difficult to kill Ace, but now I know how to kill you. Blackbeard said with an eerie smile. The conversation between Ace and Whitebeard just now. Naturally, he also heard it. Got it, the 10,000 feather angel is a monster that can absorb sound and become stronger. Moreover, people who can also get closer. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. You. What do you want? Hearing Blackbeard's words, Ace instantly broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, he seemed to have guessed. Blackbeard wanted to do something. Now give you another chance, Ace, either join my pirate group, or I will feed you to the abnormal containment 10,000 feather angel. Blackbeard grinned. Ace was briefly frightened when he heard this, but soon he thought of something and said coldly, "Idiot, it's impossible for me to join your pirate group, and do you think that abnormal containment can kill me? Although it is also afraid of abnormal containment. But don't forget. He's a natural powerhouse. Abnormal containment, and no armed domineering. How could it possibly touch him? Not to mention killing him." When Blackbeard heard this, he no longer hesitated. Directly from his pocket, he took out the Halo Stone handcuffs. Directly handcuffed to Ace's wrist. Feilu Stone? CFFC. Ace's face changed drastically. "Go and die, bastard!" Blackbeard laughed wildly, and then threw Ace at the 10,000 feather angel. Swish! Countless feathers instantly surrounded Ace. He then dragged it into his body. Ah! Soon, Ace was in the body of the 10,000 feather angel. There was a terrified, painful roar. Everyone, the one who was pulled into the body by the 10,000 feathered angels, will not die quickly, but will be tortured for a period of time. Constant screams. Offering 10,000 angels has become even bigger. Eileen, is this guy so cruel? Unexpectedly, he directly threw Ace of the Whitebeard group to the 10,000 feather angel. Cruelty? What the hell are you talking about? That's a pirate. Every pirate is a great crime, and death is not a pity. That's right, treat pirates like this, let them feel pain. After all, they are all people who have committed great sins that cannot be forgiven. Ha ha ha. Seeing the tragic death of the pirate is really enjoyable. It's all because of this group of bastard pirates, that's why the 10,000 feather angels have become so huge. In the end, everything is their fault, I not only want to see Ace die, but that Blackbeard group should also die. That's right, 10,000 feather angels quickly kill them all, and then you obediently wait for the abnormal containment meeting people to come and take you away. New World, some see. On the Moby Dick. Ace. Seeing Ace constantly screaming in the body of the 10,000 feather angel. Marco and the others wept bitterly, as if their hearts were dripping blood. Why don't you leave in the first place, Ace? Why go after Blackbeard, Ace? Baista washed her face with tears, unable to accept. After Blackbeard killed Sachi, the entire Whitebeard group of people are all dissuading Ace. Don't go after Blackbeard. Even Whitebeard spoke out to persuade. But Ace insisted on going his own way and had to hunt down Blackbeard. And just now, Whitebeard spoke to Ace and told him about the danger of the abnormal containment of 10,000 feathered angels. Ace immediately chose to leave. Blackbeard must not be able to take him. He won't die. But alas! Ace is so disobedient. The Whitebeard regiment, once again lost a companion. Abominable Tichi. The white-bearded forehead was bruised, and his anger was extreme. Blackbeard didn't just kill Sachi, the captain of the 4th team on their ship. Now, he even threw Ace to the 10,000 feather angel. Let him be tortured to death. Great shipping routes, certain seas. Straw Hat pirates on board. AI. Ace. Luffy's pupils widened, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Ace. Next second, Luffy fell to his knees, directly collapsed, tears falling like raindrops in the corners of his eyes. In Luffy's opinion, Ace is his only living brother. Seeing his tragic death, Luffy naturally collapsed to the extreme. Luffy, I remember, Ace is your brother. Nami said with a solemn face. Blackbeard pirates? Or let's stop our adventure and hunt down the Blackbeard pirates. Sanji lit a cigarette and said with a serious expression. Yamagi's proposal was quickly recognized by others. They will break down to the point that Luffy, who has lost his will, and carry him into the house. Then prepare to go to the Great Route. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Damn Tichi. No matter what Ace said, he also raised it. He had treated Ace as if he were his own son. But now, Blackbeard actually threw Ace to the dangerous 10,000 feather angel. Calm down, Carp, it's too late for you to go now, the distance is too far, and by the time you get to that place, the Blackbeard pirates will have already left. Sengoku knew that Carp wanted to hunt down and kill the Blackbeard group. Hurriedly opened his mouth to dissuade. They are here from the island of Panamaro. At least 2 days of sailing time. And these 2 days, the Blackbeard pirates have long known where to run. Carp went and certainly couldn't find them. Now this sea is too dangerous. He was afraid that when Carp went out, he would encounter abnormal containments. After the Blackbeard pirates, we will send the Navy to investigate their whereabouts, and when we find them, we will send someone to destroy them, so calm down Carp. Tsuru reminded. Hearing Tsuru's words, Carp left the conference room. At this moment, he no longer dared to look at the screen. Don't want to continue to hear Ace screaming. Banaro Island. Ace was tortured for several minutes. Eventually died completely. His body was vomited out of his body by the 10,000 feather angel. You can see the 10,000 feathered angels at this moment. The body has come to hundreds of meters high, covering the sky, incomparably huge. Run away, Captain Titch. Badgers, looking at the hundreds of meters tall 10,000 feather angel, said in horror. Thief, ha ha ha. Run away? No. I have a better note. Blackbeard said with an eerie smile. What do you want to do, Captain Titchy? Hearing his words, the surrounding Blackbeard members were shocked. I don't know what Blackbeard is going to do. Dark water. Blackbeard didn't explain. Instead, put the palm of your hand on the ground. Then an endless dark fog covered the entire ground. Devour everything around you. Soon, the dark fog came to the feet of the 10,000 feather angel. Blackbeard's idea is simple. That is to use dark water to contain 10,000 angels and use them for yourself. Completely devoured 10,000 angels hundreds of meters high. It worked. Blackbeard said excitedly. Boom. But the next second, the 10,000 feather angel rushed directly from the dark fog behind Blackbeard. Pulled Blackbeard and the others all into the body. Chapter 79. Banaro Island. Ah! On the island, there was a miserable bitter wail. It was no one else who was coming out. Exactly the Blackbeard pirates, all members of the regiment. All of them were pulled into their bodies by the 10,000 feather angel. They were tortured. Blackbeard is a natural devil fruit powerhouse. But his natural line is more special. You can't elementalize your body. Therefore, the 10,000 feather angel can pierce his body. Laugh at me, the captain of this Blackbeard pirate group is a complete fool, and he even wants to use his ability to control the abnormal containment of 10,000 feather angels. So far, except for the people of the Abnormal Containment Society, no one has been able to really subdue this group of monsters, and the people of the Blackbeard pirates are all stupid people, and they don't even understand this. Today is really painful. I saw many heinous pirates die. Yes, you should let these extremely dangerous abnormal containments all descend on the territory of pirates, or the territory of Draco. That's right, you should make this group of bastards feel pain. Seeing Ace, he and the entire Blackbeard pirates were destroyed. People all over the world are excited. After all, 2 powerful pirates died. It is equivalent to saying yes. Let this sea have a lot less trouble. New world, some sea. That guy Tichy, did he die like that? Beckman was taken aback. Although said, the current Blackbeard doesn't even have a bounty. But how strong is Blackbeard's strength? They red-haired pirates know best. Because he's a man who can leave scars on his redhead's face. And the redhead himself admitted it himself. He went through countless battles. The only scar that is still faintly painful is the one left by Blackbeard. Fortunately, this guy Tichy is dead. I always feel that he has some huge conspiracy to kill Sachi of the Whitebeard pirates, and it just so happens that this conspiracy has been stopped by the 10,000 feather angel. The redhead said with a serious expression. But then again, this abnormal containment 10,000 feather angel is inevitably too strong, and the people of the Blackbeard group, after being pulled into their bodies by it, did not have the slightest ability to fight back. Rakaru swallowed. Now Blackbeard, after getting the dark fruit. The strength is almost equivalent to a brigadier general level. But it is such a strong person. In front of the 10,000 feather angels, there was not the slightest resistance force. You can see the 10,000 feathered angel on the island of Barnaro. The volume is huge. It can even be described as covering the sky. It is a near-deserted island. There are hardly any people on the island. And because of the battle between the two, the people on the island all left. This is what makes the 10,000 feather angel. There is no opportunity to continue to absorb the power of sound to grow. Otherwise, just by killing 5 people, he can grow to a height of thousands of meters. It's hard to imagine, kill 10, hundreds, thousands. How high will his volume expand? 10,000 meters? 100,000 meters? No. Even 1,000,000 meters is possible. That's almost straight into the sky. It's good that he didn't show up in a place with many people, that's the only thing we can be thankful for. See the volume of 10,000 feathered angels reach kilometers. Beckman broke out in a cold sweat. Headquarters of the Navy, Marin Fander. Ha ha ha. What an idiot, this Tichy. Carp pointed to the screen and laughed. Originally, he was especially angry when he saw Ace die. But seeing Blackbeard, his backhand was also devoured by the 10,000 feather angel. He suddenly lost his breath and burst out laughing. However, the entire conference room, except that Carp can laugh. Everyone else was shocked. Just kidding. This volume, Peach Rabbit said with trepidation. Its volume can wipe out Ace and the entire Blackbeard pirate group in a few hundred meters, and now it has reached 1,000 meters because it killed all the members of the Blackbeard group. It's hard to imagine what a terrible enemy it will kill at this time. Sengoku was daunted. The size of the 10,000 feather angel became larger. Along with it, its feathers are sharper and its defense is stronger. The strength of 10,000 feathers of angels at a height of 1,000 meters is unknown. Higher heights, they dare not imagine at all. I'm more and more afraid of that monster called the immortal lizard now, because it can beat such a terrifying monster and beg for mercy. Dolphin Han Mao Zhou Vertical Road. The ability of 10,000 feather angels is already so terrifying. And what about the immortal lizard? It is a monster that can beat 10,000 angels and beg for mercy. Everyone was so frightened that they stood upside down. Indeed. 10,000 feathered angels in their opinion. That's scary enough. So how powerful is the immortal lizard? Now I can only pray that the people of the abnormal reception will come soon, because if there are people who have been on a boat near this island, just the sound of the waves transmitted by the boat moving on the waves is estimated to make it continue to grow. Due to the size of the 10,000 feather angel, it has reached 1,000 meters high. As long as there are boats nearby, the sound that is transmitted, let it continue to grow. Wait until it is large enough to occupy the entire island. Then the danger is too great. Because at that time, the sound of the wind, the sound of the waves rushing, and the sound of Neptune swimming on the bottom of the sea, it will all be heard. At that time, it can grow without limit. That's right. I suddenly thought of a way to deal with it. Sengoku suddenly thought of something and said excitedly. What method? Hear the words of the Sengoku. The people around him all set their eyes on him. Since this 10,000 feather angel can absorb sound as energy to feed himself, wouldn't it be good to eliminate the sound? The silent fruit ability, on the other hand, can make a space without making a single sound at all, so that we can destroy it ourselves. Sengoku reminded. The fruit of silence is precisely after the ability to activate. Let an area be completely silent. Not even the slightest sound will be transmitted. With this fruit, they even launched an attack on the 10,000 feather angel. It also doesn't transmit sound and let it grow. Moreover, the introduction to the 10,000 feather angel is mentioned. It's just that there is not the slightest sound around. The 10,000 feather angel will remain asleep. Even if it is hurt, it will not wake up. The Abnormal Asylum Association tried to wear absolutely soundproof clothes and hold special scissors to cut off the feathers of the 10,000 feather angel and kill it completely, but because the use of scissors makes sound, the experiment failed. This proves that as long as not the slightest sound is made, even if the 10,000 feathered angels are harmed, they will not wake up. That's right, if we can find the silent fruit ability, we can stop the 10,000 feather angel from continuing to grow. Peach Rabbit said excitedly when he heard this. But where are those who are going to find the fruit of silence? Akainu asked. In order to remember Khorasan, after his death, I collected his devil fruit, which only needs to be eaten by a soldier of our navy headquarters. Sengoku said. Sengoku has a difficult relationship with Khorasan. It is even said to be father and son. When Khorasan was killed by Doflamingo, Sengoku also unexpectedly got this devil fruit. It was contained. So what are you waiting for, act? Nika Road. They found a soldier willing to eat the fruit of silence. Then he rushed non-stop to Bonaro Island. Ultimately, they sailed for a while. Successfully arrived at Bonaro Island. So, in the meantime, no ships passed by. Therefore, 10,000 feather angels cannot continue to grow. It's still a kilometer tall. But a full day and a half has passed. But the people who were abnormally sheltered did not appear. It's a little strange. Under normal circumstances, abnormal containment will appear within an hour. Why is it so long this time? Peach Rabbit said with some doubt. Although he also wanted to destroy the 10,000 feather angel himself. But she still had some doubts. It's been a while, how come the 10,000 feather angel hasn't come to shelter yet? Don't forget, the last time the abnormal containment appeared was the New World, and this is the Great Shipping Road. Even if they have advanced technology spaceships, it will take a little time to get here. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. And it just so happens that this containment can also be wiped out by our navy. Sengoku reminded. How to say it again? Their navy is also a force responsible for upholding justice in the sea. It has always been robbed of the limelight by people from the Abnormal Asylum Association. Sengoku though did not complain. But I also want to have a chance to perform. Activate the fruit ability. Sengoku ordered. Yes. The Admiral said respectfully. Subsequently, he began to activate the ability. The power of silence covers all of Akainu, Kapu, Nika, Sengoku, Peach Rabbit and others. In this way, they kept approaching the 10,000 feather angel. Sure enough, under the power of the fruit of silence, 10,000 feather angels did not attack them. Let me try it first. The words fell. The red dog was covered with extremely hot magma. That hot magma seems to melt everything. His magma temperature was several times higher than Ace's flame temperature. The hot magma made Sengoku and the others have to stay away from the red dog. The Great Spitfire. The red dog covered his arm with the magma power of his body. It is a temperature that is enough to dissolve everything, like erupting magma. Directly towards the wings on the surface of the 10,000 feather angel. Boom! With a loud bang came. You can see. Burnt marks appeared on the surface of the feathers of the 10,000 feather angel. But it's hardly a big deal. Just kidding, is the defense so strong? Peach Rabbit was taken aback. That's the all-out blow of the red dog. You know, magma is in the pirate world the strongest single attack devil fruit. But this is such an attack. Just scorched the surface of the 10,000 feather angel? Let me try. Carp grinned. Fist clash. Above Carp's fist, there is an unparalleled armed color and overlord color domineering. At this moment, he was like a beast ready to attack. All over his body, he exuded extremely terrifying power. Boom! He approached the 10,000 feather angel, and then gathered all his strength on his fist. With a loud bang came. The feathers of the 10,000 feather angels were torn. Ha ha ha! Sure enough, it is effective, and the power of internal destruction of armed color can cause damage to it. Carp laughed. Just now he took advantage of it. Armed color domineering internal destructive power. From the inside of the 10,000 feather angel, destroy it. In this way, it inflicts high damage on it. As a result, the external feathers also broke off. It seems that today, the strength of our navy alone is enough to destroy this abnormal containment. Warring States said with a smile on the corner of his mouth at this moment. Since the appearance of abnormal containment, they navy, have always taken them well. Today they finally found their chance. Find an opportunity to personally wipe out an anomalous containment. No hesitation. Sengoku and others use the power of internal destruction, constantly attacking the 10,000 feather angels. The feathers of 10,000 angels are constantly destroyed. And it itself has been falling into a deep sleep. However, when the number of feathers is small to a certain extent, 10,000 feather angels will lose their own volume at the cost of their own volume. Cover the body with feathers again. Soon. Originally a 10,000 feathered angel with a body length of more than 1,000 meters. already under the repeated offensives of Sengoku and others. The volume was reduced to tens of meters. At this time, everyone was extremely excited. After all, you can kill an abnormal containment with your own hands. What a privilege! Knock! Just when they were having fun. Suddenly, there was a sound of falling to the ground behind him. Sengoku looked back. I saw the Admiral. Because of the power of the fruit of silence used for a long time, has led to exhaustion, fainting past. I'm leaning, you're kidding me. Sengoku saw this scene. The pupils contracted violently, and he was directly scared into a cold sweat. It took them less than a few more minutes. It is absolutely possible to kill 10,000 angels. But at this time, the ability of the fruit of silence directly fell back. Sengoku shouted. The silent fruit ability failed, and this time approached the 10,000 feather angel. It will undoubtedly be pulled into the body and tortured to death. Hearing the words of the warring states, Carp and the others did not hesitate in the slightest. At the first time, go backwards. However, the noise caused by footsteps landing on the ground. Or wake up the 10,000 feathered angels. 10,000 feathered angels who wake up, stretch out their feathers. Stared at the silent fruit ability who fainted on the ground. Not good. Carp and the others, who saw this scene, wanted to save the navy. But it's too late. He has been dragged into his body by the feathers of 10,000 angels. Ah! Soon. In the body of the 10,000 feather angel, there was the scream of the navy. Nourished by the noise of the navy, the volume of 10,000 feathered angels is also constantly expanding. It's over, now that the silent fruit ability is dead, we can't do anything with this monster. Peach Rabbit's face changed drastically. Those who have no ability to bear the fruit of silence. They didn't dare to approach the 10,000 feather angel at all. Damn it, it's almost that we can kill an abnormal containment with our own hands. Sengoku said a little angrily. It's a pity, if we can find a person with good physical strength and eat this devil fruit, it will not be this ending. Tsuru said with some despair. In the end, not only did they not kill the 10,000 feather angel. Even, he let the 10,000 feather angel kill the people of their navy in front of them. Damn it! Carp said bitterly. The morale of everyone sank to the bottom at this moment. Boom! At this moment, they were above their heads. There was the roar of the spacecraft. Everyone looked up and saw the ship of the Abnormal Containment Association. Appeared at high altitude. It's an abnormal containment meeting. Seeing them appear, the originally heavy face of the warring states instantly smiled. Finally here, they. Carp also swept away the low face just now and grinned. Chapter 80. Great, it's someone from the Abnormal Containment Society coming. Although the Navy almost killed the Abnormal Containment 10,000 Feather Angel, but in the end they still didn't do it. In the end, it still depends on the Abnormal Containment meeting. That's right, in the end, it has to be an Abnormal Containment Association. If it's them, what method will be used to take away the Abnormal Containment 10,000 Feather Angel, but as long as this monster transmits a sound, it will be devoured and become stronger. Although I don't know exactly what kind of method they will use to take away the 10,000 feathered angels, I only know that they will definitely be able to contain this monster. People who originally saw the Navy. When you are about to kill 10,000 angels, people all over the world are excited about it. Thought that the Navy was finally useful once. But what they didn't expect was the one who ate the fruit of silence. To the end. I actually fainted because of lack of physical strength. Later, he was killed by the 10,000 feather angel. This scene made them feel despair deeply. But fortunately, at such a critical time, the people from the Abnormal Reception Association are coming. New World, some island. Revolutionary Army Base. You almost died just now, Daddy. The dragon looked at the screen and couldn't help but gasp. if it weren't for Carp's quick reaction. In the first time, directly escape. Otherwise, he would have died at the hands of 10,000 feathered angels now. These abnormal containments are really more dangerous than one. But fortunately, our revolutionary army has not really encountered abnormal containment so far. Ivankov rejoiced. Although, when the dark girl appeared before, tried to attack the base of their revolutionary army. But they learned the news in advance. Then the 293 were retreated in advance. There has been no head-to-head confrontation with anomalous containments. And so far, people who have gone head-to-head with abnormal containments, all of them didn't end well. For example, the yellow ape that was targeted by shy people almost died at its hands. Or now, encounter with 10,000 feathered angels on the island of Bonaro. Ace and Blackbeard, all destroyed. Even say, the many strong men of the navy, Carp, Nika, and others also almost died at its hands. The danger of abnormal containment can be imagined. I actually don't understand a little. With the power of the abnormal containment society, it is easy to rule the world. Why do they want to protect this world in secret? Sob asked suddenly. The abnormal containment meeting has the ability to contain so many abnormal things. It is already enough to prove they're terrible. Not to mention, they also have technology far beyond the world for thousands of years. Not only that, but the red right-handed agent who was dispatched. All of them are also strong and boundless. Unfathomable monsters. With their power, if you want to dominate the world, you can almost say that you raise your hand. Nope. You are wrong, Sob. The world has always been controlled by them. Because the life and death of any force in this sea is just a matter of their thoughts. The dragon looked solemn and shook his head slightly. On the bright side, it is the world government that rules the entire sea in the world today. But what really rules this sea is actually the abnormal containment society. They are secretly observing everything. Wanting to destroy any force is just a matter of raising your hands. This is the real control, not being discovered by anyone. Secretly in control of everything in this sea. New world, some island. The people of the red-haired pirate group are gathering on the island. Leader, I just toured the island, or we won't leave this place until all the abnormal containments are contained. Rikairo came to the redhead's side and said with an unusually serious expression. Now there are 12 anomalous containments left in the world. No one knows who these 12 anomalies are. No one knows where they will suddenly be encountered. But Rikairo only knew one thing. That's the island, and it's certainly safe. At the very least, he looked around. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Head, I also agree with what Rikairo said, we will not leave this island during this time, this island is safe for now. Jesus said approvingly. Although it is said that their redhead group is the 4 emperors of the New World. It's the king's land. One of the strongest pirate groups that countless people fear. But the danger of abnormal containment. They also see it. Even if it was their redhead, they definitely didn't want to encounter a monster like that. No problem, how many days can we eat food on the ship? The redhead asked. And that's exactly what he meant. In recent times, this sea has been too dangerous. He didn't want to mess around either. Stay quietly on this island is the best choice. At present, I can still eat for about half a month. Beckman replied. Half a month? I hope that in this half a month, the remaining 12 abnormal containments can all be contained, so that this sea can return to calm. The redhead prayed. Food can only be eaten for half a month. That is, half a month later. They must leave this place and go to replenish supplies. Although said, the sea is so big. Their red-haired pirate group, the probability of encountering abnormal containment is also extremely small. But extremely small, does not mean there is none. The redhead really didn't dare to take any risk. It is also said that the peace of this sea can only rely on the Abnormal Containment Association, I hope they will not let us down. Beckman nodded. Great route, Bonaro Island. High-flying ships, after arriving at the scene. The sound of the spacecraft was set to mute. Then it landed slowly. In front of Carp, Sengoku, and others. How do you plan to contain this 10,000 feather angel this time? Sengoku saw them appear and asked rather curiously. In his opinion, 10,000 feather angels. It is better than all the abnormal containment in the previous phase. It's all more difficult to contain. Because even if it is transmitted, even the slightest sound, it's definitely going to wake it up. And be devoured by it. Containment? No. We are planning to kill him here. The agent with the red right hand glanced at the warring states and said lightly. Containing anomalies, lore, the protagonist, can get rewards. By also killing the containment, lore can also get a reward. Kill. Kill it. When the warring states heard this, they were directly frightened and took a few steps back. Just kidding. Kill the abnormal containment 10,000 feather angel? It's simply impossible. Unless it's to bring the immortal lizard over to Sing Sing, so that it can be done. But the immortal lizard was in front of the interaction experiment with the 10,000 feather angel. It is also obvious that he is not interested in killing 10,000 angels. He was curious and unusual about the people who would take in the meeting. What do you have to do to kill the 10,000 feathered angels? Are you serious? Can such a monster really be killed? Peach Rabbit asked with a gasp. Of course. The red right-hand agent affirmed. Hear him say that. Carp, Sengoku, Nika and others are all looking at each other. Everyone's faces showed shock. You can see. More than a dozen red right-handed agents. Wear special protective clothing. This garment is soft though. But the toughness is extremely high. It can greatly improve the defense of the appearance. Not only that, but they also put on absolutely silent clothes. Even if the footsteps step on the sand, it doesn't convey the slightest sound. And just like that, a dozen agents of the red right hand slowly approached the 10,000 feather angel. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. Carp and the others who saw this scene all held their breath. I'm afraid I'll take a breath. This led to a little bit of sound. Woke up the sleeping 10,000 feather angel. This led to the total destruction of the red right-hand agent. Under the nervous gaze of Carp and others, more than a dozen agents with red right hands kept approaching the 10,000 feather angel. Soon, they surrounded the 10,000 feather angels. One of the red right-handed agents made a gesture. More than a dozen other agents all nodded at the same time. The next moment, more than a dozen red right-handed agents rely directly on brute force. Forcibly ripped off the wings of 10,000 angels. Let the humanoid fetus in the body of the 10,000 feather angel exposed to everyone's sight. Right at this moment, the 10,000 feather angel suddenly fell into a state of rage. Ugh! Swish! Swish! Countless feathers turned into sharp blades. Stabbed towards the red right hand of agent of the Abnormal Containment Society. But because they wear hard protective clothing, it didn't work. One of the red right-handed agents, fists clenched. Then a punch was thrown. Directly smashed towards the humanoid fetus in the body of the 10,000 feather angel. SHH, HH. A loud noise came, and the surface of the sleeping humanoid fetus was directly torn apart by a few points. But at the same time, because of the sound generated by the attack, devoured by the 10,000 feather angel, his volume quickly swelled. The original volume of tens of meters directly expanded to a height of 100 meters. And his feathers have become extremely hard and powerful. Even 10 agents of the red right hand joined forces. None of them could stop the 10,000 feather angel from closing his wings. Back off! A red-handed agent shouted. As his words fell, More than a dozen red-handed agents retreated at the same time. But the red right-handed agent who attacked the 10,000 feather angel, the humanoid fetus in his body. But it didn't survive. Instead, it was swallowed by the 10,000 feather angel. Soon. In the body of the 10,000 feather angel, there was a scream of the red right-hand agent. It's not good, that agent was eaten by the 10,000 feather angel. Damn, this abnormal containment is too dangerous, and even killed the agents of the Abnormal Containment Association. Sure enough, the difficulty of containing abnormal containment this time is too high, even for people in abnormal containment clubs to do it. Yes, as long as it makes the slightest sound, it can be swallowed by it, and after devouring the sound, the volume and strength of the 10,000 feather angels will all become stronger. It's the first time I've seen people from the Abnormal Shelter Club, and in this case, they used to take in abnormal objects, and it didn't take more than 5 minutes. But this time, it's going to be very difficult. Damn, it must be successful. Abnormal containment meeting. Saw that red right-handed agent being devoured by the 10,000 feather angel. Countless people, all pity. Agents of the Abnormal Asylum Society. They give selflessly and do not expect anything in return. But the world contains dangerous anomalies. Their spirit deserves anyone's admiration. World government. The highest temple of power. Just wipe out the whole army here. Abnormal containment meeting. Satan sneered. They have already taken the abnormal into custody. As his own worst enemy. Now I see a red right-handed agent with incomparably terrifying strength. It was devoured by the 10,000 feather angel. In his heart, don't mention how happy he is. This time the containment, even if it is your abnormal containment, I want to see what method you will use to contain it. That's not right. Didn't you just declare that you were going to kill it? Hey! If you can, let's see. The old man with the first generation of ghosts on his waist sneered. Judging by the current situation, people who are abnormally sheltered, it was extremely difficult to even contain the 10,000 feather angels. Not to mention, kill it. This abnormal containment meeting is bound to lose a lot. It's really funny, aren't they, organizations that claim to protect the world? How can not even a single containment be co-petable? The blonde old man descended into the stone path. Seeing the abnormality of the containment will be depleted. The happiest thing is the 5 old men. New world, some see. Isn't this abnormal containment too exaggerated? Rakaru broke out in a cold sweat. It's really unthinkable, even if they are killed. Beckman also looked incredulous. They had seen the strength of the red right-hand agent. Single-handedly received a punch from the strongest man 800 years ago, Nika. Several people joined forces and pinned down the shy person. All kinds of actions, all kinds of actions. All have already sworn that they are not simple. But it is this level of power. In receiving 10,000 angels today, there were casualties. This time, the abnormal containment is extraordinary. The redhead said solemnly. Great Root, Bonaro Island. Not good. When Carp saw this scene, his face changed greatly. That agent is going to be tortured to death. Peach Rabbit couldn't bear to look directly. Damn, it's all to blame on us. If we can find someone who is not weak in physical skills to eat the silent 0.2 fruit of tranquility, we can take it down ourselves without resorting to the power of the Abnormal Containment Society. Sengoku blamed himself. It's useless to regret, now think about how to kill this monster. Chi Inu said with a serious expression. To be honest, there is no fruit of silence. The red dog couldn't think of any way to kill the 10,000 feather angel at the moment. More than a dozen red right-handed agents. Listen to the screams of the agents in the body of the 10,000 feather angel. Holding his hands behind his back did not speak, but quietly looked at everything in front of him. You can do it, that guy. A red right-handed agent said. They have already done special training. If there is no way to directly kill the humanoid fetus in the body of the 10,000 feather angel, then use one person as bait. Enter the body of the 10,000 feather angel. Endure severe pain, with the effect of anesthesia. Forcibly destroy the humanoid fetus in the body of the 10,000 feather angel. If he doesn't succeed, I'll be the next one. Even if our entire army is destroyed today, we will kill it. Another red right-handed agent said with a firm look in his eyes. SHH. Right at this moment, in the body of the 10,000 feather angel, there was a sudden vibration. It was a crisp sound, as if something had been broken. As this voice fell, you can see the wings that were originally surrounded by 10,000 feathers of angels gradually withered. Countless wings followed, as if they had lost their lives. It fell to the ground. Everyone saw it. A red right-handed agent covered in blood and pierced all over his body. Zhang gasped and stood in place. The next moment, he lay directly on the ground and lost his will. But he didn't die. Because every agent with the red right hand has an extremely powerful physique.